Warning warning warning, please don't watch this video if you are a single dog like me, it's broke me heart. Also if you are single and watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Konoha, May 7, 51. Central Street, inside a two-story independent house. 2 minutes 51 seconds, 2 minutes 52 seconds, 2 minutes 53 seconds. 3 minutes 48 seconds. 3 minutes 49 seconds, 3 minutes 50 seconds. In the living room, a little boy with black hair and red eyes who looked about 3 years old was looking at the clock on the wall, and the sound beat with the second hand. A little sweat flowed from the smooth, Q-bomb face, which was full of baby fat. When counting to 3 minutes and 50 seconds, the little boy finally put away his little hands, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chakra, which has only been refined for 3 months, can maintain a hollow for nearly 4 minutes. When I am 12 years old, won't I be able to for how many hours? If the screen returns to a few seconds ago, you will find that before the little boy's little hand is retracted, it actually passes through a table from bottom to top. And after the little hand was retracted, there were no gaps or traps on the table. It was as if the little boy's little hand was an illusion. And it is true. Just now, the little boy's arms and even his body have left the real space and entered a different dimension that ordinary people can't touch. The little boy named Yajayu, a time traveler, is 3 years old this year. It is different from the way of time travel in which the soul wears away other people's bodies and lives with other people's names. Yajayu is an indigenous born in October by the mother of this world. Unfortunately, Yajayu was born only 2 months earlier than Naruto. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, when this life's parents were guarding the village, they were buried under a boulder that fell from the sky in order to save people. Thankfully, their home was not destroyed and Yajayu's name has been registered. Orphaned, Yajayu was sent home when the welfare director turned 3 years old. Coming into this world with Yajayu, there is also a game system. As for how this game system came about, Yajayu doesn't know. Maybe it's because he fell asleep while playing the game. The game system was only activated 3 months ago, right when Yajayu extracted the first wisp of chakra. After the game system was activated, a big gift was given to Yajayu. In the words of the game, it is a big gift package for beginners. It's just this big gift bag, which is a bit amazing. Yajayu, who saw chakra bottomed out, wiped his sweat with a handkerchief while calling out a virtual panel that only he could see. Just like personal information in online games, the panel displays Yajayu's data. Host, Yajayu. Chakra attributes, yin, yang, wind, water, thunder. Blood succession boundary, body of time and space. Blood succession ninjutsu, virtual reality transformation. Ninjutsu, 3-body technique. Konoha body flicker technique. The data is very minimal, no levels, no blood bars, no blue bars. On the panel, there are only Yajayu's chakra attribute and blood succession limit, as well as blood succession ninjutsu and ordinary ninjutsu. But this panel, Yajayu can touch. When his finger touches 3-body technique and Konoha body flicker technique, the information introduction of 3-body technique and Konoha body flicker technique will be displayed on the panel. When his finger touches Sweji ninjutsu, it will also display the ability information of Sweji ninjutsu. It is also this function that lets Yajayu know how his blood inheritance limit came about. It turned out that when his soul traveled through time and space, the game system consumed a huge amount of energy in order to protect his host, allowing him to reincarnate in this other world. Moreover, the power of time and space remaining in his soul, after the birth of his physical body, was digitized by the game system into his blood succession boundary. The body of time and space, using the vocabulary of this world to describe it, should actually be called the body of time and space. As the name suggests, Yajayu's blood successor boundary is the ability of time and space, and his blood successor ninjutsu should also be called time and space escape. Yajayu is very satisfied with this blood succession limit, and even more satisfied with the severely damaged game system. In Yajayu's view, the severely damaged game system is even more perfect. There are no levels, no red and blue, only a function to learn skills in seconds, so that Yajayu is still a human being with flesh and blood, not just a set of data, but also makes his understanding full. As long as he has a cultivation method, he can learn all ninjutsu in seconds except Sueji ninjutsu. However, this second learning skill is also limited. To learn means to be able to use it, and to use it requires enough energy. Unless chakra meets the conditions for practicing this ninjutsu, Yajayu will not be able to learn this ninjutsu in seconds even if he has a practice method. Yajayu's parents in this life were both Chunin, and there are several ninjutsu in his inheritance. But in the ninjutsu column of the virtual panel, there are only 3 body technique and Konoha body flicker technique. Of course, Yajayu didn't care. In his eyes, except for a few ninjutsu and a few forbidden technique, other ninjutsu are simply dispensable to him. Because his body of time and space is already incomprehensible enough. The transformation between reality and reality is the ability of the body of time and space. This ability is the same as that of Uchiha Obito's Kamui Hollow, which allows Yajayu's body to transfer back and forth between the real space and the different dimension space. And it is different from Uchiha Obito's Hollow, which actually transfers the body to the Kamui space, and others can use time and space to break into it. Yajayu's physique is a body of time and space, and his body is a different space that no one else can enter except himself. Yajayu only needs to consume chakra, or convert chakra into the power of time and space, so that his body can be transferred back and forth between nothingness and reality. Although virtual reality conversion is not as convenient as Kamui, which can store things, Hollow completely crushes Kamui. Not only is there no weakness to be found on the main body, but even the durability is also dumped by Kamui by an unknown number of times. Uchiha Obito, with half of his body full of Hashirama cells, can only last 5 minutes at most in his Hollow. While Yajayu has only refined chakra for 3 months, Hollow can last for nearly 4 minutes. That little chakra can last nearly 4 minutes, and at this rate, by the time Yajayu is 12 years old, Hollow can last at least a few hours. During the hours of invincibility, Yajayu felt sad for the enemy even thinking about it. When reading novels in the previous life, Yajayu disliked invincible novels the least, because they were too boring. But if he is invincible, Yajayu just wants to say, "Really ni Yang?" Of course, Yajayu is not really invincible now, it can only be regarded as pseudo-invincible. When he enters the hollow state, others can't hit him, and he can't hit others. And if Yajayu wants to kill the enemy, he must change from nothingness to reality. At that time, he can touch others, and others can touch him. This is also the moment when Yajayu is weakest. Therefore, Yajayu has to improve his own strength, at least one powerful attack method, otherwise he can only hide in a different space like a one-eyed Uchiha Obito, hiding in a different space as a turtle, or wearing a mask to pretend to be a ghost. Chapter 2. Time came 3 months later, August of the 51st year of Konoha. Yajayu's data panel, no changes. However, his virtual real transition can last up to 6 minutes, surpassing Uchiha Obito's Kamui Hollow. 6 minutes of invincibility allows Yajayu to do a lot of things. But Yajayu didn't drift away, and didn't rely on Hollow's ability to start doing whatever he wanted. Because when he went out one day, he saw 2 people on the street. These 2 people are members of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan respectively. It was also seeing the family emblems of the 2 giants of Konoha, which made Yajayu wake up suddenly. Yes, there are illusion and perception ninjas in this world. Yajayu is very sure that he is not afraid of illusion in hollow state. Because genjutsu is a type of yinjutsu, the caster must allow his yinjutsu chakra to invade the enemy's body in order to control the flow of chakra in the nerves of the enemy's brain. As long as Yajayu keeps the hollow state, the illusion will not work on him. But the premise is, before his hollow, his body was not under illusion. There is no doubt that genjutsu is the ninjutsu that Yajayu fears the most at this stage. The sensory ninja can perceive the enemy's chakra and remember the enemy's chakra. Especially the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan, and even chakra who can see through the human body. Before Genin, whose chakra volume reaches the mass market, and before he learns the shadow clone technique, Yajayu cannot be too high profile, otherwise he will easily be targeted by some people. Some of the people here refer to the Nabe Shadow Shimura Danzo, and the ninja world's #1 licking dog Uchiha Obito, who often wanders back to Konoha. Starting from the Yahiko incident in Rain Shinobi village, these two people are involved in almost all the major events that have happened in the ninja world in the past, present, and future for more than 20 years. It is really not an exaggeration to say that they are the source of evil in the ninja world. And these two people, before the Uchiha clan was exterminated, they might be somewhere in Konoha now. Even if Yajayu has virtual reality conversion, now that chakra is far inferior to Genin, he really dare not be too arrogant. So, Yajayu continued to act as an ordinary civilian orphan, silently improving his own chakra. Time flies and a few months pass by in the blink of an eye. When the time came to the end of December in the 51st year of Konoha, a major event happened in Konoha, which caused cheers from the villagers. The big thing is that Cloud Shinobi village, which has been harassing the Fire Country since the death of the fourth Hokage couple and constantly causing friction with Konoha, decided to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. Konoha, who was at its weakest at this time, of course would not refuse. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that the envoys sent by Cloud Shinobi village to sign the peace treaty actually had other purposes. December 27th is the time when the Cloud Shinobi envoys arrived in Konoha. And this day is also the birthday of the head lady of the Hyuga clan. Standing on the balcony on the second floor, Yajayu looked thoughtfully at the Cloud Shinobi envoys being welcomed by the villagers. After the Cloud Shinobi messenger group left completely, Yajayu did not return home. He looked absent-minded, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, Yajayu came back to his senses and made a decision at the same time. This decision means, he wants to slap himself in the face. In the evening, an hour after the welcome banquet for the Cloud Shinobi envoys and the birthday party for the head lady of the Hyuga family. In the hotel where the Cloud Shinobi envoys were staying, a figure suddenly left quietly and sneaked into the Hyuga clan's territory. He accurately found the clan leader's residence, went to Hinata's room, and prepared to kidnap Hinata, who had just fallen asleep. But when he lifted the quilt, he found that there was no Hinata inside the quilt, but two pillows. Seeing this scene, the face of this Cloud Shinobi changed suddenly, and then he left in a hurry without searching the room. However, his movements were still slow, and when he came to the courtyard, he accidentally met Hyuga Hayashi, who was still awake. Seeing outsiders breaking into his mansion, Hyuga Hayashi also changed his expression, and then attacked Cloud Shinobi without saying a word. "Uncle, please don't kill him." "Father." That's when Hyuga Hayashi hit Cloud Shinobi with his acupressure hand and was going to drive chakra into the opponent, attacking the opponent's internal organs directly. A childish voice, as well as the voice of his daughter, suddenly reached his ears. Especially the daughter's voice, allowing Hyuga Hayashi to stop the attack in time, just to block the flow of Cloud Shinobi's chakra. "Uncle, knock him out, don't let him commit suicide." Just when Hyuga Hayashi was about to turn around, the childish voice came from his ear again. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi found out that this Cloud Shinobi really did something. So, he quickly and accurately hit the opponent's acupuncture points, knocking him out. After knocking Cloud Shinobi unconscious, Hyuga Hayashi immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a little boy a little taller than his daughter, holding Hinata's little hand, walking towards this side. Seeing his daughter letting the other person hold her little hand, Hyuga Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know where this child came from, as long as he is not an accomplice of this person and will not hurt Hinata, that's fine. "Father." After arriving in front of Hyuga Hayashi, Yajayu took the initiative to let go of Hinata's little hand. Hinata was also frightened and hugged Hyuga Hayashi's thigh, hiding behind Hyuga Hayashi, secretly looking at Yajayu, who just broke into her room, covered her mouth, and pulled her into the closet. Hinata would have thought that Yajayu was the bad guy if he hadn't seen that adult breaking into her room and not looking like a good person. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Hyuga Hayashi touched Hinata's head and comforted his daughter, then looked at Yajayu and asked, "Which family are you from? Why did you stop me from killing him just now?" "My name is Yajayu. I am 3 years old. My parents died 3 years ago." Yajayu first introduced himself, then pointed to Cloud Shinobi who fell on the ground and said, "That person is one of the outsiders who entered the village today. They were discussing in the hotel to capture the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. If it fails, then commit suicide and leave the body in the Hyuga clan, then slander the Hyuga clan for killing the messenger, threaten Konoha to hand over the murderer, otherwise they will go to full-scale war against Konoha, in order to obtain the secret of Byakugan. This is the mission." "What?" Hyuga Hayashi's expression suddenly changed, and he was filled with fear. Fortunately, that guy was not killed just now. But in the next second, Hyuga Hayashi reacted again, staring at Yajayu sharply, and asked in a deep voice, "Then how did you overhear their conversation, and how did you find Hinata before him?" "Hey, because of my blood inheritance limit." Yajayu didn't seem to notice Hyuga Hayashi's suspicion, but acted as a very innocent 3-year-old child who had no secrets. "Turn my body into nothingness. In a state of nothingness, I can't touch anything, but nothing can touch me, and those people don't seem to be able to perceive me." Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi's expression changed again. "Let the body become nothingness, not become transparent." As the patriarch of one of the 2 giants in Konoha, Hyuga Hayashi immediately had a bold guess. "I saw him saying to Yajayu, 'Use your ability, let me see.'" After speaking, Hyuga Hayashi reached out to touch Yajayu. Unfortunately, when he was about to touch Yajayu, his palm passed through Yajayu's body. Yajayu also tilted his head slightly, looking at Hyuga Hayashi with a hint of doubt in his clear eyes. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi is still full of seriousness on the surface. But in his heart, there was a stormy sea. Sure enough, it's not through done, but time and space. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi saw endless potential in Yajayu. At the same time, Hyuga Hayashi's heart burst into ecstasy. He calmed down and asked Yajayu, "Do you know what your blood successor limit is called? How many people know your blood successor limit?" "I don't know, I only found out that I have special abilities half a year ago." Yajayu shook his head and said honestly, "Besides uncle and you, this is also the first time I have used this ability in front of others." "Very well, continue to be cautious." Hyuga Hayashi nodded appreciatively, and then continued to narrate and instruct Yajayu, "Your blood succession limit boundary is the rarest type of time and space in the ninja world. The blood succession ninjutsu you just used is also known in the ninja world. It's time and space ninjutsu. This type of ninjutsu has only been mastered by 2 people since Konoha was established. They are 2nd Hokage and 4th Hokage. So before you grow up, don't reveal the information about your blood inheritance boundary to others, and don't use this ability in front of others. Otherwise, someone will be like this guy today, trying to catch you all the time." With the last words, Hyuga Hayashi pointed at Cloud Shinobi who fell to the ground. And Yajayu's face gradually became serious, as if he had listened to Hyuga Hayashi's words. He nodded to Hyuga Hayashi and said seriously, "I see, uncle. Well, go home and sleep." Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly, and his tone suddenly became gentle, "Thank you for saving Hinata, and I will repay you in a few days." "Hey, you're welcome, everyone is from the same village." Yajayu scratched his head shyly again, and without asking Hyuga Hayashi what he was going to do with Cloud Shinobi, he waved at Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata and said, "Good night, uncle and that little sister." After speaking, Yajayu trotted towards the courtyard wall. With Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata watching, Yajayu's body went straight through that wall. White eyes, open. At this time, veins suddenly bulged on both sides of Hyuga Hayashi's temples. His eyes were seen through the wall, staring at Yajayu who was trotting on the street, and watched Yajayu return home. After remembering the location of Yajayu's house, Hyuga Hayashi closed his eyes just now, and told Hinata who was hugging his thigh, "Hinata, that is your benefactor, I will invite him to my house some other day, you must treat him well, friend." "Really?" Hinata's beautiful eyes lit up and she said slightly excitedly, "Can I go make friends too?" "Well, he's special." Hyuga Hayashi nodded, then touched Hinata's head and said, "You go back to sleep first, and I will deal with this guy." "Yes, father." Hinata nodded vigorously, and returned to her room to sleep expectantly. After Hinata left, Hyuga Hayashi finally showed anger on his serious face. Looking at Cloud Shinobi who fell on the ground, Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Cloud Shinobi, you dare to plot against the Hyuga clan." At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi wanted to beat Cloud Shinobi to death. But he knew that he couldn't do this, and he had to ensure the safety of this Cloud Shinobi. Then, Hyuga Hayashi picked up Cloud Shinobi and left the Patriarch's mansion in a blink of an eye. Yajayu didn't know how Hyuga Hayashi would deal with that Cloud Shinobi, but he reminded him that as long as he wasn't an idiot, he knew how to break the situation. If with his intervention, Hyuga Hisashi is still doomed to die, it can only show that Hyuga Hayashi and the Hyuga clan are useless. After returning home, Yajayu also went back to bed full of anticipation. It was Yajayu's intention to go to save Hinata tonight, and to reveal the transformation of reality and reality. The purpose is not to save Hyuga Hisashi, but to brush up Hyuga Hayashi's favor so that he can attack Hinata and Hanabi who has not yet been born. Because the sisters Hinata and Hanabi are Yajayu's favorite female characters. But it is not an easy task to attack them. Without amazing potential or high status, even if they can win their hearts, they will not be recognized by the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan is so realistic. Yajayu is very sure that Hyuga Hayashi will not report his blood succession limit to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but will help him keep it secret, and then slowly win him over. Even if Hyuga Hayashi reported it, Yajayu doesn't care. Sarutobi Hiruzen will only be ecstatic when he learns about Yajayu's blood inheritance limit, and then he will try his best to cultivate Yajayu. Because Konoha is currently at its weakest moment and urgently needs a cage-level strongman like Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato to appear. Especially Yajayu's parents, Chunin from the Hokage faction, were martyrs who sacrificed their lives for Konoha. As their son, Yajayu is simply the heir to the will of fire. Even if Shimura Danzo comes out to fight with him, Sarutobi Hiruzen will change his usual weakness and scold Danzo forcefully, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." And our Nakage-sama would only reply with a gloomy face, "Hiruzen, you will regret it." Chapter 3. The next day, Yajayu slept until almost noon and didn't wake up. When he went out to have breakfast, he found that the Cloud Shinobi messenger group had left Konoha. It is said that in the morning, the Cloud Shinobi envoys said that one of them was missing, and according to the tracking of the ninja beast, the location of the other person's disappearance was determined, which was near the clan of the Hyuga clan. The Cloud Shinobi envoys suspected that the Hyuga clan had killed them, and demanded to search the Hyuga clan. Their people disappeared in Konoha. If Konoha doesn't give an explanation, then they will report back to Raikage and continue to fight Konoha. Faced with the threat of the Cloud Shinobi messenger group, Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the titles is ninja, changed his strength and chose to persuade the Hyuga clan to let Cloud Shinobi and Umbu search the Hyuga clan. However, the Hyuga family strongly refused, saying that the other party's disappearance had nothing to do with them. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a dilemma and was about to discuss with the elders of Konoha, he actually let the elders put pressure on the Hyuga clan. But news came from Umbu that the messenger of Cloud Shinobi was not missing, but just left the hotel secretly and went to the hot spring tavern for pleasure. This discovery made the Cloud Shinobi envoys stunned for a while. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, who took the changes in their expressions into his eyes, also realized something, and his face suddenly turned ugly. But in order to sign a peace agreement with Cloud Shinobi village, he can only endure it. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the unreasonable trouble of the Cloud Shinobi envoys this time and asked them to immediately sign a peace treaty with Konoha. The unreasonable Cloud Shinobi envoys could only sign a peace agreement with Konoha, and then left with an ugly face under Konoha's farewell. But Yajayu knows that this peace agreement is just a piece of waste paper that can be torn off at any time. After all, Tsunagakuer next door has torn up the alliance agreement with Konoha more than once. Cloud Shinobi village may not want to fight Konoha anymore. Although Konoha lost the 4th Hokage couple, Cloud Shinobi village also lost 3rd Raikage in the 3rd Ninja World War, and the 2 Jinchuriki are still relatively young. As for Konoha, although Orochimaru has defected, there are still Jiraiya and Tsunade who will return at any time, as well as Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha clan. If there is no all-out war and small-scale frictions, the financial resources of the Kingdom of Thunder are not as good as the Kingdom of Fire. If the fight continues, Cloud Shinobi will lose even more than Konoha, so this time maybe they just want to use the signing of the peace treaty to see if they can obtain one of the 3 pupil techniques like Kirigakure did. But Yajayu's intervention made the plan of Cloud Shinobi village fail and Hyuga Hisashi escaped. However, Hyuga Hayashi did not invite Yajayu to visit the Hyuga clan, nor did he give Yajayu any gifts, as if he had forgotten Yajayu's kindness. Until 3 days later, which is the last day of the year. Yajayu went out to look for a practice site, and was ready to wait until he learned the shadow clone technique to start developing space-time ninjutsu. Then on the only way home, in front of Yajayu, a familiar short figure suddenly appeared. Lu. Yajayu-kun, hello. I saw that short figure, as if waiting here for Yajayu. When she saw Yajayu appear, she trotted over immediately, her cheeks flushed, and she greeted Yajayu nervously. Looking at Hinata who dared not look directly at him, Yajayu laughed teasingly, "We meet again, little sister, oh no, it should be Missy. My name is Hyuga Hinata." Hinata secretly looked up at Yajayu, and after his eyes met Yajayu, he lowered his head in disappointment, turning his fingers in a small voice. "Hinata, what a nice name." Yajayu sighed in admiration, and stopped teasing Hinata, but asked, "Why did you stand there alone just now, did you get lost?" "No, I'm here to wait for you." After hearing Yajayu's words, Hinata came to his senses and explained the reason why he was waiting for him here. "Master Father asked me to come over and invite you to my house for dinner. He wanted to thank you for saving me that night." "Well, I haven't had a big family dinner yet." Yajayu continued to play a 3-year-old child, showing a greedy look. Looking up at Yajayu who seemed to be drooling, compared with the calm and domineering Yajayu who forcefully pulled himself into the closet that night, covering her mouth to protect her, it was full of contrast. However, this sense of contrast made Hinata's inner tension dissipate a lot. "Yajayu-kun, please follow me." So, Hinata took the initiative to take Yajayu and walked towards the house. Just when Yajayu followed Hinata to the Hyuga clan, a ninja wearing a green vest appeared out of thin air not far from their original location. If Hinata sees this ninja, he will find that the other party is the guard arranged by his father. Arriving at the patriarch's mansion of the Hyuga clan, Yajayu found that Hyuga Hayashi was already waiting for them at the door. Seeing this scene, Yajayu couldn't help but think a little bit more about Hyuga Hayashi. Although children in this world are very precocious and know how to love at a few years old, orphans like Yajayu and Naruto even started to live alone at the age of 3. But at the age of 3, he was just an ignorant child after all. Yajayu thinks that his acting skills are very good, and he perfectly plays a 3-year-old child. And Hyuga Hayashi, there is no need to attach so much importance to a child. Because children don't understand these etiquettes. But Hyuga Hayashi did it anyway, even if Yajayu didn't understand, he gave Yajayu great respect. It has to be said that his behavior really gained the favor of Yajayu, whose soul is an adult from other world. "Hi uncle, we meet again." After Yajayu followed Hinata to Hyuga Hayashi, he greeted Hyuga Hayashi very politely. "Welcome to the Hyuga clan, Yajayu." At this time, Hyuga Hayashi also changed from the seriousness of the previous days, showing a gentle smile on his face, and softly apologized to Yajayu. "The clan has been busy with affairs these days, so I am sorry that I couldn't invite you here immediately." "No, I'm fine." Yajayu quickly waved his hand, scratched his head and said, "I just don't want people from other villages to bully our villagers. You really don't need to thank me specifically. Hehe. Let's go in and talk about it first." Hyuga Hayashi is once again fooled by Yajayu's acting. After a slight smile, he raised his hand sideways to signal Yajayu, and then walked in front. Yajayu and Hinata followed closely behind. Entering Hinata's house openly for the first time, Yajayu was not surprised by the big house. For Yajayu, who is used to seeing high-rise buildings, the buildings in this world are very ordinary. The tallest Hokage building is not even as tall as some rural self-built houses. Yajayu is more interested in Hyuga Hayashi's wife, Hinata's mother, than the house. Being able to give birth to two super beautiful women, Hinata and Hanabi, Hinata's mother is naturally also a beautiful woman. Like the future Hinata, Hinata's mother has long black hair and a gentle and virtuous temperament, but she has squinted eyes, and I don't know if she has the attribute to hide her black belly. Under the introduction of Hyuga Hayashi, Yajayu also knew the name of Hinata's mother, which was Hyuga. Seeing Yajayu, Hyuga, who is not yet pregnant with Hanabi, is also very enthusiastic. She loves this cute little boy full of potential who saved her daughter. Yajayu soon ascertained that this married woman was indeed hiding a black belly. Because just met, Yajayu's little face full of baby fat suffered. But Yajayu, whose little face was ravaged, couldn't get angry and kept smiling. Looking at Yajayu who smiled forcefully, Hyuga liked it even more. Looking at the smiling Hyuga, Yajayu swears in his heart. Just wait until your daughter gets to D and see if I don't play it to E. Your daughter will suffer from old age in the future. Chapter 4. In the evening, Yajayu experienced the dinner table atmosphere of a big family for the first time and was extremely uncomfortable. Because Hyuga Hayashi and the others always eat while kneeling on the tatami. It was the first time for Yajayu to sit down and eat while kneeling. Of course, he couldn't get used to it. Fortunately, Hyuga Hayashi also saw that he was not used to it, and told him not to pay attention to so many etiquettes, but to sit however he wanted. Yajayu was relieved and sat cross-legged on the tatami instead. But he didn't notice the expressions of Hinata and Hyuga beside him when Hyuga Hayashi said this. Hinata opened her little mouth slightly, holding the bowl and looking at her father blankly, suddenly suspecting that she had picked it up from outside. Hyuga opened her narrowed eyes and looked at her husband again. Had it not been learned from Hyuga Hayashi that Yajayu's blood succession boundary is of the time-space type, and his potential is stronger than that of 4th Hokage, who is also a civilian genius, and that Yajayu's eyes are not white eyes, Hyuga even suspects that Yajayu is Hyuga Hayashi outside illegitimate son. Is this still the husband who pays great attention to etiquette and is full of majesty as the head of the family? You never looked like this when you were chasing me. Yajayu doesn't know what Hinata and Hyuga think. After changing the sitting position, the food in front of me tasted better. Yajayu, when you practiced blood succession ninjutsu, did you practice it at home? At this time, Hyuga Hayashi took the initiative to break the rules again and actually talked to Yajayu while eating. Yajayu didn't know why Hyuga Hayashi asked. But Hyuga Hayashi's words played right into Yajayu's hands. Yajayu shook his head distressedly and said, "No, my blood successor limit is too powerful. Once when I was cooking by myself, I accidentally covered the kitchen knife with chakra, almost destroying the kitchen." Oh! Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes flashed a hint of shock, and he asked, "Could it be that your Sweji ninjutsu can also be used on foreign objects?" "Yes." Yajayu continued to play the role of a child who had no secrets. While eating, he said honestly, "When I mobilized chakra, I found that I could transform chakra into a special energy, which should be the power of time and space that Uncle you mentioned. I can cover myself with this power of time and space, making my body nothingness, and I can also cover external objects, but that's very difficult, and I only succeed a few times occasionally. And I discovered that you can't cover sharp objects with that power, otherwise you will destroy the thing in front of you accidentally." Yajayu said extremely terrifying words in a very innocent tone. Just when he finished his last sentence, the faces of Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga were filled with unconcealable horror. As senior ninjas, they have already simulated the scene Yajayu said in their minds. Covering the power of time and space on sharp foreign objects will destroy the things in front of you if you are not careful. This is undoubtedly nature transformation. And this attack is clearly time and space / coupled with the ability to turn the body into nothingness. Isn't this the strongest spear and shield? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi was filled with ecstasy. With Yajayu's blood inheritance limit, even if he only knows these two moves, he will be one of the strongest ninjas in the ninja world in the future, and even the most terrifying assassin in the ninja world. And now only he knows the potential of this child. If he becomes a member of the Hyuga clan, then the Hyuga clan will definitely surpass the Uchiha clan in the future and become the most powerful family in Konoha. At that time, they will no longer have to look at the face of Konoha's senior management. So, Hyuga Hayashi showed a gentle smile again, and smiled at Yajayu. In this case, when you are free, come here to practice. Yajayu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, my ability is too destructive, it would be bad to destroy uncle's things in your house." "Hehe, you may not know enough about the Hyuga clan." Hyuga Hayashi finally revealed the majesty of the patriarch of the wealthy family, and said lightly, "The Hyuga clan is one of the most powerful ninja clans in Konoha, and our blood successor limit boundary is one of the 3 major pupil arts in the ninja world, and has the strongest ninja clan. There are hundreds of family members in Gentle Fist, and the number of broken wooden golem piles just practiced every day is 3 digits. No matter how strong your ability is, no matter how many things you destroy, it is insignificant to our Hyuga family. This loss is nothing compared to your kindness in saving Hinata and preventing me from killing Cloud Shinobi." "Good, so amazing." Yajayu looked at Hyuga Hayashi with his mouth wide open and his eyes shining. Seeing Yajayu's expression of admiration, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but smile inwardly. "Great, hooked." But he didn't know that Yajayu, who was looking at him with admiration on his face, also showed a smile in his heart. "Great, it worked. In the future, I will be able to come to the Hyuga clan openly and develop relationships with Hinata and Hanabi. There is no need to go out to find a training ground, the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan is his training ground." Therefore, Yajayu no longer refused, but said excitedly, "In this case, then I will not be polite in the future. I also want to ask you, uncle, how to be a powerful ninja." "Hehe, you can come here anytime." Hyuga Hayashi regained his gentle look and smiled, "If you come over, Hinata also has a playmate. After the kidnapping incident a few days ago, I am worried about Hinata going out to make friends. If you take care of her, I will feel relieved." "No problem, I'll protect Hinata." Yajayu patted his chest, showing the appearance of a little adult, and promised. Hyuga Ryana opened her squinted eyes again, looked at her husband meaningfully, then glanced at Hinata who was blushing, and Yajayu who didn't understand what Hyuga Hayashi said at all. This married woman who hides her dark-bellied nature couldn't help showing an interesting smile on her face. Is Ananda trying to find a son-in-law for Hinata? If it's Yajayu, then I don't object either. However, the couple didn't know that Yajayu also readily agreed with the idea of finding a child bride-in-law. And it's not just Hinata he's eyeing, but also their second daughter who's not yet pregnant. If they knew, they would definitely change their minds and throw Yajayu out of the house. In this way, Yajayu became the first outsider who could freely enter and exit the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 5. Yajayu is a very thick-skinned person, which can be seen from the way he plays the role of a 3-year-old child without any shame. After receiving permission to freely enter and leave the patriarch's mansion, Yajayu then ran to Hinata's house every day. Hyuga Hayashi eats the food cooked by his wife and teases his daughter every day, and Hyuga Hayashi still looks happy. And when practicing, there is also the guidance of elite jonin, Hyuga Hayashi. This kind of life is simply too pleasant. While coaching Yajayu, Hyuga Hayashi's heart was also hit many times. Because he discovered that Yajayu has learned the 3-body technique and Konoha body flicker technique. I looked at the Hyuga Hayashi of chakra in Yajayu's body with supercilious eyes, and I am sure that the amount of chakra in Yajayu is not even 1/5 of that of ordinary genin. With such a little chakra, you must have a strong ability to control chakra before you can use the 3-body technique and Konoha body flicker technique. Apparently, Yajayu mastered the 3-body technique and the Konoha body flicker technique on his own without anyone's guidance. His talent in chakra control is astonishing. No wonder he was able to turn chakra nature transformation into the power of time and space at such a young age. This discovery made Hyuga Hayashi more determined to train Yajayu to be Hinata's future husband. With the virtual and real switching and the Konoha body flicker technique, as well as Hyuga Hayashi's deliberate protection, no one knew about Yajayu's constant going in and out of the Hyuga clan leader's mansion. Even Hyuga Hisashi's younger brother, Hyuga Hisashi, who was changed by Yajayu and survived, doesn't know. The appearance of Yajayu makes Hyuga Hayashi unlike the original book, where Hinata is cultivated as the hope of the family, and she is trained in a high-pressure way every day. Usually every once in a while, Hyuga Hayashi will let Hinata compete with Hyuga Niji to see the gap between the new generation of the main family and the branch house. But now, Hyuga Hayashi hasn't pitted Hinata against Hyuga Niji for a long time. Because he did not entrust the hope of the Hyuga clan to Hinata. Instead, Yajayu is regarded as the future of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, Hinata's fate has also changed. She didn't indirectly kill her uncle, she didn't run out of the house a few days ago, and she didn't meet the son of destiny in this world on the road. The relationship between Hinata and Naruto has been cut off by Yajayu. Hinata, who does not have high expectations from her father, does not need to work hard every day. Not only does she have a peer to chat with, but she can also learn to press flowers from her mother. Hinata is undoubtedly happy in this life. No pressure also means that Hinata will not be as shy and inferior as the original. In this way, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of May in the 52nd year of Konoha. In the past few days, the Hyuga clan has been lively again after a long absence. Because the patriarch's wife is pregnant with her second child. In the first half of next year, they will have another second young master or second princess. After learning that her mother was pregnant, Hinata was very happy, and she was going to be an older sister too. Yajayu is also very happy. In March next year, my sister-in-law will be born. But after being happy, Yajayu seemed to think of something, and his heart sank. In the original book, Hyuga Liangna only appears on the family portrait. On the family photo, if I remember correctly, it happened not long after Hanabi was born. This also means that after Hanabi is born, the countdown to Hyugarina's lifespan also begins. After getting along for this period of time, Yajayu likes this future mother-in-law who hides her dark-bellied nature very much. If possible, he didn't want the mother-in-law to leave this world so early. So, Yajayu worked harder to refine chakra, and got a medical ninjutsu training scroll from Hyuga Hayashi. With the help of the system's second learning skills, Yajayu mastered the basic medical ninjutsu in an instant, but he was not exposed until 3 days later. Even so, the speed surprised Hyuga Hayashi. Watching Yajayu heal a dying fish in just a few seconds is not like he just learned it. Hyuga Hayashi's talent for controlling Yajayu's chakra has been refreshed again. When the time came to the second half of Konoha's 52nd year, it was winter. Yajayu found an excuse and invited Hyuga Liangna to be his training object, warming her body with medical ninjutsu every day. Since the basic medical ninjutsu did not hurt, Hyuga Liangna did not refuse, and Hyuga Hayashi did not stop, but felt relieved. As Yajayu's teacher, he knows very well that Yajayu's basic medical ninjutsu has reached a level that ordinary medical ninjas are inferior to. Just wait until chakra is satisfied, and then you can start practicing advanced healing jutsu. Therefore, Yajayu uses his wife's body to practice medical ninjutsu every day, which is actually an act of repelling the cold for his wife. In the eyes of Hyuga Hayashi, it is the embodiment of filial piety. Sure enough, he was right. If Hyuga Hayashi knew that Yajayu wanted to change his wife's fate so that his wife would not die in a few years, it would definitely be more touching. Yajayu didn't know whether his actions would be effective. But now, in addition to helping Hyuga Liangna warm and nourish her body every day, he can only wait until Hanabi is born, and let Hyuga Liangna go to the hospital for physical examination every once in a while. If the fate of Hyuga Liangna still cannot be changed, it can only mean that it is destined by heaven. When the time jumped slightly, from the 52nd year of Konoha to March of the 53rd year of Konoha. Unknowingly, Yajayu and Hyuga Hayashi's family have known each other for more than a year. For more than a year, both Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna regarded Yajayu as their half-son. Yajayu comes to Hinata's house almost every day, and Hyuga Hayashi and his wife even prepared a room for him, just next door to Hinata. Yajayu spends almost all of his afternoon naps in this room, and sometimes stays at Hinata's house. Hyuga Hayashi and his wife asked Yajayu to live in their house more than once. Yajayu was also very tempted, but still refused. Because he moved here, he would have no secrets. After all, after he has enough chakra, Yajayu will secretly leave Konoha to make plans for his future. And after more than a year, the amount of chakra in Yajayu, according to Hyuga Hayashi's evaluation, has been 2/3 of that of ordinary genin. This is definitely genius level. Even if ordinary people have the aptitude to become a ninja, it is already very remarkable for a 12-year-old chakra to be able to use a C-level ninjutsu. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who is a genius, surprised Kakashi by using the Great Fireball technique during a survival drill. Yajayu's parents in this life are just a chinin. If he hadn't awakened the space-time blood successor, then he would not be able to break the bloodline restriction. As for the fact that the parents are ordinary chinin, why does Yajayu have such a strong blood inheritance limit? Hyuga Hayashi did not suspect that Yajayu was not his own, but believed that Yajayu's blood succession limit should be passed down from generation to generation, and it was still in the Sengoku period before Konoha was established after an unknown number of generations. This is not a special case. Konoha has this kind of ancient ninja who only appears once every few eras. That ancient ninja clan is the Pommel Horse clan, who are good at illusion. Similarly, wood-style Suijijija, which was used by first Hokage Senju Hashirama to calm the troubled times, has also become such an example. Because since the first Hokage, no one from the Senju clan has awakened wood style until only Tsunade is left. Of course, Yajayu's chakra will be much stronger than ordinary genin in the future. But compared with Kakashi, it is still a far cry. Although Kakashi was jokingly called a calculation unit in his previous life, his chakra amount is far inferior to that of Namikaze Minato among the ninjas without blood successors. Kakashi, who can use multiple shadow clone techniques at the age of 5, was completely dragged down by Sharingan in the original book. In Kakashi's official novel, Kakashi who lost the Sharingan did not become weaker, but quickly perfected his Zidian and became a 5-kage level powerhouse. At that time, he had so many chakras that he could easily create an earth flow wall surrounding the entire Konoha, and complete the crystallization of the earth flow wall. Only a lightning style of Uchiha Sasuke's level could break through. This shows how amazing Kakashi's chakra is. The bloodless successor ninja that can be compared with it, or overwhelmed by it, is probably only Hoshigaki Kisame, who has same Hata, known as the Tailless Beast. Chapter 6. After more than a year, the relationship between Yajayu and Hinata has also improved by leaps and bounds. But to prevent Hinata from treating Yajayu as an older brother, whether it is Yajayu himself, or Hyuga Hayashi and his wife, they deliberately guide Hinata's feelings. Yajayu is okay, at most he just controls his attitude, sometimes he is enthusiastic about Hinata, sometimes he is flat, and keeps a certain distance from Hinata. After all, I am too familiar, so I will be embarrassed to take off my pants in the future. As for Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna's guidance to Hinata, it's just that Yajayu doesn't know, otherwise he will be stunned. Because they told Hinata very directly that Yajayu was her future husband, the future son-in-law of the Hyuga clan. In Yajayu's previous life, this kind of behavior was outrageous, and the other party would not understand even if he said it. But in this world where the average life expectancy of the people is extremely low, and people who know how to be jealous and love at the age of 6 are very normal. Because from ancient times to the present, children in the ninja world have always matured so precociously. Not only that, when Hinata learns flower pressing from Hyuga Rihanna will also teach Hinata how to be a qualified wife. Under the guidance of her parents, Hinata, who is not as shy and inferior as the original, often blushes when she is alone with Yajayu and dare not look directly at her future husband. Yajayu thought it was the reason for keeping his distance. As everyone knows, he still has 2 best wingmen. When the time came to the 27th of March, a small incident spread throughout Konoha. That was the wife of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. She successfully gave birth to her second child, and the mother and daughter were safe. Although the second child is not a young master, the faces of the members of the Hyuga clan are still full of smiles. Only the atmosphere at the top of the family suddenly became strange. Hyuga Hisashi was the first person to come over to congratulate his brother, but there was no joy or worry on his face. Instead, he showed the same serious expression as Hyuga Hayashi. He looked at his brother and said words that only their brothers can understand. "Brother, have you made a decision?" To Hyuga Hisashi's surprise, his brother's face did not turn ugly because of his words. That expressionless face showed a rare smile. "Kaido, I have made a decision, and I will tell the clan elders about my choice when the time comes." "Who did you choose?" Hyuga Hisashi couldn't help but ask. "You'll know in a few years." Hyuga Hayashi gave it up, then ignored Hyuga Hisashi and went back to take care of his wife and daughter. Looking at Hyuga Hayashi's leaving back, Hyuga Hisashi suddenly understood why his father chose his brother as the clan and himself as the clan. "With this kind of mind, I am ashamed of myself." The Hyuga clan has a very strange rule. That is, a person born in a branch house, must be a branch house. If a person is born into the own family, if he is an only child, then he must be his own family, but if he gives birth to a second child, then as a father of two children, he must choose one as the own family and the other as the branch house, and engrave it with caged bird. Protect Byakugan, and protect the clan forever and ever for future generations. Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi are twin brothers. He was born just a little later than his brother, but he was engraved with caged bird and became a branch house controlled by the clan throughout his life. If you ask Hyuga Hisashi if his heart is balanced, it is definitely unbalanced. Especially when he saw that his gifted son needs to be engraved with a caged bird like himself, while Hinata, who is not as talented as his son, can have a flawless Byakugan and can control his son at will in the future. Hyuga Hisashi once he had murderous intentions towards Hinata. His murderous intention was also noticed by Hyuga Hayashi, and he was tortured to death by Hyuga Hayashi using caged bird. Hyuga Hisashi, who didn't know that he escaped the fate of his generational brother, was still full of hatred for the clan at this time. But now, seeing that the second daughter has just been born, she has already made a decision on who will inherit the main family and who will become Hyuga Hayashi of the branch house. Hyuga Hisashi's hatred for the main family can't help but dissipate a lot. As everyone knows, Hyuga Hayashi made a decision so quickly. It is because he and his wife have long decided to marry off Hinata in the future and let their second child inherit the clan. Although it is very embarrassing for the eldest lady of the Zone family to marry off, the elders of the clan will definitely stop it. But Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna believe that as long as the clan elders know the limit of Yajayu's blood succession, they will definitely support it with both hands and feet. Over a year later, Yajayu gave Hyuga Hayashi a lot of confidence. Over the past year, Yajayu has not only increased the amount of chakra, but also mastered basic medical ninjutsu. The biggest improvement is undoubtedly the blood succession limit of time and space. Back then Yajayu was not lying, but his body of time and space was really what he said. In addition to the transformation of reality and reality, he can also transform chakra into the power of time and space and cover objects. It's just that this operation is very difficult, just like it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to cover the chakra of nature transformation on their weapons. Once Yajayu can cover the weapon with the power of time and space, then his weapon is the time and space cut. If Yajayu masters Kakashi's Reikari and covers it with the power of time and space, he can also use Kamui Reikari, who injured Atsutsuki Kagaya in Kakashi's final battle. Over the past year, Hyuga Hayashi has witnessed Yajayu successfully cover the shuriken with the power of time and space more than once, cutting off the wooden golem pile like thin paper. For this reason, Hyuga Hayashi also specially customized an Iron Man pile, and the result was also easily chopped. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi wished that time would pass quickly. Yajayu, who has the strongest shield and strongest spear, even if he doesn't know any ninjutsu, will be one of the strongest in Konoha and the ninja world in the future. Not to mention, Yajayu's savvy is amazing. His only flaw is the lack of chakra. As long as Yajayu's chakra amount meets the conditions, Hyuga Hayashi can use the family heritage to train Yajayu into an all-round ninja. At that time, Yajayu will be a cage-level powerhouse who is even better than 4th Hokage. Of course, neither Hyuga Hisashi nor Yajayu himself knew about it. Because of Hyuga Hayashi's order not to expose himself to big shots too early, and Yajayu didn't want to expose himself too early. So the day Hanabi was born, Yajayu didn't pass by. Yajayu also did not visit the Hyuga family for a week after that. Although the etiquette in this world is different from the previous life, there will definitely be many people visiting the Hyuga clan these days. So these days, Yajayu stayed at home to refine chakra. I don't know if it's a coincidence. The amount of chakra refined in the past few days has made Yajayu's chakra just meet the conditions for practicing a ninjutsu. And this ninjutsu is Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 7. Shadow Clone Technique is an advanced clone technique that is different from elemental clones such as water clones and earth clones. Because Shadow Clone Technique can use chakra to create a physical clone, which not only has independent consciousness and anti-strike ability, but also the memory and experience of the clone will return to the main body after release. This means that Shadow Clone can be used not only for espionage, but also for attacking enemies and assisting body cultivation. Such a convenient and easy-to-use ability makes the Shadow Clone technique, like some elemental ninjutsu, widely spread in the ninja world. Whether it is the 5 major ninja villages or some small ninja villages, they all have mastered this clone technique. Yajayu has always wanted to master this ninjutsu. The instant learning ability of the game system requires a complete training method in order to be able to learn ninjutsu in seconds. This means that Chrono Body must be developed by Yajayu himself. Therefore, Yajayu must use Shadow Clone to assist himself. It's a pity that Yajayu's chakra can only create 1 Shadow Clone, and the duration is only 10 minutes. Just like Hyuga Hayashi's idea, Yajayu also hopes that time will pass quickly and his body will grow rapidly. In this way, the time came to October of Konoha's 53rd year. Half a year later, Konoha has not changed much. However, Hyuga Hayashi's house has become much more lively. I don't know if it's chakra, blood, or the reason why children in this world are so good. In less than 7 months, Hanabi has passed the stage of crawling and learning to walk, and can already run on tatame. At this rate, she might be able to call O'Neill sauce in a few months. Yajayu loves her future sister-in-law very much. While Hyuga is recuperating, Yajayu is almost always taking care of Hanabi, and Hinata can only watch by twirling his fingers. She also wants to take care of her younger sister, but unfortunately she is too timid to hold Hanabi, who is still a baby. After watching Yajayu learn how to take care of Hanabi just once, Hinata admired her future husband more and more. Hanabi, who was raised by Yajayu, is more dependent on Yajayu than Hinata. According to this trend, Hanabi should not become a sister control in the future, but a brother control. When Hanabi was half a year old, Hyuga Hayashi's family took a new family portrait, and this time also included Yajayu. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna stood behind the third child, Yajayu, and Hinata held Hanabi's little hand. All 5 of them had smiles on their faces. This family portrait also gave Yajayu a deeper recognition of Hyuga Hayashi's family. Under his rare childish appearance, Riina Hyuga agreed to go to Konoha Hospital for a medical examination every 3 months. The result of the second physical examination also made Hyuga Liangna and Hyuga Hayashi scared for a while. After returning home, the former hugged Yajayu's small face and kissed fiercely. It turns out that Hyuga Liangna's body really has a problem. It may be due to the postpartum weakness, the hidden disease that she ignored when she was a ninja, gradually broke out, and a certain organ of the body was rapidly failing. Fortunately, it was discovered early. If it was a few months later, even the best medical ninja would be powerless. So, how can the Hyuga Hayashi couple not feel scared? And the greater their fear, the greater their gratitude to Yajayu. They couldn't be more satisfied with Yajayu, who has been treated like a son. On the day of her return, Hyuga Riina began a long-term recuperation. If it is an ordinary person, it must be hospitalized. But as one of the Konoha giants, the Hyuga clan, they can not only have doctors come to their door, but also have professional medical ninjas at home. If it weren't for the lack of professional medical equipment in the family, they wouldn't even need to go to the hospital for a physical examination. His wife has entered long-term recuperation, and Hyuga Hayashi has to deal with family affairs all day long. The task of taking care of Hanabi really fell on Yajayu and Hinata this time. In this regard, Yajayu didn't know whether to lament whether the husband and wife had a big heart, or whether they were really so relieved and trusting in themselves. In order to take better care of Hanabi, Yajayu gradually stayed at Hinata's house. And Hinata doesn't know whether it's because of being brainwashed, or because she has been immersed in her own playhouse, but she is really like his wife, who is tired of taking care of Hanabi by Yajayu's side, and obeys Yajayu's words, very well behaved. Gradually, the time jumped to November 15th. On this day, Yajayu, who was going home to get something, accidentally heard a big news. That is above the Hyuga clan. After the decline of the Senju clan, it is now recognized as the #1 powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, which is recognized as the #1 wealthy family in Konoha. He made great achievements in the Third Ninja War. Technique Uchiha Shisui, known as Shisui of instantaneous body, died. Not only dead, but even the body disappeared. If it weren't for the suicide note left behind, which is indeed the authentic work of Uchiha Shisui, no one would believe that the #1 powerhouse of the Uchiha clan would just die like this. The death of Uchiha Shisui also caused Konoha, who lost the 4th Hokage couple and Orochimaru, to lose his strength again. However, the most serious losses are undoubtedly the Uchiha family, who are preparing to launch a coup. The death of Uchiha Shisui led them to terminate the plan. And Yajayu knew they would be preparing another coup 2 years later. At that time, it will also be the time for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Yajayu. He has a body of time and space and a game system, and he is not interested in the Uchiha family's color contact lenses. The destruction of this arrogant family has nothing to do with him. However, the countdown to the extinction of the Uchiha clan reminded Yajayu of a ninja clan that had been extinct for a long time. Wait until there is a little more chakra, maybe I can change the fate of another girl. Chapter 8. Konoha, March 25, 54. Before she knew it, Yajayu had been in this world for nearly 6 years. Although not long after he was born, his parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, but Yajayu in this life is not lacking in family love. Both Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna treat him like a son, and the status and treatment in Hinata's family are much higher than Hinata's. Although this family relationship was bought by Yajayu with his strength and potential. But it is also like this, let Yajayu understand the importance of strength. Whether it is the previous life or the world of Hokage, it is a world where the weak prey on the strong and the strong are respected. It's just that this world of high martial arts with superpowers is even more obvious. Therefore, after awakening the game system and discovering that his cheat is the body of time and space and learning skills in seconds, Yajayu focuses on refining chakra every day, and secondarily develops the body of time and space. After mastering the shadow clone technique, Yajayu can temporarily focus on 2 purposes: let shadow clone help him develop the body of time and space, and the body only needs to refine chakra. With the efforts of Yajayu, and the body of time and space broke the bloodline restriction. Yajayu, who is 6 years old this year, has reached a stage where his strength is both clear and vague. What is clear is that his amount of chakra is at the genin level and is larger than normal genin. Thanks to the food from Hyuga Hayashi's family. As he grows older, Hinata's attributes of a big eater are gradually revealed. Hinata, who has never felt inferior in this life, did not deliberately hide her attributes of a big eater. With Yajayu's reminder, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Riina also discover the hidden talent of the eldest daughter. As a result, the food in Hyuga Hayashi's family began to become more abundant. As Hyuga Liangna enters the recuperation period, all kinds of medicinal food are also available. While little ones can't take too many supplements yet, Hyuga Hayashi prepared nutritious meals for Yajayu and Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi is well aware of Yajayu's current flaw, which is the lack of chakra. Chakra is the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. A strong physical fitness represents a strong body energy. As long as you practice hard and keep exercising your perseverance, your spiritual energy will also skyrocket. When both are elevated, it represents an increase in the amount of chakra. The Hyuga family has a big business. Of course, Hyuga Hayashi will not be stingy with this little money. Instead, he is very willing to invest in helping Yajayu and Hinata build a solid foundation of physical energy. Yajayu is also very competitive. Apart from taking care of Hanabi, he spends his time refining chakra, or developing the body of time and space, and accepting the guidance of Hyuga Hayashi. Therefore, the chakra that Yajayu has improved in the past 6 months is like eating double experience pills. With Yajayu's current amount of chakra and the ninjutsu he has mastered, he can enter the ninja school like Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, and he can graduate early. What is vague is that Yajayu's combat power cannot be measured by chakra. Just like a ninja who masters S-rank ninjutsu has the power to threaten shadow. Now Yajayu has completely mastered the skill of time and space slash, as long as he hits the vital point, even the 5 shadows will be killed by him on the spot. Even if it is a 6 paths level powerhouse, if he is hit by his time and space slash, he will definitely be hurt. By the way, the reason why Yajayu can completely master the time-space slash is not that his chakra control has also improved by leaps and bounds, but the credit of the game system. Before that, Yajayu thought that the instant learning function of the game system was only helpful for ninjutsu. After all, the premise of instant learning was to have a complete training method. But Yajayu did not expect that there is a hidden mechanism for the second learning function. This hidden mechanism is, if Yajayu develops his own tricks. It only needs to be repeated 3 times to smoothly mobilize chakra, complete nature transformation or shape change, cover the object, or spit it out from the mouth. If it is successfully cast 3 times in a row, the game system will judge that Yajayu has learned this skill and automatically include this skill in the skill column. Once this jutsu appears in the skill bar, Yajayu will not make mistakes or be ineffective when casting it. This discovery made Yajayu pay attention to the game system again. With the body of time and space, he originally thought that learning the function in seconds would only be helpful when he wanted to practice a certain ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, the instant learning function can also help him develop the body of time and space. 3 years have passed, and Yajayu's data panel has only undergone slight changes. Host, Yajayu. Chakra attributes, yin, yang, wind, water, thunder. Blood succession boundary, body of time and space. Blood successor ninjutsu, virtual reality conversion, time and space slash. Ninjutsu, 3-body technique, Konoha body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, medical technique. It's still very simple, with only 1 more time and space slash than 3 years ago, as well as shadow clone technique and basic medical ninjutsu. Based on Yajayu's current relationship with Hinata's family, if he asks Hyuga Hayashi for elemental ninjutsu, Hyuga Hayashi will definitely satisfy him. Even if there is no one in the family, he will use other methods to help Yajayu get it. But Yajayu didn't do that because he wasn't very interested in elemental ninjutsu. Yajayu has already made plans for his future development direction. Yajayu, who possesses the ability to switch between reality and time-space slashing, will become the #1 killer in the ninja world in the future. He doesn't need so many elemental ninjutsu that require seals, he only needs Raise Non and Chidori, who will be developed into Muji by Uchiha Sasuke in the future. After Raise Non is integrated into nature transformation, it becomes an S-class Raisin Shuriken, which can make up for Yajayu's long-range and large-range shortcomings. Chidori and the evolved Reikari allow Yajayu to use time and space slash even when he loses his weapon. These 2 ninjutsus have been used by the first and second male since they were young. Yajayu will definitely find an opportunity to use them. After the amount of chakra increases a little, Yajayu also plans to develop Raise Non himself according to the teachings of the original book to see if the game system's second learning function will take effect. If it works, Yajayu might also be able to study Chidori and Reikari on his own. But compared to these, Yajayu's current focus is still on developing the body of time and space. Now that the time and space slash is completed, and has the strongest spear that can threaten the 5 shadows, even the super shadow and 6 paths level. It is also time to develop the time and space type teleportation. As long as he masters the time-space type body flicker technique, Yajayu can truly be fearless, no matter how big the ninja world is. The biggest flaw of Yajayu, why is the insufficient amount of chakra? The reason is that he does not have the time and space type body flicker technique. The transformation between virtual and real makes Yajayu neither have Kamui's weaknesses nor Kamui's strengths. The reason why Kamui with both eyes is called the strongest Mangekyo is because he can attack and defend, store objects and teleport, and is extremely versatile. The virtual real conversion can only allow Yajayu's body to enter a different space, but cannot be transported to other places like Kamui. Therefore, Yajayu can only run with his feet, or move with the Konoha body flicker technique. But the Konoha body flicker technique is just a high-speed movement. Even trainee genin, who has not yet graduated, can do it. If Yajayu encounters an invincible enemy, he can only use virtual reality conversion and body flicker technique to escape, but the premise is that his chakra amount is enough to support him to get rid of the enemy, otherwise when he runs out of chakra, he will die. This is Yajayu's biggest weakness right now. On the other hand, if Yajayu masters the time and space type body flicker technique, such as long-distance teleportation, or fixed-point teleportation like the Flying Thunder God technique, then he will be the most terrifying existence in the ninja world. The transformation between reality and reality that ignores all attacks, the time and space slash that kills with one hit, the time and space teleportation that will immediately escape if it cannot be defeated. Those who are targeted by Yajayu may not even dare to sleep. Chapter 9. Konoha, March 28, 54 Sunday. 8:25 am, the Patriarch's mansion of the Hyuga clan. Yajayu, Hinata will take care of you. Hyuga Liangna straightened Yajayu's collar, touched his head and said. Don't worry, with me here, no one dares to bully Hinata. Yajayu patted his chest and said. It's really reliable. I wish you all the best in your exams. Hyuga Liangna couldn't help pinching Yajayu's cheek again, and said with a smile, Go and come back quickly before Hanabi wakes up. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Mother. Yajayu and Hinata waved to Hyuga Liangna, and each took a document and walked out of the Hyuga clan's clan. Master Yajayu, Missy, good morning. Master Yajayu, Miss, I wish you all the best in your exams. Wherever they passed, members of the Hyuga clan greeted Yajayu and Hinata one after another. Yajayu also responded with a smile. Hinata was a little shy and nodded politely. If this scene is seen by foreigners, they will be stunned and their jaws will drop. How is this going? Why does the Hyuga clan, one of the wealthy Konoha families, treat a boy with no white eyes so respectfully? This has to pull the time back to last year again. Last year was definitely the year with the biggest changes for Yajayu. Not only a change in chakra and strength, but also a change in status. Hyuga Liangna's secret illness broke out, and Yajayu, who was staying in the Patriarch's mansion, was finally discovered by the elders of the Hyuga clan. At first, the elders of the Hyuga clan confronted Hyuga Hayashi very angrily. But after Hyuga Hayashi exposed Yajayu's blood inheritance limit and told the truth about the Cloud Shinobi messenger incident, these old guys changed their attitudes one by one. They were so kind to Yajayu, and they were like their own sons and grandsons. Even better. Hyuga Hayashi also took this opportunity to tell the elders of his decision that he would marry off Hinata and let Hanabi inherit the clan. In this regard, these old guys really raised their hands and feet in support. The mere family rules are nothing compared to the world's rarest blood succession in time and space. In the future, the children born by Yajayu and Hinata may inherit the time-space inheritance and white eyes of their parents at the same time. In this way, the Hyuga family will replace the Uchiha family and become the #1 family in Konoha and ninja world. In this way, Yajayu, a foreigner, no longer needs to hide, but can walk in the Hyuga clan openly. Under the deliberate concealment of Hyuga Hayashi and the elders, Yajayu who came and went in and out of the Hyuga clan did not come into the eyes of those big men. Those who saw Yajayu going in and out of the Hyuga clan also thought that Yajayu was just a friend of Hinata. As everyone knows, this boy is the future son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, who has been recognized and fully cultivated by the Hyuga clan. Closer to home, Yajayu and Hinata are going out today to prepare for the ninja school exam. This exam is an entrance exam. On March 1st, all Konoha's 6-year-old children received an application form. This application is the qualification to enter the ninja school. However, if you want to enter the ninja school and become a trainee ninja, you must pass the entrance examination. The Might Guy in the original book almost failed the entrance exam. This exam is very important for ordinary people. Because of this exam, the upper class and the lower class will be screened out. A child with ninja qualifications will naturally be a superior person in the future. Children without ninja qualifications will either have to obtain chakra heaven-defying in other ways to change their lives in the future, or they can only be ordinary people without chakra. But this exam, for ninja children and geniuses, is just a formality. Yajayu and Hinata fall into this category. So, Hyuga didn't send them to ninja school like other parents do. Hyuga Hayashi left home early to deal with clan or other matters. In the eyes of the couple, with Yajayu around, nothing will happen to Hinata. Even, Hyuga Hayashi also removed the guards. Let Yajayu and Hinata cultivate their relationship well, without light bulbs to eat melons in the dark. This is Hyuga Hayashi's trust in Yajayu. Arriving at the gate of the ninja school, Yajayu and Hinata immediately attracted a lot of attention. This kind of gaze appeared on the way to school. One is the scene of wealthy children walking shoulder to shoulder with foreigners, which is really rare. The second is Yajayu and Hinata, so conspicuous. Yes, Yajayu and Hinata stand out too much compared to other kids. Not only are they cuter and better looking than other children, it is not only their precocious temperament that makes them stand out, but also their height, which is a bit taller than the children at the school gate. The average height of children in this world is definitely inconsistent. After all, the living environments of the 5 great nations are different, and there are white and black people in the land of thunder. But Yajayu has been to the hospital for a physical examination and knows the average height of Konoha's children. The average height of 6-year-old children in Konoha is 115.3 centimeters. A 6-year-old with a height of more than 1.15 meters is considered taller than his peers. But the height of Yajayu and Hinata exceeded 1.2 meters. The former is 1.25 meters tall, while the latter is 1.23 meters tall. With such a height, Yajayu and Hinata look more like children in the upper class, and it is no wonder that they attract so many people's attention. Being scrutinized by so many eyes, Hinata lowered her head subconsciously, and moved a little closer to Yajayu. Yajayu ignored these gazes and glanced around. Among the children who were either accompanied by their parents or came alone like them, he saw a few faces that he would recognize even if they met for the first time. But seeing that they were all shorter than himself and Hinata, the corners of Yajayu's mouth couldn't help twitching. Isn't the meal between him and Hinata too good? Could it be that he also has the attributes of a big stomach king? Of course Yajayu knows why he and Hinata are so much taller than their peers. The reason is the food problem. As the saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. Hinata's big stomach king attribute makes her eat much more than her peers. What's even more frightening is that no matter how much she eats, she won't gain weight, and her body can absorb energy perfectly. There may be no difference between 1 meal and 2 meals, but after a year, the energy Hinata can draw from food is not comparable to that of ordinary children or ninja children. In particular, Hyuga Hayashi is not short of money, and specially asked the medical ninjas in the clan to prepare nutritious meals for Yajayu and Hinata. This has led to the fact that Hinata's physical energy is at the level of a big devil among her peers. The energy of the body is astonishing, and the body as an energy container must naturally reach a corresponding level. But 6 years old is so tall, and 12-year-old Hinata must be completely different from the original. In the future, it will reach E's mind, and maybe it will develop ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, in Yajayu's mind, Hinata, who has an amazing mind but still full of childishness, can't help but appear his Isn't this Tong Yanju Na Han? Just fantasizing about that scene, Yajayu wished that time would pass by quickly. The current self is not only weak, but also has no hair. Chapter 10. When Yajayu came back to his senses, the gate of the ninja school had been opened. At the door, there are two Chunin in green vests, who are responsible for collecting applications. Yajayu and Hinata lined up at the back, and after handing in the application form, they learned the location of the examination room from the two ninjas. This location is not anywhere, it is the school playground. Half an hour later, Yajayu and Hinata walked out of the school gate. They weren't the fastest going in, but they were first and second when they came out. Because of the difficulty of the entrance exam, it is too difficult for them. Especially in the final physical fitness test, which is the link to test the body's energy, Yajayu and Hinata are ahead of all their peers, finishing first and second. With this result, it is also destined that Yajayu and Hinata will be assigned to the top class when they are divided into classes. Really? When the results came out the next day, both Yajayu and Hinata were ranked first and second, and they were in the same class, Class 1, Grade 1. On April 1st, that's when the ninja school starts. By the way, March is the graduation season for the 6th graders. The second day after the results of these children in Yajayu were announced, it was also the graduation assessment for the 6th grade, and the 31st was the day of class placement. Today, 6 years later, there will be a new group of children who will enter the school just like they do now. But 6 years later, except for some inferior products that need to be remade, they rarely go back to school. Some of them will travel all over the world, risking their lives to complete the tasks arranged by the village. Some are transformational logistics or auxiliary, unless necessary, they will stay in the village and build Konoha. But now, how can a 6-year-old know this? With the dream of becoming ninjas, they walked into the teaching building to find their own classes and began to meet new friends. Precocious children even start to look for good-looking girls or boys, and launch a violent pursuit of them. Compared with them, Yajayu and Hinata, the childhood sweethearts, seem so different. Today's Yajayu did not stay at Hyuga Hayashi's house. But the person who woke him up was still Hinata. After a simple wash, Yajayu bit a piece of bread, took a bottle of milk, and walked towards the school with Hinata. If you look closely, you will find that the two are dressed in black and white. But Hinata wears a white coat on top, a black fishnet bottom shirt on the inside, and black trousers on the bottom. Yajayu wears a black coat on top, a white shirt on the inside, and black trousers on the bottom. In terms of shoes, Hinata's are wearing open-toed sandals like everyone else. Yajayu are custom-made black boots. The two are about the same height and have the same hair color. If one had red eyes and the other white eyes, one would have thought they were a pair of brother and sister. Just as their eye colors are different, Yajayu and Hinata have different auras. Although it is ridiculous to say that a 6-year-old child has temperament. But I have to admit that Yajayu and Hinata are children who can tell their personality at a glance. The girl not only dresses conservatively, but also walks very ladylike. Except when looking up at the boy, her eyes are always looking at the ground, which looks shy at first glance. A girl like this will generally be a Yamato Nadeko-style housewife in the future. The boy, on the other hand, was unrestrained, eating breakfast while walking, and did not dodge those gazes, but passed them very plainly, just like a precocious child. This has led to the combination of Yajayu and Hinata, whether on the street or in the school, becoming the object of everyone's attention. So cute, so cool. Hey, what's his name, what grade is he in? Don't guess, he should be in the 1st grade. How do you know? Nonsense, if he is so handsome, if he is a senior, how could we not know? It's deceiving, the 1st grade is so tall. Who is that girl next to him who lowers her head? It's an eyesore. Things were a little better on the street as Yajayu and Hinata walked into the school and immediately became the subject of discussion among the senior students. Yajayu is even more the target of discussion among girls. And Hinata also felt the hostile gaze for the first time, and felt a little flustered and uneasy. Although under the influence of Yajayu, Hinata no longer feels inferior. But low self-esteem and introversion are two different things. Apart from Yajayu and Hanabi, Hinata still has no friends and no one to talk to. Her communication skills are almost zero. And under the guidance of her parents, Hinata has already regarded Yajayu as her future husband. Now that he has just entered school, there are so many girls trying to rob her husband, how can Hinata not feel flustered? At the same time, she was really afraid that Yajayu would be taken away by other girls. Almost subconsciously, Hinata moved a little closer to Yajayu, grabbing Yajayu's arm with both hands. However, her act of seeking a sense of security caused those hostile gazes to soar again. Is this guy declaring his sovereignty? Yajayu was also surprised and glanced at Hinata, who was holding her arm with her head lowered, and was full of pleasure at her bold behavior. This strength is a bit limited to the Tsukuyomi version of Hinata. As long as she doesn't turn into a tigress, Yajayu will like Hinata very much no matter what she looks like. Little did they know that Hinata was almost scared to death at this time. It wasn't until she came to the door of grade 1 and didn't feel the hostile eyes that Hinata let go of Yajayu's arm and followed Yajayu into the classroom. At this time, many people were already sitting in the classroom. Among these people, Yajayu saw several familiar faces, some of whom he had met on the day of the entrance examination, and some of whom he met for the first time. They either came later than them or were in different examination rooms. Wow, so cool and cute. At this time, a blonde girl noticed Yajayu for the first time and exclaimed with shining eyes. This blonde girl is none other than Yamanaka Ino in the new generation Ino, Shika, Cho. Shikamaru, are they in the wrong class? Akimichi Koji, who sat in the row in front of Ino and was at the same table as Nara Shikamaru, asked while stuffing potato chips into his mouth. Yajayu is ranked number 1 in the overall entrance examination, and Hyuga Hinata is ranked number 2. They made no mistakes. Nara Shikamaru yawned and replied, we met them that day and took the same exam as them. It's just that you were busy eating and didn't notice them. Hearing Nara Shikamaru's words, Ino said with a pity look on her face, if I had known, I would not have gone to see little Sakura that day, but would have gone to school with you. Maybe I would have gotten to know him that day. However, Ino didn't see the corner of Nara Shikamaru's mouth twitching slightly in front of her, and she felt a groan in her heart. I didn't see you guys come to school together today, it's obviously a plastic sisterhood. As if noticing Ino's gaze, Yajayu also cast his gaze towards Ino Shikacho, and then walked towards them with Hinata. He's coming, he's coming. Seeing this scene, Ino suddenly became excited. When Yajayu took Hinata to the row with Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji, Ino, who was very bold and had strong communication skills, immediately moved her position and invited, Yajayu-kun, Hinata, do you want to sit in my seat, beside? Yajayu and Hinata both looked at Ino in surprise, obviously not expecting the other party to know about them. Thanks. Immediately, Yajayu nodded politely, and then said to Hinata, Hinata, go and sit next to her. Yes. Hinata obeyed Yajayu's words, nodded obediently, and then sat next to Ino. Yajayu said politely to Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji, excuse me, can I sit next to you? Please go ahead. Nara Shikamaru was slightly startled when she met Yajayu's eyes and looked at those red eyes. After a few seconds, he nodded. Thanks. Yajayu smiled and nodded, then sat next to Nara Shikamaru. By the way, desks in this world are designed for 3 people per table. Yajayu happens to be at the same table as Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji, and there is still room at the table for Hinata and Ino. Introduce yourself, my name is Yajayu, her name is Hyuga Hinata, please give me your advice. After sitting down, Yajayu introduced himself and Hinata to Ino, Shika, Cho without asking why Ino knew their names. My name is Nara Shikamaru, his name is Akimichi Koji, please give me some advice. Nara Shikamaru also responded very politely. If you look closely, you will find that when Nara Shikamaru responded, he didn't look as lazy as before, and the corners of his mouth even curved. It's interesting, I met a similar person when I first entered school. It seems that ninja school is not so boring after all. Just by looking at each other, Nara Shikamaru determined that Yajayu was a precocious child like him. In other words, their precociousness is much greater than that of their peers. Chapter 11. My name is Yamanaka Ino, Mr. Yajayu, Hinata, please give me your advice. After Nara Shikamaru introduced herself and Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino spoke very enthusiastically immediately. Please advise, classmate Ino. Yajayu politely said Kaido. He, just call me Ino, that's what my friends call me. Ino smiled with her beautiful eyes bent into crescents. I see, Ino. Yajayu nodded with a smile. After introducing themselves, Yajayu and Hinata officially met Ino, Shika, Cho. A social circle that belongs exclusively to them was officially established. But soon, another person joined their social circle. Well, hello, my name is Harano Sakura, you can just call me Small Sakura. The pink-haired girl seems to have not yet awakened her dual personality. She is very shy and timid, similar to Hinata. In order to take care of her best friend, Ino sat in the middle, and her front table was Nara Shikamaru. Hinata is sitting on her left with Yajayu at the front table. Harano Sakura is seated on her right, with Akimichi Koji at the front table. These two tables are also the social circle and territory of the 5 strong and 1 traveler. Yajayu, how did you meet Hinata? After getting acquainted, Nara Shikamaru took the initiative to find topics, and at the same time asked out of curiosity from the heart. Good question. Ino, who was sitting behind Nara Shikamaru, immediately gave a thumbs up in his heart. She is also curious about the relationship between Yajayu and Hinata. As a ninja child, Ino already knew that Hinata was the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. In Yajayu's eyes, one can see that he is not from the Hyuga clan. So, as a foreigner, how did he meet Hinata, and how did the two become inseparable? In an accident, I saved Hinata, and then the two of us met and became friends. Yajayu's simple Kaido did not lie. I see. Nara Shikamaru believed it, but not all of it. The rich and powerful are all proud. As for the degree of pride, this can be seen from the Uchiha family. What kind of life-saving grace is needed, so that the Hyuga clan can let the eldest lady of the clan let go, make friends with an ordinary foreigner, and be inseparable like a follower? It was obvious that Yajayu was hiding something, or something was hiding in him. But Nara Shikamaru didn't ask, after all, their relationship is not to that extent. Wow, the hero saves the beauty, so romantic. Ino didn't have as many thoughts as Nara Shikamaru, she just made up the picture by herself, and looked at Hinata next to her with envy. Hinata smiled timidly, her heart was as sweet as eating honey. The image of Yajayu breaking into her room, pulling her forcefully into the closet, and covering her mouth is often played back in Hinata's mind. Especially after her parents pointed out that Yajayu was her future husband, Hinata would recall such scenes several times every day when she fell asleep. Even when I dreamed many times, I was recreating the scene of that day, but it was slightly modified by magic. And these dreams of magic reform are also one of the keys to the gradual change of Hinata's feelings for Yajayu. Of course, none of this Yajayu knew. How did you know each other? As a courtesy, Yajayu also asked about Ino, Shika, Cho, and how Ino and little Sakura got to know each other. The people who answered him were Nara Shikamaru and Ino. Akimichi Koji and little Sakura, like Hinata, sat quietly next to them. It can also be seen from here that Yajayu, Nara Shikamaru, and Ino will be the leaders of this small circle. As for who will take the lead in the future, it depends on whose ability is greater. But in Yajayu's eyes, these people are part of his future team. This is why Yajayu took Hinata and took the initiative to come and get to know Ino, Shika, Cho. Among the 9 strong men, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the only ones. If you build a relationship with them, your future will definitely be bright. But Yajayu has no intention of making friends with them. Because these two people are so conspicuous, after the Uchiha clan is destroyed, their every move will be under the surveillance of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. If you get too close to them, Yajayu will also get into the eyes of these big shots in advance. Of course, this is not the point. The key thing is that Yajayu is not the kind of person who is willing to submit to others. On the contrary, time travelers are arrogant beings. Without cheat, Yajayu would certainly not be arrogant. As long as he could survive, he would do anything, including giving up beautiful things and people. But with cheat, and cheat's strength and potential, he can be fearless of anything, and Yajayu certainly won't let go of this arrogance. This arrogance will gradually become more and more obvious as Yajayu grows up. But Yajayu has not noticed this yet. Just when Yajayu and the others were chatting, students kept coming into the classroom from outside, and the surrounding seats were filled with people unconsciously. Among the students who came in, Yajayu saw the very cute Uchiha Sasuke who had not become cold yet. We also saw Naruto who was a little timid and had not yet used his mischievous ways to attract attention. As well as Aberame Shino and other young heroes who are currently wearing sunglasses and putting their hands in the pockets of their windbreakers, looking cool. Yajayu will spend the next 6 years with them, becoming one of the strongest and most legendary members of the ninja school since its establishment. When the school bell rang, Umino Irika, who would accompany them for the next 6 years to get promoted, walked in from outside. On the podium, Umino Irika first introduced himself and then asked the students to introduce themselves. After the self-introduction session was over, Umino Irika organized the students from grade 1 and class 1 to the school playground. After a while, Yajayu saw a figure that was obviously his first time, but whose identity he recognized at a glance, walking onto a specially built podium. That figure is the principal of the ninja school and the leader of Konoha. He is also one of the culprits who caused Konoha to fall into its weakest period. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped onto the podium, he began to talk about the will of fire, planting the seeds of protecting Konoha in the hearts of this generation of newborns. It has to be said that although Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is the weakest among the Hokage in the past, his eloquence is the strongest among the Hokage in the past. Under his highly eloquent speech, these 6-year-old children, who were as blank as a piece of paper, were more or less tainted with his color. Except Yajayu. From Yajayu's perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time is just like the MLM leaders of MLM organizations in previous lives. But as the same principal, Sarutobi Hiruzen is simply inferior compared to the principles of Yajayu in his previous life. The speeches given by the principals in previous lives always started at 1 or 2 hours. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech ended in less than half an hour. Chapter 12. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, Yajayu and others followed Umino Irika back to the classroom. Then, just like the school in the previous life, the textbooks began to be distributed. After receiving the textbooks, Umino Irika immediately gave lessons to Yajayu and others. And the first class was history. If a person wants to be promising and to do great things, he must first open his eyes, no matter which world he is in. This first lesson is to let Yajayu and others re-understand the world. For the next 3 months, the ninja school did not teach Yajayu and others ninjutsu, and even the practice method of 3-body technique was not distributed, but the method of chakra extraction was distributed to them. Except that Umino Irika will take them out to exercise in the morning and afternoon when it is shady, the rest of the time they spend their cultural lessons in the classroom. While popularizing common sense to Yajayu and others, at the same time teaching Yajayu and others more esoteric characters, etc. Yajayu knew that Umino Irika was laying the groundwork for them. But such a foundation, Yajayu does not need. Therefore, after 1 month, Yajayu did not have his body to go to the ninja school, but let Shadow Clone go to class instead of him. With Yajayu's current amount of chakra, as long as the Shadow Clone is not allowed to fight, it is very easy for the Shadow Clone to last for a morning. And Yajayu himself did not go to Hyuga Hayashi's house to play with Hinobi, or let Hyuga Hayashi guide him in practice. Instead, use the transformation technique, go to the store and buy a lot of balloons and rubber balloons, then use the transformation technique and virtual reality conversion, easily leave Konoha, and practice Raise Non outside. Yajayu knew the 3 stages of practicing Raise Non, and he also wrote down these 3 stages to see if the game system recognized it and could let him learn Raise Non in seconds. The result is of course a failure. Rasengan's true cultivation method must still hide some details that Jiraiya did not mention. If the cultivation method is incomplete, the instant learning function of the game system cannot be triggered. Yajayu is not discouraged, because he still has a very bold idea. Maybe he can exploit the loopholes in the game system. The 3 stages of Raise Non are easier said than done, and not too difficult. The first stage is to rotate, mainly to concentrate chakra on the palm of your hand. The practice method is to inject chakra into the water polo, and let chakra break the water polo to be considered a success. The second stage is power, allowing chakra, who is concentrated on the palm of his hand, to have the power to burst a rubber balloon. From water polo to rubber balloon, the difficulty has been directly increased by several levels. Naruto in the original book has such a huge amount of chakra that he can continue immediately if he fails, and it still took 3 weeks to complete the second stage. But it only took Yajayu 2 weeks to complete the second stage. To be precise, it was after chakra was able to spin in the palm that Yajayu skipped the second stage. The third stage is to maintain, without the help of water polo or rubber ball, just let chakra form a chakra ball without planning rotation in the palm of your hand. If this chakra ball does not dissipate, then the Raise Non is considered half finished. Next, increase the energy compression of the chakra ball to make it powerful enough to break a big tree, or destroy the interior of an object by beating a cow across a mountain, then the Raise Non will be considered a success. This third stage may seem simple, but it is actually very difficult. In the first stage and the second stage, chakra is injected into the balloon. Chakra is in a container with a limited area and will not be lost or dispersed. But in the third stage, it is necessary to concentrate chakra without the help of balloons. At this stage, there are extremely high requirements for chakra control. Naruto in the original book was defeated at this stage. He could only use Shadow Clone to help him make balls. He didn't learn to make balls with one hand until his strength improved. Yajayu's bold idea is to use Shadow Clone to make balls for himself, just like Naruto. The second learning function of the game system is rigid, but the ability is unreasonable. As long as it is judged to be a complete cultivation method, or the host has mastered this technique, then it will list this technique in the data panel. Once this technique appears on the skill bar, the game system will implant the Shu data into Yajayu's body. Yajayu can use this technique freely, and there will be no situation where the time is not working. Therefore, Yajayu is going to use Shadow Clone to make balls for himself, and trigger the hidden mechanism of the second learning function like time and space slash. As long as the game system determines that he has learned Raise Non, the standard data of Raise Non will be implanted. Yajayu can also rub balls with one hand. And Yajayu's bold idea really worked. Ding! You have learned the ninjutsu Raise Non. On this day, Yajayu heard the desired beep. Opening the virtual panel, I saw the word Raise Non added to the ninjutsu column. At the same time, inexplicable changes took place in Yajayu's body. Following that feeling, Yajayu slowly raised his right hand. On the palm, a blue cyclone appeared out of thin air, and then more and more chakra emerged, continuously compressed, and finally formed an irregularly rotating energy ball. This energy ball is exactly Namikaze Minato's inspiration from the Tailed Beast Bomb, and it took 3 years to create a non-attribute, non-printed A-level ninjutsu. Raise Non. You don't need to fully grasp it, you just need to fool the system's judgment, then you can fully grasp it. This is the horror of digitization. Yajayu, who successfully exploited the system loophole, was in a very happy mood. In addition to the time and space slash, he has another attack method. And as one of the 2 god-tier techniques of the protagonist of the original book, Raise Non is a very special Muji Jutsu, much more special than Chidori, developed by Kakashi and carried forward by Uchiha Sasuke. As long as other nature transformation is injected into it, Raise Non will become an S-level ninjutsu of various attributes. If you inject nature transformation and natural energy into it, it will be Super S-level sage art of various attributes. In other words, as long as your chakra control is strong, you can inject any energy into Raise Non to make it ever-changing. Naruto, who got the 9-tailed beast chakra, played balls like this. So, can this ball be infused with the power of time and space? If the power of time and space can be injected, what kind of changes will happen to this ball? Yajayu didn't know, but he was sure that if Reborn could inject the power of time and space, the power would be much stronger than Kamui Reikari. After all, Kamui Reikari is only a single target attack, and the Spiral Shuriken is a large-scale group attack. Chapter 13. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, we came to the second half of the 54th year of Konoha and the first 10 days of August. The first semester of ninja school has finally come to an end. The first-year freshmen finally got the practice scrolls of 3-body technique and Konoha body flicker technique. Every day is no longer dominated by cultural classes, but cultural classes in the morning, and in the afternoon, while exercising, improving physical and mental energy, they teach them shuriken throwing and gymnastics skills. Especially in the afternoon, it is a chance for children to show off. The most popular people in Class 1, Grade 1 are Yajayu and Uchiha Sasuke. If it wasn't for wanting to expose Yajayu prematurely, Hyuga Hayashi actually suggested that Yajayu graduate early. At the age of 5, Yajayu already had the strength to graduate early. In addition to knowledge, Yajayu has already mastered the basics that genin must master. So when throwing shuriken, and when competing with others in taijutsu, Yajayu performed extremely well. In addition to his height, he is the tallest existence in the class. He is handsome and dressed in cool clothes, which made him become the most popular person in the class not long after entering school. Even some senior students would sneak over to the window to peek at Yajayu during their spare time. Now that Yajayu has shown his strength beyond his peers, more girls are secretly in love with him and pursuing him openly. Every day when she comes to school, Yajayu will receive a lot of confession letters. Looking at the confession letter written by a 6-year-old girl, Yajayu was filled with a rare sense of guilt. To prevent those girls from getting more and more crazy, Yajayu directly stuffed these confession letters to Hinata. And his move successfully caused Hinata to be hostile by all the girls in the class. But Hinata, who was happy in her heart, didn't know it. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Hinata is more afraid of Yajayu being snatched away by a certain girl than being isolated by all the girls in the class. Yajayu didn't even read them, and handed over the confession letters to her, which gave Hinata a great sense of security. Seeing this scene, a look of disappointment flashed in Ino's eyes. Sure enough, I can't compete. Compared to Hinata, she appeared too late. In Yajayu's heart, Hinata, who was saved by his hero and grew up with him, must have the most special status. And Ino, who is kind-hearted, can't do things like prying corners. So, since she met Yajayu, she hid her affection for Yajayu and just made friends with him and Hinata. Yajayu also treats them as friends. Yajayu, whose soul is an adult, would never fall in love with a 6-year-old girl. Although he is nurturing Hinata, Yajayu has never flirted with Hinata since he met Hinata. He just kept a certain distance from her so that she would not become dependent on him and treat him as an older brother. Now Yajayu is only thinking about how to improve his strength and develop his network by the way. Human beings are social animals, a lonely strong man, unless he has lofty ideals, he can't bear the loneliness of being alone. Yajayu has no lofty ideals, his goal is to develop the body of time and space to the ultimate, possessing the power to fear nothing. After mastering Reborn, Yajayu is now fully committed to developing space-time instant body. As long as he develops the body flicker technique of time and space type, then even if Yajayu only has a chakra of Chunin level, he dares to yell at 5 cages and even 6 paths pain. Because at that time, he would be a flawless existence. Time flew by again, and soon it was the end of the first semester. Next, students like Yajayu have a half-month break before starting the second semester, also known as the autumn semester. In the past half a month, other children of the same age were either playing with each other, or they were receiving the guidance of their elders and began to practice ninja. Hinata is the latter. Although because of the existence of Yajayu, Hinata does not have as much pressure as the original. But as the eldest lady of the main family, she will still be a ninja before she gets married and becomes a housewife. Since he is a ninja, unless he is a logistics ninja, he cannot avoid going out to perform missions. Without strength, it is too dangerous to go out to perform tasks. Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi did not advise Yajayu to graduate early, and he also had his own thoughts. He is going to wait until Yajayu and Hinata graduate, and use his relationship to let Hokage arrange Yajayu and Hinata in a team. In this way, Hinata can not only develop a relationship with Yajayu, but also get Yajayu's protection, which can kill two birds with one stone. Yajayu didn't know that Hyuga Hayashi had thought so far. Unlike those peers who played and practiced during the holiday, Yajayu did not stay at Hinata's house this holiday, accepting the guidance of Hyuga Hayashi, the elite jonin, but was going to leave Konoha to change a girl while the holiday had time fate. By the way, Yajayu has gradually reduced the number of nights at Hinata's house after school started. In his explanation, it is to exercise one's own independent ability. For the precocious Yajayu, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Rina were very relieved and didn't think too much about it. But in the last few days, after Yajayu came to eat at home, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna asked Hinata to visit Yajayu's home, and found that there was no one in Yajayu's home. It was like this for the next few days. Upon hearing the news, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly realized that not only was Yajayu not at home, but he might not be in the village either. In this regard, Hyuga Hayashi can only smile helplessly. This day has finally come. Yes, Hyuga Hayashi had expected this moment. When he was 3 years old, he used his time and space ability to eavesdrop on Cloud Shinobi's conversations. Yajayu's precocious appearance also hides a child's playfulness. If he had that ability when he was a kid, Hyuga Hayashi must be crazier than Yajayu. So, Hyuga Hayashi was not surprised, nor worried. With Yajayu's current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter time-space ninjas, or strong men with amazing speed and destructive power, then he only needs to use virtual reality conversion and hide in a mountain to be safe. Using Yajayu, which transforms virtual reality, the body directly enters a different space. Unless you have the same perspective as Byun, no matter how strong your perception is, you will not be able to perceive Yajayu's chakra. This is confirmed by Hyuga Hayashi himself. It may be this concealment ability that kept Yajayu from being discovered by the Cloud Shinobi messenger group. Chapter 14. Yajayu doesn't know what Hyuga Hayashi thinks, but he knows that Hinata's family will know about his departure. After all, I go to Hinata's house for dinner every day, and I won't go for the next few days. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna will definitely let Hinata visit his house, and sooner or later they will find that they are not at home. As for Yajayu leaving home, which girl's fate is she going to change? That girl is Xianglin. There are thousands of orphans in the ninja world, but there are very few who can be called geniuses. And these few gifted orphans all have the existence of blood inheritance limit. Among them, the Uzumaki clan is the most powerful. After all, this family is one of the descendants of Otsutsuki Ashura, and it can also be regarded as a hybrid of the mixed blood of the Otsutsuki family. And the sage body of the Uzumaki family is better than the sage body of the Senju family. Because the sage body of the Uzumaki family has unique abilities that the Senju family does not have, and there are as many as 3 types. These 3 unique abilities are Kagura Mind Eye, Adamantine Sealing Chains, and Physical Self-Healing. One is one of the strongest perception techniques in the ninja world, the other is one of the strongest sealing techniques in the ninja world, with a tailed beast special attack, and the last one is the strongest medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, a humanoid self-propelled power bank. Before the demise of the Uzumaki clan, someone in the clan awakened one of these 3 unique abilities, and it was already called a genius. However, Xianglin awakened these 3 unique abilities on her own when her family was destroyed, her parents died, and there was no one to guide her. In terms of talent, she is definitely stronger than Uzumaki Kushina, one of the previous 9 tails Jinchuriki. If Xianglin was guided by a famous teacher and possessed the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, then she would have been a cage-level powerhouse at the time of Shippuden. And it is also a leader in cage level. There is no doubt that Xiangfo's is definitely one of the buried gems in the world of Hokage. But in this life, Yajayu will not let Xianglin's talent be buried. Like Orochimaru and Kagaya Kimimaro, he will personally change the fate of Xianglin and make him one of his greatest helpers in the future. At the same time, it is also to make up for the regrets of his previous life. If there is one female character Yajayu has the most affection for in the world of Hokage, it is the sisters Hinata and Hanabi. Under the Hinata and Hanabi sisters, Arino is one of them. The only pity is that Xianglin played too late. She, who had awakened her physical ability to heal, was treated like a blood bag by Kusanagi village, and her arms were full of bite marks. This is unacceptable for Yajayu, who has a mental cleanliness. If it weren't for those bite marks, the foe would be perfect. The blood is top-notch, and the person is infatuated, just because he was saved by a hero when he was a child, and then he fell in love with that person. In the end, even if the person you like chooses someone else, you will feel satisfied because of the happiness of the other person, and you will never marry for life. This is simply a treasure girl. That's why Yajayu went ahead to take this treasure for himself. Grass Ninja Village is the existence second only to Rain Shinobi Village among all Xiao Ninja villages. Because of the special location of this small ninja village, it is located in the offshore area and was once an important battle area for the Third Ninja World War. It was also entrusted by the major ninja villages. Prison for criminal ninjas. This prison is called Ghost Lamp City. And the style of this small ninja village is that it likes to study ninjutsu from other countries, and it is a ninja village that is good at learning. This label is very ridiculous in Yajayu's eyes. Since they like and are good at studying ninjutsu from other countries, why didn't they collect information about the Uzumaki family? As one of the Xianin villages that have established diplomacy with Konoha, how could it be possible that Kuzanin village does not know the country of Uzumaki and hidden Uzashio village? As long as they understand it, they will know that red hair and physical healing are the characteristics and unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. In this way, they will not waste everything, and use the Uzumaki clan's Xianglin and his mother as a mobile blood bag. With such a vision and structure, it is no wonder that Cao Ninja Village has always been just a small ninja village. In the history class of the first grade, there was a ninja map. Yajayu entered the territory of the Kingdom of Grass in less than 2 days after Yajayu ignored the enchantment and left Konoha with virtual reality conversion. This speed is actually considered slow. According to Shippuden in the original book, Class 7 rushed from the Land of Fire to the Land of Wind in just 1 day. During this period, they not only need to leave the huge homeland, but also cross the vast and endless desert. It can be seen how fast ninjas who master the body flicker technique can move. The country of Grass is also one of the neighboring countries of the Fire country. It took 2 days to reach the neighboring country, which is considered slow. But there is no way, Yajayu's body is too short now, and the amount of chakra is not enough. To avoid accidents on the road, Yajayu must control his chakra. When Yajayu came to Kusanagi village, it was already the 3rd day after leaving Konoha. Yajayu was too conspicuous as a child because there were no adults around him. Therefore, just like when he left Konoha, he did not enter through the door openly, but sneaked into Kusanagi village by switching from reality to reality. After entering Kusanagi village, Yajayu immediately used his newly learned technique. This technique is really perception technique. Perceiving technique is Yajayu's biggest gain this semester, besides Rei's non. After the amount of chakra reached genin level, Yajayu began to ask Hyuga Hayashi for perception technique. As a ninja with one of the strongest perceptions, the Hyuga clan also has a training method of perception technique. After getting the practice method, Yajayu, who has the ability to learn in seconds, instantly learned to perceive technique. When Yajayu uses the perception technique with his eyes closed, his second perspective appears. It's just that this second perspective is very special, like God's perspective with perspective, but the world in his eyes is dark, except for black, only blue can be seen. And the blue ones are those who have chakra, or people who have life energy. The former represents ninjas and the latter represents ordinary people. These two kinds of people are easy to distinguish, because for people with chakra, the light on their bodies is concentrated in one group, which should be located in the abdomen. And the person with life energy, in Yajayu's second perspective, is a virtual figure exuding a faint light. It's a pity that Yajayu's Yin-Dun chakra is still too weak, and his second-person perception range is extremely limited. Not to mention covering the entire Grass Ninja village, the area that can be covered now may only be 1/10 of the grass ninja village. Yajayu couldn't imagine how strong Senjutsu Birama's Yin-Dun Chakram must be to perceive the battlefield of the final battle of the Fourth Ninja World War from Konoha. But what is certain is that Yajayu is still far from that realm. Chapter 15. Yajayu felt very unhappy. Because he spent 2 days and still couldn't find Xianglu and her mother. From Yajayu's point of view, saving Xianglian and his mother is just an easy thing. Just enter the grass ninja village, use the perception technique to find them, and take them away directly. This is why Yajayu needs to learn to perceive technique. In Yajayu's opinion, the chakra of the Uzumaki family is very large, and as long as it appears within his perception range, he will not ignore it. But Yajayu didn't expect that he secretly visited the entire grass ninja village and couldn't find the extremely large chakra individual. Could it be that Xiangling and her mother were not in Kusanagi village? Wrong. Suddenly, as Yajayu was about to visit the grass ninja village again, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind and he realized that he had entered a dead end. He subconsciously thought that the Uzumaki clan's chakra was so amazing that as long as it appeared within his range of perception, he would be able to find it. But they forgot that physical healing, one of the unique abilities of the Uzumaki family, is to use their own chakra to restore the injuries of others. When the chakra supply is no longer available, one's own lifespan is used to heal. Xianglin's mother died because chakra was exhausted and her life was overdrawn. Now she, let alone chakra, is huge, maybe not even an ordinary chinin, or even an ordinary genin. Unless you have clairvoyant white eyes, trying to find the mother and daughter of Xianglin with the perception technique is simply a dream. But after finding the key to the problem, Yajayu knew how to find Xianglin and her mother. That is, just wait and wait. Yajayu only needs to monitor the entrance of the hospital in Kusanagi village and see someone bring a red-haired woman in, and he can be sure that she is Xianglin's mother. As for the people of Cao Ninja village, will they not take Xianglin's mother to the hospital? Then Yajayu can only take a gamble. If he made a wrong bet, he would have to go door to door at night to find it. But God obviously favors Yajayu. On the second day after Yajayu started to monitor the hospital of Kusunin village, he saw a woman holding a wooden stick being led into Kusunin village by a man wearing a vest and wearing a front head protector of Kusunin village's hospital. When she came out, her face was extremely pale and she staggered even when she walked. She could only use the wooden stick in her hand as a crutch and slowly returned home. If you look closely, you will find that this woman is about 25 years old at most. But her face was already covered with wrinkles. And Yajayu, who possesses the sensing technique, found that the amount of her chakra was frighteningly small, and her breath of life was like a candle that was about to burn out, and would be extinguished if anyone blew on it. But fortunately, her chakra is still slowly recovering. At this time, as long as she doesn't continue to be sucked away, she can still survive. Seeing the state of Xianglin's mother, Yajayu already guessed the reason of her death. If nothing else, the cause of her death was that she was sucked to death by one or more seriously injured people before chakra recovered. Silently following behind Xianglin's mother, Yajayu soon saw her return to a separate single-story room. Xianglin's mother exchanged her life for this house so that her daughter could have a place to live and grow up safely. But she never thought about whether her daughter would inherit her abilities. If she inherits, will her daughter become her replacement after she dies? In other words, the people in Cao Ninja village felt that she was useless, so they took her daughter away as a blood bag, or brainwashed her to become a tool person, etc. Perhaps Xianglin's mother thought about it, but it was more difficult than living, and it was better to be someone else's blood bag. At least the current self can make her daughter grow up safely. Mom, you're back. Xiangluan's mother had just returned home when she saw a little girl with red hair just like her running towards her. She looked at her with worry on her face and asked, "Mom, are you okay?" "Mom is fine." Xiang Liao's mother held the wooden stick in one hand and touched her daughter's head with the other. On her pale and colorless face, she showed a gentle smile full of motherly love and said, "Are you hungry? Mom will cook for you now." As she said that, Xianglin's mother, holding on to her weakness of wanting to lie down and sleep immediately, walked towards the kitchen. "Mom, go and rest, I'll just cook." Growing up in such an environment, Xianglin was as precocious as those orphan geniuses. Every time my mother was taken away, her face would be pale when she came back, and she would need to sleep for a long time to recover. Although Xianglin still doesn't understand it very well, she knows that her current mother must need to rest very much. So seeing her mother wanting to cook for herself, Xianglin immediately stopped her and said, "Mom, I've already learned how to cook, so let me do it. Then I will trouble you, Xianglin." Xianglin's mother didn't force it, she smiled and patted her daughter's head again. This is not a good sign. This means that the body of Xianglin's mother is really weak to ultimate. If you go on like this, you will die soon. Just when Xianglin's mother was about to go back to her room to sleep, a childish voice suddenly came from her and Xianglin's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, a short figure wearing a black mask actually penetrated the wall from the outside to the inside and appeared in his living room. "You, who are you?" Seeing such a strange scene, Xianglin's mother subconsciously protected her daughter behind her, and did not let down her vigilance because of Yajayu's young age. "Don't be nervous, I have no malice towards you." Yajayu waved his hand, looked carefully at Xianglin's mother and daughter, and pretended to be surprised. "It's true, I didn't expect that there are two descendants of the Uzumaki clan in the small grass ninja village." "What Uzumaki clan? What are you talking about, who are you?" Xianglin's mother still did not relax her vigilance, but threw out 3 consecutive questions. From her face, Yajayu also saw confusion. Obviously, she didn't know her own life experience. Thinking about it is also true, the current age of Xianglin's mother is not much different from Nagato. And when Nagato was young, the Uzumaki clan had already perished. Their parents are the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. And their parents obviously didn't tell them their own life experience. In the ninja world, not only the Uzumaki family has red hair, but if you have red hair and your surname is Uzumaki, it is really conspicuous. Those survivors were right to drop the Uzumaki surname. So, Yajayu didn't hold back, and said directly, "I am Konoha's ninja, and I am also an ally of your clan. This time I came to Cao Ninja Village to carry out a secret mission. It was a pure accident to meet you. Your body is approaching its limit, and time is numbered. If you don't want your daughter to become your substitute after you die, then come with me, and I will settle you down. My perception is not wrong, your daughter will soon awaken the unique ability of your family." Xianglin's mother was skeptical of Yajayu's previous words. But hearing the following words, Xianglin's mother's face changed slightly. Looking down at holding her thigh, and timidly looking at Yajayu's daughter who is about the same age as her, Xianglin's mother's face is uncertain. Recalling the pain when she was sucked away from chakra, and thinking that her daughter would become her substitute after her death, Xianglin's mother immediately made a decision. She nodded vigorously to Yajayu, "Okay, we will go with you." "Smart choice." Yajayu nodded in satisfaction. He used virtual reality to switch in addition to intimidating Xianglin's mother, it also gave her a sense of security. Although he looks young, he is by no means as simple as his appearance. Xianglin's mother, obviously also a genius who knows the world, is unreasonable. Maternal love is great. In order not to let her daughter become her substitute, Xianglin's mother is willing to take a risk and trust Yajayu, a stranger. For her courage, Yajayu admired her very much and lived up to her efforts these days. Chapter 16. You take a rest first, we will leave here at night. After Xianglin's mother made a decision, Yajayu was not in a hurry to take them away immediately, but let Xianglin's mother rest and recover first. In her current state, unless Yajayu walked with her on his back, she might just pass out after running for a while. "Okay, Xianglin, please entertain this brother." After Xianglin's mother made a decision, she also decided to trust Yajayu completely. After letting Xianglin entertain Yajayu, Xianglin's mother went back to her room to rest. Brother, I'll cook for you." When only Karen and Yajayu were left in the living room, Karen, who hadn't made friends yet, was as timid as Hinata. After meeting Yajayu's eyes for less than 2 seconds, Xianglin said in a panic, "Let me do it." Yajayu rolled up his cuffs, walked towards the kitchen, and comforted Xianglin, "Don't worry, if I want to hurt you, I won't tell you these things." Xianglin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously, and the fear of Yajayu really dissipated a lot. In the room, Xianglin's mother, who was leaning against the door, also breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that my feeling is not wrong." The reason why Xianglin's mother made a decision so quickly was because she didn't feel the malice from those grass ninjas from Yajayu. Those ruby-like eyes are also as clear as a daughter's. Coupled with the fact that the ninja who claimed to be Konoha seemed to know her life experience and the most important mysterious ability, Xianglin's mother decided to take a gamble. If the bet is right, Xianglin doesn't need to be her substitute, and can grow up safely. So, Xianglin's mother slowly lay down on the bed with that anticipation, and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already night. The body is still weak and extremely hungry, but it is much better than during the day. Suppressing the exhaustion of her body, Kaorin's mother got up and walked out of the room. As soon as she came out, she saw her daughter talking and laughing with the boy wearing a mask. The two seemed to be chatting about the outside world. The daughter was full of longing, and looked at the boy adoringly. "Mom, you're awake." Seeing her mother coming out, Xianglin trotted over with surprise on her face, and said with admiration, "Mom, do you know how old brother Yajayu is? He is just like me, only 6 years old." "Really, that's really amazing, you must learn from brother Yajayu in the future." Xianglin's mother touched Xianglin's head and smiled. But in her heart, she was slightly startled. She thought that Yajayu's age was at least 10 years old. After all, he was much taller than her daughter and had a very precocious temperament. Unexpectedly, he was actually the same age as his daughter. Konoha is the cradle of geniuses, so this rumor is true. "Eat something when you wake up, and then pack up quickly." Yajayu got up and told Xianglin's mother, "I'll go out and see if anyone is watching here, and I'll be back in half an hour." "Okay, you pay attention to safety." Xianglin's mother nodded and said. "Don't worry, no one in this ninja village can hurt me." Yajayu left a confident word, and his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Yajayu, who used virtual reality conversion and the body flicker technique, moved at high speed regardless of all obstacles, and soon appeared in an alley not far from Xianglian's home. As soon as it appeared, Yajayu put up 2 fingers in the middle of the food, releasing his perception technique with all his strength. In an instant, more than a dozen large or small chakra fluctuations immediately appeared in Yajayu's perception. Yajayu didn't know if anyone was monitoring the home of Xiangling and her daughter, but judging from the fact that her mother took Xiangling away when they needed it and threw her out to die after using it, it seemed that they didn't pay that much attention to Xiangling and her daughter. But whether it is a big ninja village or a small ninja village, there must be ninjas on duty to patrol at night. If he wants to leave with the mother and daughter of Xianglin, Yajayu must deal with these patrolling ninjas. Otherwise, once exposed, they will definitely be hunted down by Cao Ninja Village. Therefore, Yajayu is going to spend half an hour to solve these obstacles. I saw Yajayu put away his perception, took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag, and then the figure disappeared out of thin air again. Yajayu, whose body has entered a different dimension, unless he has the ability to see through, no ninja with strong perception will not be able to perceive his chakra fluctuations. Moreover, when moving in a different space, the phantom outside will not make a sound. Therefore, Yajayu is the most terrifying assassin in the ninja world at night. I saw Yajayu ignoring all obstacles, using the silent body flicker technique, and soon came to the nearest chakra wave not far from him. It was a middle-aged man wearing a waistcoat and a Kusanagi village forehead protector, a Chunin-level patrolling ninja. Poof! Kunao covered the power of time and space in his hand, and Yajayu turned into an afterimage, like a silent arrow, passing by that Kusanagi in the blink of an eye. This time, the afterimage transformed by Yajayu finally made a sound when it passed by that Kusanagi. To be precise, it was the sound of cloth being torn. Under this crisp tearing sound, Kusanaga's body was split in 2 from the middle, and the incision was smooth and straight. The human body is divided into 2 halves by a handful of kunao, like cutting tofu, which shows how sharp the kunao is. And that's not even the point. The most important thing is that on the smooth and straight cut surface, there is no blood at all, only the churning internal organs. Because the splashed blood was annihilated by the force of time and space that tore apart the body. In front of time and space Jean, no matter how hard something is, it is as brittle as thin paper. Even if it is Ten Tails Jinchuriki who is immune to all ninjutsu characteristics, his body will be cut apart if his body is hit by time and space / After killing the Kusanagi with one blow, Yajayu did not immediately go to the next target, but prepared to hide the body that had been divided into two. But just when he was about to act, his body suddenly stopped, and then the face under the mask showed ecstasy. Because after the grass ninja died, the system prompt that would only appear when Yajayu learned a certain ninjutsu suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 5% of the opponent's chakra. It was also the message of the system beep that made Yajayu feel ecstatic. After the system notification tone fell, Yajayu could clearly feel that his mental energy and physical energy had ushered in a boost. Then the body involuntarily refines chakra, transforming the physical energy and spiritual energy that appear out of thin air into chakra that belongs to Yajayu. In addition to the hidden mechanism of the second learning function, Yajayu finally discovered a new function of the game system. That is, kill monsters and upgrade. Chapter 17. Fighting monsters and upgrading is a major feature of the game. In many digital novels, fighting monsters and upgrading is also one of the main lines. But Yajayu's game system is seriously damaged, there is no such thing as level at all, and naturally there is no such thing as experience points. Yajayu thought that his game system only had the function of learning skills in seconds. Unexpectedly, there was an upgrade to kill monsters. The experience points directly become the percentage of chakra obtained by the opponent, and then the game system converts the opponent's chakra into pure physical energy and spiritual energy, increasing Yajayu's chakra amount. This discovery made Yajayu feel extremely ecstatic. Chakra volume is Yajayu's biggest flaw right now. The body of time and space will definitely be a big eater of chakra in the future. It is not obvious now, because Yajayu only mastered the virtual real transformation and time-space / After he develops the time-space instant body and the spiral shuriken infused with the power of time and space, chakra is definitely not enough. Before that, Yajayu had been thinking about how to increase his chakra volume. Whether to become a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, or find a chance to learn 100 Healings Mark, or take a risk to absorb the Dragon Vein chakra, etc. But now, Yajayu doesn't need to worry about these anymore. The monster fighting and upgrading mechanism of the game system directly solved his biggest trouble. As long as he continues to hunt and kill enemies with chakra, he will be able to get a percentage of chakra from the opponent, making himself slowly become a human-tailed beast. Therefore, Yajayu is full of motivation for the next hunt. After he hid the body that had been divided into two, he suddenly turned towards the next target and plundered away again. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 8% chakra from the opponent. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 3% chakra from the opponent. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 7% chakra from the opponent. Ding! You killed the small enemy and got 15% of the opponent's chakra. In the face of Yajayu's true silent assassination technique, those grass ninjas patrolling at night didn't even know how they died, and their bodies were split in two. Some of their heads fell to the ground, and some were cut off at the waist. No matter what kind of death they were, the cut surfaces of their corpses were so smooth and straight, and not a single drop of blood spewed out. Every time a Kusanagi is killed, a system prompt will sound in Yajayu's mind. And the content of each prompt tone is also different. If you're unlucky, some Kusanagi only give Yajayu 3% of chakra. If you are lucky, you will directly get 15% of the opponent's chakra. But after killing more than a dozen grass ninjas, only one grass ninja gave Yajayu more than 10% of chakra. Even so, Yajayu's physical energy and mental energy have also skyrocketed after hunting more than a dozen Kusanagi. The digitalized body automatically fuses the physical energy and spiritual energy that appear out of thin air into chakra. As a result, Yajayu does not need to spend time to refine, and the amount of chakra has nearly doubled, reaching the level of ordinary Chunin. With such an astonishing improvement, Yajayu was also in a trance. I have spent several years of hard work, but it is not as good as the hunting results in less than half an hour. After the trance, Yajayu's eyes also became hot. If before this, the limit of Yajayu's chakra amount, if not broken by external force, then refining for a lifetime, it may be elite Jonin and Kage level, at most only the best of Kage level. But with the game system, Yajayu doesn't need to become a Jinchuriki, let his body live in a monster, and he doesn't need to take risks to absorb the dragon veins of the earth. He only needs to keep hunting creatures with chakra, and sooner or later he will have the largest amount of chakra on the planet. People, especially hunting those Jinchuriki, even if you can only get a few % of the opponent's chakra, it is not known how much Jonin's chakra. More importantly, after the death of Jinchuriki, it only takes a few years for the tailed beast to be reborn somewhere in the ninja world. Either be sealed, or lose all chakra, or the tailed beast will not die. It stands to reason that Yajayu can obtain the chakra of all tailed beasts by constantly killing tailed beasts. But it will take a long time, and it may not be able to be completed when Yajayu is old. Yajayu also doesn't need the amount of chakra of all tailed beasts, he only needs the amount of chakra of human tailed beast level. At this moment, Yajayu was extremely grateful. Fortunately, on a whim, I decided to change Xionglin's fate, and rescued her before she became the blood bag of Cao Ninja Village. Otherwise, Yajayu may not have discovered that the game system has the function of fighting monsters and upgrading until he was 12 years old. Now the first grade has only passed one semester, and there are still more than 5 years before graduation. In the past 5 years or so, it is enough for Yajayu to develop. So, after finishing another patrolling Kusanagi, Yajayu hid his body and headed back to Kairin's house. Back at Xionglin's house, Xionglin's mother had already finished her meal and packed her things. "Let's go, I've taken care of all the patrolling ninjas," Yajayu said intentionally. And his words instantly gave the mother and daughter a great sense of security. Xionglin's mother nodded, and then she and Xiongling each took a backpack and left the house with Yajayu. Along the way, no one came to stop him. Yajayu didn't know if the grass ninja village, a small ninja village, would have such a thing as a perception enchantment. But to avoid accidents, Yajayu did not take the mother and daughter of Xiongling to leave through the main entrance, but took their little hands one by one, and used the virtual reality transformation to lead them through the wall and left the grass ninja village. "It's so amazing, brother Yajayu, is this the limit of your blood inheritance?" Kaoru, who was originally nervous, looked at Yajayu in surprise after he finished passing through the wall. "Well, my Swejijija is of the time-space type." Yajayu nodded. Hearing this, Xionglin's mother suddenly took a deep breath. Her knowledge is much better than that of her daughter, and she knows what time and space mean. The Flying Thunder God technique invented by Konoha second Hokage and made famous by fourth Hokage is a space-time ninjutsu. Apart from the Flying Thunder God technique, only Cloud Shinobi Village's Tiansong technique is more famous. But Tensong technique is just a very dangerous teleportation ninjutsu, which is completely incomparable with Flying Thunder God technique. With the deaths of second Hokage and fourth Hokage, Flying Thunder God technique has become ninja legend. The term space-time ninjutsu is rarely mentioned by the world. Unexpectedly, another ninja who mastered time and space ninjutsu appeared in Konoha, and this time and space ninjutsu is still his blood succession limit. Konoha is indeed the cradle of genius. Chapter 18. I'll carry you on my back, otherwise, in your current state, it will take a long time to reach the land of fire. After leaving Kusanagi village, Yajayu said to Kairin's mother. "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Xionglin's mother also knew her state, and nodded without refusing. So, Xionglin's mother, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, lay on the back of Yajayu, who had grown to 1.28 meters. "Xianglin, you lie on your mother's back." Yajayu didn't get up immediately, but said to Xiongling. "Is this too heavy?" Xiongling hesitated, and said very firmly, "Brother Yajayu, I can walk with you, I am not afraid of getting tired." "It's okay, come up." Yajayu laughed and said, "You should also enter the ninja school in Kusanagi village, don't underestimate real ninjas. And you can't keep up with me, I'll use the body flicker technique to keep up. Xianglin, come up quickly." At this time, Xianglin's mother said, "Trust brother Yajayu, don't drag brother Yajayu down." "Oh." Xianglin responded, and then lay down on her mother's back. "Hold tight." Yajayu ordered, and then gathered chakra on his feet, and disappeared in place with a whoosh. 2 days later, in a small town closest to Konoha, inside a certain 2-story detached house, Yajayu said to Xianglin's mother and daughter, "From today onwards, you will live here, and I will come here every few days to teach the basic knowledge of Xianglin ninjas, and after Xianglin awakens the abilities of the Uzumaki clan, I will find another opportunity to apply to Hokage to let you enter Konoha." In 2 days, Yajayu has already told the mother and daughter about the Uzumaki clan. Xianglin and her mother also know about their own backgrounds. "Will it be too expensive to buy this house?" Xianglin's mother asked a little embarrassedly. She doesn't really care about whether or not she can stay in Konoha. As long as she and her daughter have a place to live so that Xianglin can grow up safely, even if she is not a ninja, Xianglin's mother doesn't care. But seeing Yajayu let their mother and daughter live in such a house, and the mother Xianglin who exchanged her vitality for a shelter, really felt very dazed. "It's okay, it's just a little money. The value of your family is actually much more expensive than this house," Yajayu said indifferently. This house was not spent on his money. As early as when going to Kusanagi village, Yajayu planned how to arrange the mother and daughter of Xianglin. The money to buy the house was stolen from a casino in a certain town. It is impossible for Yajayu to bring the mother and daughter back to Konoha, let alone bet that third Hokage hardens up and warns Shimura Danzo to protect the mother and daughter. The reason why Yajayu changed Xianglin's fate was to let this girl with amazing potential become his right-hand man in the future, instead of becoming the successor of the Will of Fire. And if they are brought back to Konoha, Yajayu will definitely enter the eyes of Konoha's senior management in advance. Even with Hyuga Hayashi as a backer, Yajayu may be subject to various calculations. This is not what Yajayu wants until he is fully grown. Xianglin's mother naturally didn't know this. After hearing Yajayu's words, she expressed gratitude again. "Thank you, Yajayu." "You're welcome, I have my own plans," Yajayu said frankly. Although Xianglin is still young, as a member of the Uzumaki family, she has amazing potential. Ninjas are always in a team of several people, and other peers can't keep up with my footsteps, so I plan to train Xianglin personally and let her become my future teammate. Then I'll trouble you. Xianglu's mother was even more grateful. With Yajayu, who has the blood successor in time and space, Xianglin should not be too safe. Yajayu, who didn't want any accidents in the future, suggested, "Before Xianglin grows up, I want you to dye your hair black." "Good." Xianglin's mother, who already knew her own life experience and how the Uzumaki clan perished, nodded her head. So, Yajayu went to buy hair dye and dyed the hair of Xiangling and her daughter black. After doing this, Yajayu bought a lot of books and asked Xiangnu's mother to teach her daughter how to read and write. In a few days, he would come over and teach Xiangnu the basic ninjutsu. After leaving some food money and asking Xiangling's mother to remember to buy some supplements, Yajayu said goodbye to the reluctant and grateful mother and daughter, and returned to Konoha. In less than half an hour, Yajayu returned to Konoha. And the time now happens to be afternoon. So, Yajayu went directly to Hinata's house for dinner. "I saw a map of the ninja world in a geography book, and I was a little curious about this world, so I took advantage of the vacation to go out and see the world." At the dinner table, Yajayu lied while picking up food for Hanabi, who was now able to eat on his own, and explained the reason for his departure. "It's also a good thing to go out and see the world." Hyuga Hayashi nodded and said, "But you must protect yourself and don't let others take advantage of your kindness." Hyuga Hayashi did not doubt Yajayu's words. In his eyes, Yajayu is a precocious genius who still has the innocence and kindness of a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to help Hinata, whom he had never met, just because he overheard the conversation between Cloud Shinobi's messengers. As everyone knows, all this is disguised by Yajayu. His true appearance is that he is an egoist. After having a criminal record, Yajayu can leave Konoha casually if he wants to. After discovering that the game system has upgrades for killing monsters, Yajayu will definitely leave Konoha frequently in the future. If you kill a guy with chakra, even if he only gets 5% of the opponent's chakra, it will still be more than if he had refined it for many days. So 2 days later, Yajayu secretly left Konoha. But instead of going hunting, he went to teach Xianglu and make some money along the way to buy some supplements for Xianglu's mother to help her survive. Yes, live on. Unlike Hyuga Liangna's hidden illness, Xianglin's mother has already spent most of her life, or even more. Hidden diseases can be cured, but if the life force is sucked away, revolving heaven will really be useless. What Yajayu can do is to let Xianglu's mother stay healthy and spend her last days with Xianglu. Chapter 19. The game system's monster fighting and upgrading functions are not complete. This is what Yajayu found on the 5th day. Because when he went to some gambling halls and gangsters to make money, he killed some gangsters and found that he didn't get anything from killing ordinary people. Obviously, the experience mechanism for fighting monsters and upgrading can only be triggered by killing ninjas, to be precise, humans and beasts with extraordinary power. In this regard, Yajayu is a little pity, but it is also acceptable. When he was 12 years old, the countdown to troubled times began. At that time, a lot of targets to offer chakra to Yajayu. Therefore, Yajayu is not in a hurry to hunt wildly. There are still more than 5 years until graduation, and there are several holidays in between. As long as you take advantage of these few holidays to make chakra reach elite jonin or even cage level, when Yajayu is 12 years old, you will be free from fear. Therefore, Yajayu cancelled the idea of hunting people with chakra all over the world, and concentrated on cultivating the chakra. The task of literacy and writing is given to Xianglin's mother, and Yajayu only needs to teach her ninja knowledge. This is easy for Yajayu. It's not that his teaching ability is very strong, but that the Hyuga family has a complete basic teaching. The Hyuga family is divided into the main family and the branch house, and the total number of people in the family has reached 3 figures. But among these 3-digit clansmen, not everyone will go to the ninja school. Powerful families such as the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family have the privilege of cultivating their own clansmen and then letting them join the department in power of the family. Those tribesmen who were sent to the ninja school were all voting certificates labeled with the Hokage lineage. And most of these tribesmen are heirs of the family, or outstanding ninja children. These are necessary unless you want to be targeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, or even the Konoha elders. With the basic teaching organized by the Hyuga family, with the pedigree and talent of Xianglin, they will soon be able to catch up and overtake Ino and Sakura. As a time traveler, Yajayu also knows how to cultivate Xianglin, and he will never waste everything like Kusanagi village. In this way, the holiday at the end of the first semester is over soon. Entering the autumn semester, Yajayu asked Shadow Clone to take classes instead of him more and more. After the amount of chakra reaches the Chunin level, the battery life of Yajayu's Shadow Clone is enough to cope with the intensity of the first grade. Whenever Shadow Clone goes to school, Yajayu will leave Konoha alone and develop the time-space type body flicker technique outside. Yajayu doesn't know what the Flying Thunder God technique is. What he developed was not fixed-point teleportation, but simply and crudely like the body flicker technique, first condensing chakra on the feet, and then trying to turn chakra nature transformation into the power of time and space, and use the power of time and space to teleport. Konoha body flicker technique, just a high-speed move. Yajayu uses the body flicker technique in a different space, which is to move at high speed regardless of all obstacles. But high-speed movement is only high-speed movement after all, even if it is used in a different space, it is not a time-space type of instant body. The time-space teleportation that Yajayu wants to develop is a teleportation like the Flying Thunder God technique, and it is a teleportation that does not require positioning techniques. If such teleportation is developed, Yajayu will have no opponents in the short range. However, that kind of cross-domain space movement is not so easy to develop. Even if Yajayu has the body of time and space, and has a very high affinity with time and space, there is not even a prototype of teleportation. The chakra on both feet can nature transform into the power of time and space, but the condensed chakra is too small. Even if it is transformed into the power of time and space, when it explodes, it cannot affect Yajayu's whole body like the body flicker technique. It's still just a high-speed movement. However, this high-speed movement is the same as those instant body techniques that add attributes, and it is much stronger than the basic body flicker technique. A mistake was about to hit the tree. Yajayu found that his body passed through the big tree just like using the virtual reality transformation. At that moment, Yajayu, who couldn't find the development direction, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and had a bold idea. So, Yajayu asked Hyuga Hayashi for help and asked him to help him get a copy of lightning-style chakra nature transformation and a method of practicing lightning-style chakra to stimulate cells. Lightning-style Chidori is an A-level ninjutsu developed by Kakashi after he found that he could not integrate lightning-style chakra into Raise-non. This A-level ninjutsu combines chakra's nature transformation and form change. At the same time, this ninjutsu, like Cloud Shinobi Village's lightning-style chakra mode, has the ability to stimulate cells. To be precise, cell stimulation with lightning-style chakra is just one of the advanced uses of lightning-style nature transformation. Stimulate the cells with lightning-style nature transformation, and the speed of the body will be amazingly improved. Therefore, before Kakashi's Chidori is upgraded to Reikari, the flaw is that he does not have amazing insight, so the power of this technique will be greatly weakened. For example, lightning-style nature transformation and nature transformation stimulate cells, just like shadow clone technique and certain elemental ninjutsu, which are available in the 5 major ninja villages and some small ninja villages. Yajayu's bold idea is to learn lightning-style chakra nature transformation to stimulate cells, and then inject the power of time and space into the lightning-style chakra, using this method to let the power of time and space affect the whole body. The power of time and space is the 9th special energy that does not belong to the yin-yang 5 elements and natural energy of this world. It can be made from chakra nature transformation, but it can be integrated into other nature transformations without causing any conflict. Instead, it will enhance the power of that nature transformation. Kamui Reikari is such an existence. At that time, the power of space covered the whole body, and after entering the state of blending into a different space that is not a virtual reality transformation, Yajayu may be able to develop teleportation. At least this hope is much greater than covering the feet with chakra, and using nature transformation as the power of time and space. Just do what you think of. After getting the lightning-style nature transformation and cell activation methods from Hyuga Hayashi, Yajayu started practicing. Just as Yajayu thought, the training method of lightning-style nature transformation and cell activation was obtained, but the second learning function of the game system was not triggered. Obviously, the game system does not regard these two things as skills. Just like the chakra extraction method and the seal, the game system does not include them in the skill column. Chapter 20. Yajayu is not surprised that the game system does not judge the chakra extraction method, not seal, nature transformation, and cell activation as skills, except for a little pity. At the end of the day, these are just skills, half skills at best. It is normal not to digitize severely damaged game systems. Therefore, Yajayu created a shadow clone to practice nature transformation together with the main body. Wait until you have mastered lightning-style nature transformation, and then slowly practice cell activation. Now Yajayu, there is still time. But time ignored Yajayu and hurried past him. In the blink of an eye, the time turned to Konoha's 55th year, and it was still in mid-June of Konoha's 55th year. It took more than half a year to bring Xianglin and his mother out of Kusanagi village before he knew it. In the past 6 months, the mother and daughter lived happily. They no longer need to seriously overdraw their vitality for a place to live, and they will not be bullied by local children because they are outsiders. The mother and daughter of Xianglin, who dyed their hair black, live in a small town pretending to be ordinary people. As the town closest to Konoha, this town is also a very peaceful place. Except for Konoha's ninjas, no other ninjas would dare to come here, otherwise they would be regarded as spies. Even if they had, they would not dare to wear a forehead protector, or they must have an entry certificate to prove that they have accepted the entrusted mission, otherwise the person in charge of this town will notify Konoha to arrange for ninjas to come and arrest the other party. Therefore, Xionglin's mother and daughter finally lived a normal life. At first, Yajayu would come every few days to check up on her mother while teaching Kairin. Gradually, Yajayu came over every weekend, that is, Sunday, and taught Konoha a week's lessons to Xiongling. Under Yajayu's training, Xionglin's growth has been very obvious in the past 6 months. Although in terms of cultural knowledge, she is not even qualified to carry shoes for Ino and little Sakura. But at the same time, in terms of ninja strength, Ino and little Sakura are not even qualified to lift the shoes of Xiongling. Because in the past half a year, Xiongling, who can concentrate on improving her strength without spending time learning cultural knowledge, has already mastered the 3-body technique and Konoha body flicker technique necessary for genin. For Xiangfos, this is a very easy thing. As the mixed blood of the Otsutsuki family, whether it is the Hyuga family, Senju family, Uchiha family, or Uzumaki family, they all have inherent advantages in chakra control. Among them, the Hyuga family and the Senju family are biased towards the human body, the former gentle fist, and the latter steel fist, while the Uchiha family and the Uzumaki family control the chakra side, the former is illusion, and the latter is sealing. But among the 4 major ninja clans, who has the greater inherent advantage? That's of course, the Uzumaki clan. Because the Uzumaki family has sage body in addition to sealing technique. They can not only practice the sealing technique, but also practice the strange power boxing of the Senju family. Therefore, people of the Uzumaki family who master the sealing technique generally have yin and yang attributes. With her innate talent, Xiongling has mastered the 3-body technique and Konoha body flicker technique in half a year, which is already considered slow. Seeing that Xiongling has mastered these basics, Yajayu did not rush to teach her elemental ninjutsu, but got a lot of books and began to let her improve her cultural knowledge. Xiongling was not driven out of the village after her mother's death, and was discovered by the people of Cao Ninja Village that she also had physical healing. This means that Xionglin's physical healing will soon be awakened. Possessing an innate talent for controlling chakra, as well as a physical healing Xiongling, he is simply a natural medical ninja. As long as it is not as violent as Kusanagi village and has sufficient resources to cultivate, Xionglin's future medical level will definitely not be inferior to Shizun, or even Yakushi Kabuto and Tsunade, a medical master. And the template that Yajayu prepared for Xiongling is the combination of Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. In his previous life, Yajayu was full of pity for Xiang Lian's fate. This top genius who has awakened the 3 unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan by his own ability is really wasting too much potential. If she was born in Konoha, then Tsunade's second disciple would never be little Sakura. If Karen becomes Tsunade's disciple, then she will be the 13th Xiaoqiang, and she will be the only one like Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. As a disciple of Hokage, Xiang Phosphorus will definitely have amazing resources. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, the Senju clan's strange power punch, the Uzumaki clan's unique abilities and sealing techniques, etc. When these are put together, Xiongling is second only to Naruzuo in the new generation. With her talent, she might be able to learn the magic of Shiju Forest. If you still master the magic of immortality, then fragrant phosphorus will be a great help even in the final battle. It is precisely because of this that Yajayu attaches so much importance to Xiang Phosphorus and is determined to completely change the fate of Xiang Phosphorus. But you still have to eat the meal one bite at a time. If you want to become a medical master, you must not fall behind in cultural knowledge. Without school, Yajayu can only act as a teacher and teach Xiongling everything he learned in school. He also used the transformation technique and virtual reality conversion from time to time, and sneaked into Konoha's library at night to steal some books for Xiang Phosphorus. Xiang Phosphorus, who matures early, also studies very hard. Compared with being bullied in the grass ninja village, life now is not too happy. Therefore, Xiang Phosphorus is full of gratitude and admiration for brother Yajayu who rescued himself and his mother, gave them such a good house to live in for free, and gave them living expenses every month. In order to repay Yajayu's kindness, I knew last year that Yajayu wanted to train himself to be his right-hand man, and he would never let Yajayu be disappointed in him. This is also the source of motivation for Xiang Phosphorus practice. Yajayu didn't know what Xiangling was thinking, otherwise he would have been very pleased. Just like that, time came to August again without realizing it. This month, Yajayu gradually no longer uses Shadow Clone to go to class, but goes to school in his own body. Because he found that the atmosphere of the village began to change. The Uchiha clan's guards became increasingly violent. During the day, Umbu was seen much more than usual. Counting the time, Yajayu has already realized that the Uchiha clan, one of the 3 giants in Konoha and one of the only 2 remaining giants, has begun the countdown to its demise. This means that Uchiha Obito will frequently appear in Konoha during this time. Yajayu didn't want to be discovered by this time-space guy when he was practicing teleportation. Being discovered by Uchiha Obito means being discovered by Black Zetsu and Akatsuki. If they are watching now, then Yajayu must not be able to sleep well. After all, pretending to be technique and mayfly technique is very disgusting. However, Yajayu does not intend to wait for the demise of the Uchiha clan in a low-key manner, and then continue to go out to practice. In the eyes of Yajayu, the number 1 family in the ninja world, this is simply a huge experience pool. Even if his strength is still weak, he must participate. This is an opportunity that will never come again if it is missed. Chapter 21. When the first 10 days of August enters the middle 10 days. On this day, ninja school unexpectedly delayed the end of get out of class. Hearing this notice, Yajayu, who came to the ninja school on his own, immediately flashed his eyes. Then, in my spare time, I went to the toilet to create a shadow clone. The main body was transformed into a cat using the transformation technique, and quietly left the ninja school using the virtual real transformation. Instead of going immediately to the Uchiha clan land that should be covered by the enchantment at this time, Yajayu first returned home and changed into a custom-made equipment outside. I saw Yajayu using the transformation technique to turn into a young man of about 1.8 meters, and then put on a black cloak similar to Uchiha Obito covering the whole body. His hair turned silver with the transformation technique, and a white smiling face on his face. The mask only reveals a pair of blue eyes that were also transformed by the transformation technique. White gloves are worn on both hands, and on Yajayu's waist hangs the katana sword necessary for samurai and ronin. After putting on this equipment, Yajayu disappeared at home in an instant. If Hyuga Hayashi was here and saw this scene, his eyes would be wide open. So fast! More than half a year has passed, although Yajayu has not yet developed the space-time teleportation, but he has not gained nothing. Because in the past 6 months, Yajayu has mastered the lightning-style nature transformation and the technique of lightning-style chakra to stimulate cell activation. This is not an incredible thing. Uchiha Sasuke in the original work, only took a month to master these 2 skills in Chidori. Even if Yajayu's talent is not as good as his, and without the guidance of a famous teacher, it is unlikely that he has not learned these 2 skills for more than half a year. On the contrary, Yajayu is also guided by a famous teacher, and the 2 techniques organized by the Hyuga family are very detailed. Yajayu, who has the thinking of an adult, has mastered these 2 skills through self-study and consultation in just 3 months. At the same time, Yajayu's bold idea was right. Stimulate the cells with lightning-style nature transformation, and then inject the power of time and space into the nature transformation without any conflicts, which can indeed act on the whole body. When Yajayu used this method to fill his body with the power of time and space instead of the state of virtual and real transformation, the world in front of him suddenly changed greatly. From Yajayu's perspective, the world is still the same world, but the invisible air, or space, materializes in the form of ripples. Moving in this rippled world, Yajayu not only does not have the air resistance encountered when using the body flicker technique, but his figure seems to turn into a thunderbolt, blending into the rippled sea water, with the help of water conduction, instantly appeared far, far away. During this movement, just like when he practiced teleportation last year, Yajayu's body can pass through all obstacles without avoiding obstacles. As a result, Yajayu's instant body is now very fast, unbelievably fast. How fast Uchiha Shisui and Namikaze Minato's instant body is, Yajayu does not know, but he is very sure that their instant body is not as good as his own. Unless Namikaze Minato uses the Flying Thunder God technique and moves by fixed point teleportation, he can be faster than Yajayu. Nowadays, the only one who can be compared with Yajayu or slightly better than Yajayu in the short distance range is 4th Hokage. After Yajayu perfects his teleportation, no one in the entire ninja world can match Yajayu in terms of teleportation. Relying on the lightning speed and the hidden aura of the transformation between virtual and real, Yajayu quickly left Konoha Center Street and came to the vicinity of Nanhi River. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan, who originally lived in Konoha Central Street with other ninja clans, had to move their clan to the vicinity of the Nanga River. This exclusion and isolation was also the main reason why the Uchiha clan decided to stage a coup. As a proud clan, how could they endure the exclusion and isolation of others except the Senju clan who founded Konoha with them? Of course, this is the self-righteousness of the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of other ninjas, the Uchiha clan was the last to join. They joined the Senju clan earlier than the Uchiha clan. They are the real elders of Konoha. The Uchiha clan is nothing but a loser. Arriving at the place of the Uchiha clan, Yajayu immediately released his perception technique, and found that the breath of life was extinguished like a candle. Apparently, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito were already killing it. So, Yajayu also pulled out the samurai sword at his waist, covered it with the power of time and space, and moved towards a target with chakra in a blink of an eye. Tear up! Yajayu appeared behind a middle-aged man who didn't wear a forehead protector, but only wore the Uchiha family crest, and then appeared in front of the middle-aged man without the slightest after-image as if teleporting. In the next second, there was a tearing sound from the middle-aged man's body, and his body was directly divided into two. Ding! You kill an enemy and get 8% of the opponent's chakra. Any existence that Yajayu regards as a target will be judged as an enemy by the system. As the beep fell, Yajayu's physical energy and mental energy were boosted again, and this energy that appeared out of thin air was automatically fused to form chakra. The chakra that was just consumed not only recovered in an instant, but also became larger than before. The next second, Yajayu disappeared without warning. Ding! You killed an enemy and got 5% of the opponent's chakra. Ding! You killed an enemy and got 7% of the opponent's chakra. Ding! You killed an enemy and got 3% of the opponent's chakra. Facing Yajayu's true silent assassination technique, the people of the Uchiha clan were just like those patrolling ninjas in Kusanagi village, they were killed without any reaction. However, most of the people who were killed by Yajayu were chakra who was less than him, or not much different from him, or slightly stronger than him. The targets that chakra is much larger than Yajayu are not within Yajayu's hunting range. Jonin is the mainstay of the 5 great ninja villages, and elite Jonin is the trump card of the great ninja village. Such an existence is extremely rich in both strength and combat experience. Yajayu's true silent assassination is deadly, but not invincible. If the opponent dodges his fatal blow, it will be difficult for Yajayu to kill Jonin and elite Jonin who have mastered at least 2 nature transformations, and he will have to think about how to get rid of the opponent. Of course, this is not the point. Crucially, Yajayu is well aware that Uchiha Obito's primary targets are those Uchiha people who have the 3 Tomo Sharingan. They are probably being watched by the White Zetsu clone at this time. Yajayu is not interested in the Sharingan and kills don't bother to spend time taking their Sharingan. Just like the minimalism of the data panel, Yajayu also has the obsessive-compulsive disorder of minimalism. As for Sweji Boundary, he only needs the body of time and space, and there is no need to make himself so diverse. However, Yajayu took the initiative to avoid Uchiha Obito, and specially hunted some weak Uchiha to improve chakra. His existence was still discovered. Chapter 22. Bring, Master Madara, a mysterious guy is also involved. On the east side of the Uchiha clan land, inside a certain house. Uchiha Obito just used the sickle left by Uchiha Madara to harvest a Uchiha tribe with 3 Tomo Sharingan, when a black and white creature suddenly appeared on the ground next to him. This creature is none other than Black White Zetsu. And the speaker is the talkative White Zetsu. Who? Uchiha Obito asked in Uchiha Madara's deep voice while taking the Sharingan without haste. I don't know, it's a guy wearing a cloak and a white mask like you. White Zetsu said intentionally. He has white hair, and his weapon is a katana sword, kind of like Take Kakashi. Go and have a look and you'll know. Hearing the name Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, who didn't care at all, paused slightly, then seemed to be interested. His figure twisted in place, was sucked into it by a little Uzumaki, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Black White Zetsu also sank into the ground and disappeared. After a while, Yajayu, who had harvested more than a dozen lives, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, Yajayu directly used the virtual real conversion. Swish! The moment his body entered the different space, a sharp cold light flashed across his body. Who are you? X2. The next moment, Yajayu and Uchiha Obito looked at each other, their faces under the mask were full of shock. But the former is fake, the latter is real. At this time, Uchiha Obito had already set off a storm in his heart. That is a strong sense of anxiety and crisis. Uchiha Obito's strength is not strong. If he fights with Uchiha Itachi, he will be hanged and beaten by Uchiha Itachi. But whether he is facing 5 Kages or Nagato, he can be confident. Based on what? Relying on the pupil technique lodged in the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui Hollow. And now, what did Uchiha Obito see? Hollow. Hollow like him. When a person with an extremely rare ability sees a person of the same attribute as himself, he will either only be delighted and admired by the same kind, or he can only wish to kill him immediately, making himself a unique existence in this field. Uchiha Obito is now the latter. At this moment, killing Yajayu has become more important than collecting Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's heart. Of course Yajayu didn't know what Uchiha Obito was thinking. He didn't expect to be discovered so quickly after hunting so low-key. And the person who found him was not Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Obito, who he least wanted to meet at this stage. But since it happened, Yajayu would not stand idly by. Swish! I saw him holding a samurai sword and slashing towards Uchiha Obito. Without covering the katana with the power of time and space, it is just a waste of your chakra. Really? Yajayu's katana pierced through Uchiha Obito's body. In the next second, Yajayu saw Uchiha Obito also raised the sickle in his hand and slashed towards him. And the result goes through the body as well. Sure enough, hollow. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito's face under the mask looked extremely ugly. Clang clang. Immediately afterwards, Yajayu and Uchiha Obito kept brandishing their katana swords and Shinigami sickles. The strange picture immediately appeared in the eyes of Black White Zetsu, who was secretly watching. I saw the katana and the Shinigami sickle, sometimes passing through the bodies of Yajayu and Uchiha Obito, and sometimes colliding with each other, creating a dazzling spark. The quality of Yajayu's samurai sword is far inferior to the Shinigami sickle left by Uchiha Madara. So after several rounds of collision, Yajayu no longer collided head-on, but kept avoiding Uchiha Obito's attack, and then took the opportunity to sneak attack. The weapons of the two men passed through their bodies again and again. After nearly 10 minutes passed, Uchiha Obito took the initiative to end this test, and the figure jumped back through the wall. When Yajayu chased him out, Uchiha Obito's figure had disappeared, apparently using Kamui to slip away. So, Yajayu continued hunting. And in another area of the Uchiha tribe, the figure of Uchiha Obito slowly came out from the Kamui space. It's just that Uchiha Obito at this time, the situation is not very good. If you can see through, you will find that Uchiha Obito's Yendun chakra has been severely weakened, and the left eye and pupil under the mask have become grey and white without light. Master Madara, that guy also has the same hollow as you, is he Kakashi? At this time, the Black-White Zetsu figure appeared from the ground, and White Zetsu asked. No, his pupils are blue, and his left eye is not a Sharingan. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice, that hollow should be a kind of secret technique, or his blood inheritance boundary. And the duration of his hollow is far longer than mine. If I hadn't used Izanagi, Kamui's information might have been collected by him. Besides Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, when will there be another person who masters time and space ninjutsu in the ninja world? Black Zetsu said hoarsely. Have no idea. Uchiha Obito's current mood is as bad as his state, and he said in a deep voice, however, a person with such abilities cannot be an unknown guy, and he seems to know what we and Konoha are doing, so he came here to kill the Uchiha clan. It's not for the Sharingan, it's for the Uchiha clan. You sent white Zetsu clones to start investigating from this aspect, and I'll add Sharingan. After the words fell, Uchiha Obito also continued his hunt. He didn't tell Uchiha Itachi about Yajayu's information, let Uchiha Itachi go to test or deal with Yajayu. Because that's a pointless thing. When fighting against Yajayu, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, who can see through the chakra of the human body, found that Yajayu's chakra could sometimes see it, and sometimes it disappeared. Obviously, the opponent is also like himself, his body is hidden in a different space. As long as the enemy's illusions and perception techniques cannot penetrate into the different space, then all illusions and perception techniques will be useless to him. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's mood became even worse. It's clear just how heaven-defying hollow really is Uchiha Obito, proud of having it all by himself. No matter how strong the enemy is, there is nothing hollow can do against him. If I can't beat him, I can escape, but if I beat him, the opponent is almost dead. And now, another invincible guy like him appeared. What's more uncomfortable is that the opponent's hollow lasted longer than him. No wonder Uchiha Obito is full of stress and fear. As everyone knows, if he didn't use hollow to compete with Yajayu, and wanted to test the opponent's hollow time, but fought with Yajayu, he would soon find that Yajayu hollow time is indeed very long, but it is not like his Kamui, able to space jump. Unfortunately, there is no if. Uchiha Obito, who uses Izanagi with one eye, must escape before his hollow time expires, otherwise the situation will be very bad for him. Uchiha Obito without hollow is an elite jonin who is no match for Kakashi. After all, apart from the basic wood style and Uchiha's fire style, Uchiha Obito has not improved himself at all over the years. Unlike Kakashi, he has all attributes, mastered a variety of nature transformations, and copied thousands of ninjutsu. He likes to hide in a different space, and his combat experience is not even qualified to carry Kakashi's shoes. Chapter 23. Ding! You killed the enemy and gained 12% of the opponent's chakra. Ding! You killed the enemy and gained 7% of the opponent's chakra. Ding! You killed the enemy and gained 8% of the opponent's chakra. Although he was delayed by Uchiha Obito for nearly 10 minutes, when night fell, Yajayu still killed 2/3 of the people in the area who had chakra. Although the ones killed were all small fish and shrimps, and occasionally 1 or 2 big fish. But the mental and physical energy provided by these small fish and shrimps still increased Yajayu's original chakra amount several times. As for the 2 big fish, they discovered that their family had been slaughtered. When they were hurriedly preparing to find the clan leader, they were killed by Yajayu in a sneak attack using the true silent assassination technique. It was only when he saw them opening a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan that Yajayu realized that they were actually big fish. Therefore, Yajayu, who was originally not interested in Sharingan, also poached 2 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's better to seal it in a salt water bottle and leave it in a corner to collect dust than to buy cheap Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzo. Just when Yajayu was about to continue hunting, his expression suddenly changed slightly. I saw him looking at one place and sighing in his heart, it's so fast. Is this Mangekyo Sharingan's combat power? After saying that, Yajayu, who was in the hollow state, disappeared in an instant. And not long after he left, a figure also appeared near the place where he disappeared. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his eyes were sad and full of fear. What a fast speed, this is Uchiha Madara's strength. The person in this figure is none other than the great dutiful son Uchiha Itachi. Obviously, he thought that all the clan members here were killed by Uchiha Obito. After Yajayu left, he did not go to other areas to continue hunting. Instead, he left the Uchiha tribe directly, followed the Nenhi River to avoid all the people with life fluctuations, and quietly returned home. As the saying goes, greed is not enough to swallow elephants. Yajayu never wanted to be in the limelight today. It's fun to show off for a while, but there's a price to pay for showing off. Yajayu will definitely expose his talent in time and space in the future. If he exposes all his trump cards now, and waits for him to use today's methods as Yajayu in the future, then everyone will know that the mysterious person on the night of Uchiha's genocide is him. Exposing the virtual reality switch in front of Uchiha Obito is the limit that Yajayu can accept. After all, only Uchiha Obito can see his hollow, and Uchiha Obito also has the ability to hollow. Even if he told Uchiha Itachi wouldn't believe it. Only the top management of Konoha and Uchiha Obito knew about the destruction of the Uchiha clan, and only Uchiha Obito hunted with him. Just at this time, another person who knew hollow appeared. How could it be such a coincidence? This is why Yajayu chose to leave immediately after sensing the approach of Uchiha Itachi's chakra. After returning home, Yajayu sorted out the harvest of hunting during this period. First, there are 2 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharinan, which were sealed in the storage scroll by Yajayu and are still gathering dust in the drawer. Then there is the chakra variation of Yajayu. Hunted double-digit Uchiha, although most were a few small shrimp and only 2 big fish. But the physical energy and mental energy gained by killing them still allowed Yajayu's chakra to skip Elite Jonin and Special Jonin, and Jonin to reach the level of Elite Jonin. This achievement surprised Yajayu. His original plan was just to pick up the loopholes and let chakra reach the Special Jonin or Jonin level, which is already a big gain. Unexpectedly, his chakra amount jumped directly from Chunin to Elite Jonin. As expected of the current Konoha, and even the number 1 ninja in the ninja world, the gold content is too high. In the 2nd grade, he has the chakra of Elite Jonin level. Even the current Naruto, his chakra is far inferior to Yajayu. With this level of chakra, from now on, Yajayu can really hand over the courses of the ninja school to Shadow Clone, and devote himself to the development of the body of time and space. Just after Yajayu sorted out the harvest, Shadow Clone also came back home from the outside. The next day, the earthquake-level big news instantly caused a sensation in the entire Konoha and ninja world. Following the decline of the Senju clan, leaving only Tsunade alone, the Uchiha clan, which was recognized as the number 1 wealthy family in Konoha, and even the number 1 ninja clan in the ninja world, perished overnight. The one who wiped out the Uchiha clan was not the Hyuga clan, who was second only to the opponent, nor Konoha, the former strongest ninja village, but Uchiha Itachi, the son of the head of the Uchiha clan, who was only 13 years old this year. As soon as the news came out, Uchiha Itachi immediately became a ninja superstar. And Konoha immediately issued Uchiha Itachi's arrest warrant, making him the youngest S-class rebel in Konoha's history. Of the huge Uchiha clan, there were only 2 people left overnight. These 2 people happened to be the eldest son and second son of the Uchiha patriarch. All of a sudden, Sharinan became one of the rarest blood successors in the ninja world. This rarity is sure to increase over time. None of this has anything to do with Yajayu though. After Chakra was promoted to the Elite Jonin level, Yajayu had already handed over the entire study of the ninja school to Shadow Clone. The ontology is to continue to improve the teleportation of time and space. Gradually, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna also discovered that Yajayu had mastered Shadow Clone, and that it was Shadow Clone in the ninja school. In this regard, the couple was shocked again. They were shocked this time, not because they found out that Yajayu had mastered the B-level Shadow Clone only in the 2nd grade. Instead, they had supercilious eyes, and found that Yajayu's chakra volume had ushered in an astonishing surge in this year. Of course, apart from being shocked, they didn't doubt anything. They had already guessed that Yajayu broke through the bloodline limit. Now that the amount of chakra is so amazing, it should be the reason why Yajayu's body has begun to grow. This body that has broken through the bloodline limit is rapidly exerting strength. After all, none of their eyes were in Yajayu's body, seeing any other energy in chakra. It shows that this amazing chakra is not obtained by Yajayu with external force, but owned by himself. This is the benefit of purification. If someone else's chakra is forced into Yajayu's body, the game system's monster fighting and upgrading function is no different from the martial arts novel's suction power and beaming magic power, and it will definitely have side effects on Yajayu's body. But the game system turns the acquired chakra into pure energy, enhances Yajayu's physical energy and spiritual energy, and then automatically helps Yajayu fuse the improved physical energy and spiritual energy to form Yajayu's chakra. This way of lifting, not only will not have side effects on Yajayu's body, but will also strengthen Yajayu's body and spirit. Chapter 24. Time suddenly jumped hard, and it was so unreasonable to come to Konoha for 60 years. Since the demise of the Uchiha clan, the ninja world has entered an era of peace. Cloud Shinobi Village did not take advantage of Konoha's loss of the number one ninja in the ninja world this time to provoke or invade him wildly. Because if you do that, it is likely to be misunderstood by other major ninja villages, which will lead to the outbreak of the Fourth Ninja World War. The three wars are over, Cloud Shinobi Village has not yet recovered, and the two Jinchuriki, Wooden Golem, and Killer Bee, are not perfect yet. On Konoha's side, even if they lose the number one ninja clan in the ninja world, they still have Jiraiya and Tsunade who are wandering outside, and the only remaining wealthy family, the Hyuga clan. Going to war with Konoha will only benefit Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, and even Kirigakure who is not in the ninja continent. But they didn't know that this was the best time to attack Konoha. When the new generation grows up, Konoha will start counting down from the weakest to the strongest. When Yajayu and Naruto become the ultimate body, then one person can sweep the entire ninja world. Since then, Konoha has been the center of the earth. After the demise of the Uchiha clan, the greatest influence is Uchiha Sasuke. The previous Uchiha Sasuke was just a cute boy with a little pride. But after the demise of the family, Uchiha Sasuke directly became a high-cold male god exuding an icy aura. The girls who don't know what Uchiha Sasuke's change means, on the contrary, like him even more. In addition, Uchiha Sasuke's mentality has also changed, and he has become concerned about Uchiha's honor. As a result, he set his eyes on Yajayu, and wanted to compete with Yajayu no matter in cultural class or other aspects. It's a pity that his plugin will take several years to go online. And Yajayu's plugin was already online when he was 3 years old. After the demise of the Uchiha clan, Yajayu's studies for the next few years were handed over to Shadow Clone to complete. Even for Yajayu's Shadow Clone, the 9 greats are no match at all. In addition to the culture class, because the knowledge learned in the previous life is deeply ingrained, Yajayu has never been able to adapt, and is only ranked in the top 5 of the class, such as shuriken throwing, physical combat, kunao actual combat, survival exercises, 3-body technique and other ninja courses. Yajayu all took the first place. The chief student is determined based on the overall score. So from the first grade, Yajayu has always occupied the position of the chief student, and has held the position for a full 6 years. Overwhelming the heirs of the major ninja clans also caused Yajayu, a civilian genius, to enter the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen in advance. Seeing that Yajayu is very friendly with the daughter of the Hyuga family and often visits her house, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to investigate. And Hyuga Hayashi seems to have been prepared for today. Even Hokage's people can only find out that Yajayu helped the lost Hinata, and then the two met. Yajayu can freely enter and exit the Hyuga clan, also because Hinata's mother likes him very much, and even Hyuga Hayashi admires him very much. Seeing this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled knowingly. As expected of the head of the clan, he actually used this method to break the rules of the family, allowing his 2 daughters to escape the fate of being engraved with caged bird. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wrong. He thought that Hyuga Hayashi and Hyugarina were kind to Yajayu, and they planned to marry off one of his daughters, so as to break the rule that once the clan has 2 children, one of them must be the branch house. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi should have engraved a caged bird on one of his children. Not surprisingly, Yajayu, a civilian genius, is a tool man trained by Hyuga Hayashi himself. In this way, the reason why he is so good can be found. It must be that Hyuga Hayashi has invested a lot of resources so that he can become the door-to-door son-in-law of the Hyuga family in the future, or a foreigner controlled by Hyuga Hayashi. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer pays attention to Yajayu. And Shimura Danzo also sneered and ignored it. Yajayu didn't know what the two old yinbis were thinking, otherwise he would have sighed that these people who play politics are really unimaginable. March 30th, Konoha 60. This day is the graduation exam for 6th grade. Yajayu-kun, it's time to get up. Yajayu-kun. In Yajayu's sleep, he vaguely heard a girl's voice calling himself. Slowly opening his eyelids, a very cute and beautiful little face was reflected in his slightly blurred vision. The cheeks that have lost the baby fat, the facial features are exquisite, and the white eyes are faintly tinged with a hint of lavender from the upgraded lineage. The voice was the same as the action of pushing Yajayu, very gentle. This girl, one of the few who is close to Yajayu, will not wake him up, one of the closest people in the world, and also his future wife. Hyuga Hinata. What time is it? Yajayu rubbed his eyes and stood up and asked. It's 8:25, Yajayu-kun, you go and wash up first, and then come out for breakfast. Hinata said softly while helping Yajayu arrange the quilt. Ha! I told you, just call me Yajayu. Yajayu yawned, then stretched, patted Hinata's small buttocks, and said with a smile, sorry to trouble you, Hinata. Hinata, who was slapped on the butt, paused slightly and then continued to adjust the quilt. But there was a hint of blush on that delicate and beautiful little face, and there was a smile that overflowed with happiness. In the bathroom, Yajayu brushed his teeth and looked at himself in the mirror. Several years have passed, and Yajayu, who is now 12 years old, has changed greatly. First of all, the face has also lost its tenderness, and its features are exquisite, and it is extremely handsome. Especially those pair of red eyes as clear as rubies, making Yajayu's eyes full of lethality. Charming when gentle, and shocking when cold. She has short black hair that just covers her ears, with the dull hair that she just woke up from. After brushing his teeth, Yajayu picked up a comb and combed out the dull hair, then took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. Through the height line engraved on the wall, you can see Yajayu's current height, which is 162.7 centimeters. At the age of 12, he is 1.62 meters tall, almost 1.63 meters tall. What is the concept? In Yajayu's previous life, perhaps many children of this age had such a height, or even taller than Yajayu. But in the Hokage world, Jiraiya's height of 1.91 meters is already at the level of a giant. Youngsters like Naruto were all under 1.7 meters tall when they were 16 or 17 years old. When Shippuden first started, Naruto was only 1.66 meters tall. In other words, Yajayu's current height is only a few centimeters away, and he is as tall as 16-year-old Naruto. With such a height, among a group of 12-year-old children, he is simply a big boy among big boys. So starting from the autumn semester of the 2nd grade, Yajayu has always been the big devil in the class. There is a reason for Yajayu's change. It's not that he also has the attribute of a big eater. On the contrary, Yajayu's food intake is very small, not even half of Hinata's. The reason why Yajayu's physical development is far beyond that of his peers is because his physical and mental energy are so amazing. Every time an enemy is killed, Yajayu will gain more or less physical energy and spiritual energy. In addition to being automatically refined into chakra, these energies will also improve Yajayu's physical fitness and spiritual will. Coupled with the nutritious meals Hyuga Hayashi prepared for him, Yajayu absorbed as much nutrition as Naruto did for a month, or even several months, every day. This is what makes Yajayu precocious. However, Yajayu's changes are not the most amazing. The most amazing thing is Hinata. Chapter 25. After coming out of the bathroom, Hinata had already made the quilt for Yajayu and was not in the room anymore. Coming to the living room, Yajayu first saw the girl who was arranging bento. The girl was about 1.55 meters tall, with long black hair reaching her waist, and was wearing a conservative white windbreaker and black trousers as usual. At first glance, it looks like a large Hinata from a few years ago. It's just that the big is really too big. Just like Yajayu thought back then. Hinata, who did not intentionally hide the attribute of a big stomach king, under the full training of Hyuga Hayashi, the nutrition she absorbs every day is several times, or even more than 10 times, that of her peers. Over time, Hinata's body also develops ahead of schedule. Especially the conscience on the chest made Ino and little Sakura feel extremely inferior. Because the two of them add up to double, and they are not as big as Hinata. Fortunately, Hinata is wearing a loose white trench coat, so that the conscience does not look so big. Only Yajayu can see how big Hinata is with his white trench coat unbuttoned and only black fishnet underwear. That's all, the key is to defy gravity. Whenever Yajayu sees that scene, he can't help sighing, it's great to be able to come to the two-dimensional world. 12-year-old Tong Yanju, the two-dimensional world is really amazing. But Hinata can be so big, in addition to the attributes of a big eater, there is also Yajayu's credit. The reason why Yajayu gradually reduced his stay at Hinata's house is not only to let Hinata and Hanabi realize that Yajayu is not their elder brother after all, but also to let Hinata develop the habit of coming to his house every day. In the first few years, when Hinata's figure was fine, Yajayu behaved well and deliberately kept a distance from her. But as Hinata's body develops rapidly, and her conscience changes every year, Yajayu will love it whenever she finds a chance. Because of the very happy childhood in this life, there is no indirect death of uncle at the age of 3 in the original book, mother died of illness, cousin hates, and grows up in a high-pressure life. Although Hinata's character is not cheerful and lively, it is not as inferior and weak as the original. So Yajayu's training will only make Hinata blush, but it will not make the girl faint with shame. This led to Yajayu and Hinata's relationship, which started to grow by leaps and bounds in 5th grade. Yajayu gradually disliked staying at Hinata's house, and Hinata also used to come to Yajayu's house with a nutritious meal every day, help him make the bed, and then help him wash clothes, etc. At a young age, she has the appearance of a good wife and mother in the future. Such a girl, it is no wonder that the number of appearances is pitiful, but the popularity has completely abused the little Sakura who is the heroine. This is also the reason why Yajayu decided to slap himself in the face after hesitating, and even intervened in the Hyuga Hisashi incident at the expense of exposing the blood successor of time and space, and contacted Hinata in advance. After having breakfast with Hinata, Yajayu went back to his room and changed into his pajamas, and went to the ninja school with Hinata. Yajayu, today is your body, or shadow clone. As soon as he came to the school classroom, Yajayu was teased by Ino. Little Sakura sitting next to her, along with Naruzuo and Akimichi Koji, were also eyeing Yajayu. It can be seen that Ino, Shika, Cho and little Sakura already knew that Yajayu asked Shadow Clone to come to class. Before Yajayu could speak, Naruzuo pinched his chin and analyzed, today is such an important day, the probability of the main body coming is at least twice that of the usual big exam. However, with Yajayu's strength, he should not pay attention to the graduation exam, so there are many chances of letting Shadow Clone come over. But looking at Hinata's position, I guess it must be ontology today. Ino, who was looking forward to it, suddenly complained with black lines all over his face, the last sentence is the key point. It's me. Yajayu sat down and said with a smile, after the exam, I still need to take a file photo. Of course I will spend it with you on such a meaningful day. Ino and little Sakura suddenly smiled, their beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Yes, little Sakura didn't cling to Uchiha Sasuke, but looked at Yajayu with bright eyes. This is not surprising. It is also the ultimate licking dog for women. Why can Xiao Sakura beat Kairin? It's very simple, because Xianglin fell in love with Uchiha Sasuke because he was rescued by the hero Uchiha Sasuke. Little Sakura thinks that Uchiha Sasuke is handsome and has good strength, so she likes Uchiha Sasuke. And in this life, the appearance of Yajayu, AST, made Uchiha Sasuke from the chief student of the original book to the second child of 10,000 years. His popularity in the class is not even as high as that of Hyuga Niji in his class. No way, because Yajayu is really too dazzling. Not to mention handsome and strong, the main reason is that he is too tall. Tall and handsome boys, no matter which world they are in, are as popular as peerless beauties. And as a member of Yajayu's circle, little Sakura was able to get to know Yajayu more closely. Little Sakura, who secretly observes Yajayu, discovers that other boys are really just like children. Yajayu is tall and handsome, and also so smart, calm, with a tone like an adult. Except for Naruzuo who can keep up with Yajayu's rhythm, they can't chat with Yajayu at all. Just like Ino, after getting along with Yajayu, little Sakura couldn't help feeling admiration for Yajayu at first, and then this admiration gradually turned into a secret love with the passage of time. Not bad, just a crush. Just like Ino, she dared not express her feelings to Yajayu at all. Because compared with Hinata, their gap is too big. If Yajayu and Uchiha Sasuke have been the chief student and the second place, then Hinata is the number 3 that no one can shake. The attributes of a big eater not only make Hinata's body develop prematurely, but also his physical energy and mental energy far exceed those of his peers. The stronger the physical energy and mental energy, the greater the amount of chakra. Coupled with the innate talent for controlling chakra, the character that is no longer inferior and weak, and the family background of the number 1 wealthy family in Konoha, Hinata will not fight or grab, otherwise she will be the second. Because Hinata doesn't like fighting, Hyuga Hayashi didn't force her to practice. But Yajayu gave Hinata the motivation to practice. It's just that what she practiced was not family gentle fist, but auxiliary ninjutsu. Such as medical ninjutsu, sealing technique, and enchantment ninjutsu. In the original book, Hinata also knows medical ninjutsu and enchantment ninjutsu. Moreover, her attainment far exceeds that of Ino, who has yin attributes, and her family's secret art is yin escape ninjutsu. During the Three Tails incident, the enchantment class formed by their 3 golden flowers and Shizun, only Ino could hardly keep up with the rhythm. Therefore, Yajayu asked Hinata to practice these auxiliary ninjutsu. Hearing that he can help Yajayu in the future by practicing these ninjutsu, Hinata also worked very hard. With the help of family heritage and innate talent, 12-year-old Hinata has mastered many basic sealing techniques and advanced medical ninjutsu. Healing jutsu. This is how Hinata has changed over the years. Chapter 26. Go back to your seat and sit down. The person whose name is called will come out later. The graduation examination question is clone technique. Yajayu and the others chatted for not long. Umino Irika appeared at the door of the classroom holding a document. He did not go to the podium, but announced the graduation examination questions at the door, and then left. When they heard that the test question was clone technique, the faces of many people in the classroom turned pale and colorless in an instant. Among them was Naruto with his head in his hands. After a while, a teacher also wearing a chinin vest appeared at the door of the classroom and began to call the students one by one. Some people stood up nervously, some left with trembling legs, and some walked out of the classroom with confident faces. The Xiaoqiang people headed by Yajayu are the last ones. For Yajayu, who has already mastered shadow clone technique is not too simple. Within half a minute of entering the test room, Yajayu walked out with a forehead protector. Yajayu, who was holding the forehead protector, did not return to the classroom, but walked out of the teaching building. Under a tree at the entrance of the teaching building, Hinata and little Sakura, who had finished the exam before Yajayu, were already waiting for him. Not long after Yajayu walked over, Ino, Shika, Cho also came out together. See you in the afternoon, bye. After walking out of the ninja school, at an intersection, the 6 of Yajayu divided into 3 groups and waved goodbye. Later, they will go to the ninja school to take file photos and submit them to the school principal, the 3rd Hokage. After they pass the real assessment, the files will be entered into the archives and they will officially have their own ninja number. They are not real genin yet. But apart from Yajayu, Hinata and Ino, Shikacho obviously don't know. Yajayu was very satisfied with his current dress, so he did not go home to change clothes, nor did he use various methods to trick Hinata into his home as before, and then empty this precious girl who would not resist. Instead, he followed Hinata to his second home, the mansion of the head of the Hyuga clan. "Unai-chan, you're back." Yajayu first said hello to Hyuga Liangna, then separated from Hinata and came to the gym alone. As soon as he came in, he saw Hanabi, who was practicing acupuncture on the wooden golem pile, flying towards him with a happy face. "Well, I'm back." Yajayu opened his arms and hugged Hanabi, and couldn't help but rub his face against Hanabi's little face that was still full of baby fat. He smiled and said, "You've been training hard. Go take a shower and change clothes. Unai-chan will take you out to play." "Okay, I want a banana milkshake." Hanabi cheered immediately. "No problem. Yajayu is very doting on this sister-in-law who he raised. He is so doting that even Hinata, who doesn't fight, couldn't help but feel a little sour in the past few years." It wasn't until her conscience grew stronger that Hinata stopped being jealous of her sister. Raised by Yajayu since childhood, Hanabi is naturally the closest to Yajayu besides her mother. Both Hinata and Hyuga Hayashi will be ranked behind Yajayu. After leaving the gym with Hanabi in his arms, Yajayu put her down at Yuanbei, then pinched her face, rubbed her head, and said with a smile, "Go take a shower, I'll wait for you in the living room." Hanabi nodded vigorously, and then trotted towards his room with bare feet. The Hinata family, whose fate was changed by Yajayu, now has a very good family atmosphere. Hyuga Hayashi, who regards Yajayu as the hope of the family, and Yajayu has not let him down, still has seriousness and majesty, but will not have a zombie face like the original. Especially Hyuga Riana did not die, making Hinata and Hanabi's childhood full of happiness and joy. Not long after, Yajayu led Hanabi, who was wearing a brown kimono, with long hair tied into two ponytails, and Hinata, who had long straight black hair, out of the Hyuga clan's settlement. On the street with people coming and going, Hanabi did not run around like other 7-year-old children, but held Yajayu's hand tightly, being quiet and obedient. Hanabi's liveliness and cuteness can only be seen by family members like Yajayu and Hinata. When he was in the ninja school, Hanabi was more like a wealthy daughter than Hinata, very cold and proud, and completely ignored his peers including Konohamaru. And Hanabi does have this capital. The golden generation of Konoha Cenozoic is Yajayu and others. After the demise of the Uchiha family, the Hyuga family is the only remaining wealthy family in Konoha. Other ninjas are not as good as the Hyuga clan in terms of background or innate talent. In addition, Hanabi is also one of the precocious children. She knew at a young age that she would bear the honor of the Hyuga clan, so she worked very hard in her cultivation. Hyuga Hayashi and Yajayu also often point her out, except that chakra is not enough. Hanabi can leapfrog and beat the opponent even in the face of ordinary 6th graders. If the 1st and 5th grades hadn't been on vacation early, Hanabi would actually wake up Yajayu with Hinata today. In the last year of his student life, besides Hinata who is inseparable, Yajayu also has a little tail. After taking Hanabi to eat her favorite banana milkshake, Yajayu took the sisters for a walk. Then came to Ino's home flower shop, met Ino ahead of time, and then the 4 of them went to find Sakura, Naruzuo, and Akimichi Koji. After all the people in this small circle had assembled, Yajayu and his group set off for the ninja school. Since there will be no classes, Yajayu brings Hanabi into the classroom and sits her on his lap. Not long after, students who were well dressed, or who thought they were handsome, entered the classroom from the outside. But this time, there were a few seats vacant in the classroom. The students in these positions are all losers who failed the assessment and will come back next year. Among them is Naruto. But Yajayu knows that after tonight, Naruto will officially start the road of coercion. 10 minutes later, Umino Irika also walked into the classroom and organized the students to take file photos on the rooftop. After taking the file photo, Yajayu held Hanabi's little hand, took Hinata to say goodbye to Ino, Shika, Cho and little Sakura, and went straight back to Hinata's house for dinner. But after dinner, Yajayu refused Hanabi's request to let him stay overnight and chose to go home. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna did not retain either. As the children grow up, they can all see that Yajayu has a mind of his own and wants to live an independent life. Especially Hyuga Hayashi, who knows the real reason why Yajayu didn't choose to stay overnight. Because Yajayu will leave Konoha from time to time, it is really inconvenient to stay here. As for why Yajayu often leaves Konoha, Hyuga Hayashi didn't ask much. Because he is very reassuring about Yajayu. The main thing is that the current Yajayu is too strong. Chapter 27. Just as Hyuga Hayashi thought, the reason why Yajayu didn't stay overnight was because he was leaving Konoha tonight. When night fell, Yajayu saw a lot of ninjas flying over the eaves and walls, as if they were looking for something. He knew that Naruto had stolen the sealed book. Yajayu had no intention of getting involved. Naruto was able to steal the sealed book because Sarutobi Hiruzen let him steal it on purpose, otherwise a trainee ninja who is not even a genin would be subdued by Umbu before entering Hokage's office. Not to mention, how could the sealed book that sealed countless forbidden techniques be placed in such an obvious position? All of this is nothing more than a small compensation from Sarutobi Hiruzen to the orphans of the fourth generation. From the moment Mizuki found Naruto, Naruto had already appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball. Therefore, Yajayu has no interest in this sealed book, whether it is true or false. Ignoring all perceptions by using virtual reality conversion, Yajayu easily left Konoha again, and in about 10 minutes, he came to the nearest town to Konoha. When Yajayu stopped blinking and reappeared, he had ignored all obstacles and appeared in the living room of an independent house. Master Yajayu. When the girl sitting in the living room saw Yajayu appearing in front of her, her beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she rushed over like Hanabi. Embracing the rushing Xianglin, Yajayu touched her red hair that was no longer dyed black, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a month, and you have become stronger again, Xianglin." He, Master Yajayu taught this well. Xianglin rubbed against Yajayu's chest like an idiot, inhaled Yajayu's scent forcefully, and smiled with flushed cheeks. Looking up at Yajayu, his gaze is full of admiration and admiration. Looking at the girl who is full of eyes now and only has herself in her heart, Yajayu touched her head very lovingly, and comforted her, "I have wronged you these few years, don't worry, I have passed the graduation examination, in a few days in a few months, you can live in Konoha. It's fine, as long as Master Yajayu comes to see me from time to time, I'm already very satisfied." Like a puppy, Xianglin rubbed his head against Yajayu's palm, first with a happy face, and then with a serious face. "Everything about me belongs to Lord Yajayu, please don't hesitate to use me. Of course, you are my right-hand man." Yajayu touched Xianglin's small face, and then bowed his head and kissed her under the shy and excited gaze of the other party. This is not the first time Yajayu has kissed Xianglin, nor is it Yajayu's first kiss. Yajayu's first kiss was already given to Hinata in the 5th grade, and at the same time took away the other's first kiss. That's how Yajayu unlocks the couldn't put it down achievement. As for kissing Phosphorus, when the other party was most helpless, he had to imprint on the opponent's body, so that Xianglin could find a new support. Because last May, Xianglin's mother passed away. Even if Yajayu has mastered healing jutsu in the past few years, and Xianglin has awakened physical healing, he still cannot save Xianglin's mother. Because of the life force being sucked away, unless Yajayu gets the elixir of the Otsutsuki clan, or Orochimaru's undead reincarnation, let Xianglin's mother abandon her current body and take someone else's body to live. Otherwise, even if Sage of Six Paths is alive, there is nothing he can do. After all, Sage of Six Paths also died because of the end of life. When her mother passed away, she entrusted her to Yajayu. In order to give Xiang Phosphorus a sense of security, Yajayu took the initiative to get closer to her, so they had that kiss. And this kiss really made Xiangling, who had always admired and loved Yajayu, completely change into the shape of Yajayu. If Yajayu is in danger and has to sacrifice his own life to save him, the current Xianglin will sacrifice himself without hesitation. This is also the reason why Yajayu dotes on Xianglin so much. A few years later, this girl who was brought out from the grass ninja village and trained by himself has become as important a person in Yajayu's heart as Hinata and Hanabi. And Xiangfo's did not disappoint Yajayu. Since chakra was not crazy absorbed by others, and Yajayu had enough money to support her, Uzumaki's sage body grew up very well. First of all, what is different from the original work is that Xiang Phosphorus is not short-sighted. However, Yajayu, who already has a childlike face, big breasts, and a loli with twin tails at home, still gave her a pair of flat glasses on Xiang Ling's birthday, hoping to train her to be his glasses assistant. In addition, the amount of chakra of the 12-year-old Xiang Ling is much greater than that of the cheating Yajayu. It is the existence that Yajayu has seen second only to Naruto. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan, like the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan, all have an innate talent for chakra control. In order to cultivate Xiangsu, he will give Xiangsu a copy of whatever ninjutsu Yajayu and Hinata possess. Xiang Phosphorus has also been very competitive in recent years, and his overall strength has completely defeated Hinata, who doesn't like to practice very much. At the age of 8, Kosovo had fully mastered the three-body technique, invisibility technique, and Konoha body flicker technique taught in the ninja school, as well as the basic medical ninjutsu taught by Yajayu. At the age of 9, Xiang Lian learned the shadow clone technique, and then officially cheated like Naruto. With her huge chakra, she can create several clones to assist her in her training. Not only did he not fall behind in his cultural classes, but he also made rapid progress in ninjutsu. At the age of 10, under the guidance of Yajayu, Kosovo mastered advanced medical ninjutsu, healing jutsu, as well as basic sealing techniques and genjutsu. At the age of 11, Kagura awakened one of the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, the Kagura Heart Eye, which is capable of sensing within a radius of tens of kilometers and is known as the strongest perception technique in the ninja world. Now Xiang Phosphorus is like an all-round ninja. Elemental ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, sealing jutsu, barrier ninjutsu, perception jutsu, etc. She knows them all, but they are not strong enough. But now that such a perfect foundation has been laid, Xiang Phosphorus is so far away from the sky. All he needs is these types of advanced ninjutsu. If it weren't for those advanced ninjutsu, even the Hyuga clan wouldn't have it, and Xianglin would already be one of the strongest in the new generation. However, it is still early before the troubled times come, and Yajayu has plenty of time to cultivate Xiang Phosphorus. So after their lips separated, Yajayu took Xiang Ling, who was blushing and actually extremely excited, to the bathroom and asked her to take a bath for him. After taking a bath, Yajayu put on a yukata and took the kimono with her, and went out to visit the night market to satisfy the girl's fantasy of love. And Xiang Phosphorus is indeed such a girl who is easily satisfied. I just went out to visit the night market with Yajayu. When I came back, I had a silly smile on my face. When I hugged Yajayu to sleep at night, I would laugh in my sleep. Chapter 28. 7:30 in the morning. Yajayu woke up from his sleep on time, glanced at Xiang Ling who was still sleeping, and secretly withdrew his arm. Then his figure disappeared into the bed out of thin air. When Yajayu appeared again, he had left the town and changed into the yukata he wore last night. In about 10 minutes, Yajayu returned to his home in Konoha from the small town. At 8 o'clock, the door of Yajayu's house was opened from the outside. I saw Hinata carrying a lunchbox and coming over on time to wake Yajayu up. Unlike usual, today's Hinata has a genin forehead protector on its neck. At this time, Yajayu had also finished washing and took a shower by the way. Seeing that Yajayu woke up so early today, Hinata was slightly surprised, and then said softly, "Mr. Yajayu, it's time for breakfast." Yajayu wiped his wet hair with a towel, walked up to Hinata, and kissed him without saying hello. Hinata, who was suddenly attacked, tightened her little hands holding the bento box, for fear of accidentally destroying Yajayu's breakfast today. And the other hand tightly clenched the corner of the clothes, then closed her beautiful eyes, opened her teeth quietly, and catered to Yajayu. When the two lips parted, Hinata pulled off the fishnet jacket blushing, and pulled the zipper of the white windbreaker to the top. Yajayu took the bento box reluctantly, and enjoyed the breakfast Hinata specially made for him with a smile on his face. Yes, Yajayu and Hanabi, and even Hinata's own nutritious meals, are all made by Hinata himself. Hinata, who doesn't like fighting, positions herself as an auxiliary medical ninja. Yajayu didn't force Hinata either. As a time traveler, he knows very well that unless Hinata awakens Tenseigan or becomes a Jinchuriki, no matter how Yajayu trains her, her upper limit is only cage level strong. Even if there is a chance to awaken Tenseigan, Yajayu will not give it to Hinata, but to Hanabi. Because of Hinata's character, she is destined not to be a fighting ninja. Tenseigan can't exert its full power to her, but Hanabi is different. In the future, with Hinata's Byakugan and Kagura's Heart Eye in sensing, adamantine sealing chains and sealing technique, and the three of them in barrier technique, Yajayu will not have any shortcomings. However, if he wants Hiruzen to move into Konoha and make her his teammate, he must at least wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen dies and Konoha enters Tsunade's era. Yajayu is not in a hurry either. After breakfast, Yajayu went back to his room to dry his hair, then changed his clothes and took out a weapon that had been dusty for a long time. This weapon was given to Yajayu for his birthday by Hyuga Hayashi when he was 10 years old. The weapon is a single-edged straight sword, which can also be called a knife. In this world, there is no distinction between swords and swords. You can call a sword, or you can call a sword. The appearance of this single-edged straight sword is very similar to Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword in Shippuden. This is indeed the case. When Hyuga Hayashi asked Yajayu what weapon he liked, Yajayu described what the Kusanagi sword looked like. So Hyuga Hayashi specially ordered such a weapon. And this weapon, like Sarutobi Asuma's Hine and Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, can be integrated into nature transformation and lightning style to enhance the sharpness of the sword. But what Yajayu wants is not these, but lightness and convenience. When using time-space slash, even if the weapon in Yajayu's hand is a kunao, or even a kitchen knife, it will be the sharpest weapon in the world. But kunao is too short, and the short blade used by Umbu and Sword Ninja is the same. Yajayu wants a weapon like Kusanagi sword. When he got this weapon, Yajayu used it immediately. It was very suitable for his fighting style. During the 2-year vacation, many people died under Yajayu's sword. Ghost Cry, please give me more advice in the future. Yajayu touched the white hilt and chuckled. Ghost Cry is the name Yajayu gave this sword. This name was not chosen casually, but when Yajayu used that esoteric technique, he suddenly felt that this name was very suitable for this sword. Yajayu didn't put Ghost Cry on his waist, but flipped his palm, and then the sword disappeared out of thin air. Yes, it disappeared without warning, without white smoke like summoning or storage scrolls. So, where did the sword go? The answer is, it's in a different dimension inside Yajayu's body. Yes, there is a different space in Yajayu's body now. This was discovered by Yajayu last year. This is not a hidden function of the game system, but an ability developed by Yajayu himself. When Yajayu used lightning-style nature transformation to stimulate cells, he incorporated into nature transformation the power of time and space without any conflict. Unexpectedly, the power of time and space merged into the cells of the whole body, forming a permanent different space in Yajayu's body. Moreover, this different space will gradually grow larger as Yajayu continues to stimulate the cells. It's a pity that this different space cannot store the host Yajayu in it like the Kamui space. For the time being, there are no living things, only dead things. Therefore, Yajayu named this different space the space backpack. Since he couldn't enter the different space to measure, Yajayu didn't know the volume of this different space, but he could store half of the things in his room in it. It is definitely more than enough to store weapons and some travel essentials. After putting Gaiku into the space backpack, Yajayu walked out of the room. By this time, Hinata had already finished washing the bento boxes. So, the two set off towards the ninja school together. Today is the day of class division, and when Yajayu and Tu came to the classroom, many students were already sitting in their seats. Morning. Yajayu and Hinata came to their places and greeted Ino, Shika, Cho and little Sakura who came earlier than them. Good morning, Yajayu, Hinata. Yajayu, why do you sleep in late every day? Ino, Shika, Cho and little Sakura responded, and Ino asked more curiously. Before Yajayu could speak, Naruzuo Shikamaru propped his chin and said, it's good that he didn't let Shadow Clone come over. That's right, Yajayu, are you also the main body today? Ino and little Sakura immediately cast puzzled eyes. There's no need to guess. Unless there is an accident in the future, what will appear in front of you will be my real body. Yajayu said helplessly. Hee hee. That's good, I don't need to ask Shadow Clone about you in the future. Ino said with a smile. We will be divided into classes later, and I don't know who will be in the same group as Yajayu. Little Sakura suddenly changed the subject, peeking at Yajayu's profile from time to time. Hearing this, Ino immediately rested his chin on his hands, and said expectantly, it would be great if I could be assigned to a group with Yajayu. Listening to Ino's words, which were no different from a confession, Hinata was not angry or jealous, but just smiled. Then your expectations may be in vain. At this time, Naruzuo mercilessly said, among us, except for the small Sakura and Hinata who have a chance to be in a group with Yajayu, you and I and Koji don't even think about it. Why? Ino looked at Naruzuo puzzled. Because our parents are so famous. Naruzuo explained, when people talk about them, they always talk about Ino, Shika, Cho, and their names are rarely mentioned. Ino, Shika, Cho is a combination of 3 people, and when there are only 3 people, it is the most powerful combination. Dad and the others are old, and the higher UPS will definitely have the idea of cultivating a new generation of Ino Shika Cho. If we want us to be the next generation of Ino, Shika, Cho, we have to develop a rapport, and there's nothing better than being in a group. So, if nothing else happens, you, Koji, and I will definitely be in a group. How so? Ino put his head in his hands and said frantically, this feeling of being arranged is so annoying. Yet. Little Sakura nodded in agreement. However, Hinata, who lowered her head slightly, had a bigger smile on her face. Contrary to Ino, she likes the feeling of being arranged. Just as Ino, Shika, Cho must be grouped together, Yajayu and Hinata must also be grouped together. This is what Hyuga Hayashi told Yajayu and Hinata last week. Hyuga Hayashi reached out to Sarutobi Hiruzen last week and asked Hokage to put Yajayu and Hinata together. Sarutobi Hiruzen is of course willing to sell him a favor for the request of this generation of Hokage fans and the only remaining wealthy patriarch of Konoha. Chapter 29. While a few people were chatting, an interesting incident happened in the classroom. I saw that Naruto, who passed the Umino Irika assessment, even without little Sakura, still competed with Uchiha Sasuke. Then, with the help of a male classmate's mistake, the two staged one of the most classic scenes in the second dimension, Mingzuo Kiss. Even without little Sakura, this pair of enemies who have been reincarnated for thousands of years still attract each other like magnets. The appearance of this scene made Yajayu more and more sure that the original Hinata and the little Sakura were superfluous, and Naruto was the true love. If it weren't for this pair of friends who are both men, but a man and a woman, Yajayu has no doubt that Mingzuo will definitely be one of the most famous CPS in the two-dimensional world. Even if they are men, their CP is also very famous. Seeing the scene of the two kissing, the corners of Yajayu's mouth rose slightly, while the corners of Ino's mouths twitched, with black lines all over their foreheads. Like them, there are Hokage and Jonin who are watching this new generation in the Hokage office. In the end, the farce ended because Umino Irika came in. On the podium, Umino Irika first congratulated the group of students who he had taught for 6 years and watched them grow up. His eyes were full of reluctance and sadness. Then he read the document in hand and began to divide into classes. The first class. Unlike Umino Irika, who was full of reluctance and sadness, the students below looked forward to each other, or put their hands together, praying that they and someone could be assigned to a group. But as Umino Irika read the names one by one, some boys and girls sighed in disappointment. There are also some boys and girls who are excited, obviously sharing with their good friends or crushes. Soon, Umino Irika was halfway through. 7th class. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Snort. Cut. Well. As soon as Umino Irika's words fell, different voices sounded from below. Naruto, who could only sit with Uchiha Sasuke because there was no time to change seats, hugged his arms and let out a snort. Uchiha Sasuke curled his lips in disgust. The little Sakura who was sitting next to Ino sighed, "It will be miserable in the future with these two problem children." "Thank you." Ino patted little Sakura on the shoulder comfortingly. "Little Sakura, this is for you." At this time, Yajayu took out a scroll from nowhere, handed it to little Sakura, and said, "Sasuke and Naruto are not simple, if you can't keep up with them, you may become their burden." "Eh? Do you want this for me?" Little Sakura took the scroll with a look of surprise, as if wondering if she was hallucinating. In the past 6 years, if there are 3 girls in this small circle who are closest to Yajayu, it must be Hinata. Next is the enthusiastic Ino. On the other hand, little Sakura, because she has not awakened her second personality, she is quiet and shy, and she has not even half of what Ino said to Yajayu in the past 6 years. So it's normal for little Sakura to feel disbelief when Yajayu gives her a gift out of the blue. Seeing this scene, Ino subconsciously pursed his lips, and complained, "Naruto is just a crane tail, even if it becomes a burden, it should be him." "You are wrong." Without waiting for Yajayu to speak, Narushikamaru said meaningfully, "That Naruto guy is not simple, and Hinata has the best say on this point." Hinata nodded and said, "Naruto-kun's chakra volume is the largest among all the people I have ever seen." Class 8. Yajayu, Hyuga Hinata, Abarame Shino. Before Ino had time to ask, the attention of her and little Sakura was attracted by Umino Irika's voice. Hearing that Yajayu and Hinata were assigned to a team, Narushikamaru seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked sideways at Yajayu, with an intriguing smile on his face. Because his son's IQ is extremely high, Narushikamaru never treats Narushikamaru as a child when chatting with Narushikamaru. So Narushikamaru knows many things. For example, why does Yajayu, a commoner, have childhood sweethearts with the daughter of a wealthy family? It is likely that Hyuga Hayashi deliberately let go, intending to train Yajayu to be the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, so that his 2 daughters can avoid the high-level rumors of being engraved with caged bird. Narushikamaru no. If this is the case, then it is definitely not a coincidence that Yajayu and Hinata were put in the same team, but Hyuga Hayashi intervened. Yajayu didn't know what Narushikamaru was thinking, otherwise he would have been full of admiration for him. This kind of mind is worthy of him taking the initiative to make friends. It's so good, not only the childhood sweethearts, but also the class. Ino didn't think of the black box operation, but lamented the fate of Hinata and Yajayu. Even God is helping them, do I really have a chance? Little Sakura also looked envious. Class 10. Narushikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino. At this time, Umino Irika also read the 10th class, and the list was exactly the same as Narushikamaru's guess. Class 11. However, the arrival of Yajayu still caused a little butterfly storm in the class. That is Inyazuka Kiba, who is also a child of the ninja. In this life, he did not have a team with Hinata and Abarame Shino, but a team with 2 civilians, genin. Also a ninja child and a sentient ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned Inyazuka Fang to the civilian squad. It shows that in his heart, Inyazuka is not as important as Abarame Shino. And it is true. Abarame Shino, who has all kinds of parasites, is definitely the most underrated existence in the juvenile chapter. Not counting the Might Guy class, Abarame Shino is among the 9 strong players, and his strength is only below Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Before Mingzo opened 9 Tails Chakra and Raise Non, Chidori and other plug-ins, Abarame Shino also had a great chance of winning against them. More importantly, Abarame Shino is a rational ninja. He is not as hot-blooded as Naruto and Inyazuka, but he is definitely a teammate who is easy to get along with. Students whose names have been read, you can communicate with your teammates who will fight side by side in the future, and the guide Jonin will come to pick you up later. After class division, Umino Irika left the classroom with only 1 sentence. After he left, the classroom instantly turned into a vegetable market. The students who were sitting upright just now found their teammates one by one, or said goodbye to the friends who were not assigned together, etc. Come out from the third class, I am your guide Jonin. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a Jonin vest appeared at the door of the classroom, shouting majestically. With the departure of the 3 students, another Jonin appeared at the door of the classroom one after another, taking away his students. Soon, a beautiful Yuja who caught Yajayu's eyes appeared at the door of the classroom, glanced at the only remaining students, and said with a smile, Class 8, I am your guide Jonin, come with me. After speaking, she turned and left. Let's go first, and we will make an appointment when we are free. Yajayu stood up and smiled at Ino, Shika, Cho, and little Sakura. Bye-bye. Ino and little Sakura waved their hands reluctantly. After watching Yajayu and Hinata walk out of the classroom, Ino suddenly leaned over to little Sakura and asked, Little Sakura, what scroll did Yajayu give you? Let me see. Before the guide Jonin came, little Sakura curiously opened the storage scroll. It turned out to be medical ninjutsu. Glancing at the content on the storage scroll, Ino was stunned, then nodded and said, This is really suitable for you little Sakura, after all, your chakra control is better than ours. Little Sakura nodded, but in her mind, she was imagining that she had learned medical ninjutsu, could heal Yajayu in the future, and then Yajayu was moved by her, and she was with her. As everyone knows, this is just a bait deliberately thrown by Poseidon Yajayu, trying to hang her. Except for Hinata and Karen, Yajayu doesn't feel much about the girls nowadays. He only likes big ones. But Yajayu is very interested in the grown-up Ino and the little Sakura. Especially the wife Sakura passed down by Boruto is very suitable for Yajayu's taste. In the previous life, I had no feeling for little Sakura, or even hated it, because Yajayu was just a spectator, subconsciously substituting Naruto's perspective. But if you substitute the perspective of Uchiha Sasuke, you will find that small Sakura and Xianglin are shining like Hinata. Because these 2 ultimate licking dogs, no matter how they treat them, even if they want to kill her and the enemy together, they can forgive themselves. Compared with Ino, who fantasizes about Uchiha Sasuke and Sai pursuing him together in infinite Tsukuyomi, Hinata, Karen, and Sakura are all representatives of loyalty. Chapter 30. The 3 Yajayu followed Yui Hong out of the ninja school, left the central street, and came to a training ground in a certain forest. Turning around and looking at the 3 students with obvious height differences, Yui Hong introduced herself with a smile. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Yui Hong, you can call me Teacher Hong, I am best at ninja phantom illusion, like to drink soju and wasabi octopus, but hate cakes, what about you? Talking about you, Yui Hong stared at Yajayu, who was not much shorter than her. If it weren't for the immature face of a teenager, she would have thought she was her peers, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. The same goes for Yajayu. It was obviously the first time we met, but Yajayu's affection for Kurane Yui is now rising every second. Because, the 2 are so similar. Yajayu has black hair and red eyes, and Yui Hong also has black hair and red eyes. The men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and they are all first class in appearance. In addition, Yajayu's physical development is precocious, and her height is only a few centimeters shorter than Yui Hong. At first glance, the 2 look like a brother and sister. There are relatively few people with black hair and red eyes in Konoha, and it is no wonder that Yajayu and Yui Hong can't help but feel good about each other after looking at each other. Seeing Kurane Yui staring at him, Yajayu also began to introduce himself. My name is Yajayu, and I am good at body flicker technique and lightning style. I like to eat many things, mainly spicy food, and hate sour and bitter things. After finishing speaking, Yajayu looked at Hinata next to him. Hinata also introduced herself. My name is Hyuga Hinata, and I am good at family secrets and medical ninjutsu. I like and dislike a lot of food, and my usual interest is flower pressing. My name is Aberme Shino, and I am good at family secrets. My favorite food is vegetable salad and wax gourd. I hate things that are too strong. My hobby is observing insects. Hinata had just finished introducing herself, followed by Aberme Shino's voice. Very well, we have gotten to know each other initially, but I don't know enough about your abilities. With one hand on his hips, Yu Hihong took out 3 bells from the ninja bag with the other hand, and said to Yajayu, 3 people, tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, we will conduct a survival exercise here, and your task is to snatch the bell from my hand. Walk these 3 bells. If you can snatch these 3 bells from me tomorrow, I will treat you to a feast. Then, see you tomorrow. Before the last sentence was completely finished, Yu Hihong's body turned into an afterimage and disappeared out of thin air. Yajayu, what do you think? As soon as Kurane Yui left, Aberme Shino took the initiative to ask Yajayu. And his behavior also shows that he will not grab the position of team leader, and will obey Yajayu's arrangement. This kind of knowledge is something Inyazuka Kiba does not have. Inyazuka Fang is just like Naruto, even if he is in a group with the chief student, he will not feel convinced until he is completely conquered. Aberme Shino is different. Even if he feels that his strength is not inferior to anyone else, he will not compete with others for the right to speak. Unless the opponent's decision is wrong, it will cause heavy losses to one's own side. This is also the main reason why Yajayu admires Aberme Shino so much. I saw Yajayu pretending to be contemplative, and analyzed, Genin can't be Jonin's opponent. Unless Teacher Hong is serious, we can't grab the bell. So this survival exercise should be because Teacher Hong wants to see our ability. The battle of ninjas is an intelligence war. Teacher Hong took us so far, and left after just introducing herself, and gave us a day. It should be for us to collect her intelligence, or set up traps here, and discuss tactics. Preparation time. If there is no accident, Teacher Hong will release the water appropriately tomorrow, and control the strength so that as long as we work together, there is a high chance that we can grab the level of the bell. After listening to Yajayu's analysis, Aberme Shino nodded secretly. He deserved to be the chief student who overwhelmed them for 6 consecutive years. So, Aberme Shino said indifferently, what are you going to do? I will listen to you. But Yajayu's answer surprised Aberme Shino. Yajayu shook his head and said with a confident smile, we don't need to do anything. You and Hinata can help me tomorrow depending on the situation. Looking at Aberme Shino who was slightly startled, Hinata took the initiative to explain, Shina, Yajayu-kun is best at instant body and lightning style, we can't keep up with his speed. I see. Looking at Yajayu with a confident face, and Hinata who is equally confident in Yajayu, Aberme Shino's heart trembled slightly. He thought that he had already overestimated Yajayu enough, but unexpectedly he still underestimated Yajayu by a large margin. Not only him, but the whole class and even the teacher except Hinata. Because in the past 6 years, Yajayu has never shown a Konoha blink that is far superior to his peers, let alone using elemental ninjutsu. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke, who has been suppressed by Yajayu, used the sea-level fire-style Great Fireball technique in the 5th grade. In other words, Yajayu has been hiding his strength all along. With his hidden strength, he can always suppress Uchiha Sasuke, and even their ninja children. At this moment, Aberme Shino, who also concealed his strength, recognized Yajayu's captaincy from the bottom of his heart. He nodded slightly and said, I see. Thus, the 3 of Yajayu disbanded in place. Hinata, who was walking with Yajayu, asked a rare question, Mr. Yajayu, are you going to expose time and space ninjutsu? It's not necessary against a jonin. Yajayu shook his head and said with a meaningful smile, but I plan to use this opportunity to put a layer of camouflage on my blood successor in time and space. Yajayu will not reveal his time and space abilities until Sarutobi Hiruzen dies and Konoha enters Tsunade's age. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is in power, Shimura Danzo is just too unscrupulous. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen cherishes talents and decides to keep Yajayu, Shimura Danzo may make some small moves. If Tsunade was in power, Shimura Danzo would not dare to make so many small moves, because his position as assistant to Hokage has been dismissed. Once Tsunade finds out that he made a mistake, he will never turn a blind eye like Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he dared to attack Yajayu, and Yajayu would fight back, that would be self-defense. In just a few months, Yajayu can afford to wait. And it's not that Yajayu underestimated Kurane Yui, with his current strength, even without time and space ninjutsu, he can fight Kurani Ui, let alone snatch the bell. Just like what Hinata said, she and Aberame Shino can't keep up with his speed at all, they just need to play alongside him. When Yajayu's strength goes further, Aberame Shino will soon fall behind, and then Yajayu will find a way to turn Xianglin into his teammate. Those who have not established a relationship with the Otsutsuki clan cannot keep up with Yajayu. Chapter 31. The next day, at 8:15 in the morning, Yajayu, who did not know when his body developed Hinata dependence, snoozes again until Hinata pulls him out of sleep. After waking up, Yajayu dawdled to the bathroom again. While he was brushing his teeth, Hinata had already made the quilt and came in to wash with the clothes Yajayu changed last night. By the time she washed Yajayu's panties, Yajayu had already finished washing. But Yajayu was not satisfied with washing his face with water, and after Hinata finished drying his clothes, he suddenly launched a surprise attack on Hinata and used Hinata facial cleanser forcibly. Hinata, who was attacked by surprise, was a little panicked, but soon her cheeks flushed, and she let Yajayu play tricks on her. With the smell of milk on his face, Yajayu took Hinata to the training ground after eating the nutritious meal prepared by Hinata. When the two came to the training ground, Aberame Shino was already leaning against the stake, with his hands in his pockets, waiting for a long time. "Good morning, Shino." Yajayu took the initiative to say hello to Aberame Shino. Although when Aberame Shino can't keep up with the pace, he will find a way to let Xianglin take his place. But for a long time after that, Aberame Shino was his teammate. It is still necessary to have a good relationship with teammates. "Good morning." Aberame Shino nodded in response. Since he was wearing sunglasses, no one knew what he was thinking. "Before Teacher Hong comes, let me tell you about my battle plan." In order not to let the atmosphere turn cold, Yajayu pulled Hinata to Aberame Shino, and whispered, "After the survival exercise starts, I will be in charge of the main attack, and focus all of Teacher Hong's attention on me. You and Hinata." After listening to Yajayu's words, Aberame Shino nodded slightly and said, "I see." Looking at Aberame Shino, who is always pretending to be cool, Yajayu is not dissatisfied. Because he knows very well that Aberame Shino is just not good at words. Among all Xiaoqiang, he is as trustworthy and reliable as Naruzuo. Swish! Not long after Yajayu finished his battle plan, a figure appeared not far from them out of thin air. "Good morning, I didn't expect you to come earlier than me." Yu Yihong looked at the time and found that it was only 8:50, so she couldn't help but praised the three of Yajayu. "Mr. Hong, good morning." The three of Yajayu also responded politely. "Looking at you, you should be ready." Kurane Yui took out a small alarm clock from the ninja bag, adjusted the alarm clock time to 9 o'clock, then put it on the stake, and smiled at the three of Yajayu. "In that case, let's start early. The time is only half an hour. With the idea of killing me, use the ninja way to snatch the bell on my body." Swish swish! As soon as Kurane Yui's words fell, the figures of Hinata and Aberame Shino disappeared instantly, leaving only Yajayu standing in place. Seeing this, Shihai Hong asked with interest, "Aren't you hiding?" "In front of Jonin, it doesn't matter whether you hide or not." Yajayu took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag, and said with a confident smile, "And I also really want to know how big the gap is between myself and Jonin." Looking at the high-spirited Yajayu, instead of feeling displeased, Yui Kuro showed a wicked smile. Yui saw Kakashi's reflection on Yajayu's body. Obviously, this is the pride of the chief student. "I couldn't beat Kakashi when I was young, and now I finally have the opportunity to teach the chief student a lesson." So, Yui Hong stretched out her little hand, hooked her index finger at Yajayu and said, "Then come over, chief student." Seeing that Kurane Yui didn't take herself seriously at all, the corner of Yajayu's mouth raised slightly, and then immediately mobilized the chakra in her body to transform into lightning-style nature transformation. Sizzle! As the sound of electric current reached her ears, Yui Hong, who had a casual look on her face and was about to beat Yajayu easily, suddenly widened her beautiful red eyes. "I saw Yajayu in front of me." The kunao in his hand flashed with dazzling electric light, and blue and white arcs of electricity were beating around him. This is clearly lightning-style nature transformation. And being able to wrap lightning around ordinary kunai without the help of special weapons, this achievement of lightning-style nature transformation. At this moment, Kakashi's reflection as a child appeared behind Yajayu again. Whoosh! Just when Yuri Hong's face showed horror, Yajayu suddenly turned into an after-image like lightning and disappeared from her eyes. Kurane Yui immediately secretly thought something was wrong and quickly released her perception technique. When she sensed that Yajayu's chakra had appeared behind her, she quickly formed a seal with her hands. Poof, bang! As a blue-white light flashed across, there was a sound of cloth tearing from Yui Hong's body. Then the mature and graceful body was divided into two parts from the right shoulder to the left waist. But before the two-parted body could separate and fall, Yui Hong's body made the sound of a balloon exploding again, and white smoke appeared out of thin air. When the white smoke dissipated, a wooden stake cut in half fell to the ground. This is one of the basic three body techniques that a ninja must master, the body replacement technique. Yajayu was not surprised to see Yui Hong turning into a wooden stake. The feeling of the blow just now made him sure that it was not Yui Hong's true body. If the power of space and time were covered with kunai, Yajayu would not be surprised that the blow just now cut Yui Kurane's body in half. But only covering lightning-style nature transformation, Yajayu doesn't think that kunai's sharpness can split the human body in two, and at most it can only cut the bones inside. So after seeing Yui Hong being cut in half by him, Yajayu immediately released his sensory technique. At the same time, Yajayu found that the world in front of him was like a lake with falling rocks, suddenly causing ripples. Then tree roots burst out of the ground and wrapped around Yajayu like a python. At first glance, it looks like a wood-style ninja is using wood-style ninjutsu on Yajayu. In fact, these tree roots are not real tree roots, but just products of the illusion world. But unfortunately, the binding power of these tree roots is real. Yajayu, who was entangled by tree roots, could not move at all as if his body was tied up. Yet from the perspective of Hinata and Aberme Shino hiding, Yajayu just froze in place. It's over. At the same time, Yui Hong's figure did not show any trace of her body, but appeared in front of Yajayu like a mirage, put her hand on the head of this brother who was very similar to herself, and said with a smile, "This is my brother. The first lesson for you is that ninjas have attribute restraint, and when facing phantom ninjas, you must always check the flow of chakra in your body." After speaking, Kurane Yui was about to use the Sakura Naomi technique to put Yajayu into a deep sleep. But when she was about to mobilize Yin Dun chakra, she saw the corner of Yajayu's mouth slightly raised. "Mr. Hong, I have learned your lesson since the 4th grade." Boom! After the words fell, blue flames burst out from Yajayu's body, directly blasting away the tree roots binding his body, and also shattered Yui Hong in front of him. Under a tree not far away, Yui Hong's body emerged. Looking at Yajayu, who was surrounded by blue flames, Yui Hong said with a face full of surprise, "What a powerful chakra, is this really genin?" Chapter 32. I hadn't noticed it just now, but now Yui Hong took a closer look and found that Yajayu's chakra was actually superior to hers. This is simply an incredible thing. At the same time, Kakashi's reflection appeared behind Yajayu again. It's so similar. The same pride, the same excellence, the same huge chakra. After the shock, Yui Hong's heart was filled with ecstasy. Because such an excellent Yajayu is her student. Buzzing! Just when Yui Hong was surprised, the sound of flying insects suddenly came to her ears. Tens of thousands of black bugs suddenly flew out of a tree not far from her, like locusts passing by, ready to completely submerge Yui Hong. Seeing Aberme Shino find his true body, Yui Hong was slightly surprised, and then suddenly said, "So that's it. One person is the main attacker, and the other two are responsible for robbing the bell." As a Jonin, Yui Kurane certainly knows the Hyuga clan and the Aberme clan very well. In addition to being powerful in battle, members of these two families are very good at sensing technique. One has the Byakugan, one of the 3 major pupil techniques in the ninja world, and the other can use bugs to observe the surroundings and capture scents like the ninja dogs of the Inyazuka clan. It is very normal for them to be able to decipher their own illusions and find their own true nature. But a bear Meishino is still too tender. If he had only controlled a few or a dozen insects, secretly stolen the bell, and all of Yui's attention was sucked away by Yajayu, she might not have reacted. But his big move reminded Yui Kurane. Yui Hong escaped from the insect inundation with just a blink of an eye. But when Yui Hong appeared again, the world in front of her suddenly became dark, as if she had been under an illusion, with only the ground under her feet shining brightly. But this light formed a rotating 8 trigrams array. On the opposite side of the formation, there was a girl with a childlike face and big breasts standing, posing in a heroic starting position, and shouted softly, "Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms." The moment she finished speaking, Hinata stepped in front of Yui Kurane, her slender jade-like fingers wrapped around the blue chakra, and poked at Yui Kurane's acupuncture points. When other people face Byakugan's perspective, their bodies will feel stiff as if they are being controlled by the 8 trigrams array. That feeling of stiffness comes from the helplessness of being seen through. But just like a bear Meishino, Hinata is also too immature. Her movements are still very redundant. When she struck, Hinata had already used her rich combat experience to break free from the stiffness caused by the Byakugan plus 8 trigrams formation. She just made a slight seal, and Hinata found that her attack was actually passed through Yuhi Hong's body. This scene, just like touching Yajayu who used virtual reality conversion, made Hinata slightly stunned. But the next second, Hinata's face changed slightly, and she realized that her brain was controlled by the yin chakra that was difficult to detect even with the white eyes. She was under an illusion. Just when Hinata was about to disrupt the flow of chakra in her body, Yui Kurane's true form appeared behind her. Yui Kurane, who deceived Hinata's white eyes with the help of Naruko's clone, appeared behind Hinata in a flash, and was about to use the Sakura Naomi technique again to defeat Hinata gently in a sleep-inducing way. Call out! But before Yui Hong took action, she once again felt the sense of crisis that Genin could not bring to her. I saw a blue-white light, shooting towards this side like a meteor. Yui Hong instinctively jumped back and avoided the attack of the meteor. Before she could look in the direction in which the meteor was flying, to see how much damage the meteor had caused, a look of shock appeared on her beautiful cheeks. It's so fast! While Yui Kurane marveled in her heart, she turned around and used the iron piece on the back of her glove to block Yajayu's kick, and then raised her long legs to kick Yajayu. However, when Kurane Yui's long legs were about to kick Yajayu, she found that her kick had passed through Yajayu's body. Seeing this scene, Yui Hong's reaction was just like Hinata's just now, and she couldn't help but be slightly startled. Doppelganger? Impossible, the kick just now was full of power, obviously not the clone technique with only phantoms. Shadow clone is an entity, and it is even less likely to become a phantom. Could it be an illusion clone similar to his Naruko clone? This is even more impossible, except for the dead Uchiha Shisui. No one in Konoha has been able to allow himself to be under the illusion without being aware of it. Just when Yuhi Hong was guessing and releasing her perception, the picture of her beautiful eyes widening appeared again. I saw that the phantom Yajayu in front of me did not disappear into smoke like clone technique, but turned into a blue-white electric current, and then turned into a flash of lightning, passing by Yuhi Hong's side. The speed was so fast that even if Yuhi Hong could perceive it, her body couldn't react at all. When she regained consciousness, the 3 bells tied around her waist had disappeared. However, Yuhi Hong didn't care about these, but turned to look at Yajayu, and asked with a shocked face, "Lei clone plus Lei shun body, your use of lightning-style nature transformation has reached this level." Wrong, there is also a substitute for Lei. Yajayu shook the bell in his hand and said with a smile, "The me now is the main body." His. Shihai Hong suddenly took a deep breath, and said in a trembling voice, "Your instant body has reached this level. Didn't you say that in the self-introduction last night? I am best at instant body and lightning style." Yajayu lied and said without blinking. In fact, there is no so-called Lei clone and Lei double at all, only Lei shun. Yuhi Hong's long legs passed through Yajayu's body because he used virtual reality transformation. The figure turned into lightning is the semi-finished teleportation developed by Yajayu a few years ago, which combines the power of time and space with lightning-style nature transformation to stimulate cells plus body flicker technique. This is what Yajayu told Hinata yesterday, to put a layer of camouflage on the time-space blood successor. He wants to disguise time-space ninjutsu as lightning-style ninjutsu with incredible speed. Apparently, Yajayu's disguise was successful. Kurenayui did not suspect that Yajayu was lying, but was shocked by his instant body and lightning-style attainments, as well as the power of chakra that was above her. He has just graduated from ninja school and has such strength. Is this why the Hyuga clan cultivated him? With such a talent, it's no wonder that he overwhelmed the children of all the ninja clans and became the chief student for 6 consecutive years. As shocked as Yuhihong, there is a bear Mei Shino who walked out of the woods. He found out that he had been cheated. Obviously, when Yajayu discussed tactics with him just now, he gave him the task of snatching the bell. It now appears that Yajayu did this purely to liven up the atmosphere. With such a speed, if he fights Yajayu, he may not even know how he will die in the next second. On the other hand, Hinata is very calm. Her future husband is invincible, the girl has always believed so blindly. Although the result was beyond my expectation, I am very satisfied with your performance. After the shock, Yuhihong looked at Yajayu, as well as Hinata and a bear Mei Shino's eyes, and couldn't be too satisfied. Especially Yajayu, who is similar to herself, gave Yuhihong great confidence. With their strength, they are fully qualified to participate in this session of the Chunin exam. If Kakashi and the others also allow their students to take the Chunin exam, then I will help Yajayu and the others to register. At that time, with the strength of Yajayu, he will definitely continue to overwhelm the children of the major ninja clan, and let himself breathe a sigh of relief. That's how women hold grudges. Although Kakashi and the others didn't show it, Kurenayui clearly felt that they, elite jonin, didn't pay attention to themselves who had not been promoted to jonin for a long time. The same goes for Sarutobi Asuma, who likes to be courteous to him whenever he has nothing to do. Therefore, Yajayu has become Yuhihong's most valued student. In order to gain the favor of these precious students, Shihong said very generously, "Go, teacher treats you to a big meal." Chapter 33. Yuhihong invited Yajayu and the others to eat barbecue. In this regard, Yajayu is not surprised at all. A village is only this big, and there are 3 prohibitions for ninjas. Yuhihong couldn't take them to drink, and the most luxurious meal was just barbecue. Then, Yuhihong regretted it. She finally understood why Hinata had such a large capital at such a young age. This shy girl is actually a hidden big eater. After the barbecue was over, Yajayu, a bear Mei Shino, and even Yuhihong had only half of Hinata's plates piled up in front of them. Hinata doesn't feel shy either. Because that's what she eats at home. Compared with the dishes at home, the barbecue is nothing at all. Therefore, Hinata didn't expect that such a meal would cause Kurenayui, who had just been promoted to jonin, to bleed profusely. Shihong turned her back to the 3 students, and after paying the bill with a face full of pain, she turned around and returned to her gentle Yuja appearance, and smiled at the 3 of Yajayu. "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will still gather at the training ground. You go to work. These little devils must work hard to make money and return blood to their wallets." "Yes, Teacher Hong." The 3 of Yajayu didn't know Yuhihong's thoughts. They are also looking forward to the next ninja career. Of course, Yajayu is faking it. He is interested in sea-level tasks, after all, he can leave the village. But Yajayu has no interest in the D-level task of helping the villagers deal with daily chores. So after a while, Yajayu doesn't plan to assemble ontology. If it wasn't for not wanting to leave a bad impression on Yuhihong, Yajayu would have asked Shadow Clone to do the task for him tomorrow. However, in order to make this Yuji, who is similar to herself, feel that she is a reliable person, Yajayu still chooses to endure for a while. Compared with Kakashi, who only taught the 7th class when the crisis was encountered, and only taught Kakashi controlled by chakra, Yuhihong is undoubtedly a qualified teacher. Because after performing the task the next day, Yuhihong, who used the students to help her wallet recover blood, felt a little sorry, so she began to teach the 8th class, advanced basics that would not be learned in the ninja school. That is climbing trees with feet, treading water, and invisibility, body flicker technique, and immobilization in the advanced 3-body technique. The ninja school also teaches invisibility and body flicker technique. At the beginning of the original plot, Naruto used body flicker technique and invisibility to trick the ninjas who were chasing him. But just like clone technique can have water body and thunder body, and body flicker technique can have water body and thunder body, the advanced 3-body technique also has other uses. For example, the fixed body technique is also known as the golden binding technique. This is a technique that immobilizes the enemy. And this technique is divided into 2 types, ninjutsu and genjutsu. In the original book, when Umbu rescued Enko, he used the ninjutsu type gold binding technique. An Uchiha attack is tricks to kill Orochimaru in seconds are the golden binding technique and hang technique of the illusion type. The gold binding technique taught by Kurane Ui to the 3 of Yajayu has both. If it is the other guide Jonin, then there must be only the ninjutsu type of gold bound technique. But Kurane Ui, as Konoha's illusion expert, how could he not know the illusion type of golden binding technique? On the contrary, her illusion type golden binding technique is much stronger than the ninjutsu type golden binding technique. If it weren't for a bear Meishino's perception, which relies on insects, the yin escape chakra is far less powerful than Yajayu and Hinata. In fact, Ui Kurane only wants to teach them the illusion type golden binding technique. But since I taught a bear Meishino a different golden binding technique, I might as well teach it to everyone. Thus, Class 8 began a long life of completing tasks while practicing advanced basics. In a blink of an eye, time came to late May in the 60th year of Konoha. During this time, Kurane Ui was as shocked by Yajayu's talent as the original Hyuga Hayashi. Because she had just taught the advanced 3-body technique to Class 8, it only took Yajayu 1 day to fully master tree climbing, treading water, and the advanced 3-body technique, including 2 types of golden binding technique. Moreover, Yajayu is actually a medical ninja. During a mission to help injured villagers, he and Hinata used the healing jutsu, an advanced medical ninjutsu. But in Yajayu's self-introduction, medical ninjutsu is not his best ninjutsu. Could it be that the teleportation and lightning style skills Yajayu showed during the survival drill were not his full strength? Thinking of this, Yui Hong felt both excited and full of pressure. Excitedly, she really found a treasure this time. The 3rd Hokage assigned such a monster to her, simply letting her shine in front of Kakashi and others. What feels stressful is that Yajayu's current strength is no longer at Genin's level. The other party has mastered both the basic 3-body technique and the advanced 3-body technique. Moreover, even her development in teleportation is far inferior. Besides illusions, what else can I teach him? In other words, after he learns all his skills, what else can he, his teacher, teach him? When there is nothing left to teach, doesn't he, as a teacher, seem redundant? At that time, will Yajayu look down on himself as a teacher? Thinking of this, Yui Hong was full of pressure. That's the downside of coaching genius. In order not to let Yajayu look down on her, Yui Hong felt that she had to work harder to receive tasks, accumulate merits, exchange for some more advanced ninjutsu and skills, and enrich her teaching materials. Yajayu has no idea about Kurane Yui's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh out loud. The reason why Yajayu learned to climb trees, tread water, and advanced 3-body technique in 1 day is because except for the golden binding technique, which was not taught in the ninja school, he mastered the rest. And the gold binding technique is a D-level technique. Yajayu just took a look at the training method and already learned 2 types of golden binding technique in seconds. When the time jumps to June. Unknowingly, Yajayu and others have graduated for more than 2 months. And in the past 2 months, the number of D-level missions accumulated by the 8th class has exceeded 3 digits, reaching 189 times. In more than 60 days, 189 D-level missions were carried out, with an average of at least 3 D-level missions per day. This efficiency doesn't look like the Genin team that just graduated and just formed a short time ago. You should know that the D-level mission is to exercise Genin's foundation and perseverance, and Jonin will rarely intervene in person except for supervision and reminders. Even so, the three of Yajayu completed an average of 3 D-level missions per day. This shows how excellent they are. So, both Kuroyuki and Sarutobi Hiruzen decided that it was time for them to go out and see the outside world. Chapter 34. On this day, the 8th class assembled at the training ground as usual. Then Yuhihong took the three of Yajayu to the Hokage office in the Hokage building, and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to receive the task. Every time I come to Hokage to get a task, Yajayu can't help complaining in his heart. Hokage has to be responsible for even such trivial matters. No wonder Naruto's Shitanla existence has been exhausted into a man with kidney deficiency. It is obvious that 5 Kages represent the highest combat power in the ninja world, but they are not even as good as those Jonin in their leisure time. They are simply a laborer. But he is reluctant to decentralize power and reform. I don't know whether to say that he loves power or is uneducated. None of this has anything to do with Yajayu though. He had no interest in the Hokage's position. If Yajayu is capable in a world where he was incompetent in his previous life, then of course he will yearn for power. But in this world where power is paramount, what Yajayu yearns for is invincible power. As a time traveler, he knows very well how big the world's worldview is. There is an existence in this world that seems to transcend dimensions, and that is Otsutsuki Shiba from the Otsutsuki clan. The blood snare already represents ultimate on Earth, but in the universe, divine magic is the mainstream. This is also the reason why Yajayu is not interested in other elemental ninjutsu except Raise Non and Chidori. After Shippuden begins, except for some forbidden technique, elemental ninjutsu will gradually become less popular. Unless elemental ninjutsu becomes sage art, there is no right to breathe in the final battle. Only the yin-yang and 5 elements that do not belong to this world, and the power of time and space that are even more special than fairy art, cannot be the Otsutsuki clan, but can also compete with the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, Yajayu does not need to learn so many elemental ninjutsu or combined ninjutsu. He only needs to concentrate on developing the body of time and space. And over the years, Yajayu has indeed done this. In 2 months, nearly 200 D-level missions have been accumulated, and each time they have been well received by the villagers. The best team this year is none other than you. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that one of the little ghosts in front of him was already thinking about the future, and regarded the aliens who would come many years later as an imaginary enemy and a target to pursue. But looking at the 3 Yajayu in front of them and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking a pipe, he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Before the 4th generation orphans and Uchiha Sasuke grew up, the best new generations at present were indeed the Yajayu 3. Since the graduation of the new generation, when Sarutobi Hiruzen peaked at the 7th class with the crystal telescope technique, he would also peak at the 8th and 10th classes from time to time, and even the Might Guy class who graduated a year earlier than Yajayu and others. Generations for comparison. Class 8 is the first group to start learning the advanced 3-body technique not long after graduation, and some people have fully mastered it. Coupled with Yuihong's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows why Yajayu is valued by the Hyuga clan. This is a very rare civilian genius who appears in every era of Konoha. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen currently attaches more importance to Class 8 than Class 7. After he exhaled the smoke again, he said slowly, "Your foundation is now very solid, and your ninja qualities have been initially developed. It's time for you to perform more advanced tasks." After finishing speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll with the word "C" written on it from the drawer. After opening the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly selected a mission for Class 8. A few days ago, a caravan from Iron Ore Village came to Konoha for business. They plan to return tomorrow and want to entrust Konoha to send experienced ninjas to escort them. This task will be left to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, "Red, you go to the person in charge of the caravan to negotiate." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Yuihong responded respectfully. Immediately, Yuihong left the Hokage office with Yajayu and the other 3. As before, the Yajayu trio had no dialogue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, not everyone is as special as Naruto. Yajayu didn't care either. Soon, the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen will come to an end. I can't see this old man anymore. Similarly, Yajayu was not surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged an ordinary escort mission for them. Again, not everyone is as special as Naruto. Not every team is as special as Team 7. The Son of Destiny needs to go through countless trials before he can become the savior of the ninja world. Therefore, every ordinary task of the Destiny Child may accidentally become an A-level or even an S-level task. But other people perform 100 ordinary tasks, and there is no guarantee that there will be accidents. The 8th class might be the latter. After walking out of the Hokage building, Yu Hihong took Yajayu and the three to find the person in charge of the caravan. After finding the caravan, the three of Yajayu stood not far away, quietly watching Yu Hihong negotiate with each other. After a while, Yu Hihong came back and said to the three of them, "Go back and pack your things, just bring a few clothes and daily necessities. We will meet at the gate of the village at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Yes, Teacher Hong." The three of Yajayu nodded obediently. As a result, the 8th class disbanded on the spot. After being separated from Aberme Shino, Yajayu did not go home either, but checked the time and brought Hinata to the gate of the ninja school. Not long after, the school bell rang. Soon, a little girl who was absolutely tall among her peers walked out of the ninja school. The girl was wearing a brown kimono, with the indifference of Miss Bingshan on her face, and her demeanor was precocious. However, when the girl saw Yajayu and Hinata standing together, the indifference on her face was instantly like a melting iceberg, and she burst into a smile that attracted many little boys who secretly paid attention to her, as if their heart had been shot by Cupid's arrow. "Oni-san, Oni-san!" Hanabi came trotting, waving, and shouting from a distance. When they were more than 1 meter away from Yajayu, Hanabi jumped forward. As Yajayu bent over, Hanabi, who was 7 years old this year but was the same height as Yajayu when he was 7, grew to about 1.3 meters, threw himself directly into Yajayu's arms. "You've been studying hard, let's go home for lunch." Holding Hanabi's little butt in both hands, Yajayu moved Hanabi to the back easily like a pendant, and returned to the mansion of the Hyuga clan's chief with Hinata behind her back. "Yes, it's noon now. Generally speaking, few students will go home from school at noon. Most of them come here with bento boxes and simply settle lunch with their classmates. But with Yajayu and Hinata as examples, Hyuga Hayashi attaches great importance to Hanabi, who will inherit the main family in the future. So when Hanabi was very young, he started eating nutritious meals every day. That's why Hanabi is only 25 centimeters shorter than Hinata at the age of 7. If Hinata can't break through the height of the original book, Hanabi's height will surpass her in a few years. After all, Hinata's original adult height is only 1.63 meters. Hanabi's height in Boruto is 1.7 meters. However, Hinata's current height is only 1.55 meters, breaking the height limit of the original book is a 100% thing. Hanabi's height in the future will most likely break the limit of the original book. Hee. Oni-chan, don't you need to do the task today? Lying on Yajayu's back, Hanabi didn't care about the gazes of those classmates, hugged Yajayu's neck tightly with both hands, and asked with a smile. "It's a holiday today, and I'm going to go out to perform a sea-level mission tomorrow." Yajayu smiled at Kaido, "So, today I plan to stay overnight and check Hanabi's progress by the way." "Really? Great!" Hanabi cheered immediately, "Then I want Oni-chan to sleep with me tonight and tell me novels." "No problem, but you have to go to bed before 9:30, otherwise your body will not grow taller." "Yes." While talking and laughing, under the surprised eyes of many passers-by, Yajayu, a foreigner, just walked into the Hyuga clan with 2 wealthy daughters. Chapter 35. Yajayu-kun, wake up! Oni-chan, get up, the sun is about to dry your eye. The next morning, Yajayu seemed to be back in the 6th grade last year. 2 small hands of different sizes pulled him out of the dreamland. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 beautiful and cute little faces in front of his eyes. In an instant, Yajayu's exhaustion and waking up was dispelled by the sweet sense of happiness. I saw Yajayu holding the heads of Hinata and Hanabi in each hand, kissing their cheeks, and then in the blind spot of the perspective that Hanabi didn't see, he sneaked a look at Hinata's big baby that he couldn't put it down every day. Immediately, Yajayu cooperated with Hanabi's pull, got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After brushing his teeth, Yajayu hugged and kissed Hanabi who came in, and then walked out of the room with the pair of sisters, and went to the restaurant to have breakfast. After breakfast, Yajayu greeted Hyuga and went out with her sisters. Yajayu is carrying the coquettish Hanabi, and Hinata is carrying a backpack containing a few clothes and daily necessities. Yajayu's clothes were also in there, Hinata had already packed them last night. Oni-chan, Oni-san, when you come back, you must bring me a gift. Yajayu and Hinata sent Hanabi to ninja school first. After Hanabi got off the ground, he took the initiative to kiss Yajayu's face, then waved to Yajayu and Hinata, and walked into the school gate. Understood, remember to listen to the teacher and get along well with your classmates. Yajayu raised his hand in response. Hinata also smiled and waved. After watching Hanabi's back disappear, the two walked towards the gate of the village. When the two arrived at the gate of the village, a bear Meishino was already there waiting for them. No way, although Yajayu will be the fastest man in the ninja world in the future, but his essence is a lazy person. This can be seen from the fact that he has to be woken up by Hinata every day. Only when going out to have an affair with Xianglin, Yajayu would get up on time and go home secretly. Being able to step over here is already very remarkable. After saying hello to a bear Meishino, Yajayu and Hinata stood aside and whispered. But Yajayu didn't speak pornography when he was at home, because he knew very well that a bear Meishino's cool appearance actually hides a sullen heart. Yajayu doesn't know if he can use insects to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, but in order to maintain the captain's majesty, Yajayu can't allow a bear Meishino to collect his black history, but he doesn't have the other party's black history. Before Yajayu and Hinata bit their ears for a while, Kurenayui also came. Beside her was the person in charge of the caravan, and behind her were a few empty carriages. Obviously, Yu Haihong was not late, but went to find the client first. This is Mr. Tian Chuan, you must protect Mr. Tian Chuan along the way. Bringing the caravan to the Yajayu 3, Yu Haihong introduced the person in charge of the caravan to the Yajayu 3. Thank you. Mr. Tagawa said very politely, not daring to underestimate the three of Yajayu. Because he met the three of Yajayu yesterday, and recognized Hinata's identity at a glance. After investigating last night, I found that Hokage arranged for two heirs of the big ninja clan to escort him this time, full of sense of security. Hello, Mr. Tagawa. The three of Yajayu also greeted very politely. Immediately, Yu Haihong and Mr. Tian Chuan took out the certificate of leaving the village at the same time, and handed it to the two gate gods of Konoha. After the verification, Class 8 stepped out of Konoha's gate for the first time since its birth. This is also the first time Yajayu has walked out of the village openly. There is no way, no matter whether it is a big ninja village or a small ninja village, they are all military bases of big or small countries. Unless you are a commoner, once you enter the ninja school, you will either have a rich and noble family, or you can only become a real ninja before you can leave the village when performing tasks. Otherwise, no one knows if the child will be captured by outsiders if he leaves the village, and then brainwashed to become a spy, etc. Even Hinata, the daughter of a wealthy family, left the village for the first time and was full of curiosity about the outside world. Only Yajayu, who often goes out secretly, looks calm. Mr. Tagawa, who secretly observed the three of Yajayu, soon found out who the team leader is. Through questioning, Mr. Tagawa learned from Yu Haihong that Yajayu was the chief student of this year, and immediately felt that after returning, he must go to the casino to play a few games. This kind of luck is too outrageous. And Mr. Tagawa's luck is indeed very good. Because along the way, their caravan did not encounter bandits, ronin, or rebellious robbers, and returned to the Iron Mine village very smoothly. Iron Mine village is a village in a small country sandwiched between the land of fire and the land of iron. Just like the name of the village, This iron mining village has a lot of iron mines, which are specially produced for the country of iron and the country of fire. Yajayu was not surprised that the mission went so smoothly. After all, he is not the son of destiny in this world, how could there be an accident in the first mission? Besides, even if he is really the son of destiny, if there is an accident in the mission, the unlucky one will be the guy who is eyeing Yajayu and others. Unless the opponent is a cage-level powerhouse with a lot of cards, or an old monster like Itsutsuki who hides in a corner of the ninja world. Otherwise, even if it is elite Jonin, Yajayu is not afraid. After escorting the caravan back to Iron Mine Village, the 8th squad did not stay in this backward and remote village while it was still early, and returned directly to Konoha. In order to let the 8th class appreciate the scenery of various parts of the ninja world and improve their own experience, Yuhihong did not return along the original road, but chose a road at random. Along the way, Class 8 passed through several small towns and villages. Every time she goes to a small town, Yuhihong will choose to stay here overnight and taste the local wine and food. With such an unreliable teacher, Yajayu and the others also spent all the rewards earned from this mission before returning to Konoha. Fortunately, they have extraordinary backgrounds, and they have completed 3-digit D-level missions in the past 2 months, which is enough for them to treat this mission as a trip. Yajayu and Hinata also bought presents for Hanabi and Hyuga, and even Ino, Shika, Cho and little Sakura. On this day, the 8th class passed by another village. And the name of this village made the 8th class slightly taken aback. Because the name of this village is impressively called Gold Mine Village. Chapter 36. Gold Mine Village. Glancing at the village's nameplate, Hinata couldn't help looking at Yuhihong, and asked curiously, "Teacher Hong, does this village have any relationship with the Iron Mine Village?" "I don't know, it's also the first time I've passed here." Yuhihong shook her head first, and then analyzed, but these two villages should have nothing to do with each other, otherwise they wouldn't be so far apart. It might just be a coincidence. The iron mining village specializes in producing iron ore, so the gold mining village has gold mines, right? Yajayu said jokingly. But looking at the nameplate of the gold mine village, Yajayu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But no matter what he thought, he couldn't remember where this village appeared in the original book. It must be his illusion. Go in and have a look. Yuhihong was also very curious, so she led the 8th team into the gold mining village. But soon, they showed disappointment. Because this gold mining village is too backward and dilapidated. Not to mention the comparison with Konoha, even the villages they passed by before, even the iron mining village, were much more prosperous than this gold mining village. Moreover, Yajayu and others, who are ninjas, found that they were watched by a large number of eyes not long after they entered the village. There are also many malicious eyes. Therefore, Yuhihong immediately gave up the idea of staying here and tasting local delicacies by the way, and left the village directly with the 8th team. However, Class 8 didn't know that danger was approaching them quietly. Walking out of the gold mining village, there is a big mountain in front of the 8th class. They need to cross mountains and mountains to leave this area. Yuhihong didn't make a detour, but continued to move forward. This dangerous environment is also a kind of exercise. But just after the 8th class walked uphill, they found that the weather suddenly changed. The sky was originally clear, but at some point the dark clouds gathered, and there was a faint thunder snake churning in the clouds. Sudden climate change is a very normal thing in the ninja world. But what made the 8th class frown was that they actually felt the danger in the thunder cloud above. Others feel this way, and may still be delusional. But in addition to strength, the 8th class is also the strongest perception class in the new generation. Hinata. Yajayu glanced at Hinata. Yes, white eyes, open. Hinata nodded immediately, and then formed a mudra with both hands, the veins on both temples bulged, and the perspective suddenly became black and white. When Hinata looked at the sky again with her white eyes, her pupils shrank suddenly, and said anxiously, "Be careful, everyone, there is chakra in the dark clouds, that's ninjutsu." Bang! As if responding to Hinata, the thunder snake surging in the clouds suddenly formed a thick thunderbolt, which fell towards the 8th squad. The speed of the thunder and lightning was very fast, and it was magnified several times in the eyes of the 8th class in just an instant. Fortunately, Hinata's reminder made Yuhihong and Aberme Shino's bodies tense for a while, and after seeing the thunder and lightning falling, they immediately disappeared in place. The same goes for Yajayu and Hinata. Boom! The thunder and lightning that had been charged for a long time fell on the ground, as if dozens of detonating symbols exploded at the same time, blasting the ground into a huge deep pit. When the 8th class reappeared, it was not far from the deep pit. Hinata, where is the enemy? Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Yuhihong first raised his 2 fingers, and then a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and asked Hinata. I can't find it. There is no other chakra in a radius of 1 kilometer except us. Hinata said with a serious face. In other words, could the enemy perform lightning-style ninjutsu on us from a kilometer away? Aberme Shino also realized the seriousness of the matter, and said in a deep voice, do ninjas with this lightning style and perception really exist? Aberme Shino, who doesn't know the Uzumaki family, in his eyes, the white eyes are already the strongest perception in the ninja world. 1 kilometer of farsightedness and perspective, is there really a perception in this world that is stronger than white eyes? If there really is a perception stronger than Byun, then what kind of terrifying power is the person with this perception? Why would such a strong man stare at them? Follow me, let's go. Yuhihong has the same idea as Aberme Shino. The cold sweat on her forehead was also because she couldn't perceive that the enemy was scared. Seeing that Hinata's white eyes couldn't find the enemy, Kurane Yui immediately gave an order, and then rushed out in one direction. The 8th class followed closely behind. Rumbling. The sound of thunder sounded again, and then thunder and lightning began to strike down. The 8th squad released their perceptions, avoiding the falling thunder and lightning, and at the same time walked towards the direction where there were no dark clouds. Looking at the falling thunder and lightning, Yajayu's mind flashed the figure who is best at playing with thunder in the original book. In the end, a figure was frozen in his mind. At this moment, Yajayu finally remembered the name of the gold mining village, why there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It's not an illusion caused by the iron mine village, but this village did appear in the original book. He also knew why their perception and Hinata's white eyes couldn't perceive the caster. It's not that the caster is so powerful that he can perceive them from a kilometer away and use lightning-style ninjutsu on them. Rather, the enemy has the means to restrain perception, including rolling eyes. This method is the nemesis of white eyes, red eyes. Red eye, the 4th type of pupil technique other than the 3 pupil techniques, can see through objects, can also perceive power and danger, and can even use chakra to create images that interfere with white eyes. Hinata's white eyes couldn't find the enemy's position, obviously disturbed by the illusion created by the red eyes. In fact, the enemy is all around them. As for Yuhihong not being able to perceive it, it is purely because she is not as strong as the opponent. If Yajayu and Aberme Shino can't perceive it, then the perception is not enough. Thinking of this, Yajayu immediately mobilized the chakra in the body, and the nature transformation was the power of time and space, and then merged into the trillions of cells. In an instant, the world in front of Yajayu's eyes suddenly turned into a rippled world. If the ninja world becomes an online game world, then as a player, Yajayu is activating the skills in the Sweji Ninjutsu skill column at this time. Its name is Field Ripple World. Looking at the world of ripples in front of him, Yajayu released his perception again, that is, Yin Dun Chakram merged into the ripples. After the Yin Dun Chakram merged into the ripples, Yajayu's perception realm seemed to transform from a mortal to a god, instantly covering the entire space where the ripples were generated. Everything in this space is clearly projected into Yajayu's mind. Similarly, Yajayu's god's perspective is no longer dark, nor is it the black and white perspective of Byun, but the real world of God. Since it is spatial perception, Yajayu's perspective of God also has its own perspective. This is why there is a prefix of domain in front of Ripple's world in the skill bar. This is also one of the biggest growths of Yajayu in the past few years, apart from that esoteric trick. After he opened the field, the 8th class was also a real perception class. Chapter 37. Coincidentally, Yajayu's field coverage is also 1 kilometer. When the field expanded, Yajayu immediately found the enemy who had sneaked up on them. They saw a guy with a sleeping bag on his back at 8 o'clock, holding 2 blades flashing with lightning in both hands, chasing the 8th squad from behind. And inside the sleeping bag behind him, there was a child with a pair of red eyes, which were also flashing red at this time. These 2 guys are none other than Black Hokage from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the first generation, and Ranmaru, the white-eyed nemesis. After tearing through the illusion created by the red eyes, Yajayu immediately said, "We found it, the enemy is behind us." After finishing speaking, Yajayu took the initiative to stop teleportation, took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, wrapped it around lightning-style nature transformation, and immediately threw it towards the Black Ho Thunder Fang. Whoosh, sonorous. The kunai turned into a blue-white stream of light and shot towards a rock. Just when the kunai was about to hit the rock, a blue-white thunderbolt flew out from the rock and shattered the flying kunai. Immediately, the rock disappeared like a mirage and turned into a man carrying a sleeping bag, his upper body wrapped in a bandage, wearing a black vest, and with long green hair. Seeing this man, Kurane Yui stopped and cold sweat broke out on her face again. She quickly took out a kunai from her ninja tool bag and said in a deep voice, "Black Hokage of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you Kirigakuer, why are you targeting us as a traitorous ninja? If you want to blame, it's your bad luck and you mistakenly entered my territory." Black Hokage grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and said with a smile, "Let me hold a luxurious funeral for you." Sizzle. As Black Hokage finished speaking, the double knives in his hands suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. I saw Black Hokage crossing his swords above his head, and then thunder and lightning shot into the sky, making the area of dark clouds in the sky larger and thunder snakes surging. Seeing this scene, Yui Hong said with determination, "I'll hold him back, you guys get out of here." Teacher Hong. Hinata and Aberame Shino's expressions suddenly changed and they were about to say something. "This is an order." Yui Hong said with a serious face, "The other party is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakuer. Elite Jonin who once participated in the 3rd Ninja War. You are not my opponent. If you stay, you will only become a burden to me. Leave here and tell the village. Requesting assistance. Listen to Teacher Hong. You go back to find reinforcements. I will stay and help Teacher Hong." Yajayu also agreed. "Yajayu, you go too, I don't need your help." Yui Hong said quickly. It was precisely because of the importance of the 3 members of Team 8 that Kurane Yui decided to stay and delay the enemy. With Yajayu's talents, if they die here, it will be a huge loss to the village. As long as they are still alive, sacrificing themselves will only make the village lose 1 jonin. "Don't worry, Hong-sensei, my teleportation is faster than yours." Yajayu smiled confidently and said, "Besides, don't forget that what I am best at is lightning style." Recalling the survival drill, Yajayu's teleportation made him unable to react. He really didn't have the confidence to deal with Yui Kurane, who was using the Black Ho Thunder Fang. Finally, he nodded slightly and said, "Okay, Yajayu, stay and help me, Hinata and Shino, you get out of here immediately." "Yes." Hinata and Aberame Shino, who realized that staying would only be of no help, finally nodded with firm expressions. "There is no need to give your last words, you will all be buried here today. Lightning-style thunder burial." At the same time, Black Ho Thunder Fang also completed charging up, summoned several thunderbolts, and struck down towards the 8th squad. "Go!" Looking at the thunder and lightning that fell, Yui Hong urged again, and then squatted down with his hands in seals. In the next moment, from the perspective of Raya Blackho, all members of the 8th class turned into sakura flowers and disappeared. Lei Yat, 11 o'clock direction. Ranmaru, who was in the sleeping bag, said softly while slowly zipping up the sleeping bag. "Hey!" Lei Yat, who had an incomparable understanding with Ranmaru, grinned again. Then he deliberately pretended to ignore the illusion, constantly summoning lightning from the sky to strike down, bombarding the ground indiscriminately. Just as the air rippled, Yui Hong's figure appeared out of thin air, stabbing at the Black Hole Lei with kunai in his hand. Black Hole Leia's face suddenly revealed a ferocious smile that shocked Yui Hong's heart, and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ninja technique, Armor of Thunder. As the shout fell, Black Hole Leia merged the two swords, and then the lightning flashing on the blade immediately formed a blue-white light shield, wrapping him and Ranmaru. Ah! The lightning shield appeared very suddenly, and the lightning speed was incredibly fast. Kurane Yui, who attacked at close range, had no time to take back the kunao in her hand. When the kunao and the light mask came into contact, Yui Kurane was electrocuted and screamed. She was still unable to break free as her whole body was being ravaged by electric current. "Ha ha ha, just fall down." Seeing Kurane Yui being tortured by lightning, Black Hole Leia suddenly burst into sick laughter. But he did not increase the power of the thunder and lightning, not wanting to electrocute Yui Hong to death, but planned to faint Yui Hong with electricity, and then kill her in a funeral ceremony. Call out. Just as Black Hole Leia was enjoying the pleasure of shocking others, a stream of blue-white light burst out again. This time, the stream of light is no longer a kunao covered with lightning-style nature transformation, but a compressed thunder and lightning, full of penetrating power. Leia, get out of the way. Ranmaru didn't need to remind him that as an elite jonin who had participated in the Third Ninja War, Black Hole Leia was sure at a glance that this lightning could break the defense of the thunder armor. Black Hole Leia did not hesitate to give up on stunning Yui Hong, directly cancelled the casting of thunder armor, and jumped back to avoid the burst of light. Looking in the direction in which the stream of light came, Black Hole Leia suddenly discovered that the lightning was actually released from the palm of an imp. What amazing nature transformation and morphological changes! After Black Hole Leia was surprised, he showed a row of sharp teeth again and said with a smile, "I just like to hold funerals for geniuses." Swish! After using the Chidori sharp spear to drive back the Black Hole Thunder Fang, Yajayu appeared next to Yui Kurane. With one hand, he held the mature lady who was weak from the electric shock but had not fainted but was already strong-willed, and then faced Yui Kurane. He joked, "A ninja's battle is an intelligence battle. This is something you learn in the first grade. You dare to attack at close range without even collecting the enemy's intelligence. Teacher Hong, are you still awake from last night's hangover? Stupid, now is not the time to joke." The stunned Yui Hong leaned on Yajayu, who was only a few centimeters shorter than herself. Being teased by Yajayu, her pale and colorless cheeks couldn't help but blush. She could only change the subject angrily and reminded, "Be careful, the kid behind this person has very powerful perception." Chapter 38. I know, that guy's eyes are very special. Yajayu held Yui Hong's waist with one arm, and a sword was added to the other hand at some point. Looking at the Black Hole Leia who was already charging up his double swords on the opposite side, Yajayu said to Yui Hong, "Leave the next battle to me, Teacher Hong, you go and rest first." "No, you're not his." Seeing that Yajayu was going to deal with the Black Pick Leia alone, Yui Hong immediately spoke up. But before Yui Hong finished her sentence, she found that the palms around her waist tightened slightly, and then a force that she couldn't resist lifted her body up, making her feet off the ground. In the next second, the screen in front of Yui Hong's eyes quickly reversed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared under a tree. This is not the key point. The key point is that the Black Hole Leia also disappeared from her vision. "How far are they?" Yajayu put Yui Hong down and leaned against the tree. Then he looked at the beautiful woman with a dull face and big eyes, which was full of contrast with usual, couldn't help pinching her face, and joked again, "Mr. Hong, you look like you did when you were drunk." Nice. Before Kurane Yui came back to her senses, Yajayu disappeared instantly. "It's over, I don't have any majesty as a teacher." And Yui Hong, who came back to her senses, covered her face with her hands, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself. As a guide, Jonin was killed by the enemy with one move, and the students needed to save him. Would Yajayu think she was weak? Wait, how does he know I look drunk? Suddenly, Yui Hong thought of the important point. Although she took the 8th class through relatively prosperous towns and villages, she couldn't help but stay overnight and taste the local food and drinks by the way. But she pays great attention to her image in front of the students. she will take the 8th class with her when she eats, but she drinks in secret. And I didn't dare to go to the tavern, I bought wine secretly and went back to my room to drink it myself. So how did Yajayu know what he looked like drunk? Could it be that he left the room when he was drunk and did stupid things to Yajayu that he forgot? Is this why Yajayu doesn't respect himself? Thinking of this, Yui Hong's cheeks flushed immediately. If it wasn't for her still weak body, she really wanted to dig a hole with her bare hands and bury herself alive right now. Yajayu didn't know about her teasing, which made Yui Hong start to think wildly. And Yajayu's molesting of Yui Hong is actually on purpose. Yajayu's age in her previous life happened to be about the same age as Kurane Yui. Asking him to call appear as a teacher, Yajayu was actually very uncomfortable. After all, the other party is not like a teacher with an ordinary relationship like Amino Irika, nor an elder who is a generation older than him like Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna, but he will accompany them to the mentor Jonin. Playing as a student for a while, Yajayu is acceptable. However, Yajayu absolutely cannot accept that he should always act as a student, always be a head lower than Kurane Yui, and that the other party can reprimand him with the majesty of a teacher at any time. If Yui Hong was stronger than him, it would be bearable. But the key point is that Yui Hong's strength is not only not as strong as him, but also much weaker than him. That's why Yajayu purposely smashed Kuroyuki's teacher mask. Later, he will kill the Black Hole Leia who instantly killed Yui Hong, so that Yui Hong realizes that he is far from Yajayu's opponent. The weak will subconsciously lose confidence in front of the strong. At that time, Yajayu will be the real backbone of the 8th class, an existence that even Yui Hong needs to rely on. This way, he doesn't have to act like a good student. Therefore, Yajayu used the ordinary instant body, and after disappearing from Yui Hong's vision, he used one of his biggest growths in the past few years. It was also the one that he had been focusing on developing since the time and space cut, the real instant shift. In the next second, Yajayu's figure disappeared without warning. The time went back to more than a minute ago, that is, the time when Yajayu used the half-finished teleportation and left with Yui Hong. Disappeared. Looking at the place where Yajayu and Yui Hong disappeared, Hei Leia's dynamic vision only saw a blue light. It's so fast, it's Lei Shun. Ranmaru, who has clairvoyance, can clearly see Yajayu's movement trajectory. However, he was still intimidated by Yajayu's speed, and reminded, Lei Ya, be careful, he is very good at lightning style and instant body. Hey, I just like throwing funerals for my kind of opponents. The black hole Lei Ya smiled excitedly, and then disappeared in an instant. Under the guidance of Ranmaru, the black hole Lei Ya quickly rushed towards Yajayu and Yui Hong's position. Lei Ya, be careful. At this moment, Ranmaru's red eyes seemed to sense danger, and he suddenly sounded a warning. However, he subconsciously thought that the danger was for the black hole Lei Ya. As everyone knows, this danger is aimed at him. Tsitsaiza. Tear. The sound of electric currents converging suddenly entered the ears of Ranwan and Hei Ho Lei Ya. But this familiar sound of electric current did not come from the double knives in the hands of the black hole Lei Ya, but suddenly came from behind. In Ranmaru's red eyes and the perception of the Black Ho Thunder Fang, a chakra appeared behind them without warning. Then a stream of black light streaked horizontally. Sensing the danger, Lei Ya, the Black Ho, has already enlarged the chakra on his feet, trying to increase his speed with explosive power. At the same time, his body wants to turn around and use his body to protect Ranmaru. But his instant body was still too slow in front of that black streamer. Although he managed to avoid the black streamer, the sleeping bag containing Lanwan was swept by the black streamer. And the tearing sound of cloth also made Hei Leia's pupils constrict, and the arrogance from before was no longer on his face. Coincidentally, he just turned around, and in addition to Yajayu wearing a black windbreaker and holding a black thunderbolt, there was also the sleeping bag that fell from him, which contained half a corpse. Even more coincidentally, that half of the corpse happened to be the upper body. So the eyes of the black hole Leia happened to meet Ranwan's red eyes full of reluctance, and the mouth that squirmed slightly, as if wanting to say something. Ranmaru. Seeing an important person being dismembered with his own eyes, the black hole Leia went berserk in an instant, and it was even more unbearable than losing Bidadai. "Ah, I'm going to kill you!" Rumbling. Looking at the hysterical black hole Leia who could trigger thunder just by roaring, Yajayu only saw impotent rage. Compared with Mamakai Zabuzan, the psychological quality of this first-generation ninja Sword 7 is obviously not up to standard. Chapter 39. I'm going to kill you. Lightning-style lightning banquet. In a rage, Leia, the black pick, held the twin knives that flashed with lightning, and slashed towards Yajayu. Before the blade touched Yajayu, the branch lightning was released, and it came towards Yajayu like a python. Faced with such a trick, Yajayu can ignore it with a virtual reality switch. But Yajayu didn't do that, but smiled contemptuously, and then the figure disappeared again without warning. Seeing this scene, the black hole Leia was slightly taken aback, regaining a little bit of sanity lost due to rage. Coupled with his rich combat experience, his body instinctively released his perception. When the Black Ho Thunder Yag sensed that Yajayu's chakra had no high-speed moving trajectory at all, but appeared behind him out of thin air, he immediately used the lightning-style nature transformation that Yajayu would also use to stimulate the cells with the help of the lightning on the double knives, turning the body full movement speed. Then the black hole Leia turned around, took advantage of the situation and turned the mist attack, turned into a crescent arc, and slashed horizontally towards Yajayu. Yajayu still didn't resist directly, but his figure disappeared again without warning. When he reappeared, he appeared a few meters behind Black Pick Leia. Thunder Saber Technique, Thunderbolt. The black hole Leia hadn't realized something was wrong yet. Without the help of Ranmaru's red eyes, he thought it was Lei Shun's body that caused Yajayu to move so fast. Sensing that Yajayu's chakra had changed positions again, the Black Ho Thunder Fang had no intention of controlling chakra's consumption at all, but used one of his ultimate moves again, swinging two large beams of lightning and roaring towards Yajayu. Thunderbolt was very fast, but still missed. Almost at the moment when the thunder and lightning swung out, Yajayu's figure disappeared again. Moreover, before the thunder and lightning crossed the place where Yajayu was originally standing, Yajayu's figure had already appeared behind the black hole Leia. Time and space ninjutsu. After seeing and perceiving this scene with his own eyes, Leia's crazy anger was finally quenched by a basin of cold water. After quickly distanced himself from Yajayu's chakra, he looked at Yajayu with horror in his eyes. As one of the elite jonin who participated in the Third Ninja World War and survived, the black hole Leia impressed the two people on the battlefield the most. One is Might Dai, who is unknown and even dressed very funny, but almost wiped out the seven of them. And the other is the most shining protagonist of the Third Ninja War, Namikaze Minato, who masters the Flying Thunder God technique. After the end of the Third Ninja World War, time and space ninjutsu, a type of ninjutsu, has been constantly mentioned by the world. And all ninja villages have also issued a rule that as long as they meet Namikaze Minato, they can immediately give up the mission without any punishment. This shows how terrifying the deterrent power of Namikaze Minato is. And at the time of World War III, Namikaze Minato hadn't developed Raise-Non yet. So his ability to shock the ninja world is the Flying Thunder God technique. When Namikaze Minato was still alive, Konoha was still the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God technique and space-time ninjutsu were as famous as the products endorsed by superstars. But with the death of Namikaze Minato, Flying Thunder God technique and space-time ninjutsu became legends again. And now, Yajayu brought back memories of the black hole Leia. This kind of sudden body without warning and without any movement track is clearly the legendary, space-time ninjutsu. You guessed it right. Hi-he Leia's words just fell when Yajayu, who was obviously still in front of him, heard the voice from behind. But this time, Yajayu was no longer playing with the black hole Leia, but holding Gaiku covered in black thunder and slashing towards the black hole Leia. A hole, don't think I'm afraid of you because it's time-space ninjutsu. I want you to pay Ranmaru, tear it up. It may be the reason why the voice came from behind, which stimulated the black hole Leia, who was still carrying half of Ranmaru's corpse. I saw that the black hole Leia threw away the little sanity he had just recovered, no longer distanced himself from Yajayu, but turned around to meet Yajayu's ghost cry with 2 knives in hand. At the same time, there was an impotent and furious growl from his mouth. However, before the whole sentence was finished, the scene that made his eyes widen appeared. I saw his double knives collided with black lightning flashing. I don't know if it was Landun, or the special lightning style ghost crying. Then Raito Yat, one of the most famous ninja swords in the ninja world, broke apart with the sound of tearing cloth. Yes, it's not a snapping sound, but the crisp sound of scissors cutting cloth, or tearing paper with both hands. When the two collided, Lei Daoya was torn into 4 pieces without even making a sound of clanging metal. Along with the double knives, the body of the black hole Leiya was also torn apart. Because after cutting off Thunder Saber Yajayu, Yajayu used lightning-style nature transformation to stimulate cells plus the power of time and space to teleport the semi-finished product, turning it into a blue-white lightning, and at the same time mixed with a touch of black electric light, from front to back. Afterwards, it slid across the body of the black hole Leiya. When Yajayu put Gaikui back into its sheath, Leiya's body had been severed in half. No trace of blood gushed out from the top and bottom halves of the body. All was taken away by the force of time and space that tore apart the body. At the same time, the life of the black hole Leiya was also taken away by the power of time and space. When the upper body fell, the eyes of the black hole Leiya happened to see half of Ranmaru's body. Instead of his wife and children abandoned by him in Kirigakure, he met Ranmaru and fought side by side with Ranmaru. Memory screen. Before he had any regrets about chasing and killing Squad 8, the black hole Leiya completely lost his breath. Half of the corpse also hit the ground heavily. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 18% of the opponent's chakra. The second after Leiya closed his eyes, a system notification sounded in Yajayu's mind. With the emergence of a surge of physical and mental energy that is not considered huge for the current Yajayu, Yajayu's chakra, which has not been consumed much, not only quickly restores its full value, but also slowly improves. Yajayu didn't feel any disturbance when he killed the black hole Leiya almost instantly. Since the development of true teleportation, many enemies have died in front of Yajayu's move. Those people, just like Ranmaru, were all instantly killed by Yajayu with teleportation plus time-space slash. Compared to them, Thunder Fang, the Black Picker, instead made Yajayu teleport a few times, even though it was on purpose. In addition to that trick, Yajayu's growth in the past few years has also been fully displayed. Whether it is the space backpack, or the world of domain ripple, and the last mystery, they are all unexpected gains of Yajayu when developing real teleportation. At the beginning, Yajayu also needed to use lightning-style nature transformation to stimulate cells, integrating the power of time and space into trillions of cells. But I don't know when. Yajayu no longer needs to use lightning-style nature transformation, but can also use chakra nature transformation as the power of time and space, and integrate it into trillions of cells. It was also at that moment that the world in front of Yajayu completely changed into a world of ripples. Those ripples are spaces that only Yajayu can see and touch. When Yajayu, whose whole body is filled with the power of time and space, touches those ripples, he no longer needs to use Lei Shun to complete the teleportation that ignores everything. Yes, Yajayu's teleportation needs to be used in conjunction with the world of domain ripple. The range of teleportation is the coverage of the domain. Now Yajayu, there are 4 kinds of instant body. They are the ordinary Konoha instant body, the silent instant body of virtual reality plus Konoha instant body, and the thunder instant body in the eyes of others, which is actually a semi-finished teleportation of lightning-style nature transformation stimulating cells plus power of time and space, and the real teleportation. Chapter 40. You killed him. Looking at Yajayu who came back with a head in his hand, Yu Hihong's beautiful eyes widened for a while, and the beautiful cheeks were full of shock. She was shocked that Yajayu, a mere genin, was able to kill elite Jonin's Black Ho Thunder Fang, and was shocked by this time. How many minutes have you been away? Yajayu killed the black hole Leiya. What's even more frightening is that Yajayu's body has no injuries at all, and it can even be called spotless. What the hell happened? What method did Yajayu use to kill the black hole Leiya? If it was a head-on confrontation, then Yajayu's real strength isn't elite Jonin? Could it be that this is Yajayu's true strength? Teacher Hong, you won't really return all the knowledge of ninja school to the former teacher, right? Seeing Yuhi Hong's sluggish face, Yajayu teased again, and then gave an explanation that he had thought about a long time ago. The battle of ninjas is an intelligence war. You are not surprised, Mr. Hong. When an elite Jonin is fighting, why is there a boy on his back? Obviously, the boy's body is defective, and the other party has to carry him on his back. That boy's perception ability is very strong, it can give the black hole Leia an extra pair of eyes, but at the same time it will also give him an extra burden. As long as we target that burden, the black hole Leia will be distracted and unable to exert his full strength. And my lightning style and instant body can just do that. That's why I was able to kill him. When he said the last sentence, Yajayu shook his head in his hands, and changed the subject and asked, this Kirigakure trader, his head should be worth a lot of money in the black market, right? Ah! If I remember correctly, his bounty is 28 million taels. Yuhi Hong nodded. She didn't fully believe Yajayu's explanation. To be precise, I didn't even believe half of it. The battle of ninjas is intelligence warfare, which is indeed common sense from the first grade. But the premise is that the enemy's strength is equal to his own, or slightly stronger than his own, and only by collecting intelligence can he gain an advantage. If the enemy is several times stronger than oneself, unless it is a team battle, intelligence will not have much advantage in individual battles. And Yajayu is just a genin who just graduated not long ago, and his opponent is a ninja who participated in the Third Ninja World War. He has been avoiding Kirigakure since his defection, and he is still alive and well. Elite Jonin. How could this be an opponent that intelligence could defeat? But seeing Yajayu's reluctance to tell the truth, Yuhi Hong didn't force it. It must be that Yajayu doesn't want others to know his cards. That whole card might be the key to the Hyuga clan training him and treating him as a future son-in-law. When Yajayu takes the initiative to expose in the future, Yuhi Hong will know what his whole card is. With Yajayu's background, it's impossible for him to be a spy for other ninja villages. That'll be fine. Yajayu didn't know what Kurane Yui was thinking, otherwise he would have sighed, Jonin is indeed an all-round ninja. Of course, he couldn't help teasing again, now that your thinking is so flexible, why were you so stupid just now? After showing off his spoils to Yuhi Hong, Yajayu took out a storage scroll out of nowhere and put away the head of the black hole Leia. However, he did not put the storage scroll into the space backpack like the red eye that saved Ranmaru, but tied it to the buckle of the ninja belt. He is going to exchange this head for a sum of money. Teacher Hong, can you stand up now? After putting away the storage scroll, Yajayu came to Yuhi Hong and said with a smile. Cannot. Kurane Yui, who had lost all the prestige of the teacher, shook her head honestly. Hinata and Shino shouldn't be far away, before they ask the village for help, let's stop them first. Yajayu found an excuse, then forcefully pulled Yuhi Hong up, and hugged her like a princess. Because Yajayu's body develops ahead of schedule, he is only a few centimeters shorter than Yuhi Hong, and he hugs Yuhi Hong in the posture of a princess, without any sense of disobedience. Ah, don't do this, just go and catch up with them, and I'll rest where I am. Yuhi Hong exclaimed, and then said with flushed cheeks. This is the first time that Kurane Yui was hugged by a princess, which is really embarrassing for Kurane Yui, who is meticulous in character and a hero of the female school just like Tsunade. At this moment, she couldn't help but have the urge to dig a hole and bury herself again. As everyone knows, Yajayu did it on purpose. I saw a playful smile on Yajayu's face, and he couldn't help but tease again, Mr. Hong, you look better now than when you were drunk and just now. Don't say any more, I know that my teacher is a failure. Shihai Hong finally couldn't help covering her face with her hands, and said with nothing to love. However, I like this kind of teacher Hong very much. Yajayu also knew that he was teasing too much, so while holding Yui Hong and flying over, he smiled lightly, even if the enemy is elite Jonin, teacher Hong didn't abandon us, but chose to stay by himself to keep us alive. Hold each other down. Obviously, if you do this, teacher Hong, you will probably die. I am very fortunate that I have the ability to help the teacher, otherwise, I will definitely live in self-blame and guilt now. Hearing Yajayu's words of revealing the truth, Yuhihong, who was ashamed and wanted to commit suicide, couldn't help being slightly taken aback. The hands covering her cheeks were slightly opened, and Yuhihong, who was hugged by the princess, looked up at her student, staring at the young man with flying hair and high spirits because of the wind resistance. A wave of moving warmth surged in her heart. Just when the mature big sister was about to say something, 2 blushes appeared on her beautiful cheeks again. Then Sister Yu shouted shamefully and angrily, "Idiot, where are you catching? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's also my first time to be hugged by a princess. It may be that the teacher is too fat, or my armpits are sweating, and my hands slipped by myself." The boy who deliberately rubbed oil said without apology. "Who is getting fat? You bad student, go to hell. Ah, you actually shocked me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Maybe it's my Lei Shun body, who hasn't cultivated well yet." Another unapologetic voice fell, and the boy accelerated his speed. Today's accident reversed the status of the teachers and students who were separated by age and class. From now on, Yuhihong will no longer have the majesty of a teacher in front of Yajayu, nor will she be able to put on the appearance of a teacher. The pure teacher-student relationship was shattered. Chapter 41. Relying on the instant body that is unique in the ninja world, Yajayu quickly caught up with Hinata and Aberme Shino even if he held Kurane Yui. But before meeting them, Kurane Yui had already got off Yajayu's body. Because she found out that Yajayu did shock her on purpose. But it's not that Lei Shun is not proficient enough, but uses lightning-style nature transformation to stimulate cells plus medical ninjutsu to help her recover from electric shock injuries. Looking at the embarrassed Yuhihong and Yajayu, Aberme Shino expressed his genuine concern, "Teacher Hong, Yajayu, are you alright?" Although the sunglasses blocked the eyes, Yui and Yajayu could also see that Aberme Shino was full of self-blame that could not help at this time. Only Yuhihong said with a smile, "Don't worry, the other party has been killed by me and Yajayu." If it wasn't for the dust on his face, Hinata and Aberme Shino would have seen Yui's red face clearly. Even though Yajayu asked for this kind of behavior of grabbing students' credit, it still made Yuhihong feel extremely ashamed. Especially Yajayu's next words made Yuhihong want to strangle him to death. Seeing Yajayu, who also dusted himself and made himself even more embarrassed than Yuhihong, he said with a smile, "Fortunately, Teacher Hong is strong, otherwise I almost couldn't see you." On purpose, this brat must have done it on purpose. If Yuhihong had a second personality, the second personality at this time must be roaring in her heart. But recalling Yajayu's request and threat just now, Yuhihong could only try to maintain a smile. That's right, Yajayu's request is to let Yuhihong conceal the fact that she killed the black hole Leia. The reason is that I still want to stay in the 8th class. If my companions and high-level officials know that I killed the black hole Leia, they will definitely have a sense of distance from me. Yuhihong felt very embarrassed by Yajayu's request. Because Jonin are all brainwashed tool people, they will be very loyal to Hokage. If Yajayu didn't tear up the pure teacher-student relationship with Yuhihong, Yuhihong would never agree to Yajayu's request. However, Yajayu half-jokingly threatened Yuhihong about her being killed by the black hole Leia. If she didn't help him keep it a secret, then she would tell Hinata and Aberme Shino, so that she would not be able to hold her head up in front of the students. Therefore, Yuhihong, who was originally very embarrassed, could only nod in agreement angrily and helplessly. Think of it as repaying Yajayu for saving his life. Therefore, there is the current scene. Hearing Yajayu's words, Aberme Shino did not have any doubts. Only Hinata looked at Yajayu with some doubts in her eyes. Unlike Aberme Shino, who was full of worry and self-blame, Hinata was not worried about the safety of Yajayu and Kurane Yui, except that he blamed himself for being unable to help. As Yajayu's future wife, Hinata is among the girls around Yajayu who knows the existence of Yajayu's strength best. In this regard, even Hongfos and Hanabi are not as good as Hinata. Because Hinata is 5 years older than Hanabi, she witnessed Yajayu's transformation from weak to strong, from only virtual reality to gradually perfecting the fighting style. So Hinata knows very well that even if Yajayu can't beat the enemy, he can escape easily. Even getting Yajayu hurt would be difficult. So seeing that Yajayu is even more embarrassed than Yuhihong, and knowing that Yajayu owns Hinata, who is the blood successor of time and space, I feel puzzled. But seeing that Yajayu was not injured, the well-behaved Hinata didn't ask much. So, the 8th class continued to embark on the return journey. On the way, Yuihong took Yajayu and the three to change their route and came to a small town with a hidden black market. As a Jonin, Kurenai Yui is certainly no stranger to the black market. Sometimes when they kill the traders of the enemy country, they will bring their heads or corpses to the black market to exchange for bounties. During the mission, if they run out of ration pills and detonating charms, they will go to the nearest black market for supplies. The black market is both a middleman and a market. In order not to expose their identities, Yuhihong and Yajayu deliberately used transformation technique when exchanging bounties. The person in charge of this black market also discovered at a glance that they used the transformation technique because it was too unfamiliar. It's not impossible for such a stranger to be able to kill elite Jonin's Black Pick Thunder Fang, but the chances are very small. However, he didn't try it either. Instead, he recruited professionals to use some kind of yin escape ninjutsu to examine the brain of Black Hole Lei Yat. After verifying his identity, he quickly settled the bounty. After getting the bounty, Yajayu will give half of it to Yuhihong. This was naturally rejected by Yuhihong. In front of Hinata and Aberme Shino, stealing Yajayu's credit already made this royal sister very embarrassed. How could she want the students' spoils? But Yajayu ridiculed it as compensation for the slippery hand that day. As soon as this remark came out, Yuhihong instantly ran away in shame and anger, chasing Yajayu, and was about to arrest him and beat him violently. Yajayu, who had already exposed part of his strength in front of Kurenai Yui, would not be caught by Kurenai Yui, and he threw away Kurenai Yui in an instant. After seeing Yuhihong also catch up with the instant body, Yajayu still controlled the speed to tease the Yuja. Yajayu, who knows Kurenai's character, of course knows that Kurenai will not ask for his bounty. He took the initiative to distribute half of the bounty to Yuhihong, and he also deliberately wanted to use this to recall the memories of Yuhihong that day and smash the mask she tried to put on. It is impossible to go back to the past. After being targeted by Yajayu, sooner or later this mature lady will enter his bowl. Another 2 days passed, and the 8th class finally returned to Konoha. During this trip, Class 8's experience has improved a lot. They passed through many places and met ordinary people living in different environments. On the way back, they felt the powerlessness and suffocation of death for the first time. This experience will make Aberme Shino redouble his efforts in cultivation. There is also Shihihong who thinks the same as him. Being killed by the enemy in front of the students, and then rescued by the students, and also molested by the students, this experience will become a dark history that will accompany Yuhihong throughout his life. In the past few days, I have dreamed of Yajayu's handsome but very hateful face. In order not to be ridiculed by Yajayu in the future, in order to restore the dignity of the teacher, in order to have the strength to catch Yajayu and teach this bad student a lesson, Yuhihong finally made up her mind. She wants to quit drinking. Chapter 42. As soon as they entered the gate of Konoha, the 8th class disbanded on the spot. The three of Yajayu went back to their respective homes, while Yuhihong went to Hokage's office to make a brief report on the mission. Yuhihong, who never concealed Hokage in the past, concealed how they met and killed the Black Hole Leia this time. This makes Yuhihong, who has the will of fire, feel guilty. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any doubts about Yui Kurenai's report. Instead, he highly appreciated Yui Kurenai's behavior of taking the students to travel around the ninja world to improve their experience because she felt that the mission was too smooth. After walking out of the Hokage building, Yuhihong looked at the blue cloud during the day, only to feel that after returning from this trip, the Konoha in front of her eyes has become different. The motivation that has not been felt for many years is still surging in my heart. So, every time I came back, I would eat a meal of wasabi octopus, drink a glass of soju, or even have a late drink of UI red. I rarely went home to cook, take a shower after eating, and go to bed early. After waking up the next day, this mature lady will start to change herself. Of course, Yajayu didn't know Yuhihong's determination, otherwise he would have laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, going out this time also corrected Shihong's bad habits. After returning to Konoha, Yajayu didn't go to Hinata's house, but went straight home. Hinata didn't go home either, and followed Yajayu's house to help him clean the house that had accumulated dust for several days. After she finished cleaning, she couldn't help being molested by Yajayu. Faced with Yajayu's strength, Hinata, who was submissive, was pulled into the bathroom, looked at Ino and Sakura's conscience of extremely low self-esteem, and used a back-rubbing technique that Xiangling could never learn in this life. Under Hinata's service, Yajayu, who usually took a shower in a few minutes, stayed in the bathroom for more than half an hour before coming out. After taking a shower, Yajayu and Hinata still did not go back to Hinata's house immediately. Instead, they went to buy some ingredients before it got dark and stored them in the refrigerator. Then I took the gifts I picked out for Ino Shikacho and little Sakura and visited their homes one by one. As a result, they were told that they were all out on a mission. Especially when he heard that little Sakura also went on a mission, and also left the village, Yajayu sighed slightly in his heart. The reincarnations of Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra finally embarked on the road of cheating. When Team 7 returns, Naruto's Nine Tails chakra will begin to leak, and Uchiha Sasuke will finally activate the Sharingan again, and will soon evolve into the Two-Tomo Sharingan, unlocking the abilities of insight and replication. In a few months, they will master attack methods such as Raise Nan and Chidori, as well as form transformations such as Demonic Fox Coat and Heavenly Curse Seal, and have the strength to complete multi-level jumps. This is coercion, which is unreasonable. If Yajayu didn't have cheats, he would be in the same class as Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and he would only feel that his future is dark, and he would only want to mess up and survive until Boruto is past. Fortunately, Yajayu also has a plug-in, and the plug-in is more powerful than Naruzuo, the reincarnation of the son of the immortal. Time jumped in a hurry and it was mid-June. During this period, Yuihong led Team 8 to receive several sea-level missions, and they were all sea-level missions to defeat wild beasts and bandits, and even hunt down Ronin. The purpose is to give Class 8 the experience of dealing with ferocious beasts, see blood, and learn how to collect intelligence. Of course, Yui Kurane mainly trains Hinata and Aberame Shino. As for Yajayu, she takes a stalking attitude. With Yajayu's teleportation speed, only someone who is also good at teleportation can put Yajayu under pressure. And Yajayu also hides the whole card that can kill elite Jonin. Although she doesn't want to admit it, Yuhihong feels that even if she is not careless, she may not be Yajayu's opponent. If Yajayu's hidden cards can restrain the illusion, then he has absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, Yuhihong's self-esteem is at work, and she has given up alcohol that affects her body and will, as if she was back in her youth, and she is working hard to practice illusion every day. If you say quit drinking, you can quit drinking, and you can really quit. I have to say that Yuhihong is worthy of being a female hero like Tsunade. It may be because of the change in energy and spirit, Yajayu found that this Yuja was more beautiful, like a ripe peach. But Yajayu was not in a hurry to pick the peach, nor did he make fun of Yuhihong with what happened that day. The frequent molestation at the beginning was to break Yuhihong's defense and make her no longer treat herself as a child. If you continue to make fun of this matter, it will only be self-defeating and annoying. As a time traveler, Yajayu has a lot of ways to gain Yuhihong's favor. So during this time, Yajayu continued to act as a student, giving Yui a lot of face in front of Aberame Shino and Hinata. However, when performing D-level tasks in the village, Yajayu no longer assembled the main body, but let Shadow Clone come over. At the beginning, Yuhihong didn't notice it. But after seeing Hinata's general attitude towards Shadow Clone and no longer being inseparable, I finally discovered Yajayu's perfunctory. In this regard, Yuhihong was helpless, but also felt a shock. Even she didn't notice anything wrong. The chakra amount of Yajayu, the Shadow Clone, must be amazing. Then what is the level of chakra in his body? What is his trump card? The more curious, the more Yuhihong kept recalling the scene of that day, and the more she couldn't show the teacher's score to Yajayu. Yajayu didn't know this, otherwise he would have remembered a famous saying from his previous life. When a woman becomes curious about a man, that's when she starts to fall. In this way, the time came to the end of June. On this day, Class 8 was performing a D-level mission as usual. However, during the execution of the mission, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly sounded in the sky. After hearing the eagle cry, the expressions of the guide jonin in the village changed one after another, and after leaving various instructions, they disappeared in an instant. The same is true for Sunset Red. She said to the three of Yajayu, after you finish the task, you will disband at the same place, and gather at the old place on time tomorrow. After the words fell, Yuhihong disappeared in place in an instant. Looking at the eagle flying across the sky, the corners of Yajayu's shadow clone raised its mouth slightly. At last it came, the death knell of Third Hokage, the Chunin exam. Chapter 43. Sure enough, when they gathered the next day, Yuhihong told Yajayu and the others about the Chunin exam. And she even registered for them without permission, because Class 10 and Class 7 of the same class as them, and even Class 12 where Inyazuka Kiba was in, also signed up to take part in this Chunin exam. Aber Meishino has no objections, and Yajayu and Hinata certainly don't have any. On the contrary, Yajayu is looking forward to the Chunin exam. For him, this Chunin exam is not only the final battle of the Third Hokage, but also a huge opportunity. As long as he seizes this opportunity, Yajayu will not only soar to the sky, but his strength will be amazingly improved and he will become an all-round ninja without any shortcomings. Therefore, Yajayu is looking forward to the Chunin exam in July. Since the Chunin exam was about to come, Yuhihong gave the application form to participate in the Chunin exam to the three Yajayu people. Instead of taking them to perform tasks, she gave them a few days off to prepare them to compete with other ninja village genin. Psychological preparation. In his spare time, Yajayu, while developing the body of time and space, was training Hinata as usual, or secretly taking Hanabi out of Konoha to play, or testing the growth of phosphorus, and tasting the taste of an affair. Also, Yajayu made Kaoru move. In the next few days, a large number of ninjas from other ninja villages would be heading to Konoha. As the town closest to Konoha, there will definitely be a lot of unfamiliar faces here. Genin Yajayu doesn't care, but there will definitely be a mentor jonin beside these genin. Yajayu wonders if any of those guiding jonin have good vision, knowledge, or amazing senses. They just happened to discover the great treasure of fragrant phosphorus when they passed by. And Yajayu doesn't know if Orochimaru will pass by here. If he passes by, Orochimaru will definitely discover the extraordinary qualities of Kosovo, and maybe just to be on the safe side, he will also leave a heavenly curse seal on Kosovo and use it as a backup for reincarnation. To avoid these surprises, Yajayu decided to let Xiangling move temporarily. Regarding Yajayu's decision, Xiang Phosphorus naturally obeyed. And the location of Xiang Phosphorus' new home is not anywhere but Duanchu Street. Yajayu is preparing for the addition of Konoha to the fragrant phosphorus. If it were anyone else, even if Yui Kurane and Kakashi personally recommended it, it would be difficult for the phosphorus to enter Konoha. Even if he enters Konoha, he will be monitored by Umbu, but it is more likely to attract the covetousness of Shimura Danzo. Only when the legendary Sunin brings Kosu back to the village can Koko be free, and even Shimura Danzo doesn't dare to have any small thoughts. This is the deterrent power of cage-level powerhouses. Among Sunin, no one is more suitable to be the introducer of Xiang Phosphorus than Tsunade. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are blood relatives, and Senju belongs to half of the Tsunade clan. And Tsunade returned to Konoha to inherit the position of Hokage. An elder who lost the position of Hokage's assistant but was still cultivating private soldiers dared to attack the Hokage clan members. Unless he didn't even want the title of elder, he would have no hope in this life. Become a Hokage. So Yajayu asked Xiangling to move to Tanzi Street just to wait and see. After helping Xianglu settle down in her new home, Yajayu didn't play with her for a few days in Tuanzi Street. Because the Chunin exam is about to begin. Since he had been busy moving Xianglian in the past 2 days and helping her adapt to the new environment, Yajayu, who came home late every day, not only did not stay at Hinata's house, he did not even go to her house to eat. But every morning, Hinata would bring nutritious meals to Yajayu's house, wake him up, and help him wash clothes and clean. If Yajayu didn't go to get food, Hinata would come over to help him cook, or even stay at his house. Interestingly, Hinata was kicked out by Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna and asked her to come over and cook for Yajayu. And Hyuga Liangna is still the main force. How can a qualified wife let her husband go hungry or eat unhealthy food from outside? Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Liangna didn't have any objections to Hinata staying at Yajayu's house. In their eyes, Yajayu and Hinata are a couple. When they are old enough, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Riina will get them engaged, and they will get married directly after the coming-of-age ceremony. This is when Yajayu hugged Hinata to sleep, and the two knew it when they bit their ears. In this regard, Yajayu also used the order of his parents to tease Hinata. The time finally skipped the last day of late June and turned to July 1st. At 8:30 in the morning, Hinata came to wake Yajayu up on time. After washing up and having breakfast, Yajayu and Hinata went to the place where the 8th team usually gathers, and joined a bear Meishino who was already there waiting for them. Then a group of 3 walked towards the ninja school. Submit the application form to take the Chunin exam, and the exam location for the first exam is the ninja school. When they came to ninja school, the 3 of Yajayu first went to the complex building to submit the application form. But when going upstairs, the 3 of Yajayu encountered an accident. "Brother Niji, what are you doing?" Looking at the Might Guy class who was blocked at the stairs, which was also the 3rd class of the previous class, Hinata saw his cousin Hyuga Niji at a glance, and couldn't help saying hello. "Miss Hinata, Master Yajayu." Seeing Hinata and Yajayu, Hyuga Niji, who was still cooperating with Xiaoli in acting, immediately walked over and greeted Hinata and Yajayu respectfully. In this life, his father did not die, and Hyuga Hisashi is the only person in the branch house who knows how special Yajayu is except for the elders of the clan. Hyuga Niji, who does not hate the clan, is a qualified branch house heir, and has great respect for Hinata, the eldest daughter of the clan, and Yajayu, the future son-in-law of the clan. "Long time no see, Niji, you've become stronger again." Yajayu greeted with a smile, and then asked knowingly, "What are you doing standing here, instead of handing in the application, and then go to the examination room?" "Master Yajayu, we are observing the candidates for this Chunin exam." Hyuga Niji stated their purpose. "So that's the case, then you observe slowly, we will go first." Yajayu was stunned for a moment, then nodded to Tian and Xiaoli who came over, and led Hinata and a bear Meishino towards the stairs blocked by Konoha's 2 door gods. "Hey, kid, you went to the wrong place, here is." Seeing another genin approaching, the 2 door gods wanted to give the 3 of Yajayu a blow as they had done with other genins. But before they could finish their sentence, the 2 door gods widened their eyes, their faces full of horror. Because they found that their bodies and even their mouths could not move. This is clearly the gold binding technique. Untie. At the same time, Hinata also raised his middle finger, dispelling the scene illusion arranged by the 2 gate gods, and restoring the floor numbers at the stairway to their original state. Immediately, the 8th class walked between the 2 door gods. "Good, so amazing." Looking at the back of Yajayu who solved 2 Chunin with one look, Tian exclaimed, "Is this the strength of this year's chief student? Niji, who is better than him? I'm no match for Master Yajayu, and I haven't beaten him even once." Hyuga Niji's honest Kaido. Yes, under the arrangement of Hyuga Hayashi and the clan elders, Hyuga Niji fought against Yajayu more than once, but was beaten by Yajayu every time. Yajayu didn't use outdated space ninjutsu, but just used lightning style and taijutsu to hang Hyuga Niji. This is one of the reasons why Hyuga Niji has so much respect for Yajayu. Chapter 44. After submitting the application form, the 8th class got the test room number and seat number, and then left the complex building to the teaching building. Along the way, Class 8 sees a large number of genin wearing other ninja village forward protectors, of various heights and ages, some as small as them, and some even grown-up genin. And these older genin, one by one, looked at the young genin with fierce eyes, or looked at the young genin with disdain. Some genins with weak psychological quality were indeed frightened by their eyes. But in the eyes of geniuses and ninja children like Yajayu, the eyes of these older genin not only have no deterrent power at all, but are the eyes of the weak. He's still genin at this age, nothing but bullying newcomers. If nothing else, few of these older genins with rich experience in the exam could make it to the final round this year. Soon, the 8th class arrived at the door of the examination room. At the door, the three of Yajayu also saw Kurane Ui who was waiting for them here, as well as Heitake Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma who were waiting for their students like Kurane and gave encouragement to the students. Except for Konoha's proud blue beast, now he can use the Might Guy of 8 Inner Gates formation. If there is no accident, the other party should go to the 3rd class, to be precise, to go to Xiaoli. Teacher read. Coming to Kurane Ui, the three of Yajayu first greeted politely, and then looked at Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma next to her. Well, I'm glad to see you guys coming over. Kurane Ui nodded, and then introduced to the 8th class, the two next to me are elite Jonin from Konoha, and they are also one of your instructor Jonin this year. This masked person is written in the book Copy Ninja. Heitake Kakashi, he is the instructor Jonin of the 7th class, you can call him Teacher Kakashi. This bearded uncle, named Sarutobi Asuma, is Jonin, the instructor of the 10th class. You can call him Teacher Asuma. Ms. Kakashi, Mr. Asuma. The 8th class greeted politely. Yo, hello. Kakashi, who read pornographic books in public, raised his hand in response, then looked at the three of Yajayu, who had a very obvious height difference, and sighed slightly, you are so tall. Uncle or something, is it too hurtful? While complaining, Sarutobi Asuma subconsciously wanted to take out the cigarette. But after looking at Yu Hong, he still suppressed his craving for cigarettes, and smiled at the three of Yajayu, hello, I often hear Ino and Shikamaru mentioning you. Are Ino and Shikamaru here? Yajayu asked. Not yet, you are the genin who passed the test and arrived here the fastest this year. Yu Hong said words that Class 8 could understand in seconds. Then let's go first, Teacher Hong. Go ahead, come on for the exam. After nodding to Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, Yajayu, the team leader, led Hinata and Aberame Shino, and pushed open the door of the test room. When they stepped into the classroom, they found that the atmosphere changed suddenly. If the outdoor atmosphere is quiet, it is the warmth of the teacher's care and encouragement. The atmosphere in the room was as oppressive as a coliseum, like a volcano that would erupt if not careful. A large number of hostile and scrutinizing gazes came from different directions, as if the hunter was staring at the prey. Yajayu ignored the stares and had no intention of teaching them a lesson. Just like a famous quote from Uchiha Madara, which adult will play the real game with a child? Few strong people will care about the provocation of the weak, unless the other party makes an inch. Among the candidates present, only half of them could pass the first exam. If you pass the first exam, but meet Yajayu and the others in the second exam, it will not be too late for Yajayu to send them down to see Sage of Six Paths. Yajayu, long time no see. Just when the three of Yajayu were about to find their own seats and sit down, a pleasant female voice suddenly reached his ears. Immediately, a soft and girly weight pressed against his back. Looking sideways, I saw Ino making a sneak attack from behind, not only jumping on his back, but also hugging his waist and neck with both hands and feet in an unladylike manner. Long time no see, Ino. Yajayu gently pulled Ino off his body, looked at Shikamaru who still had dead fish eyes open, and Akimichi Koji who was holding snacks all the time, smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a few months, it seems that you all had a good time. It's okay, the director Jonin is a relatively powerful guy, but unfortunately he is a smoker. Looking at the three Yajayu in front of him, Shikamaru exclaimed in a rare way, Ms. Asuma told us that your team has actually performed hundreds of D-level tasks in the past few months. You do those tasks every day, no tired. That's right, even C-level tasks are not as tiring as these chores. After getting off Yajayu, he consciously went to find Hinata's Ino, and said in agreement. Is there? It's okay. Yajayu blinked and said. Seeing his expression, Naruzuo, who knew this close friend very well, immediately rolled her eyes and said, it seems that there is no need to guess, you must be lazy in the old way. This is strength, you can do it too. Yajayu finally showed a smug smile. Yajayu, Ino, Hinata. At this moment, another female voice entered Yajayu's ears. Look in the direction of the sound. I saw a girl wearing a pink cheongsam with high slits on her upper body and black ninja half pants on her lower body, with long pink hair and bangs spread to both sides, revealing a white and smooth forehead, trotting towards them. Long time no see, little Sakura. Yajayu raised his hand to greet little Sakura, then looked at Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who were following her, and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a few months, you have grown a lot taller. Hearing this, the corners of Narushikamaru's mouth twitched slightly. When did this guy become so black-bellied? And Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked at Yajayu with full black lines. Especially Naruto, who is less than 1.5 meters tall, looking at Yajayu, who is more than 10 centimeters taller than him. If he can't beat this big devil who always hangs him and Sasuke, Naruto wants to rush up and punch Yajayu. Uchiha Sasuke quickly showed a confident smile, and said arrogantly, I hope that after a few months, your strength has not stagnated. Yajayu knows the source of Uchiha Sasuke's confidence. However, he did not expose it, but accepted Uchiha Sasuke's gauntlet and said with a smile, then work hard to the end. Chapter 45. Hey, you! Just as the new generation gathered under the podium, a voice suddenly entered their ears. I saw a man in ninja clothes, Konoha forehead protector on his head, and silver-grey hair walking towards them, preaching, as newcomers in this class, I suggest that you should be a little quieter. Looking at you. Huh? Who are you? Looking at the man who came to disturb them, Ino said with a displeased face. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I am a senior who is several years older than you. Yakushi Kabuto introduced himself with a smile. Narushikamaru realized the point in an instant, and said, hearing you say that, you seem to know us very well. Of course, your information is all in my ninja card. Yakushi Kabuto took out a deck of cards that looked like poker from the ninja bag, with a big ninja character written on the back, and smiled confidently. Ninja card. The Xiaoqiangs really got their attention, except for Yajayu. Seeing that Yakushi Kabuto came to get acquainted with Naruto and the others as in the original book, Yajayu didn't have the idea of getting involved, but said to Aberme Shino and Hinata, don't disturb others here, go find your own seat first. After speaking, Yajayu went to find his seat number. Aberme Shino and Hinata followed suit. Let's find a place too. After seeing the three of Yajayu leave, Ino, who was originally curious about ninja cards, suddenly lost interest, and said to Narushikamaru and Akimichi Koji. Let's go. Narushikamaru, who had no interest in these at all, put her hands on the back of her head and looked for the seat number with Akimichi Koji. In a few seconds, the 7th class was left under the podium. Naruto, Sasuke, I'm looking for a seat too. Little Sakura also waved to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and left with a happy face. Because little Sakura found out that her seat number is next to Yajayu's. In other words, she and Yajayu are at the same table for this exam. Seeing the 9 best newcomers this year, 7 of them left at once. Yakushi Kabuto, who originally wanted to show off his intelligence ability, was rarely embarrassed in place, at a loss. Fortunately, at this time, Uchiha Sasuke, who was supposed to be as uninterested in these things as Yajayu, stepped forward and asked, do you have information about other candidates for this Chunin exam on your ninja card? Certainly. Looking at the most important and concerned target of Master Orochimaru in front of him, Yakushi Kabuto showed a mask-like smile again, and then, like the original book, showed Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto the power of ninja cards, which made Naruto exclaimed again and again. However, after Uchiha Sasuke asked a few people for information, the confidence regained by opening Sharingan suddenly swelled several times. Because he found that although Yajayu had the most number of D-level missions, after a few months, their 8th class only carried out 5 sea-level missions. And Yakushi Kabuto didn't know that the 8th class met the black hole lay yet. In Uchiha Suzuki's view, the 5 ordinary sea-level missions of the 8th class are nothing compared to their encounter with Momoji. If nothing else, Yajayu hasn't improved much in the past few months. He is a commoner, so he must not be his opponent who started Sharingan now. Therefore, Uchiha Suzuki is looking forward to the next exam, meeting Yajayu and the 8th class, and then defeating Yajayu head-on, completely getting rid of the shadow of being suppressed for 6 years, and taking off the title of the second child of 10,000 years. Yajayu didn't know what Uchiha Suzuki was thinking, otherwise he would have remembered a famous meme about Uchiha Suzuki in his previous life. Zuza felt that he was doing it again. Yajayu, thank you for the gift that day. With excitement, for the first time, little Sakura, who was able to sit openly next to Yajayu, took the initiative to find a whisper for the topic. Yajayu knew she was talking about a gift from her class day, not a gift from her parents when they returned. You're welcome, as long as it can help you. Yajayu said with a smile. Yeah. It was a great help. Thanks to the medical ninjutsu you gave me, I didn't become a burden to Suzuki and Naruto. The little Sakura nodded vigorously, looking at Yajayu's eyes, and for the first time did not hide her self-worship and adoration. And Yajayu is pretending not to see. The current him is not yet suitable to be a Poseidon above board. When he shows his strength and becomes a pillar that Konoha cannot lose, or a super strong that no one dares to criticize, he can have the privilege of riding on multiple boats with one foot. Due to the arrival of Yajayu, there was a storm of butterflies in the first exam. After Uchiha Suzuki asked about the candidate information he wanted to know, he went to find his own seat with Naruto. Therefore, Yakushi Kabuto did not direct the scene of himself being knocked into the air by toss, and his relationship with Xiaoqiang was not as close as the original work. Bang bang bang! Although there was no farce, Marino Ibiki and the Invigilators still did not enter the arena in the normal way. Instead, with the sound of several balloons bursting, it appeared out of thin air with a puff of white smoke. Marino Ibiki, whose face was covered with scars and whose eyes were truly murderous, shocked the audience just as soon as he appeared. The examination room, which was originally extremely oppressive, became completely silent in an instant. Some genin, whose psychological quality is not strong enough, clenched their hands subconsciously and swallowed hard. Seeing that the examines were all shocked by him, Marino Ibiki nodded in satisfaction, and without wasting words, he simply and neatly announced the exam rules, and asked the invigilators to distribute the test papers. After the test papers were distributed, most of the candidates found these questions, and many of them didn't know it. As a result, these genins from different ninja villages began to show their talents and use different methods to copy the answers of candidates who could write. Some use secret techniques, some use blood to inherit the boundary, and some use tools. Morinoi Hibiki and the examiners chose to ignore those who plagiarized using secret techniques and blood succession boundaries. But when they saw that some guys couldn't even control the props well, or even didn't even know how to use the props, but when they plagiarized in a way that children can know, they would silently deduct 1 point from the other party. After 5 points were deducted, the invigilators announced that the plagiarized candidate would be eliminated together with his teammates. However, some dissatisfied guys were instantly pressed to the ground by the invigilators, feeling the gap between themselves and Chunin. Soon, each team was eliminated by teammates, or they looked frustrated, or unwilling, or burst into tears, or left the examination room expressionlessly. The examination room, which was originally full of people, instantly vacated 1/3 of the seats. But to eliminate this number of people, Marino Ibiki is still not satisfied. When there were still 15 minutes left in the 1-hour exam, Ibiki Marino began his best psychological torture, asking candidates to do a multiple-choice question that would affect their future. Chapter 46. The multiple-choice question given by Hibiki Marino is a torture specifically for those who are not strong in psychological quality, to be precise, the weak. This multiple-choice question is whether to choose to challenge the 10th question that is not on the test paper, or choose to give up the 10th question. If you choose to challenge the 10th question, those who answer wrong will completely lose the hope of being promoted to Chunin, and will be a genin in this life. If you give up the 10th question, it will be eliminated now, but the next Chunin exam can make persistent efforts. Compared with the former, the latter is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, the Chunin exam is sometimes held once a year, but sometimes it may be held twice a year. Therefore, in the eyes of those genins who are not confident enough in their own strength, choosing the former is to gamble with their own future, which is not worth it at all. So after the protest was fruitless, soon some candidates could not bear the pressure and chose to give up this session of the Chunin exam. If one person abstains, the remaining 2 teammates will also be affected. Soon, there were a large number of Karakura seats in the examination room, which had lost 1/3 of the candidates. Even little Sakura, who was sitting next to Yajayu, started to worry. She was not afraid of the 10th question, which would gamble her future. With her cultural knowledge, if even she could not answer the 10th question correctly, most of the candidates present would be eliminated. This is the only place where little Sakura is confident. What she worries about is that there is no difference between being illiterate, and it is also because 3 body technique and cultural courses are lagging behind, so the comprehensive score is Naruto, who is at the bottom of the crane, and will not be able to bear the pressure and choose to abstain. Uchiha Sasuke is also concerned that Naruto will abstain. Just when they thought so, they found that Naruto, who was at the same table as Hinata, really slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, the hearts of little Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were in their throats. However, Naruto's next operation shocked the audience. I saw Naruto's raised palm slapping hard on the table. The sound of bang instantly attracted all the candidates and examiners, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had cleared the crystal telescope technique and peeked at the examination room. When Naruto published the declaration in the original book, I don't know whether it was his own personality charm or the aura of Otsutsuki Ashura that was activated instantly, which successfully inspired all the restlessness. After seeing others abstaining, I was also thinking about whether to abstain. Next time candidates who come again. Even the atmosphere of the examination room changed instantly. Looking at each candidate with firm eyes, Marino Ibiki remained expressionless on the outside, but was full of wonder in his heart. Looking at Naruto's eyes, it was full of appreciation. So, Morinoe Hibiki's scarred face showed a rare smile that was still ferocious, but not as murderous as before, and said, "Congratulations, you all passed the test." As soon as Morinoe Hibiki said this, the audience exploded in an instant. Those examines who were ready to face the 10th question that gambled on their future showed expressions of astonishment and bewilderment on their faces. Even Uchiha Sasuke is no exception. Only Yajayu and Gaara remained unchanged. Yajayu already knew it, while Gaara was wearing sand armor all over her body. No one knew what the expression was under the armor. The scene quickly became chaotic. Bang! Just when Morinoe Hibiki had just explained the meaning of the examines hadn't calmed down yet. The sound of kunao breaking through the glass made them tense again. I saw Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner of the second exam, who is also Kurane Yui's best friend and a disciple of Orochimaru, appear on the stage in a very high-profile way, but Ibiki Marino's forehead is full of black lines. When Mitarashi Anko announced the time and place of the second exam, which will be at noon tomorrow at Konoha's 44th training ground, the first exam of this Chunin exam officially ended. After the show ended, classes 8 and 10, as well as little Sakura, who left the team after saying hello to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, left the ninja school together. Along the way, the 7 of them chatted about interesting things about the exam. Naruto, this guy actually handed in a blank paper. Inoshikacho and Sakura's eyes widened when they heard from Hinata that Naruto had handed over a blank sheet. Naruto, what an unexpected ninja! Barame sighed rarely. As Naruto's teammate, little Sakura fully agrees. The location of the second exam is Konoha 44 training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Yajayu reminded, if I remember correctly, the book says that the range of this forest is 10 kilometers. There are a lot of beasts and poisonous insects in it. It is one of the training grounds that is strictly prohibited from entering except under special circumstances. So when you go back tonight, prepare dry food and medicine to deal with poisonous insects. During the second exam, you may need to spend the night in the forest. I see. After listening to Yajayu's analysis, Inoshikacho and Sakura nodded seriously. Akimichi Koji took the rare initiative and said, I'll prepare some military food pills for everyone tomorrow. Excuse me, Koji. Yajayu and others did not refuse Akimichi Koji's kindness. On their birthdays these years, and as a return gift a while ago, Akimichi Koji always gave them pills secretly made by the Akimika clan. Being used to it, they were not polite to Akimichi Koji. Arriving at a familiar crossroads, the 7 Yajayu people were divided into 3 groups, each going back to his own home. Yajayu did not go to Hinata's house, but returned to his own home. Even when Hinata came over to cook dinner for him, Yajayu didn't force her to stay overnight like before. Seeing that Yajayu did not stay, Hinata, who already knew that Yajayu would leave Konoha from time to time, had guessed that her future husband would secretly leave Konoha again tonight. And it is true. After Yajayu had dinner, he quietly left Konoha, then opened the world of Realm Ripple, and used real teleportation to go to Tangsha Street. In less than 10 minutes, Yajayu arrived at Tangsha Street and appeared out of thin air in Xiangling's new home. These days, Yajayu comes here every night. The first is to help Xianglu get familiar with the unfamiliar new environment so that she will not feel bored and lonely. The second is to see if Tsunade and Shizun will come to Tangsha Street in advance. Tangsha Street is a very famous commercial street in the Land of Fire. It is many times more prosperous than the small town where Xiangling lived before. The night market is also countless times more lively than the previous town. Every night, Yajayu would go out on a date with Xiang Phosphorus, or use the transformation technique to go to the casino to make some money. For Yajayu, who has a world with realms and ripples and can see everything through space, gambling is like having a clairvoyant eye, and he will win every bet. But money is just a number to Yajayu. He gambled not for money, but for fun. Chapter 47. After playing with Xianglin all night, Yajayu returned to Konoha's house on time the next day. If it is not the real teleportation, which needs to be used in conjunction with the world of Domain Ripple, each teleportation is only 1 kilometer at most, but the fixed point teleportation like the Flying Thunder God technique, Yajayu can return home in an instant. However, if you choose between the real teleportation and the Flying Thunder God technique, Yajayu will still choose teleportation without any hesitation and can move freely within the specified range without any spells. Of course, Yajayu has not tried to develop the Flying Thunder God technique. But such a fixed point transmission, Yajayu is still at a loss. Once the spell of the Flying Thunder God technique is engraved, it is a non-six paths powerhouse, and it cannot be erased at all. Even if the performer dies, the permanent tattoo will still exist. And that technique must be due to the sealing technique. I just don't know whether to seal chakra in the spell, or seal the power of time and space, or both. Yajayu is not good at sealing techniques, and he is not in a hurry to develop fixed point teleportation. Since the second exam was at noon, Hinata did not wake up Yajayu at 8:30 today, but came at 9 o'clock with a nutritious meal. She came here with her, and Hanabi who is on vacation these days. Oni-chan, here are the clothes, rations, and tents I packed for you. Let's work hard for today's exam. As soon as Yajayu came out of the wash, Hanabi trotted over barefoot, and handed a small storage scroll to Yajayu, as if asking for a compliment. Thanks Hanabi, it was a great help. Yajayu also gave rewards without hesitation. I saw that he didn't take the storage scroll, but directly hugged Hanabi, and kissed her face full of baby fat twice. Hanabi, whose face was covered with saliva, not only did not feel disgusted at all, but even smiled and pecked back a few times, and also smeared his saliva on Yajayu's face. The two came to the dining table in such a playful way. Hinata had already arranged the bento and went to tidy up Yajayu's room. After she helped Yajayu finish washing and cleaning, Yajayu also finished his breakfast. While it was still early, Yajayu took Hanabi and Hinata out for a walk. Along the way, they saw a lot of strange faces coming in and out of Konoha's pharmacy and other shops. The genin that was eliminated yesterday has basically left Konoha. Those remaining genins, apparently all candidates who passed the first exam, are preparing for the second exam. Seeing this atmosphere, Yajayu dismissed the idea of walking in Konoha. So on a whim, he directly took Hinata and Hanabi to a place where no one was around, and then opened the world of Domain Ripple, and took the pair of sisters to teleport away from Konoha to visit other commercial towns. Experienced the real teleportation for the first time, Hinata's small face flushed slightly, secretly looking at Yajayu's beautiful eyes. The admiration in the eyes shone like golden light. In just a few minutes, Yajayu led them across several small towns with a calm look on their faces, which is really amazing. But soon, Hinata's small mouth couldn't help pouting slightly, and her heart felt sour like it was a few years ago. Because she found that Hanabi was not excited at all, but got used to it. Obviously, Yajayu has brought Hanabi out like this before. Seriously. She is obviously Yajayu's future wife. If it weren't for Hanabi being 5 years younger than her, Hinata was really afraid that her sister would rob him of a man. After playing outside with Hinata and Hanabi for 2 hours, Yajayu just took them back to Konoha, and teleported back to Hinata's house. After patting Hanabi's little butt and asking her to go to the gym to train well, if she behaves well, I will take her to see the night market in another place another day, and Yajayu and Hinata will go to the old place to gather together. When Yajayu and Hinata came to the old place, a bear Meishino was waiting for them as expected. So, the 8th class walked towards Konoha number 44 practice field. The Konoha 44 practice field, just like its number, has a total of 44 entrances. Go outside one of the entrances, where candidates gather. There, the invigilators have already set up tents, and many candidates are waiting for the exam to start. The 8th class has just found a place, and the 7th and 10th classes are also arriving one after another. Yajayu, this is for you. The 10th class took the initiative to find them. From a few meters away, Naruzuo took out a storage scroll and threw it to Yajayu. Thanks. Yajayu, who took the storage scroll, knew that it contained military food pills and various medicines without looking at it. Not long after the rendezvous between the 8th and 10th classes, all the candidates who passed the first exam arrived. Mitarashi Anko, who was holding a 3-color ball in his hand, also came out of the tent and explained the content and rules of the exam to all candidates. It may be the reason of same S**X repulsion. Naruto looked at Mitarashi Anko, who was very similar to himself, so arrogant, he couldn't help imitating and provoking. As a result, he was educated miserably, left a lot of shadows, and realized the gap between himself and Jonin. Even if it's a special Jonin, it's not something he can handle. Orochimaru, who had already secretly dealt with Kusunin and used Kusunin's skin to infiltrate the candidates, also took advantage of Mitarashi Anko's education of Naruto to closely observe the changes in his disciples over the years. This pair of teachers and students who are good at playing snakes reunited after a long absence. With the end of the episode, candidates began to line up to enter the tent, and after signing their names on the death consent form, each team received a scroll, which was also a task item for the second exam, the Book of Heaven and Earth. The scroll that Class 8 got was Book of the Earth. After receiving the Book of Heaven and Earth, the invigilators did not give the candidates a chance to unite, so they took the candidates who got the scrolls to the designated entrance. The exam time is 120 hours. After you gather the Book of Heaven and Earth, go to the central tower as quickly as possible. In this way, you will have a few days of rest, and you will have an advantage over other candidates. It may be that the 3 of Yajayu are Konoha genin. After the proctor brought them to the designated entrance, he opened his mouth to ask. That's home field advantage. Chapter 48. Chunin Exam. Second exam Extreme Survival officially started. When the exam time entered the final countdown, the voice of Mitarashi Anko was transmitted to the ears of candidates scattered at the 44 entrances through the radio. Immediately afterwards, the invigilators checked their watches and opened the iron gates that locked the entrance one after another. In an instant, the candidates at each entrance either rushed into the forest of death, trotted in, or walked in. The three of Yajayu are the last ones. Let's collect the Book of Heaven and Earth first, and then join Shikamaru and little Sakura. Yajayu doesn't intend to compete with the Gaara siblings for the first place to reach the central tower. In his eyes, the most important thing in this Chunin exam is the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the windmill that Konoha has stopped for many years turns again. As for whether he can become a Chunin, Yajayu doesn't care at all. After all, after Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke become 6 paths level powerhouses, they are just Genin and Rinin. So this Chunin exam is just a passing scene for Yajayu. Compared with the ranking, he intends to swipe the favor of Ino, Shika, Cho and little Sakura. They are all his future team members, and they are one of the few friends in this world who can talk. So, after Yajayu told his plan, he said to Hinata, "Hinata, I leave it to you." "Yes, white eyes, open." Hinata nodded in understanding, and then made a mudra with both hands, and the veins on both temples suddenly bulged. The black and white view of God immediately covered a radius of 1 kilometer. In less than 10 seconds, Hinata found the target, and said, "We are at 2 o'clock, and there is a group of people with scrolls that are the Book of Heaven." "Very well, Hinata, you lead the way." "Yes." Following behind Hinata for a moment, Yajayu secretly opened the world of Domain Ripple, looking for the traces of Class 7 and Orochimaru. Coincidentally, the entrance where the 7th class was located was not far from the 8th class, just within 1 kilometer. Likewise, Orochimaru is not far from the 8th class. The speed is so fast, and that look in the eyes is worthy of the legendary Sunin. Yajayu soon finds Orochimaru disguised as Kusanagi. There's no way, Orochimaru's teleportation speed is too fast. And that aura is definitely not comparable to that of the black hole Lei Yat. Since Yajayu's perception is spatial perception, neither Class 7 nor Orochimaru, who is a cage-level strongman, is aware that he is being watched. Orochimaru, who was eager to imprint the curse of the sky on Uchiha Sasuke, did not follow the 7th squad for a while before acting. After finding Class 7, he immediately started a game of cat and mouse. At the same time, Class 8 also found their goal. "Three uncles, can I trouble you to hand over the Book of Heaven in your hands?" Looking at Rain Shinobi, who was wearing a raincoat and a bamboo hat in broad daylight, Yajayu jokingly persuaded, "After all, as the host, I don't want to kill you who are so old and come all the way from the land of rain to take the Chunin exam." "Boy, what are you talking about? Don't be too arrogant, don't think that you are Konoha's ninjas, so you can underestimate us." Yajayu's words instantly angered the 3 Rain Shinobi. "In that case, then, farewell." Seeing that the 3 Rain Shinobi refused to surrender, Yajayu didn't talk nonsense. As soon as the electric currents of Zizi sounded, Yajayu used the half-finished teleportation, turning into a dazzling blue and white streamer, and flashed across the bodies of the 3 Rain Shinobi. "Okay, so fast, Pucci." Yajayu's speed was so fast that both Hinata and Aberame Shino, and the 3 Rain Shinobi could sense the movement of his chakra, but the body couldn't react at all. Not to mention turning around, the 3 Rain Shinobi didn't even finish their words to lament Yajayu's speed, when a line of blood appeared on their necks, and then a blood arrow shot out. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 5% of the opponent's chakra. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 18% of the opponent's chakra. Ding! You killed the enemy and got 3% of the opponent's chakra. With the sound of 3 system prompts, Yajayu only felt a fleeting warm current in his body. And then, it's gone. With Yajayu's current amount of chakra, only by hunting Jonin will there be a significant improvement. Like Chunin and Genin, the energy converted from the percentage of chakra obtained from them, springs up from the body like drinking warm water. Warm, but not long-lasting. After instant killing the 3 Rain Shinobi, Yajayu took the Book of Heaven from them. Let's go to Shikamaru first." "Yes." By the time the 3 Rain Shinobi were found, Squad 7 and Orochimaru had already left the White Eyes and the field of perception. So neither Hinata nor Yajayu knew what was going on in the 7th class. Knowing that Yajayu from Class 7 is not Orochimaru's opponent at all, he is not in a hurry to go to Sakura-chan immediately. Because he knew that little Sakura would be fine until the Toth trio came to the door. Compared to the present past, Yajayu is more inclined to go to the hero to save the beauty when the little Sakura is in danger. In this way, little Sakura, who has always admired him so much, will definitely become his ultimate licking dog just like Xianglin. So instead of going back the same way, Yajayu walked in the opposite direction of the 7th class. With the cooperation of Bun and Domain Ripple's world, Yajayu and Hinata quickly find the location of Ino, Shika, Cho. At this time, Ino, Shika, Cho also got the scrolls they needed, and gathered together the Book of Heaven and Earth. Forests are dangerous places for others. But for Ino, Shika, Cho, it's a natural environmental advantage. Ino's heart-turning technique is not only effective for humans, but also for animals. Turning technique with his heart, Ino used the body of an animal to eavesdrop on the conversations of other candidates. After making sure the candidates have the scrolls they need, Ino, Shika, Cho use family secrets to coordinate with each other. Because of Yajayu, Ino has full confidence in Shikamaru, who is the only one who can keep up with Yajayu's rhythm. Under Shikamaru's calculation, the group of candidates who were targeted by Ino, Shika, Cho was controlled by the shadow imitation technique before they could react, just like facing Yajayu's semi-finished teleportation. But Ino, Shika, Cho was too kind. Instead of killing each other, they just took each other's scrolls, but used Akimichi Koji's family pills to stun each other. And to prevent them from being killed by others, Ino, Shika, Cho also dragged them into the hollow of a big tree. As a good friend, Yajayu doesn't know how to evaluate them. Even if he said it, they wouldn't change it before they suffered a loss. Chapter 49. Somebody is coming. Hide and wait, it's Yajayu and the others. Yajayu, this way. The 10th squad just hid the enemy and walked out of the tree hole, Ino said quickly as if he sensed something. Shikamaru was very conscientious and immediately gave the order to retreat. However, when he saw an afterimage leaping over the treetops and approaching them in an instant, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a smile on his face. At this time Ino also saw Yajayu and Hinata and waved to them quickly. After the three of Yajayu appeared in front of them, Ino trotted over excitedly and asked, "Yajayu, have you got all the scrolls?" "Well, it's all set." Yajayu nodded, looked at the scroll in Shikamaru's hand, and said with a smile, "Since you all have it together, let's go find little Sakura and the others." Regarding the invitation from Yajayu, Ino suddenly took away the captain's decision-making power and nodded repeatedly. "Then let's help Naruto and the others." Shikamaru also nodded. Therefore, the 8th class and the 10th class joined together temporarily, and were going to find the 7th class. Because when Hinata just opened her eyes, the 7th class was within her perception range. So the 8th and 10th classes did not search aimlessly, but walked towards the entrance area where the 7th class was located under the guidance of Hinata. At this time, Class 7 and Orochimaru were also over, and Class 7 suffered a disastrous defeat. Because of the leak of Nine Tails chakra, now as long as the mood is high, the characteristics of the demon fox will appear. Naruto, who has strengthened his strength, has won the 5-element seal of Orochimaru just like the original book, and his strength has become a real crane tail. He belongs to the weakest boy among the 12 Xiaoqiang. 1. An Uchiha Sasuke was planted by Orochimaru with the curse seal of the sky. The curse seal not only hosts Orochimaru's soul fragments, but also the natural energy transformed by Orochimaru. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who were engraved with 2 different seals at the same time, fell into a coma at this time. Only little Sakura, who was not involved in the battle and was just a medical ninja, was not injured and was still awake. Little Sakura, who has been relying on Kakashi and Naruto during this time, suddenly felt great pressure. To prevent anyone passing by here from finding them, little Sakura could only fight back her fear, dragged Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke into a tree hole, and used the medical ninjutsu given to her by Yajayu to help them heal their injuries. It is a pity that the injuries of the two are not on the surface, but in the inner and soul. With little Sakura's current medical ninjutsu attainments, they can't be awakened at all. So little Sakura could only pretend to be a tree hole, praying that no one would pass by here. Even if someone passes by, don't spot them. Little Sakura didn't know that Orochimaru had given orders to the Toth trio before leaving the Death Forest. And this order is for them to come and kill Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, Orochimaru is well aware that the Toth trio doesn't have this strength. He just wanted the Toth trio to be cannon fodder, to let Uchiha Sasuke feel the power of the curse of the sky, and then indulge in it. But his arrangement on the spur of the moment made little Sakura face the biggest test in his life. It was also the test of the original book that made little Sakura take the initiative to cut off her long hair, and began to slowly transform into Brother Sakura. And in this life, little Sakura still faced this test. When the Toss trio used throwing objects to destroy the camouflage of the tree hole. In order to prevent Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke from having an accident, little Sakura came out strong and chose to face the Toss trio alone. Looking at the little Sakura, who is wearing a cheongsam and has beautiful long pink hair, she looks like a pampered little girl. Jin, who has survived the harsh environment of Yunnan village, is suddenly full of jealousy. Then after discovering that Uchiha Sasuke was in a coma, Kim took the initiative to tell Toss and Sasuke not to make a move, and to teach little Sakura a lesson by himself. And this battle is naturally one-sided for little Sakura. Except for medical ninjutsu, little Sakura only knows the basic three-body technique, and Kakashi has not taught them any elemental ninjutsu except for teaching the 7th class chakra control. Yes, Kakashi, who has copied thousands of ninjutsu, has not even taught class 7 self-defense a single C-level elemental ninjutsu in the past few months. Before becoming a teacher of Tsunade, little Sakura was a complete burden. But this burden, with the top chakra control talent in the ninja world, even without Tsunade as a teacher, he can still become a first-class medical ninja and illusion ninja with his talent, as well as a yin escape ninja who masters enchantment and sealing techniques, so that he will not be in danger. At that time, only Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke could be dragged down. But unfortunately, Kakashi didn't teach anything. If they are treated equally, that's fine. However, after the qualifiers for the 3rd Chunin exam were over, within a month, Kakashi taught all of Xiao Li's taijutsu copied by his Sharingan to Uchiha Sasuke, who was also copied by Sharingan, and also taught him lightning-style chakra nature transformation, and his signature ninjutsu lightning-style Chidori. As for Naruto, he was thrown directly at the special Jonin Ebisu. Little Sakura ignored her even more. Even though little Sakura had already been eliminated in the preliminaries, after the Chunin exam, he still didn't teach Naruto and little Sakura anything. It wasn't until Uchiha Sasuke defected that he recommended Sakura Jr. to Tsunade, and Shippuden worked with Yamato to help Naruto develop the spiral shuriken. In Yajayu's view, Kakashi is just so eccentric. He doesn't even care about the teacher's son, and only has eyes on Gyu's clan. So in Yajayu's eyes, among the 3 teachers who influenced Naruto's life, Kakashi is not even qualified to carry shoes for Jiraiya and Umino Irika. Call out. Just when the little Sakura was beaten up by Jin Yaitong, her long pink hair was pulled, and she finally decided to cut off her long hair. The converging sound of ZIZI was suddenly transmitted to the ears of little Sakura and the trio of Toss. Jin subconsciously turned his head to the side, looking in the direction where the electric current sound came from. In the next second, a dazzling blue and white lightning suddenly magnified rapidly in her eyes. It was a figure that was moving at a high speed, and already had its own style in terms of instant body, surrounded by electric arcs. In just a split second, the figure appeared beside Jin like a flash. The palm that was also surrounded by electric arcs grabbed Jin's wrist. Click. Ah! With the sound of bone cracking, Jin's wrist suddenly felt severe pain flooding his whole body, and a miserable cry came from his mouth. The hand holding little Sakura's hair loosened uncontrollably. Boom! In the next second, Jin's body flew upside down. Lu! Yajayu! Looking at Yajayu who kicked the flying gold, and the little Sakura who was kneeling on the ground, I couldn't believe my eyes. Little Sakura, who had just made up her mind to cut off her long hair, remembered childhood memories, and it was that memory that made little Sakura choose to grow long hair. Because Yajayu suggested Hinata to grow long hair, Sakura and Ino thought that Yajayu liked girls with long hair, so they both secretly grew long hair. At the same time, little Sakura was also fantasizing about how great it would be if Yajayu appeared to save her at this moment. It is simply the hero in the novel who saves the beauty. But immediately, little Sakura couldn't help laughing at herself and envy again. How is this possible? I am not Hinata. And now, seeing Yajayu really appear, it was the moment when she decided to cut off her long hair. Little Sakura couldn't help biting her lower lip immediately, her eyes filled with mist. Don't worry, it's all right. Yajayu, the hero who saved the beauty, smiled softly at little Sakura and comforted her. It may be due to the positioning, or it may be the licking dog filter. The sunlight just passed through the gaps in the leaves and shone on Yajayu's body. Looking up at Yajayu, who was surrounded by electric arcs and had a stern demeanor, but only smiled gently at her. In the eyes of little Sakura, Yajayu seems to be emitting golden light at this moment. The heart that was secretly in love with Yajayu completely changed into the shape of Yajayu at this moment. Chapter 50. Little Sakura, are you alright? At this time, Ino and Hinata also appeared next to little Sakura. As a best friend, Ino immediately squatted down to check the little Sakura's body. Hinata was more direct and immediately used healing jutsu to heal the bruise on little Sakura. I'm fine. Sneaking a peek at Hinata next to her, the little Sakura, who subconsciously wanted to hug Yajayu's thigh and cry bitterly to vent her grievances, immediately suppressed the impulse in her heart, shook her head and said, "Chop the empty wave." While Ino and Hinata were taking care of the little Sakura, a voice suddenly came to their ears. After Toss and Sak saw Jin being knocked into the air, Chi swung the air blade formed by ultrasonic waves towards the three daughters of the little Sakura. Yes, they attacked the little Sakura three daughters, not Yajayu who kicked Kim away. What a vile fellow! Shikamaru, who arrived late with Akimichi Koji, suddenly changed his face. Water-style water barrier. Yajayu appeared in front of Jean Kongbo in a flash, and used his only water style, which was also a B-level water style specially learned to deal with the lack of water at home. Water barrier is a water style ninjutsu that integrates offense and defense. The attack form is to spit out a waterfall-like water flow from the mouth, carrying the impact of water, and washing away all the enemies and objects in front of you. Defense is to turn all the surrounding air moisture into water flow. The strong will form a water spout with shocking impact, while the weak can only erect a water wall to protect themselves. The water barrier used by Yajayu is naturally a rapidly rotating water spout. The water spout is not too big, but it is enough to protect Yajayu and the three Hinata girls behind him. After the two large blades collided with the water spout, it was like a stone falling into the water, and they could only splash a circle of moderate ripples. After using the water barrier to block the air blade, Yajayu did not cancel it. Instead, he formed seals with both hands to convert more water into water flow, and at the same time controlled the water spout to shrink, getting higher and smaller. In the end, the water spout turned from defense to offense and turned into a waterfall of water, slapping down towards Toss and Sak. Get out of the way. Looking at Yajayu, who was able to create such an amazing water flow in an anhydrous environment, Toss and Sak suddenly changed their expressions. Then he dodged without hesitation, and appeared beside Jin, who was lying on the ground screaming in pain after being kicked. After helping his companion, he immediately fled away. None of the combined air blades can break the opponent's water style, and there are descendants of the famous Ino, Shika, Cho. If these two teams joined forces, the three of them would definitely not be rivals. So Toss, like the original book, chose to temporarily give up the task of killing Uchiha Sasuke without hesitation, wait until the next exam, and then slowly look for opportunities to do it. Seeing that the trio of Toss chose to flee, Yajayu did not chase them down. Anyway, these three unlucky ones are destined to die. Even if he doesn't die in the next exam, he will become a sacrifice for Orochimaru to use for impure world reincarnation. Little Sakura, who beat you like this? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly entered the ears of Yajayu and others. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a figure slowly walking out of the shadow of the tree hole. Seeing this figure, whether it is Ino, Shika, Cho or Aberame Shino and Hinata, even little Sakura is heartbroken. Sasuke. Little Sakura made a strange sound. It's no wonder she said that, it's really the way Uchiha Sasuke is now, too evil and too strange. I saw that half of Uchiha Sasuke's face and neck, and maybe even the body under the clothes, are covered with black tadpole-shaped runes. The whole body is filled with substantive purple chakra flames. The purple chakra arrogance, Ino, Shika, Cho they saw for the first time. I have never seen Naruto break out the little Sakura of Nine Tails chakra, and it is also the first time I have seen it. Against the backdrop of the purple chakra arrogance and the scarlet two-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's current aura is full of evil and cold just like his title of aloof male god. More importantly, Uchiha Sasuke was asking if little Sakura was okay, but his eyes were always on Yajayu. The undisguised fighting spirit made the little Sakura quickly say, "Sasuke, I'm fine, the enemy has been beaten away by Yajayu." "You're wrong, little Sakura." Uchiha Sasuke showed a slightly ferocious smile, and said, "In this exam, no matter it is the genin of other ninja villages or the genin of Konoha, they are our enemies." "Hey, are you crazy?" Hearing this, Ino immediately said in dissatisfaction, "We are here to help you, it's fine if you don't thank me, but you still say such things. We don't need your help, and we will be fine." Uchiha Sasuke, who is now full of negative emotions, once again uttered words that made little Sakura very strange, and even dissatisfied with him. Uchiha Sasuke, who only felt that he was stronger than ever, stared at Yajayu without blinking, and said, "Yajayu, let's have a scroll battle. You are not in a very good condition now, let's talk about it after the next exam." It was clearly a sentence, but it was transmitted to Uchiha Sasuke's ears from the front and the back respectively. Uchiha Sasuke, who had an evil smile on his face, became sluggish with naked eyes. Like him, there are also Ino, Shika, Cho and little Sakura, all of them opened their mouths uncontrollably, staring blankly at Yajayu who appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke at some point. No trace of lightning. Is this Yajayu's true speed? Even a bear Shino, who is standing on a tree and can assassinate others with parasites at any time, his eyes under the sunglasses are full of shock. Yes, no trace of lightning. Yajayu's teleportation is not a semi-finished teleportation, but a real space teleportation. In order to hit the inflated Urjutsu, Yajayu directly used real teleportation, extinguishing the opponent's arrogance. Based on their knowledge, they would never have imagined that Yajayu's instant body is the legendary ninjutsu of time and space. No. Impossible. Uchiha Sasuke, who couldn't catch a trace of the Sharingan, turned around with a look of disbelief. But at this time, a strong sense of weakness hit the whole body without saying hello, and the curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke's face slowly faded away. Sharingan also recovered his normal eyes, and the whole person fainted on the ground. Chapter 51. Little Sakura, what happened to this guy just now? Looking at Uchiha Sasuke who fell on the ground, Ino asked little Sakura with a puzzled face, "Could it be that your team encountered any accident?" "Well, we met the legendary ninja." Little Sakura nodded, and told Yajayu and others all about their encounter with Orochimaru who was pretending to be Kusanagi. Hiss, it turned out to be the legendary Sunin. Except for Yajayu and Abear Shino, the Ino people including Hinata had expressions of horror on their faces. Ino gasped even more, and thankfully said, "It's really lucky that you didn't die. It's really lucky to be able to survive meeting such a big man, but..." Naruzuo first nodded in agreement, then looked at Uchiha Sasuke on the ground and said, "This also shows that Orochimaru did not suddenly appear here, but returned to Konoha for Sasuke, even lowering his profile. Pretending to be a normal genin." After finishing speaking, Naruzuo pointed to the heavenly curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke's neck and asked little Sakura, "Aside from Sasuke, does Naruto have such a curse seal?" "No." Little Sakura shook her head. "Then Orochimaru's purpose should be to plant this curse seal on Sasuke's neck." Naruzuo squeezed his chin and said, "The form just now, and the evil purple chakra, this spell can obviously enhance people's strength. But it's impossible for Orochimaru to come all the way back to Konoha from the outside and sneak into the Chunin exam just to give Sasuke such a gift that can enhance his strength. So, what secrets are hidden in this curse seal?" Due to insufficient information, Narushikamaru can only analyze here. Carry Sasuke back into the tree hole first, and talk about it after he and Naruto wake up. Yajayu did not speak, but said to Akimichi Koji, Koji, please help me. Good. Yajayu and Akimichi Koji grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's hands and feet respectively, and lifted him back into the tree hole. Next, classes 8 and 10 did not leave immediately, but sat outside the tree hole, eating dry food prepared in advance while waiting for Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to wake up. Ino and Hinata continued to comfort little Sakura, looking at their best friend with eyes filled with pity. First, he encounters the legendary Sunin, who is teetering on the edge of death at any time. After that, she was beaten violently by the enemy, and little Sakura was hurt both mentally and physically. But they didn't know that little Sakura didn't have any fear in her heart at this time. Now the mind of this ultimate dog licker is filled with images of Yajayu hero saving the beauty. His head, which had been hanging down, was raised from time to time, peeking at Yajayu who was chatting with Narushikamaru. It hurts so much. Sasuke, are you okay? Humph. Take care of yourself first, crane tail. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of bickering came from the tree hole. Hearing this sound, Yajayu and others knew that Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had finally woken up. It was already dark at this time. In front of Yajayu and others, a bonfire was also set up with wild boar meat on top. Yajayu specially went hunting with Narushikamaru when he and Narushikamaru had time. Yajayu, Shikamaru, why are you here? Not long after, Naruto found Yajayu and the others and said with a surprised look on his face. Don't talk so much, come here and have something to eat first. Yajayu didn't answer, but waved to Naruto. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke who was standing behind Naruto, with his arms folded but his eyes a little evasive, obviously still remembering what happened just now, Yajayu only felt a little funny, and then said, Sasuke, come over and have something to eat. Great, I happen to be hungry. Naruto trotted over with drooling at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Sasuke didn't say proudly that he didn't want to eat, but followed silently. Soon, 3 girls and 6 boys were divided into 3 groups and sat on 3 wooden pillars, forming a triangle around a bonfire with a wild boar. Sasuke, how are you doing now? While the 9 young men were eating barbecue in silence, Narushikamaru took the initiative to break the atmosphere, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and asked. Except for a little pain in my neck, I'm fine. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, then looked at Yajayu and said, I'm sorry about what happened during the day. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke taking the initiative to apologize, Yajayu also smiled and said, don't worry, we have been classmates for 6 years, and we know each other's character very well. But you'd better use that power less now, otherwise if you are full of negative emotions, it may accidentally affect your companions. Yajayu reminded. Uchiha Sasuke nodded silently, but stared at the burning bonfire, not knowing what he was thinking. What? What are you talking about? Naruto, whose mouth was full of oil like Akimichi Koji, was the only confused person in the audience. It's okay, just eat your barbecue. Little Sakura said. She didn't seem to want to tell Naruto what happened during the day, lest it affect their companionship. Now that Naruto and Sasuke are awake, it's time for us to go. After eating the barbecue, Yajayu stood up and said goodbye, after all, we are all enemies now. Let's talk after we get to the central tower. Well, then let's disband where we are. Narushikamaru nodded. Thank you, Yajayu. At this time, little Sakura suddenly plucked up the courage to walk up to Yajayu and express her gratitude to him. You're welcome, we're all friends. Taking advantage of his absolute height advantage, Yajayu performed a headbutt kill on little Sakura, and then deliberately ignored Ino's slightly pouted gaze and nodded to Hinata and Aberme Shino. The next second, Yajayu and the other 3 turned into after-images and disappeared. After being separated from classes 7 and 10, Class 8 did not find a place to camp, but flew under the night and rushed to the central tower as quickly as possible. Hinata, who has Byakugan, is able to avoid all enemies. Yajayu also has no interest in hunting the candidates of the Death Forest. With his current chakra amount, other than killing Naruto, Gaara, or Yakushi Kabuto, even if he kills all the candidates, the chakra amount will not increase much. Chapter 52. Although the 8th class came to the central tower, it was already night. But when they came in, there were still Chunin-level proctors on duty. The invigilator was not at all surprised by the arrival of the 8th class. Compared with the arrival time of the 3 Gaara siblings, the speed of Class 8 can only be regarded as average, and even in the previous Chunin exams, it is not outstanding. After the 8th class arrived at the central tower, the invigilator gave them 2 choices. One is to choose to stay in the central tower, and they will be provided with dormitories and 3 free meals until the end of the 2nd exam. The second is to choose to leave the central tower. There will be a teleportation array similar to the reverse summoning technique to teleport them outside the Death Forest. However, if you choose the second option, you must step back to the central tower, otherwise it will be considered as a waiver if the time exceeds. In this regard, Yajayu directly chose the second option. In his home stadium, he had no interest in staying in the central tower for a few days. Seeing Yajayu choose this way, Hinata and Aberame Shino also chose the second option. Therefore, Class 8 was taken to a room with a teleportation array engraved on it by the invigilator, and they cooperated with the invigilator outside the Death Forest to teleport Class 8 out. After coming out, Class 8 disbanded on the spot. Yajayu did not go to Hinata's home, but took Hinata back to his home. In the next few days, Yajayu plans to spend some time alone with Hinata. Hinata has mastered all the family secrets that she needs to learn. In this life, she did not hide the attribute of the Big Stomach King. Even if she didn't like fighting and training, her strength was far better than that of her original self. After all, the large size of chakra means that it can be squandered at will. And within a few days, it is impossible to undo the growth. On the contrary, in the name of exams, there are very few days when you don't need to go home. So Yajayu took Hinata home and took Hinata to the bathroom to take a bath together. After drying her hair and changing into new clothes, Yajayu took Hinata and teleported away from Konoha and headed to various famous commercial towns in the ninja world. Make it up to this future wife. After all, compared to Hanabi, Yajayu does give Hinata a little less doting. Therefore, Yajayu decided to take Hinata out on a date. In the next few days, Yajayu took Hinata everywhere to experience a life that a wealthy daughter could never experience. For example, in the casino where Yajayu must go to make money, let Hinata use the transformation technique to disguise her eyes without rolling her eyes at the same time, so as to try out the racing heartbeat of gambling. Then Yajayu was surprised to find that Hinata seemed to be favored by the goddess of luck just like Ran, the Shinigami elementary school student next door. Obviously there is no cheating, but when playing big or small, I can guess correctly every time, and I have a 100% winning rate. Tsunade would be very jealous after seeing such luck. Since Yajayu and Hinata used the transformation technique to disguise themselves, people in the casino couldn't even detect that they were ninjas. So Hinata, who was determined to win every bet, experienced the feeling of being hunted again after leaving the casino. In order to let Hinata experience the excitement of ordinary people, Yajayu asked her to deal with the enemy by herself. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Hinata did not kill them, but just used acupuncture to knock down the gangsters who were chasing them. Yajayu didn't accuse her either. But then, Yajayu took Hinata to the black market to let her experience the feeling of a bounty hunter. In fact, the last time Yajayu and Yuihong went to the black market to exchange the bounty, it was not the first time Yajayu went to the black market. After the Uchiha genocide, Yajayu would leave Konoha every holiday to hunt people with chakra and rob gangsters to make some money. During a robbery of Fuji himself, Yajayu accidentally learned the location of the black market from a gang member, and then started working part-time as a bounty hunter. In the past few years, many strong men have become ghosts killed by Gaiwei's sword. However, every time Yajayu goes to the black market, he uses transformation technique to change his appearance, so he is not famous in the black market. This time, Yajayu and Hinata also entered the black market as newcomers. After casually accepting a mission and receiving basic information from the client, Yajayu used teleportation to take Hinata to assassinate the target. Hinata, who was a bounty hunter for the first time, felt her heart beat faster. This is caused by excitement and excitement. But it's not the first time to experience bounty hunting, nor is it the first time to assassinate others. But she finally knew what Yajayu was doing when he always left Konoha secretly. She finally got closer to her future husband and got to know him better. In the past few days, Yajayu's different dating methods have successfully made his and Hinata's relationship warm up again. When the second exam was over for more than 4 days, there was still the last hour left. Yajayu finally took Hinata back to Konoha and met Aberme Shino at the old place. Then Class 8 came to the outside of the Death Forest, and with the help of the Invigilator, teleported back to the central tower. When they walked out of the teleportation room and came to the reception hall, many candidates had already arrived at the central tower. However, compared with the glamorous Class 8 and the 3 Gaara sisters who were already sitting on a bench, these people looked a little embarrassed. Some of them were covered with bandages, and their clothes even had bloodline on them. It can be seen that their journey to the central tower was not easy. After seeing Class 8 come out, some candidates who did not recognize them looked at them with hostility and fear. Even the 3 Gaara siblings looked at them appraisingly. Being so cleanly dressed and without any bandages on their bodies not only meant that they were among the first to arrive at the central tower, it was also a symbol of strength. After all, except for the 3 siblings, the other candidates were more or less injured. Even Yakushi Kabuto deliberately faked his injury to facilitate the subsequent abstention. Therefore, it is no wonder that Class 8 has become one of the most watched teams in the field just after it came out. Ignoring the looks of these people, the 3 Yajayu came to Inoshikacho. Looking at Naruzuo and Akimichi Koji with some bandages on their bodies, Yajayu asked in confusion, "What's going on with you? Haven't you already collected the scrolls? Why are you still injured?" Faced with Yajayu's 3 consecutive questions, Naruzuo said helplessly, "Forget it, we were careless at night and were attacked by a group of ninjas who were good at invisibility. Be careful in the future and don't cause your companions to lose their lives because of unnecessary kindness." Yajayu finally took this opportunity to tell him. Naruzuo nodded, not sure if he heard it. Soon, the 120 hours of the second exam were completely completed, which also announced the end of the second exam. "All candidates, come with me." Mitarashi Anko's figure appeared in an instant, leading all the candidates out of the reception hall where they were resting, and to the venue of the central tower, which was also the venue for the third exam preliminaries. Chapter 53. As soon as they arrived at the venue, Yajayu and others saw their instructor Jonin in the stands on the second floor. Also, there is third Hokage. Just like the original work, third Hokage begins to talk about the purpose of the Chunin exam held by the great powers, paving the way for the subsequent third exam preliminaries. Not every Chunin exam will have preliminaries. The reason why there will be qualifiers this time is because of Naruto's unexpected performance in the first test. If it weren't for Naruto, the qualifiers might not exist. But Naruto's performance allowed many more candidates to pass the first exam than expected. Although the candidates who passed the second exam are no different from those in Yajayu's impression, there are only 3 more people than in the original book, which is the 12th class where Inyazuka Kiba belongs. But the total number of these candidates still reached 24. If it were a formal competition, the 24 people would be divided into 12 groups, and it would take many games to decide the champion. Moreover, many of the 24 candidates relied on the strength of their companions to pass the second exam. If they go to the central tower alone, these 02 candidates with average strength will most likely be eliminated. The official competition of the third examination is not a team competition, but an exhibition competition and display of national strength for nobles and commoners from all over the country. If weak ninjas are allowed to fight each other on the stage, it may have the opposite effect. Therefore, the qualifiers exist. It sounds better called the qualifiers, but in fact it is the elimination of the weak. Ahem, if there are no problems, random matching will begin. The candidates whose names are displayed on the screen will stay. Other candidates, please go to the stands on the second floor to wait and watch. 1. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his speech, Gekko Heiate also took over from Mitarashi Anko and appeared in front of all the candidates to announce the start of the qualifying round. Wait, I choose to abstain. Just when everyone was waiting, Yakushi Kabuto's voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Yakushi Kabuto, who was disguised and covered with a lot of bandages, stood up and said harmlessly, "My injury is a bit too severe, I may not be able to compete. I understand, you can choose to leave, or go to the second floor to watch the game." Moonlight Heiate nodded, then crossed out Yakushi Kabuto's name with a pen, and said, "Because someone abstained, there are only 23 of you left. In the next random match, there will be one lucky person who gets a bye." Yakushi Kabuto's abstention attracted the attention of the audience. It also attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a simple inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned that the other party had participated in the Chunin exam several times, and was eliminated at the last moment. He immediately asked his people to investigate Yakushi Kabuto. In this regard, Yakushi Kabuto, who abstained from the qualifiers for the first time and has always lost deliberately in the past, did not care at all. Because this Chunin exam is already his last time undercover. After Master Orochimaru's plan is completed, he will also leave the village where he has lived for many years. Due to the arrival of Yajayu, Naruto, who was not familiar with Yakushi Kabuto, did not try to retain him as in the original work. In this way, Yakushi Kabuto left the central tower non-existently on the grounds of going back to heal his injuries. At this time, the big screen hanging on the wall also started to light up. Then the names of the 23 candidates are all arranged on the top. The third exam preliminaries for the Chunin exam have officially begun. With the sound of the moonlight blast, the 23 names on the screen slowly disappeared, and a big VS was displayed instead. On the left and right sides of the VS, the names of 23 candidates began to flash at a dizzying speed. Many weak candidates looked at the big screen holding their breath. Only the candidates with strong strength showed indifference. A few seconds later, the two names were frozen on the left and right sides of VS. Seeing these two names, Yajayu's face was slightly surprised. Because the list of the first duel remarkably is Yajayu v $TOS stand. This match was beyond Yajayu's expectation. Having read the original book, he is very clear that the matching of this qualifier was actually done in secret. This can be seen from the first game Uchiha Sasuke vs Red Copper Armor, and Hinata vs Hyuga Niji. Uchiha Sasuke was matched to the first duel, and he was the one who needed to seal the heavenly seal. Hinata vs Hyuga Niji is Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wants to see the strength of this generation of Yuxiang clan and branch house. Therefore, Yajayu had already made preparations to go up to the stands on the second floor after the match. Unexpectedly, the first duel was not Uchiha Sasuke vs Copper Armor, but Yajayu vs Toss Anvil. Yajayu didn't know that there was indeed a behind-the-scenes operation in this qualifying match. But his arrival caused the original history to change. For example, little Sakura mastered medical ninjutsu in advance, and Uchiha Sasuke's injuries have recovered. Although the curse seal still makes his body very uncomfortable, it is still within the tolerable range. Therefore, Kakashi did not ask Sarutobi Hiruzen and let the people below operate in secret. This is how the current butterfly storm came about. Yajayu, come on! Yajayu, beat that guy away and give little Sakura a good breath. After the first match came out, the candidates walked onto the earth building stands one after another. When passing by Yajayu, little Sakura and Ino cheered to Yajayu. Hinata surprisingly said nothing. Because she knew that Yajayu would not be in any danger and that he would definitely win this battle. Soon, only Yajayu, Toss, and Moonlight Blast were left on the field. Looking at Yajayu opposite, Toss, whose head was covered with bandages and only one left eye was exposed, was full of fear. He has not forgotten Yajayu's lightning-like teleportation, and the water style that blocked his and Sark's joint attack. 973 And after investigation, he also knew Yajayu's identity. He has been the chief student for 6 consecutive years, outperforming all the other major ninja clans. This guy is definitely a strong enemy. However, Toss did not feel intimidated, let alone have the idea of abstaining. The reason why he retreated without hesitation that day was that his side could not be the opponent of the other party and the new generation Inoshikacho. But one-on-one, whether it is this Yajayu or Uchiha Sasuke, he will not be afraid at all. But when Moonlight Gale announced the start of the first duel, Toss's only exposed left eye suddenly widened. His eyes were as wide as his, and those next to him were Moonlight Hayate, as well as the teachers and students in the stands on the second floor, even Orochimaru, who was pretending to be the instructor for Jonin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the 5 Kages. Thunder Spear. I saw that Yajayu didn't talk nonsense at all, and directly used the illusion-type golden binding technique to immobilize Toss's body. Then he raised his right hand, and the dazzling blue and white current covered the entire palm. A blue-white lightning gun shot out from Yajayu's palm at the speed of lightning. Phew puff! In an instant, the lightning bolt penetrated Toss's body. The terrifying power even knocked it away and nailed it to the wall. The beginning was the end. Toss, the strongest among the Sound Ninja trio, was instantly killed by Yajayu. Yajayu's exposure of the Chidori spear also shocked the audience. Chapter 54. Then, what ninjutsu is that? Muji ninjutsu, and it's still Muji lightning style. It's amazing nature transformation, no. It's amazing nature transformation and shape change. Which ninja clan is this brat descended from? To master such amazing nature transformation and form changes at such a young age, and to develop Muji ninjutsu. Konoha is truly a dazzling genius. Looking at Yajayu, who killed Toss in one move and nailed it to the wall, the guide Jonin on the second floor stand said one by one with expressions of surprise. Even Kakashi did not hesitate to pull up the forehead protector, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan presented by Uchiha Obito, staring at the lightning gun in Yajayu's hand, shocked and surprised. This nature transformation and form change has surpassed Chidori, and is at the same level as my Reikari. In other words, this is Chidori's other extension technique, maybe I can also develop it like this. The last sentence, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. He didn't know that this move was indeed Chidori's extended skill. If the name Chidori Sharp Gun was not too sensitive and would be associated with Kakashi's famous Chidori, Yajayu would not have named this move Thunder Gun. However, compared with Chidori, Thunder Spear is indeed a bit more domineering. So, is this his true strength? Uchiha Sasuke whispered slightly, his expression full of unwillingness. This kind of lightning style, and the instant body that even Sharingan can't capture the slightest trace. Uchiha Sasuke has to admit that he is still no match for Yajayu. What made him feel ashamed was that these abilities of Yajayu could not have been cultivated in these few months. In other words, he has been hiding his strength all these years. In other words, he couldn't force him to show his true strength at all, and he didn't take himself seriously at all. This feeling of suffocation made Uchiha Sasuke develop an obsession with Yajayu similar to the original Naruto's obsession with him. He must defeat Yajayu and let Yajayu realize the power of Uchiha. And this obsession is destined to make Uchiha Sasuke even more obsessed with power. He was just one step away from a bigger blow, and this genius was about to begin to turn dark. I didn't expect that in this class, besides Sasuke and Minato's sons, there would be such an outstanding new generation. Even Orochimaru, who pretended to be the instructor of Jonin, was looking at Yajayu at this time, but he said regretfully in his heart, it's a pity, he doesn't have the limit of blood inheritance. After all, he is just a civilian genius. In Orochimaru's eyes, the road of ninja for ordinary people has an end, and the person at this end is his idol Second Hokage. Although Second Hokage also has the sage body of the Senju clan. Even Second Hokage, who invented so many forbidden techniques, cannot become a legend like First Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who suppressed the entire ninja world by one person. It can be seen that only the blood succession can become the pinnacle of the ninja world. For example, Wood Style, who calmed down the troubled times, or Rin Egan, who was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and Sharingan. Speaking of Sharingan, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara comes to Orochimaru's mind, as well as the figure of Uchiha Itachi who killed him with one glance even though he was only a teenager. This was one of the reasons why he returned to Konoha. In Orochimaru's eyes, only the owners of the rare blood succession realm are worthy of becoming his reincarnation backup. A civilian genius like Yajayu is not worthy of being engraved with the curse seal of heaven. After all, every heavenly curse seal contains fragments of Orochimaru's soul. Yajayu didn't know Orochimaru's disdain for him, otherwise, he would definitely smile with disdain and mock him for not overestimating his abilities. Examiner, can you announce the results? After putting away the thunder gun that pinned tossed to the wall, Yajayu looked at Moonlight Hayate, who had a dull look on his face, and asked. Cough 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 cough, wait a moment. The consumptive ghost Moonlight Hayate, who was in a state of shock, couldn't take a breath. After coughing suddenly, he quickly came to Toss' side to check his condition. But the next second, Moonlight Hayate stood up again, coughing, and said, ahem, cough, cough. The Toss player is dead, and the winner of this battle is Yajayu. Dead, dead. I don't know how others will react after hearing this result. But little Sakura and Ino's pupils shrank. Immediately, little Sakura looked at Yajayu with a look that was so crazy. Obviously, this nymphomaniac started to fantasize and conquer himself again. Thinking that Yajayu killed the other party to avenge her. Yajayu, he is actually willing to kill for himself. When she thought of this, little Sakura shivered with excitement and her body temperature rose rapidly. Even she herself realized that her face was getting hot and must have turned red at this time. Little Sakura quickly lowered her head for fear of being discovered. But then, he looked up several times and secretly looked at Yajayu who was slowly coming up. The heart that was slowly turning into the shape of Yajayu was completely captured. Even if Yajayu confesses his love to her now and asks her to be his little one or his hidden lover, little Sakura might agree without hesitation and even roll around in excitement. Yajayu doesn't know what little Sakura is thinking, otherwise he would burst out laughing. But this time her fantasy was right. Yajayu killed Toss easily, and indeed he had a reason to avenge her. Yajayu was originally not interested in the Toss trio, after all, they were bound to die. But he didn't expect that Butterfly Storm would appear and match him with Toss, so Yajayu would naturally not let him go. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's death draws closer, Yajayu feels it's time to show off his strength. In this way, after Tsunade takes office, his evaluation will be higher. When Sarutobi Hiruzen ruled Konoha, Yajayu would still be a little wary. After all, he hated playing tricks with Lao Yin. If you kill them, they will become the target of public criticism and will be unable to live in Konoha. Even if he suppresses them with absolutely powerful force, Yajayu will still receive all kinds of strange looks while living in Konoha. This is not what Yajayu wants. Therefore, he is willing to wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen dies and Tsunade takes office before slowly showing his power. In this way, he can not only get attention and marry Hinata in the future, but he can also live in Konoha like a normal person and will not be treated like Uchiha Madara. This is Yajayu's plan. Chapter 55. Well done, Yajayu, you looked so handsome just now. Although the method is a bit cruel, the move just now was really cool. Hyuga, you have really been hiding your strength in the past few years. Yajayu, here's a bag of potato chips for you. After Yajayu came up to the stands on the second floor, his friends, led by Ino, Shika, Cho, immediately gathered around. Ino, who was enthusiastic and proactive, jumped directly onto Yajayu's back just like she did in the first exam. I don't know if she was really excited or just trying to take advantage of him. Naruzuo patted Yajayu and sighed sincerely. Akimichi Koji was more direct and took out a bag of potato chips and handed it to Yajayu. Only true friends can get snacks from Akimichi Koji. Standing behind Ino, Shika, Cho, Hinata and little Sakura, one with a smile on his face, and the other with flushed cheeks, lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly at Yajayu, only daring to look at Yajayu secretly. Let's talk after the exam is over, don't disturb others. Seeing everyone in the room turning their attention, Yajayu quickly pulled Ino down and said helplessly. Immediately, Yajayu, Ino Shikacho and others returned to Uihong and Sarutobi Asuma, who were not far away. Is that Muji lightning style your trump card? Looking at Yajayu standing next to her, Uihong suddenly asked in a low voice. You guess. Yajayu did not answer, but blinked her red eyes, which were as beautiful as Uihong, and asked with a smile. UBD. Uihong only felt that her pink fist was hard again. But since she no longer had the majesty of a teacher in front of Yajayu, Uihong could only endure it again, and finally chose to endure the humiliation and bear the burden. If there is a female ninja god in this world, it must be her. At this moment, the candidates for the second battle were already matched. Seeing the name on the screen, Yajayu finally regained that sense of familiarity. I saw that the candidate for the second battle was Uchiha Sasuke vs Red Copper Armor. This Chunin exam seems to involve many countries, with Konoha showing its national strength to the allied powers and some small ninja villages. But in fact, this Chunin exam is a three-way game between Konoha, San Shinobi Village, and Chunin Village. The other ninja villages were just here for a formality. Don't you see, most of the 24 candidates who passed the second exam are genins from Konoha, and the rest are genins from San Shinobi Village and Yunrin Village. On the surface, there are only the 3 Gaara siblings in San Shinobi Village, and there are only the Toss Trio in Sound Ninja Village. However, Yajayu knew that Red Copper Armor and Ken Michin, who were in the same team as Yakushi Kabuto, were undercover agents placed by Orochimaru in Konoha. Now, Red Copper Armor can match Uchiha Sasuke. In addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen's secret operation, Jiading also has Orochimaru's pen. Both master and apprentice have their own ideas. The former wanted to end Uchiha Sasuke's battle as soon as possible and asked Kakashi to take him down to seal the curse seal of the sky. The latter wanted the Red Copper Armor to force Uchiha Sasuke to see if he could use the power of the heavenly curse seal. If you use the curse seal of heaven, it will be easier for Orochimaru to collect data and take away Uchiha Sasuke when he finds an opportunity. And the result of this battle is not too different from the original book, Uchiha Sasuke won. It's just different from the difficult victory in the original book. In this life, because Xiao Sakura has mastered medical ninjutsu in advance, he is in good condition now, and even Uchiha Sasuke, who can open Sharingan for a while, with his amazing insight ability, and copied from Xiaoli Taijutsu, easily defeated the Red Copper Armor with chakra absorption ability. The next few battles are not much different from the original. The third fight was a Bear Shino vs Zack. Under Yajayu's command, a Bear Shino took a spicy shot, and used parasites to penetrate into Zack's body through the nozzle that releases sound waves, not only cannibalizing Zack's chakra, but also making him roll all over the floor. What's even more frightening is that unless a Bear Shino takes the initiative to remove the parasites, or a medical ninja with superb medical skills removes the parasites in the body through surgery, Zack will be tortured by the parasites every day in the future, and chakra will become very rare. In the future, if he releases a sound wave ninjutsu, his chakra may be exhausted, which is simply a super-enhanced version of Kakashi. However, his pain was short-lived. If there were no accidents, Zack would have the last month of life left. The fourth battle was Kankuro vs Jianmichin. Jianmichin was severely injured by Kankuro's puppet crow's winding, and was eliminated. The fifth battle is Tiantian vs Temari, which is one-sided without any suspense. The original book is also this battle, letting Yajayu know how deadly attribute restraint is. Tianation's ninja tools seem to be endless, but no matter how many ninja tools she throws out, and how sharp the ninja tools are, they are vulnerable in front of wind style, and will be blown back to hurt herself. 0. Ask for flowers. In this battle, Temari also won an overwhelming victory. But starting from the sixth battle, the qualifiers became different from the original. Because Ino and little Sakura didn't meet, but Ino met a girl from the 12th class where Inyazuka Fang was, a girl with no surname named Yumiko. Most of the civilians in this world do not have a surname. Because there were too many wars in the Sengoku period, even if some people had surnames in their ancestors, they might have been lost or discarded. Only ninjas and nobles who have survived from the Sengoku period to the present, or some lucky families, will have a surname. So in this world, a person without a surname does not mean that he is a commoner, and his ancestors may be very brilliant, such as Nagato. But most of the people with surnames are ninjas or nobles with background. Facing Ino, who has a surname and a family background, Yumiko has no power to fight back and was easily eliminated by Ino. In the 7th battle, the corner of Yajayu's mouth twitched slightly. Because of the 7th battle, it was Hyuga Hinata vs Haruno Sakura. Seeing that she was matched with Hinata, little Sakura's small face suddenly lightened, and she felt an inexplicable sense of horror in her heart. As one of Hinata's girlfriends, but secretly in love with the other's childhood sweetheart, little Sakura is even more unassuming in front of Hinata than Ino. Yes, what little Sakura cares about is not that she can't beat Hinata, but that she is afraid that Hinata will find out her feelings for Yajayu. I'm still thinking about it now, but fortunately the little Sakura matched Hinata. If the match is someone else, if you don't choose to abstain, you will inevitably be beaten severely. This battle is also without suspense. Sakura, who only knows 3 body technique and medical ninjutsu, is not a combat ninja at all, but a cumbersome medical ninja. Hinata, who also positions herself as a medical ninja, masters family secrets and various auxiliary ninjutsu. Coupled with the fact that chakra is very large, and there is no weakness in character, there are only a few candidates who can beat Hinata in this Chunin exam. Facing the best friend of little Sakura, Hinata only used acupuncture hands, and defeated Hiro very gently. Chapter 56. The 8th fight was Naruzuo vs Kim. Seeing that his opponent was the guy standing next to Yajayu, Jin's wrist and abdomen were still aching. But she didn't feel afraid and chose to abstain from the fight. Being able to survive in the harsh environment of Yunnan village and being sent to Konoha to take the Chunin exam as a representative, Jin is not the kind of person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Although her strength is not strong. As a result of this battle, it was no surprise that Fu ended up in Jin's defeat. However, compared to the cruel Yajayu and Aberame Shino, Naruzuo is a bit more gentleman, just controlling Jin's body and knocking his head against the wall to faint. Yajayu also has nothing against Naruzuo's kindness. Perhaps after he experienced the Sarutobi Asuma incident, he would undergo the same transformation as Naruto learned of Jiraiya's death. The 9th battle is Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka. 103. Seeing that Naruto still matched Inuzuka, Yajayu had to lament his luck. Naruto was officially opened when he met Jiraiya. After meeting Jiraiya, he successively unlocked the 5 elements seal, learned a higher level of chakra control, signed a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 holy places, and initially mastered the 9 tails chakra. After the Chunin exam, he even learned Raise Non, surpassed the chief student in strength from the tail of the crane, and became one of the strongest in the new generation. But before meeting Jiraiya, Naruto's strength is really one of the male crane tails in the 12 Xiaoqiang. Hyuga Niji and Xiaoli, who graduated earlier than them, and Yajayu and Uchiha Sasuke, the chief student and the second child of 10,000 years, not to mention, whether it is Naruzuo or Aberame Shino, they have more than one way to advance and defeat Naruto. The reason why there is one is because Akimichi Koji, who is not good at fighting now, and Inuzuka Kiba, who is really weak, may not be able to defeat Chitanla's Naruto if they are careless. So among the 13 young players counting Yajayu, and Xiaoli belong to the only one, followed by Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Sasuke, Naruzuo and Aberame Shino again, and the last one is Akimichi Koji, Naruto, and Inuzuka Tooth. That's why Yajayu lamented Naruto's good luck. Because Naruto at this stage, if he is not matched with Inuzuka and Akimichi Koji, but the other 13 Xiaoqiang, then he was engraved with the 5 elements seal by Orochimaru at this time, and the Chunin exam really came to an end. But the child of destiny is the child of destiny after all, and Naruto was lucky enough to be matched with Inuzuka Kiba. As a result of this battle, Inuzuka was still defeated by Naruto's fart and Naruto's combo. The Naruto of the juvenile chapter is always interpreting what is the number 1 ninja of surprise. After Naruto won, the most exciting battle of the Chunin exam in Yajayu's eyes officially began. The 10th fight. Rock Lee vs Gaara. If Naruto is extremely lucky, then Xiaoji is extremely lucky. The strength is obviously the big devil among the 12 little strong, and he is the strongest except Yajayu. However, in the qualifying stage, he met Gaara, who was the only one who could beat him, so it shouldn't be too unlucky. If he hadn't met Gaara in the qualifiers and Xiaoli had successfully passed the qualifiers and advanced to the official match, he would have definitely made a splash in front of the public a month later and became Konoha's supernova in one fell swoop. It's a pity that if there is no if, Xiaoli not only met Gaara, but also was banned for several years because of the problem of cheat. He was able to open the 5th gate at the age of 13, but at the age of 17, he was only able to open the 6th gate. As long as the 7th gate can be opened, Xiaoli is still one of the brightest stars of the 4th Ninja World War. After all, there are not many people who can block the profound art of body art that can distort the air with this move of the Day Tiger. The battle between Gaara and Xiaoli is also the same as the original. Xiaoli found that his speed could not break through the sand that Gaara could automatically defend, and got the permission of Might Guy to take off the super weight that could smash the floor of the venue, and then doubled his speed several times, and finally broke through Gaara's the sand defense broke through the sand armor that Gaara used to protect his body. However, Xiaoli, who took off the weight, didn't suppress Gaara for a long time. Because of the use of the exterior and interior, he lost the speed that he was flying just now. But soon, as Xiaoli opened the first gate of the 8 inner gates and recovered the physical load brought by Lianhua, he once again showed a speed that shocked everyone in the audience. I saw that Xiaoli, who opened the 3rd gate, just ran around Gaara, and his body created a whirlwind in the venue, blowing some weak genin in the stands on the 2nd floor, and had to use his hands to block in front of him. Is this the real strength of that thick eyebrow? Butterfly storm set off again. Uchiha Sasuke, who was sealed with the curse of the sky and was sent to the hospital without passing out, returned to the earth building stand with Kakashi when the battle between Lee and Gaara just started. Seeing the power displayed by Xiaoli at this time, his face was full of shock. This kind of shock is even bigger than that brought by Yajayu, who hides his strength. Because before the first exam, Uchiha Sasuke was educated by Xiaoli, who confessed to Xiao Sakura just like the original book. The thick eyebrows that day actually kicked him away with a heavy load. If he took off the weight, wouldn't he be able to hang himself easily? Besides Yajayu, among the candidates in this year, there are actually such monsters? Uchiha Sasuke, who found a peer who is stronger than himself, has mixed feelings in his heart. When he saw Xiaoli open the 5th gate and use Lianhua to smash Gaara and the ground below, Uchiha Sasuke was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Like Uchiha Sasuke, the world view is broken, and there are Naruto and others. Growing up so big, where have they seen this kind of battle scene? Even the scene when Mamakai Zabuza and Kakashi bombarded the water dragon bomb, in front of Xiaoli's Lianhua, it was much inferior. Is this kind of power really something a taijutsu ninja can do? What shocked them even more was that Xiaoli, who used such power, failed to defeat Gaara. Although Gaara was already lying on the ground unable to move, he could still control his own sand, crippling all of Xiaoli's hands and feet, who had completely lost his ability to fight. In the end, under the intervention of Might Guy, Xiaoli lost consciousness while standing, and was eliminated with a glorious defeat. The 11th battle is 0.7 to Niji vs Yoda. Yoda is Inyazuka Yu's teammate, and also a commoner without a surname. Looking at Hyuga Niji, the number 1 wealthy family in Konoha, Yoda's face was full of fear. He really wanted to admit defeat, but he was afraid that he would be looked down upon by his teammates, so he could only muster up the courage to come to the court. Hyuga Niji ignored Yoda in front of him. Standing on the dilapidated field at this time, he had mixed feelings like Uchiha Sasuke in his heart. Has the crane tail already surpassed him by so much? Hyuga Niji, who was in a complicated mood, defeated Yoda cleanly. With the victory of Hyuga Niji, the 12 candidates who passed the preliminaries are also officially released. They are Yajayu, Uchiha Sasuke, Kankuro, Abarame Shino, Temari, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara, Hyuga Niji, and Akimichi Koji in the Bai. Chapter 57. After the preliminaries, the candidates who had just won returned to the messy venue again, except for Gaara, who was taken away by Baki. Next, the 11 candidates on the field began to draw lots to determine their opponents for the third formal examination. Yajayu was the first to stand up and draw lots, and he drew number 8. Then there's Uchiha Sasuke, who drew number 11. Hinata drew number 3. After seeing the numbers drawn by Ino, Shika, Cho, Yajayu realized that the butterfly storm was coming again. Due to Yajayu's arrival, there are 3 more people who have been promoted to the third formal examination in this Chunin exam than in the original book. Hinata, who was supposed to be defeated by Hyuga Niji in the qualifying round, Ino, who was eliminated along with Sakura, and Akimichi Koji, who was defeated by toss, all advanced to the official round. This resulted in that the draw was no longer a secret operation, and the battle list for the third official exam was completely different from the original. The original ones who drew numbers 1 and 2 were Naruto and Hyuga Niji. But now the ones who drew numbers 1 and 2 are Naruzuo, Shikamaru and Ino. Ino, Shika, Cho started a civil war in the first battle. Hinata drew number 3, and her opponent was drawn number 4, Hyuga Niji. Yajayu didn't expect that Hinata would still confront Hyuga Niji without any behind-the-scenes manipulation. Yajayu is also looking forward to this battle. Hyuga Niji is not the original Hyuga Niji, and Hinata is not the original Hinata. The battle between these two people will be a showdown between the Zone family and the Branch House. I believe it will be very exciting. The number 5 drawn was Tamari, and the opponent's number 6 was Akimichi Koji. The one who drew number 9 was Naruto, and his opponent number 10 was Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing this number, everyone in Class 7 was slightly startled. Then Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto and once again showed a smile that made Naruto's blood boil. It was a smile full of fighting spirit, which reminded Naruto of what Uchiha Sasuke said to him before the qualifying round started, "I also really want to fight you." For Naruto, this sentence was recognized by the old enemy he had been chasing and longing for. And now, they are really going to face each other in the Chunin exam. At this moment, Naruto felt his whole body on fire. I believe that Naruto will practice very hard in the next month. The one who drew the 11th pick was Aberme Shino, and his opponent was the one who drew the 12th pick. Seeing that Kankuro had drawn the 12th number, all the candidates were slightly startled, and then all their eyes focused on Yajayu. Even Yajayu's face showed a hint of surprise. It was not by accident that Aberme Shino and Kankuro still matched up, but after Kankuro finished drawing lots, there was only one number left in the box held by Mitarashi Anko. And the number belongs to Gaara, the only one who is not present. The remaining number is number 7. In other words, Yajayu's opponent in the third official test was Gaara, the only one who was not present. Yajayu. Sakura and Ino, who had just watched the battle between Lee and Gaara, cast worried glances at Yajayu. Only Hinata remained unchanged. As one of the few people in the world who knows that Yajayu possesses the blood inheritance of time and space and has experienced powerful teleportation, Hinata does not think that anyone in this world can hurt Yajayu. After being surprised, Yajayu showed a smile on his face, which made Tamari and Kankuro startled slightly. This guy can actually laugh? After watching the battle just now, shouldn't he be pale and his eyes full of fear? Or, is he pretending to be calm and bluffing? At this time, Mitarashi Anko also listed the list of matches for the third official game of the exam. Number 1 Nara Shikamaru vs Number 2 Yamanaka Ino. Number 3 Hyuga Hinata vs Number 4 Hyuga Niji. No 5 Tamari vs No 6 Akimichi Koji. Number 7 Gaara vs Number 8 Yajayu. Number 9 Uzumaki Naruto vs Number 10 Uchiha Sasuke. Number 11 Aberme Shino vs Number 12 Kankuro. After the lottery was drawn, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the time and place of the third official exam, and the candidates were led away by their guide Jonin. Among these guide Jonin, Yuhihong and Sarutobi Asuma are the most beautiful and proud. Because among the 12 candidates who advanced to the official competition, the 8th and 10th classes accounted for 6 places. The 7th class took up 2, and only Hyuga Niji advanced from the Gai class. In this contest, Yuhihong and Sarutobi Asuma temporarily gained the upper hand. And knowing that Yajayu has the strength to kill elite Jonin, Yui Kurane, who doesn't know what trump card is hidden, doesn't think that the 3 students of Sarutobi Asuma will be Yajayu's opponents. The champion of the official competition must be Yajayu. As long as Yajayu wins the championship, Yuhihong will be really proud in front of Kakashi and others. Therefore, in order to reward the 8th class who is struggling, Yuhihong doesn't care that Hinata's big stomach will make her bleed. After leaving the Forest of Death with the 3 Yajayu, Yuihong invited them to have barbecue. Coincidentally, in order to reward Class 10, Sarutobi Asuma also invited them to have barbecue. Class 8 and Class 10, who had just separated not long ago, met again in the barbecue restaurant. Then the 2 teams started to share the table. The scene made Sarutobi Asuma want to light up a cigarette, but he could only resist the urge. The scene of feeling very sour in his heart suddenly appeared. I saw that Yajayu became the most beautiful boy in the audience. On the left sat the young and lively Ino, patiently making sauce for him. On the right sat the childlike and busty Hinata, carefully helping him grill the meat. With a gentle and virtuous look, she just had to use chopsticks to put it into Yajayu's mouth. This kid, hugged from left to right at a young age, is simply a winner in life. How could this not make Sarutobi Asuma, who has been pursuing Yui Kurane to no avail, envious and jealous? It's just that Naruzuo doesn't know what Sarutobi Asuma is thinking, otherwise he would definitely roll his dead fish eyes and complain that you have never seen a party in our circle. Hugging left and right is not Yajayu's limit. If Yajayu opens his mouth, little Sakura will definitely ignore all the looks around her and happily stand behind Yajayu and squeeze his shoulders. From a very young age, Naruzuo has discovered that both Ino and Sakura have fallen in love with Yajayu. It's just that because of Hinata's existence, they didn't dare to express their feelings. This time during the Chunin exam, Yajayu's heroic rescue of the beauty has already caused a qualitative change in little Sakura's feelings for him. After Ino's feelings for him also changed qualitatively, Naruzuo was very curious about how Yajayu dealt with these 3 feelings. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the arrival of that moment and enjoying the show. Chapter 58. After eating the barbecue, the 8th and 10th classes disbanded on the spot. The next meeting will be in a month. The 3rd official test match is an exhibition match for the public. Such an exhibition match, in the eyes of the ninja, is a match related to the honor of the family. If the ninja kids didn't advance, they wouldn't say anything, and might even comfort each other. But if you advance, you must go all out, and you must not embarrass the family in front of the public. So for the next month, Ino, Shika, Cho and Abarame Shino, and even Hinata, will be personally coached by their parents, with extra training every day. Only orphans like Yajayu and Naruto can have the freedom they don't have. Of course, if Naruto had a choice, he would rather not have such freedom. Even if he is reprimanded by his parents every day, or even beaten up, he will still laugh happily. As free as they are, there is Uchiha Sasuke. However, just after the beginning of the January period, Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by Kakashi and taught him lightning-style nature transformation stimulating cells and lightning-style Chidori. As for Naruto, who took the initiative to ask him to guide him, he was thrown to Ebisu by Kakashi. What's more eccentric is that after Naruto learned Rasengan, Kakashi complained to Jiraiya that he should not be taught such a dangerous ninjutsu to him. Just like that, Yajayu has no respect for Kakashi at all. Like Amino Irika and Jiraiya, Yajayu admires them very much. If it weren't for the presence of the 2 of them, Naruto's blackening would be extremely possible. After all the friends entered the retreat state, Yajayu was idle instead. It's rare for him not to develop the body of time and space, or take advantage of this month's vacation to go to the ninja world to hunt creatures with chakra. Instead, I stayed at Hinata's house, played with Hanabi, and watched Hinata and Hyuga Niji's practice from time to time. During this period of time, Hyuga Hayashi has been laissez-faire with her eldest daughter and only asks her to be a qualified wife in the future. It is rare for Hinata to personally guide Hinata to teach her the holy boxing secret art of the Guo family. And Hyuga Hisashi, even as Hyuga Niji's sparring partner, wants him to beat Hinata in the official game, to give him and the branch house a good breath. Although these years have passed, Hyuga Hisashi has let go of his hatred for his brother and Hinata, and puts the hope of the Hyuga clan on Yajayu and Hanabi. But it doesn't mean that he has no resentment towards the Zone family. Now this resentment has turned into the motivation for Hyuga Neji to defeat Hinata. The same is true for Hyuga Hayashi. He couldn't accept the fact that the main family was defeated by the branch house. Even if Hanabi, instead of Hinata, will bear the honor of the clan in the future, he will not allow Hinata, the eldest lady of the clan, to lose to Hyuga Neji of the branch house. For the contest between the twin brothers, Yajayu was speechless and helpless. He couldn't help Hinata, so he could only take Hanabi, who had a rare vacation and didn't need to be stared at by his father every day to practice, and secretly left Konoha to go out to play. And this time out, Hanabi spent the night outside for the first time, so she didn't need to step back home. Because Yajayu took her out this time, he said hello to Hyuga Liangna and Hyuga Hayashi in advance, and he would take Hanabi out for a few days, saying that it was an agreed reward for her to become the chief student. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Riina, who had great confidence in Yajayu's strength, did not stop him either. As a result, Hanabi's nature was finally liberated. Whenever he came to a strange town, he dragged Yajayu to run around, enjoying the freedom that no one cares about but only loved by others. Still the same sentence, compared with Hinata, Hanabi is undoubtedly happy. Although the daily training is very hard, it is also a kind of strict fatherly love. In this life, Hyuga Liangna did not die, which also allowed her to enjoy maternal love. There is also a gentle and virtuous elder sister, and an elder brother who dotes on her very much and almost responds to her requests. Apart from having no younger brother, Hanabi enjoys all the family affection, including the care from the grandpa given by the clan elders. But among these people, apart from his mother, Hanabi's favorite person is undoubtedly Yajayu. In her heart, even Hyuga Hayashi is far inferior to Yajayu. Because since she became self-aware, Yajayu has more memories of taking care of her and accompanying her than Hyuga Liangna, let alone Hyuga Hayashi, who has to deal with family affairs every day. In addition, Yajayu is not her real brother, which makes Hanabi's liking for him a bit special. In unknown nights, Hanabi would toss and turn, unable to fall asleep, and even woke up to find that the pillow was wet, but it was not saliva, but tears. Because precocious Hanabi knows a lot. For example, after Yajayu and Hinata get married, unless Yajayu joins the Hyuga clan, both Yajayu and Hinata will move out of the Hyuga clan. Thinking that both Yajayu and Hinata will leave, Hanabi will feel afraid and fear that day will come. So Hanabi, who is afraid of losing Yajayu's love, is obviously lively in nature, but very obedient. Even if it is self-willed, it will be controlled within a certain degree, and it will never give Yajayu a headache. This is also the reason why Yajayu dotes on Hanabi infinitely. After playing outside with Hanabi for more than a week, Yajayu suddenly made a decision to take Hanabi to meet someone. And that person is Xianglin. Oni-chan, you are secretly raising a lover outside. Maybe it was Yajayu's sudden arrival, or subconscious reason. Xianglin jumped into his arms, Qian Zhao, excitedly. Seeing this scene, Hanabi immediately raised his finger and pointed at Yajayu, and said with a smirk as if I had caught your handle. Master Lu. Yajayu, this. Hearing Hanabi's words, Xianglin's small face suddenly turned pale, and she looked at Yajayu with expressions. Apparently, she seems to know that Yajayu has a fiancé tiger. And the fact is true, Yajayu avoided the Shura field from happening in the future, and found that Xianglin had changed into his shape, and after he would not leave him no matter what, he had already told Xianglin about himself and Hinata. In this regard, Xianglin really didn't care. As long as she can stay by Yajayu's side, she is very satisfied. Xianglin in the original book is such a person. At this time, seeing that the relationship between herself and Yajayu was discovered, Xianglin was afraid of affecting the relationship between Yajayu and Hinata at the first moment. Chapter 59. Stupid, don't talk nonsense. Yajayu tapped Hanabi's head lightly, and with the other hand, from a perspective that Hanabi couldn't see, gently patted Kairin's delicate back to comfort her. Immediately, Yajayu introduced to Hanabi, "This sister is called Xianglin, and she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan that my brother and I discovered when I traveled to the ninja world in the past few years, and now I am also a follower of my brother." "I see." Hanabi made a stunned sound, but there was an expression of disbelief on that little face. Yajayu did not explain too much, but introduced to Xianglin, "This is Hyuga Hanabi, the younger sister of my fiancé. Hello, Master Hanabi." Xianglin hurriedly greeted Hanabi with a respectful and ingratiating appearance, which made Hanabi feel embarrassed immediately, and quickly waved his hands and said, "You don't have to be so polite, Sister Xianglin, you can just call me Hanabi." Hanabi's naughtiness is just enough. However, the image of Yajayu in Hanabi's heart has quietly changed. Seeing Xianglin throwing himself into Yajayu's arms just now, Hanabi is sure that it's not the first time that the other party has done this. Yajayu has never refused the other party's intimate gestures. Obviously, the relationship between Yajayu and Xianglin is definitely not as simple as Yajayu said. Her 410 ONI sauce turned out to be a flirtatious guy. Surprisingly, Hanabi didn't feel angry, but instead felt a strange feeling. It was a feeling that couldn't be described in words. It belonged to Hanabi's age, and it was an emotion that no matter how precocious he was, he couldn't understand it. Yajayu didn't know how Hanabi felt, otherwise he would have smiled with satisfaction. The reason why he decided to bring Hanabi to meet Xianglin is to break his image of a perfect brother in Hanabi's heart. To be precise, it is to give Hanabi a vaccination to let her know that he is not a single-minded good man, but a man with a heart. In this way, when Hanabi's 3 views are finalized and other women appear beside Yajayu, he will not be unacceptable and disgusted with him. As long as Hanabi accepts Yajayu's playful character design, then when she is a few years older, Yajayu can attack this sister-in-law who has been raised since childhood. As a selfish traveler, Yajayu will never allow the cabbage he has raised for so many years to be so cheap to others. Under the initiative of Xianglin, Hanabi got to know Xianglin before Hinata. Soon, Hanabi had a good impression of this sister. Because Xianglin put his status too low, it can be called humble. Even though Hanabi is several years younger than her, Xianglin's attitude towards her is so respectful and flattering. In the face of such a person, Hanabi felt embarrassed and awkward, but he really didn't have any bad feelings towards Xianglin. In order to improve the relationship between his sister-in-law and his lover quickly, Yajayu took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere and took Xianglin and Hanabi to visit other towns. However, if Xianglin and Hanabi observe carefully, they will find that the towns that Yajayu took them to are all the territory of the Land of Fire. Although the Land of Fire is the country with the best resources among the 5 major countries, and there are bustling towns everywhere, it does not mean that other countries do not have tourist holy places as their signatures. For example, Yuno country has a famous hot spring town, which attracts countless rich people and nobles. But Yajayu did not take the 2 daughters to other countries, but to play in the prosperous towns of the Land of Fire, to be precise, the towns with gambling. Yajayu wants to see his luck, if he can find Tsunade and Shizune before the Chunin exam is over. If they can be found in advance, with the identity of Xianglin and the plan that Yajayu has prepared long ago, Xianglin will definitely be able to make Xianglin worship Tsunade as a teacher. Interestingly enough, Tsunade and Shizune hid from debts in the Land of Fire, or in remote places that weren't bustling towns. Every time he went to a bustling town, Yajayu, who would open the time perception town of Domain Ripple, did not find the 2 of them. It seems that the only way to go to Bonsha Street is to wait until after the Chunin exam is over. Yajayu, who couldn't find Tsunade and Asia, began to concentrate on playing with Kairin and Hanabi in the Land of Fire. In just a few days, the relationship between Xianglin and Hanabi has grown by leaps and bounds, and they are already sisters. Girls' friendship is as simple as that. When the time came to August, Yajayu had just finished this outing, and promised Xianglin that he would help her join Konoha after a while, and brought Hanabi back to Konoha. During this time, the relationship between Hanabi and Yajayu has also been greatly improved. Hanabi, who thinks he has caught Yajayu's handle, has a little less respect for Yajayu, and a little more is no big or small. It is also true that the two people's goodwill, which is close to full value, will be improved again. Relying on this hack, Hanabi stayed in Yajayu's room almost every day, asking Yajayu to tell her a story, or secretly leaving Konoha all these years, doing something outside, and finally fell asleep on Yajayu's chest. And every day when she wakes up, the saliva will wet Yajayu's clothes, making the precocious sister-in-law flush with embarrassment. With that cute appearance, Yajayu couldn't help ravaging Hanabi's little face every day, either by rubbing his hands vigorously, or biting it, and it was covered with saliva. But happiness is short-lived. Even if this holiday lasts for a month, it will soon come to an end. After 1 month passed, Yajayu didn't know what kind of transformation happened to other friends. However, Hinata's temperament has a touch of heroism. The change in momentum also shows that Hinata has not stood still this month, but has made considerable progress. As for which aspect of progress, Yajayu doesn't know, and doesn't intend to ask. He will know when the official match starts. Soon, the time came to August 7th. This day is also the opening time of Konoha's third official exam of the Chunin exam. Just like the few days before the first exam last month, Konoha has added a lot of unfamiliar faces these days. It's just that last month were all genin from various ninja villages, but this time it's all ordinary people, rich and nobles who came to Konoha from thousands of miles to appreciate ninja fighting. It is difficult for ordinary people to see the battle between ninjas. When they see it, it means that danger and death are at hand. In addition to the black market, only when the major ninja villages hold the Chunin exam, can they have the opportunity to see ninja battles up close. Therefore, the Chunin exams in the 5 major countries all have official competitions. Whenever the official competitions arrive, the tourism industry will rise. While being able to demonstrate national strength, it will also improve the economy of the village. Therefore, on this day of the official competition, the 5 major ninja villages will attach great importance to it. Even though it was just a genin battle, all the shadows from the village would come to watch the battle, and sometimes shadows from other countries would also come to watch the battle. There were jonin and umbu as guards around the venue to ensure the safety of the foreign rich and nobles. Chapter 60. On this day, it was rare for Yajayu to wake up early without Hinata waking him up. Because he is in a good mood today, and he has been looking forward to the dawn since last night. Yajayu has been waiting for this day for many years. The era of Sarutobi Hiruzen is coming to an end. Konoha is about to usher in a new life and enter a new era. This new era is also the era of their new generation. So Sarutobi Hiruzen must die. Even if the butterfly effect occurs, Sarutobi Hiruzen may escape. Yajayu will find the opportunity to send him on the road with his own hands. If he doesn't die, Yajayu will waste a lot of time cleaning the moths from the leaves. As long as he dies, the borers of the leaves will lose their protective umbrella. At that time, Yajayu wants to clean these moths, just need a whim. So when Hinata came to Yajayu's house with breakfast, she found that Yajayu had not only woke up and washed, but also changed into a new battle uniform. It was a black robe that was different from a kimono. The difference was that the hem of the robe was not particularly long, which would not affect Yajayu's speed. There is a white belt around his waist, a single-edged straight sword that is also different from a samurai sword, and black boots on his feet. This outfit, coupled with Yajayu's black hair and red eyes, changed his temperament suddenly, and Hinata's heart beat a little faster. In the past, Yajayu liked to wear couple outfits with Hinata. A black windbreaker with a white inner shirt, using the vocabulary of Yajayu's previous life to describe it is a modern style. But now, Yajayu is wearing a black robe with a straight sword tied around his waist, and his temperament has suddenly changed from a modern style to an ancient style, completing the transformation of a modern schoolgrass and an ancient nobleman. The first time I saw Yajayu wearing Hinata in this style, it was normal to feel my heart beat faster. In fact, this is not the first time Yajayu has worn this outfit, it's just that no one has seen it. He wears this outfit when Yajayu sneaks away from Konoha every year during the holidays to hunt creatures with chakra. If someone is brought out by impure world reincarnation and sees Yajayu at this time, he will be frightened out of his body, and will take the initiative to break free from the shackles of reanimation jutsu. How about it, are you impressed by my handsomeness? Yajayu, who put Ghost Cry into his belt, walked up to Hinata, first teased and then kissed Hinata forcefully without giving Hinata a chance to bow her head shyly. It was not until Hinata was about to suffocate that Yajayu let the breathless girl go. Immediately, Yajayu ate a nutritious meal made by Hinata with a red face, and then the two left the house to meet a bear Meishino. Coming to the old place, Yajayu saw a bear Meishino waiting for them again. Seeing this scene, Yajayu rarely felt a little embarrassed. A teammate as reliable as a bear Meishino is very rare in the entire ninja world. But such a reliable teammate, Yajayu will find a way to kick Shinin away after the exam is over. No way, a squad, including the guide Jonin, can only have a maximum of 4 people. Yuhihong is guiding Jonin. Unless Yajayu and the others leave the team, they will not leave the team. And Hinata is Yajayu's fiancé and Yajayu's wing. In this way, if you want another wing, Xianglin, to join the 8th class, you can only kick a bear Meishino away. This is also impossible. When Yajayu no longer hides himself, except for the transformed Hinata, neither Yuhihong nor a bear Meishino can keep up with his rhythm. Yuhihong couldn't kick away, and Yajayu was not willing to kick, so he had to give up the oil. That's why Yajayu felt embarrassed. When this is done, a bear Meishino must be compensated well. After the 8th team assembled, they set off towards Konoha's square. Along the way, Yajayu and others also saw various crowds flocking towards the square. The clear sky is also blooming with fireworks at this time. After the 8th class came to the square, on the vast square, there were 3 brothers and sisters Ino, Shika, Cho and Gaara, as well as the official examiner of the 3rd exam, who was also the guard of the 4th Hokage, who held the Flying Thunder God Jin's special Jonin Shiranui Genma. Wow Yajayu, you look so handsome in this outfit. Tisk tisk. You suddenly dressed up so badly, don't you want to show off today? That sword, don't tell me it's just for decoration. Looking at Yajayu's new clothes, Ino's beautiful eyes sparkled, looking like a nympho. Naruzuo clicked his tongue slightly, then suddenly noticed the ghost crying on Yajayu's waist, and asked meaningfully. Yajayu did not answer, but changed the subject and said, "It seems that we are not the latest. Naruto and Sasuke don't know what they're doing, and Hyuga Niji hasn't arrived yet. 0 looking for flowers." Naruzuo scratched his head, rolled his dead fish eyes and said, "Everyone said I was lazy, but we were the first to arrive." Akimichi Koji nodded approvingly. Looking at Naruzuo, who was chatting with Yajayu, with arms folded and eyes closed, the 3 Gaara siblings couldn't help but opened their eyes and glanced at them. Temari frowned slightly, thinking that this guy who not only had a pineapple head but also had dead fish eyes was annoying. Yajayu didn't know what Temari was thinking, otherwise he would have sighed that the butterfly effect had appeared again. The opponent is not Temari, but Ino's Naruzuo. It is difficult to find a wife who understands herself. People with higher IQs are more picky, and I don't know how long Nara will be single. Gaara looked at Yajayu blankly. 0. Of course, this expressionless face is the reason for sand armor. Maybe under the sand armor, Gaara's expression has become ferocious. Those black eye circles like black ink, and the eyes of people who have killed countless people, it's no wonder that Naruto was also frightened into a cold sweat. Don't chase me. While Yajayu was chatting with Naruzuo and Ino, Hyuga Niji arrived at some point. At the same time, there was a scream. Even though the auditorium was noisy, it still reached the ears of Yajayu and others. I saw Naruto, who was the first in accident, was chased into the square by a group of cows, and Ino and others were speechless for a while. Fortunately, those bulls were all fixed by the guards with the gold binding technique, and then they used illusion to control them to leave. Just when the 3rd official test match was about to start, another afterimage appeared out of thin air. I saw that there was no embarrassment at all, and Uchiha Sasuke, who still had time to go home to take a shower and change into new clothes, appeared on the stage with a confident smile. Seeing this scene, many girls who had a crush on and liked Uchiha Sasuke in the auditorium, or the audience who came here specially for the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, screamed and shouted. Unlike the original book, which was late and then the game with Gaara was delayed, Uchiha Sasuke arrived on time. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's fart, Naruto couldn't help curling his lips, but after thinking about his achievements in this month's practice, he also showed a confident smile on his face, looking forward to the game and preparing to surprise Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 61. The time is up, the third official competition of the Chunin exam, officially begins. Shiranui Genma did not stop Yajayu and the others from chatting, biting a millennium in his mouth, and checked the time on his pocket watch from time to time. When the time was up, the pocket watch in Shiranui Suinma's hand had turned into a document at some point. I saw him looking at the 12 candidates standing in a row, and said, "The rules of this exam are similar to the qualifiers you experienced. Candidates who got number 1 and number 2 in the Central Tower a month ago stay, the rest of the candidates went to the player area to watch and wait." When he said the last sentence, Shiranui Genma pointed in the direction of the player area. Below the stands, there is also an exclusive channel for candidates. As a result, the examines left one after another, leaving only Nara Shikamaru and Ino in 247. Come on! Yajayu does not help anyone, but encourages Nara Shikamaru and Ino at the same time. In fact, this battle is nothing to watch at all. Parents are Ino Shikacho, who is well known in the ninja world, and ninjas are allies from generation to generation. Even they are also new generation Ino Shikacho, companions who have fought side by side many times. Neither Nara Shikamaru nor Ino are likely to lay a heavy hand on each other. If you can't go all out, this battle will naturally not be worth seeing. More importantly, the family secret arts of the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan are both yin escape ninjutsu. Yin dun jutsu, most of which are yin, is not as direct and visually impactful as yang dun. So when Shiranui Genma announced the start of the first battle, Yang, Shikamaru, and Ino were using jujutsu, taijutsu, shuriken throwing, kunao melee combat, Konoha body flicker technique, etc. basis to fight. Of course, they are always looking for opportunities to see if they can use family secrets to control each other. As allies who have been friends for generations, and teammates who have given their backs to each other, both Nara Shikamaru and Ino know each other's family secrets very well. Ino has been paying attention to Nara Shikamaru's shadow and the sun in the sky. He will control his position during the battle and never appear near Nara Shikamaru's shadow. Similarly, Nara Shikamaru will also pay attention to Ino's gestures, and his feet are covered with chakra at all times. Once he sees Ino's knot seal, he immediately uses the body flicker technique to avoid it. Otherwise, he, who is determined to turn to technique, will undoubtedly lose. Although he is not interested in the victory or defeat of the battle, he absolutely cannot lose so embarrassingly. In fact, Nara Shikamaru has figured out more than one way to win. When he was fighting Ino, he had many chances to use the shadow binding technique to control her. It's just the same as what he thought just now. He can win, but he can't let Ino lose so embarrassingly. At a young age, he already knew the ways of the world. Finally, after dozens of rounds, Nara Shikamaru defeated Ino in a simple and rude way. He took out a kunao with a detonating talisman from his ninja bag, and blasted a huge cloud of dust on the ground. When the dust cloud enveloped him and Ino, he used his shadow to imitate the technique to fix Ino, and also used the shadow tentacles, took out a kunao from Ino's ninja bag, put it on Ino's neck, and ended the battle. If you want to be friends with good people, you must make yourself good. The reason why Nara Shikamaru in the original book is lazy is because his IQ is too high, and he can't find peers who can keep up with his rhythm. But in this life, Nara Shikamaru met Yajayu, who is as super precocious as herself, and found a best friend who can keep up with him. And this best friend is so excellent and powerful. This gave Nara Shikamaru a motivation to practice that the original book did not have. So unlike the original book, which only mastered the shadow imitation technique at this time, in addition to the shadow imitation technique, Nara Shikamaru also mastered the shadow necktie technique and shadow tentacles that were initially mastered after recovering Uchiha Sasuke. After mastering these three shadow usages, Naruto can directly strangle to death after controlling others, or control props to kill them. And Naruto didn't lose to Ino on purpose. If the opponent is to marry, it doesn't matter if Naruto loses on purpose or if he surrenders. But against Ino, Naruto has to win. Because he is the team leader of the 10th class, and also the existence second only to Yajayu in Yajayu's circle. As the captain, he must win. And Naruto won this fight, it's also a good thing for Ino. Otherwise, if Ino wins and advances to the next round, no matter who her opponent is, it will not be easy. Even if Akimichi Koji wins and advances to the next round, and just matches Ino, it will be difficult for Ino to win. Naruto thought it would be better to eliminate her than to let Ino get beaten in the next round. Losing to Naruto, Ino just felt a little resigned, and then put this frustration behind him. Losing to others, she may be sad. But losing to the companions I have played with since I was a child, or my current teammates, is still acceptable. The first battle is over, and the winner is Naruto. So after Genma Shiranui announced the results, Ino and Naruto walked into the contestant tunnel under the applause and cheers of the audience. Come on, just go all out, don't put too much burden on yourself. Meanwhile, Yajayu is also cheering on Hinata. 0.6. Realizing what the next battle represented, Hinata nodded with a rare serious face. Immediately, she left the stands with Hyuga Niji, who also looked serious. After a while, the head of the Hyuga clan, the #1 wealthy family in Konoha, and the heir to the branch house appeared on the square, facing each other. Seeing that the second game was a civil war between the giants, there was an uproar in the auditorium. All the outsiders felt that it was really worthwhile to come to Konoha this time and spend so much money to watch the game. Hyuga Hayashi and Hanabi sitting in the auditorium, and Hyuga Hisashi sitting in another area also looked at Hinata and Tianese Niji below with serious expressions. Chapter 62. Miss Hinata, offended. Looking at Hinata on the opposite side, Hyuga Niji first said something respectful, and then raised his middle finger. Brother Niji, please give me your advice. Hinata also put up 2 fingers in the middle of the eclipse. Game start. Seeing that both of them had formed the seal of opposition, Shizuo Shenjian didn't talk nonsense, and directly stepped back a few steps, giving the stage to the cousins. White eyes open. X2. Hinata and Hyuga Niji immediately rolled their eyes. As the veins on both temples bulged, the eyes of the 2 people turned into black and white, and only the person in front of them had blue chakra flowing in their bodies. Clang clang. He is clearly a taijutsu ninja, but Hyuga Niji did not rush forward recklessly, but first took out a few shurikens from the ninja bag, and threw them towards Hinata. Hinata, who possessed clairvoyance, discovered this intention of Hyuga Niji before he acted. The small white hands like jade also took out a few shurikens from the ninja bag and threw them out. 02. The shurikens flying from the left and right collided together, not only making the sound of metal colliding, but also sparking a little. 8 trigrams empty palm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hyuga Niji mobilized the chakra in his body, compressed the air on his palm, and blasted a high-density air cannon towards Hinata. 8 trigrams empty palm. Facing Hyuga Niji's move, Hinata also countered with the same move. Boom! As the 2 groups of air cannons collided together, there was a sound as loud as a detonation talisman, but there was no explosion of flames, and it resounded immediately. Then the gust of wind howled, rolling up dust and fog, covering Hinata, Hyuga Niji, and Shiranui Genma not far away. However, the dust and mist came quickly and dissipated quickly. After the dust and mist were taken away by the strong wind, both Hinata and Hyuga Niji ended their long-range probing and began to use family physical skills to fight in close quarters. Hinata's jade-white fingers and Hyuga Niji's bandaged fingers were covered with blue arrogance, and they poked towards each other's body. Of course, neither will let the other succeed. So the fingers began to change their moves in the middle of the way, to prevent them from being demolished. The scenes of fingers poking each other, or being knocked away by the back of the hand with iron plates, made many viewers feel anxious. How much does this have to hurt? But these are the feelings of ordinary people. In the eyes of ninjas, they only saw the pair of teenagers and girls, relying on the superb chakra control, are doing tricks, trying to hit each other's body, and then drive chakra into the opponent's body, sealing the acupuncture points to prevent chakra flow, or directly attack the opponent's internal organs, causing serious internal injuries. Now they are competing whose eyesight and speed are stronger. It didn't take long for Hinata to feel strenuous. This is a very normal thing. After all, compared with Hyuga Niji, who works hard every day and has bandages on her hands, Hinata, who has transformed into an auxiliary ninja, may not spend as much time practicing gentle fist as she does learning embossing. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the attribute of suppressing the big stomach king in this life, the amount of chakra is very amazing, coupled with his innate talent, and he has learned a lot of auxiliary ninjutsu. Hinata may be weaker than himself in the original book. After realizing that his acupressure hands were not as good as Hyuga Niji, Hinata immediately dismissed the idea of using finger acupressure and directly resorted to his progress this month. I saw that Hinata was staring at Hyuga Niji's pupils constricting, and his white eyes seemed to see the change of chakra in Hinata's body, and suddenly more chakra gathered in his hands. These chakra no longer just covered the fingers, but covered the entire palm in an instant, and also ignited the blue chakra flames. These arrogants quickly formed two ferocious lion heads. This move is obviously a secret high-level physical skill that only the head of the Hyuga family can learn. Its name is Soft Step Double Lion Fist. Hinata yelled coquettishly, raised her little hand wrapped in the lion's head that chakra transformed into, and slapped towards Hyuga Niji. Looking at the lion's head that rapidly enlarged in the eyes, as if roaring like a beast, Hyuga Niji couldn't defend revolving heaven at this distance, so he had to choose to dodge instantly. Seeing this scene, while Hyuga Hisashi in the auditorium showed surprise, the resentment that had not dissipated in his heart suddenly became deeper. That's why he once hated the Zongjia and even had murderous intentions towards Hinata. Although he was born a little later than Hyuga Hayashi, why did he have to engrave the caged bird on his head, and why did he spend his whole life protecting the clan? Of course, this is not the key. The key point is, why his son's talent is so outstanding is also because he was born a little later. He will lose his perfect white eyes, and he will not be able to learn advanced secret physical skills. Sister control? Such injustice is the reason why Hyuga Hisashi is unbalanced and hates the clan. Fortunately, he did not inherit all this hatred and dissatisfaction to Hyuga Niji, but taught Hyuga Niji to be a qualified guard. Otherwise, if Hyuga Hayashi finds out that Hyuga Niji looked at Hinata or Hanabi with the same murderous intent as his younger brother, he would definitely turn his back on him and torture the father and son with Caged Bird 817. Neither Hinata nor Hyuga Niji knew about the grievances of these adults. Hinata, who lost his palm, also chased after Hyuga Niji in an instant. Unlike the Senja family's strange power fist, the Hyuga family's soft step double lion fist does not have terrifying destructive power, and the increase in strength is not particularly large. Those two ferocious lion heads are just a change in shape. The reason why this move is the high-level esoteric body art of the Hyuga family is because this move is an upgraded version of the acupressure hand. The acupuncturist must accurately hit the acupoints in order to seal the flow of chakra in the enemy's body. But the soft step double lion fist only needs one palm hit, and chakra will devour all the meridians of the enemy, and seal all the acupuncture points within a specific range in an instant. Hyuga Niji also seemed to know the power of this move, and didn't dare to face palm to palm at all. After seeing Hinata approaching, Hyuga Niji observed the distance, and then violently used the high-level taijutsu that is also the secret of the clan people in the branch house cannot learn. 8 trigrams palm Xiang Kai. I saw Hyuga Niji spinning on the spot like a top, and a large number of chakras surged out from the acupuncture points of the body, forming a high-speed rotating hemispherical mask. Seeing this scene, this time it was Hyuga Hayashi's turn to widen his eyes and show surprise. Chapter 63. Father, is Brother Niji using revolving heaven? Hanabi was also slightly startled, looked sideways at Hyuga Hayashi and asked knowingly. Ah! I didn't expect the people in the branch house to learn the revolving heaven of the Zone family. Hyuga Hayashi nodded with a complicated expression, and whispered, "It's such a pity to have such a talent." For his fellow brother, Hyuga Hayashi is actually very guilty. After all, he was only born a little earlier than his younger brother, so he took away the identity of the clan and the patriarch, so that both he and his nephew would be engraved with caged bird, and the generations to come would be honored by the clan. It was this guilt that made Hyuga Hayashi forgive Hyuga Hisashi for killing Hinata. If it was someone else, Hyuga Hayashi wouldn't just torture him with caged bird, he would have killed him on the spot. And now, Hyuga Hayashi seems to know why his younger brother didn't intend to kill him, but Hinata. It's a pity that Hyuga Niji's talent is engraved on caged bird. If he is the main family, or his own son, Hyuga Hayashi will definitely do his best to train him. It's obviously just a branch house, but through its own efforts, it has mastered the advanced esoteric physical skills that only the clan can learn. Hyuga Hayashi didn't suspect that they learned it secretly. Esoteric, as the name suggests, is secret teaching. It is impossible for the branch house to obtain the practice scrolls of the esoteric physical arts, because even members of the clan who want to learn them must pass qualification and merit assessments, and those with a higher status in the clan will personally teach them. There will also be an enchantment in the gymnasium taught to prevent people from peeping. Obviously, revolving heaven was either comprehended by Hyuga Niji himself, or Hyuga Hisashi comprehended it himself, and then passed it on to Hyuga Niji. No matter what kind it is, Hyuga Niji has learned at this age by virtue of his talent and imperfect white eyes, the advanced esoteric body art that only the sect can learn. Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but feel pity for this nephew, and there is also a trace of regret and pity. It would be nice if he was not from the branch house. In that case, maybe he will bear the honor of the upper family. Boom! At this time, in the square, Hinata was also blown away by Hyuga Niji's revolving heaven. Because Hyuga Niji's distance control is so good, after the formation of revolving heaven, it just blocked Hinata from the outside, and the rapidly expanding hemispherical mask also forced Hinata to stop the blink, and even had no time to dodge, so he could only raise your hands towards the oncoming high-speed rotating mask, and slap it away. The soft step double lion fist, which doesn't increase much in strength, naturally can't defeat the high-speed rotating mask. Hinata was sent flying by the shock, and his hands were not injured, which is already very remarkable. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams air palm. After knocking Hinata out, Hyuga Niji immediately stopped chakra's release, cancelling revolving heaven. The figure spinning like a top, took advantage of the moment when the mask had not completely dissipated, compressed the chakra remaining in the air, and hit Hinata with a shock wave that was even more shocking than ordinary 8 trigrams air palm. The air cannon formed by the shock wave faintly looked like an invisible tiger, roaring towards Hinata. The speed of the shock wave was very fast, so fast that Hinata had no time to use the same means of shock. And the mighty power may not be something that Rubushuang Shiquan can resist. So, Hinata put his hands behind his back and let the air cannon hit him. Boom! The air cannon hit Hinata, knocking her body off the ground and flying backwards. But Hyuga Niji's complexion changed slightly, and he suddenly felt bad. Because the sound of the air cannon hitting the Hinata is not the sound of hitting a real object, but more like the sound of a balloon being punctured. Sure enough, just as Hinata's figure flew upside down, it turned into a cloud of white mist in the air, and a piece of wood that didn't know where it came from turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Not good. Hyuga Niji only felt goosebumps all over his body, which was the body's instinct warning. But with his eyes always open, he couldn't find Hinata at all. But in the next second, Hyuga Niji realized where this crisis came from. I saw him turning around quickly, covering his feet with chakra, preparing to use the body flicker technique to escape, and at the same time gathering chakra on his palms again, preparing to use 8 trigrams air palm to delay his teleportation. But unfortunately, his reaction was still a little slow. As soon as he turned around, his eyes were completely occupied by Hinata's figure. The bandaged arm that gathered chakra was also grabbed by Hinata. Sealing technique, resealing the limbs. As Hinata's coquettish shout fell, the battle was finally decided. A large number of tadpole-shaped runes emerged from Hyuga Niji's arm, and then quickly spread throughout his body. An inescapable binding force directly took control of Hyuga Niji's body. Such a sealing technique, Hyuga Niji can crack, but it takes much more time than cracking the illusion. And this time, enough for Hyuga Niji to die 100 times. I agree, brother Niji. Hinata, who took advantage of the Byakugan's weakness to catch Hyuga Niji and used the sealing technique to take away control of his body, took out a kunai from the ninja bag, put it on Hyuga Niji's neck, and whispered. I lost, Miss Hinata. Hyuga Niji smiled wryly, but accepted it readily. The second battle is over, the winner is Hyuga Hinata. Shiranui Genma, who heard the conversation between the two, immediately announced the result. In an instant, there was an uproar in the auditorium, and the sound of cheers was heard. Wonderful, this battle is so wonderful. Is this a wealthy family? With such strength, it is simply not stronger than the ninjas who usually escort me. Seeing Hinata defeat Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hayashi in the audience finally showed a smile on his face that seemed to be tense all the time. He won this showdown between the Zong family and the branch house. When Hyuga Hayashi subconsciously looked in the direction of his brother, he found that Hyuga Hisashi's figure had disappeared. Obviously, the other party either left the game disappointed, or went to comfort Hyuga Ning. At this time, Hinata also unlocked the sealing technique on Hyuga Niji and formed a seal of reconciliation with Hyuga Niji. Come on, be careful with that woman's fan. Don't let her open all the fans, otherwise you must dodge her wind style. That woman's nature transformation is very powerful. In the stands, Yajayu and Naruzuo were cheering Akimichi Koji on, telling him to be careful of Tamari's fan. She seems to be very powerful. How about I surrender? Akimichi Koji said slowly while stuffing potato chips into his mouth. Akimichi Koji, who only thrives when protecting his companions, doesn't care about victory or defeat at all. Idiot, uncle and aunt are here to watch your game today. Do you want to let them down? Naruzuo patted Akimichi Koji on the shoulder and said angrily. Hearing this, Akimichi Koji finally opened his narrow eyes and nodded seriously, I understand. Chapter 64. Akimichi Koji entered the stage aggressively. But soon they came back as if they were listless, and Yajayu and Naruzuo covered their foreheads slightly, looking as if they didn't see. Because it was only 5 minutes after Akimichi Koji left and came back. During these 5 minutes, Akimichi Koji spent most of the time walking. In other words, Akimichi Koji was defeated by Tamari not long after his debut. Defeat is used to save face for Akimichi Koji, who was actually instantly killed by Tamari. But this is also impossible. With Inyazuka Iba being eliminated, Naruto's strength has been amazingly improved within a month. Akimichi Koji, who has not exploded yet, is indeed the male crane tail in 13 Xiaoqiang. Moreover, their family's Yang escape secret technique happened to be restrained by Tamari's wind style. Tamari was not in the playful mood of the qualifiers at all. He directly opened the 3-star fan, swung a tornado and rolled Akimichi Koji into the sky, and the winner was decided with one move. If Tamari wants to, he can increase the output of chakra, or increase the nature transformation, so that the tornado is full of wind blades, which can definitely seriously injure Akimichi Koji. But in order to save chakra and preserve his strength to participate in the next plan, Tamari did not waste unnecessary chakra on a weak fat man. Yajayu, it's your turn, come on. What's even more bizarre is that Akimichi Koji, who was killed in seconds, was not angry at all, but returned to his original appearance. 783. After returning to the stands, he already had a bag of potato chips in his hand, cheering on Yajayu, as if he wasn't the one who just got embarrassed. Well, let me vent your anger. Yajayu patted Akimichi Koji on the shoulder and said. Be careful. Recalling the fight between Gaara and Xiaoli a month ago, Naruzuo reminded with a serious face. That's right, Yajayu, you must be careful of the sand in the panda's eyes. Ino nodded in agreement. Hinata, who had already returned to Yajayu's side, didn't say anything, but secretly shook Yajayu's palm. "Don't worry, you can enjoy my performance here." Yajayu made an okay gesture with one hand, and shook Hinata's little hand with the other hand. Immediately, Yajayu did not walk towards the player passage, but turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. At the same time, Gaara, standing next to Temari and Kankuro, also slowly disappeared into sand. This is exactly the same as Lei Shun's body, the body of sand that incorporates elemental attributes. Looking at Yajayu and Gaara on the square, whether it is the players' stand or the new generation in the audience, they all raised their spirits and looked forward to the next battle. "Wow, Oni-chan looks so handsome today." It was also the first time Hanabi saw Yajayu wearing this style of clothes, and exclaimed, "Ugh," with beautiful eyes. And Hyuga Hayashi secretly rolled his eyes at some point. When he found that the amount of chakra in Gaara's body was far higher than that of Yajayu, his pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately speculated about the identity of this boy who was as old as Yajayu. Could it be that? No way, how dare Sand Shinobi village send such a strategic weapon to Konoha? Just because 4th Kazekage also came to watch this year's Chunin exam, so you are not afraid of accidents? Or, what are they going to use the Jinchuriki for? At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi seemed to smell the breath of conspiracy. "If you don't end up with the seal of opposition, then let's start." Shiranui Genma's expression also changed a bit. He was no longer condescending to watch the children fighting, but looked seriously at Gaara and Yajayu, and then backed away. Said on one side, "As a special jonin, and a very special and knowledgeable existence among the special jonin." Shiranui Genma sensed the Shura aura in Gaara's body. Such murderous aura, even he was very frightened. If his opponent was such a guy during the Genin period, Shiranui Genma would have been so frightened that his legs would tremble. But facing such a guy, Yajayu didn't have any seriousness or fear on his face, instead he still had a faint smile on his face. And on his body, Shiranui Genma also felt a certain kind of aura. Is the quality of this year's Genin so high? Genma Shiranui, who has not paid attention to the new generation for many years, is ready to appreciate the next battle. And the next scene immediately caught Shiranui Suinma's eyes, as well as many jonins with good vision. Tsitsaiza. Hearing the sound of electric currents converging, Yajayu's whole body appeared out of thin air with electric arcs. Transforming chakra into elements is nature transformation. However, the vast majority of ninjas master and use nature transformation, they only stop at spitting out elemental ninjutsu with their mouths. Only a few people can add form changes to nature transformation, and can use the power of elements without using their mouths. The most typical one is Kakashi's Chidori, which is the combination of nature transformation and shape change. But now, the electric arc around Yajayu is clearly the embryonic form of the combination of nature transformation and shape change. As long as Yajayu has mastered nature transformation and shape changes to a certain extent, the electric arcs around his body may be able to be freely controlled, and even form a kind of skill. At such a young age, they have mastered such powerful nature transformation and form changes, which is why Jonin's eyes shine. One of the most basic conditions for becoming a Jonin is to master at least 2 nature transformations, or to develop one nature transformation to the top level. At this time, Yajayu has the possibility of being promoted to Jonin in the future. But they don't know that Yajayu has long learned to add morphological changes to nature transformation, and even the lightning style nature transformation stimulates cells, which he has developed to incorporate morphological changes. The thunder and lightning around him are indeed not for decoration. Call out. After stimulating the cells with lightning style nature transformation, Yajayu turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. The speed was so fast that Gaara, who was originally holding her hands in her arms and expressionless, suddenly changed her expression. The sense of familiarity from a month ago came to my mind again. Could this guy be as fast as that guy? Bang, click. Gaara, whose body was kicked into the air by a huge force, suddenly realized that he had guessed right, but he was also wrong. The speed of this guy in front of him is indeed as fast as that thick eyebrow, even faster than him. But while this person has incredible speed, he can also control his body. Unlike the thick eyebrow, the attack will fail at the beginning. Shadow Clone Technique. Yajayu, who was so fast that he ignored Gaara's automatic defense of the sand and kicked the opponent into the air, quickly formed a seal with both hands, and separated two Shadow Clone. Then Ontology and Shadow Clone teamed up to perform a very familiar move that made Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto in the stands and Xiaoli in the audience stare wide-eyed. Bang, 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 bang. I saw the main body and Shadow Clone turning into blue-white electric light, continuously gliding across Gaara's body. Every time it swipes, there will be a dull impact sound, and then the huge force kicks the landed Gaara into the air again, or kicks the lifted Gaara like a football, and kicks it down again. Every time Gaara is hit, cracks will appear on his body. The sand armor was soon full of cracks, and pieces of mud fell off. Yes, this trick used by Yajayu is an upgraded version of Naruto combo. And Naruto's combo is inspired by Naruto's move from Uchiha Sasuke's defeat of the red copper armor. And Uchiha Sasuke's lion combo that defeated the red copper armor was copied from Lee Xili. Yajayu's upgraded version of Naruto's combo bombs hit Naruto's third area all of a sudden. If you ask Yajayu if he did it on purpose, then Yajayu's answer is, yes, he did it on purpose. This is the bad taste of Yajayu. Chapter 65. Gaara was unable to make a lot of sand due to the body being kicked into the air by Yajayu. Seeing that the sand armor was shattered, and the severe pain had already flowed through the armor all over his body, Gaara could only turn the big gourd on his back into sand, forming a huge palm. Sand palm didn't grab Yajayu, because it couldn't keep up with the speed of Yajayu and his two shadow clones. As soon as the palm of sand was formed, it wrapped Gaara, forming a huge sand ball and falling to the ground. Bang bang bang! In the process of falling, there are still lightning flashes around the sand ball, causing a series of sound canisters. The sunken marks appeared one by one, but they failed to break the sand ball. Of course, this is the reason for Yajayu's mercy. Although Gaara and Kimimaro belong to the big boss level in the new generation of the juvenile chapter, they can reach the elite Jonin level with their full power. But even if Yajayu doesn't use the ability of the body of time and space, the lightning style he developed over the years is enough to deal with Gaara, who doesn't use the power of the tailed beast. If Yajayu uses the Thunder Spear, Yajayu can pierce both the maracas and Gaara's body inside. It's just that Yajayu didn't do that. This exam is an opportunity for Yajayu. A chance for those who don't know him to remember his name from now on, for those who know him through certain rumors, a chance to get to know him again. Still the same sentence, if Yajayu wants to marry Hinata openly, and take Hinata out of the Hinata clan, then he needs to make his own status become the same as that of Hinata, and even the Hinata clan will climb up to him. In this way, those ordinary people with narrow vision will not point fingers at him in secret. And prestige is the best way to make those ordinary people shut up. Of course, so is fear. However, Yajayu's three views are not so distorted, on the contrary, he is still a person with a bottom line. Otherwise, the game system of chakra, which can kill others to get the other party's percentage when awakened, would have chosen to kill, or even destroy the world. But Yajayu has never had such an idea, because he has already passed the period of the second illness. If it is the period of the second illness, you may feel that a person is an enemy of the world, and it is simply not too handsome. But mature people think more. How lonely would it be to live alone as an enemy of the world, without a friend to chat with, without a woman who truly loves each other, and all people who are afraid of themselves. Uchiha Sasuke in the original book wanted to be such a person, but was stopped by Naruto. Yajayu is not at all interested in this kind of lonely savior, or lonely ruler. So, he just needs to learn from Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. You can do bad things secretly, but you must have a good reputation on the surface. This battle is Yajayu's first battle on the big stage of the Jonin world. Boom! After the sand ball hit the ground of the entire square suddenly began to vibrate. The strong shock made the Shiranui Genma next to him feel unsteady, and even spread to the auditorium. The audience sitting in the front row swayed slightly. The sudden earthquake did not make the door panic. Because at this moment, they all had their mouths wide open, looking stunned. I saw that on the vast square, the ground with few flowers and plants turned into yellow sand at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is not the point. The key point is that these yellow sands rise up like ocean waves, forming sand waves tens of meters high. Seen from a distance, the height of the sand wave is even higher than the towering walls of the square. Hey, do you want to be so exaggerated? Looking at the sand waves covering the sky and the sun, I don't know when the book in Huo Suanjian's mouth has fallen. Then he immediately asked Yajayu, little ghost, do you want to abstain? If you abstain now, I can take you away. No, I refuse. Yajayu refused without even looking at Huo Xianjian. Then you can count on your luck. Shi's Huo Xianjian left such a sentence, and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the top of the square wall. 0, asking for flowers, 0. But at this time, Gaara, who was beaten by Xiaoli with speed, did not want to repeat the same mistakes, and directly used her strongest scene ninjutsu, which is called Quicksand Waterfall. With the shattering of the sand armor, the roar of Gaara, who revealed the hideous face inside, fell. The sand waves tens of meters high suddenly fell towards Yajayu like giant palms covering the sky and the sun. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the fourth Kazekage next to him with an ugly expression, and asked in a deep voice, Lord Kazekage, what do you mean? As an existence second only to Onoji in age among the current 5 Kages, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't tell that Gaara is one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi village. In the non-war period, the 5 great ninja villages have a rule that everyone must abide by. 0. That is, without permission, you must never send your own Jinchuriki to other ninja villages, otherwise it will be regarded as a war. After all, Jinchuriki lost control in the village, and even resorted to tailed beast bomb. Konoha had experienced such a scene 12 years ago. That's why Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is so ugly. With the same reaction as Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are also elite jonin headed by Kakashi and Umbu who are hiding in the dark. Hehe. Orochimaru, who was disguised as 4th Kazekage, smiled, and then appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen in a flash, holding a kunao and controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, Yakushi Kabuto, who was disguised as Umbu and hid behind the auditorium, quickly formed a mudra with both hands, and softly shouted, Illusion Nirvana Abode Technique. Boom! As the sand waves slapped heavily on the ground, countless white feathers also slowly fell from the top of the square. Looking at the snow-like feathers, the shocked audience had no time to utter a word of admiration, and was forcibly pulled into dreamland by a sudden sleepiness. Even some genin and chinin can't resist this strong sleepiness. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the auditorium collapsed. Those spectators who did not pass out took off their disguises one after another, revealing the forehead protector and ninja uniforms of Otanin village. Konoha collapse plan officially started. Chapter 66. It's really not the protagonist, the treatment is different. The moment the feathers fell, Yajayu could not help sighing inwardly as he watched the sand waves crashing down like ocean waves. After watching the battle between Gaara and Kimimaro in the previous life, Yajayu knew that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto could defeat Gaara, which was completely required by the plot. If Gaara explodes with the strength he had when fighting Kimimaro, even if Naruto can initially master the Nine Tails Chakra and summon the Toad Boss, he will definitely not be Gaara's opponent. Because Gaara, who broke out at full strength, is like Kimimaro who teamed up with Orochimaru to kill 4th Kazekage, even with 5 cages, he can fight for a while. Yajayu thought that he would be treated the same as Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, or that Gaara has not yet mastered that level of ninjutsu. 930 But now it seems that comics are comics, and reality is reality. The berserk Gaara directly turned the square into a desert. And Gaara, who used the largest ninjutsu in the scene, also successfully forced Yajayu to use his real power, that is, the blood succession of time and space. When the sand waves fell on the ground, turning the entire square into a desert, and at the same time the Konoha collapse plan officially started, the entire square and Konoha began to become chaotic. Except for Hinata who kept his eyes on him, no one saw or noticed that Yajayu's figure appeared on the desert unharmed. It was obviously drowned by the sand waves from top to bottom, blocking all escape routes. Then how did he escape the attack of the sand wave and remain unscathed? The aura of the strong man, if it kills you, it will definitely prove my existence. Looking at the unscathed Yajayu on the opposite side, Gaara said with a ferocious and excited face. I'm not that great yet. Looking at the auditorium where the battle had already begun and the stands over Hokage, Yajayu also slowly pulled out the ghost cry from his waist. His aura changed suddenly, and he looked at Gaara indifferently, and said, "Ubd, the ability is too messy, I can't continue to fight with you here, if you have the courage, then follow up." After speaking, Yajayu used the body flicker technique, which was not fast, and left the square with his feet on the fence. "Kill you, definitely kill you!" Gaara shouted and chased after Yajayu. It's different from the original book that bleeds for the first time and takes a while to recover. Gaara, who was not injured in this life, played the role of Uchiha Sasuke in the original book and went after Yajayu. The speed of both of them was very fast, and the Jonins who were being dragged by Yunrin when they were approaching the auditorium had no time to stop them. And the only one who could stop Shiranui Suinma, standing on the top of the fence, also found that the village was in chaos. Seeing riots in the auditorium and Hokage stands, but at least there are elite Jonin like Kakashi and Might Guy, and Umbu hiding in the dark. So Shiranui Shenjian left in an instant to help other people in the village. Looking at Yajayu and Gaara who left the square in an instant, Temari and Kankuro in the players' stands also chased after them in an instant without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Ino, Shika, Cho, who was a little at a loss, seemed to have found his target immediately. Naruzuo, the most sane, directly gave the order, "Koji, Shino and I are going to help Yajayu now. Hinata, you protect Ino and go to little Sakura, and then you go to Kakashi-sensei immediately, or go to our parents. Don't fight those sound ninjas." "Yes." Hinata and Ino nodded seriously. Immediately afterwards, the 8th class and the 10th class all disappeared in an instant. Looking at their leaving figures, Naruto was at a loss, then subconsciously looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and asked, "Sasuke, what shall we do next?" "We'll also go to little Sakura, and follow Kakashi's teacher's arrangement." Uchiha Sasuke thought for a while and said, "Good." Naruto nodded vigorously. Then the two of them followed Ino and Hinata, and went to the auditorium in an instant. Konoha at this time can be described as a mess. Yunrin and Sharon cooperated inside and outside, and they both wrecked Konoha. A huge three-headed snake even broke through the gate of Konoha, raging all the way towards Konoha Central Street. However, there was the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago. Konoha's ninjas and villagers did not panic, but cooperated with each other. The ninjas in the village are divided into two groups. One group is responsible for fighting the enemy, and the other group is responsible for escorting the villagers to the refuge. After all the villagers went to the shelter, it was time for Konoha to repel the enemy with all the strength of the village. Yajayu, who left the square in an instant, flew over the roofs of houses, and saw many ninjas and villagers died under the attack of enemies or summoning beasts. But Yajayu did not come to rescue him, but prepared to take Gaara out of the city and fight in the forest. Yajayu, who had already opened the world of Realm Ripple, also found that Temari and Kankuro, as well as Ino, Shika, Cho and Aberame Shino, followed suit. Yajayu didn't care about this either, as he also needed some audience as witnesses. Shadow Clone Technique. Just after leaving the urban area and rushing into the forest, Yajayu formed a mudra with one hand and separated a shadow clone. As soon as shadow clone appeared, it immediately entered the state of virtual reality conversion, and then a teleport disappeared out of thin air. When shadow clone reappeared, it had already returned to the urban area from the forest area. At the same time, the appearance of shadow clone has also undergone great changes. I saw that shadow clone used the transformation technique, and turned into a tall and straight figure of 1.85 meters, wearing a black cloak, and a member of Umbu with a white cat face mask on his face. Night is the time for Umbu, and it is rare to see members of Umbu 5.9 appearing on the streets of Konoha in broad daylight. If it was normal, Shadow Clone would be very eye-catching if it turned into this. But now, Shadow Clone has turned into Umbu, and many villagers and ninjas who see him feel a sense of security. After all, those who can be Umbu are the elite among the elite. Even if there is only the strength of Chunin, it will be the existence of elite Chunin. But at the same time, there are also many sand ninjas and tone ninjas who think they are powerful, and they are eyeing Yajayu's shadow clone. So when the camouflaged shadow clone leaped over the roof and plundered in the direction of the shadow building, many tone ninjas and sand ninjas not far away from him attacked Yajayu's shadow clone one after another. Chapter 67. Sonic Blast. Wind-style wind blade. As shadow clone leaped across the rooftop, two soft shouts suddenly came into his ears. Without looking sideways, shadow clone, who had always opened up the world of domain Ripple, had already seen the two sound ninja and sand ninja under the street, and they all used ninjutsu with different attributes towards him. Tear it apart. Before the ninjutsu could get closer, Yajayu's shadow clone disappeared. The next second, the two sand ninjas and sound ninjas made a clear sound of tearing cloth. Yes, the two sounds of cloth tearing almost sounded at the same time. There was obviously a certain distance between the sand ninja and the sound ninja, but the tearing sounds were almost synchronized. In just an instant, Shadow Clone used real teleportation, appearing behind the sand ninja out of thin air, holding a kunai and using time and space to kill the opponent, and then teleported behind the sound ninja and used the same method to kill the opponent. Take it away. The sand ninja and sound ninja, who did not have information about Yajayu's abilities and did not know that the person disguised as Umbu was Yajayu's shadow clone, followed their eyes and stayed at the faraway shadow clone. Even if they could see shadow clone's sudden teleportation with their perception turned on at all times, their bodies would not be able to react at all. In these years, most of the creatures with chakra died in front of Yajayu's move. Just like Uchiha Obito's Kamui, Yajayu's combination of moves has always been tried and tested, with a success rate of 95%. After killing these two guys instantly, Yajayu's shadow clone no longer continued to leap on the roof, but jumped into an alley, directly used real teleportation, and appeared out of thin air in an empty room in the Hokage building. As soon as it appeared, Shadow Clone used virtual reality transformation to hide its body in a different space, eliminating all perception abilities. But the next second, the expression on Shadow Clone's mask changed slightly, and he thought to himself, even this kind of time and space teleportation can be detected. Is this perception barrier covering the inside and outside of the entire Hokage building? Yes, Shadow Clone has been discovered. To be precise, he triggered the perception enchantment arranged by Umbu. Those Umbu who would not leave the Hokage building no matter what happened outside, were coming towards him at this moment. There is no way around this. The real teleportation needs to be used in conjunction with the world of domain Ripple, and the virtual real transformation can only be used alone, and the two cannot cooperate at all. Shadow Clone originally wanted to get close to the Hokage building, and then sneak into it in a virtual real state. However, after seeing the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja attacking him, Shadow Clone felt that since he was now a member of Umbu, his identity should not be revealed, so he directly used teleportation to sneak into the Hokage building. Unexpectedly, the Hokage building was not as simple as Yajayu imagined. In this house, there is not only an archive that records all ninja information, but also a forbidden technique library that stores all forbidden techniques, and a sealed book that contains Shadow Clone's goals for this trip. Yes, Yajayu wants to steal the real sealed book. This is an excellent time. If he misses this opportunity today, it will be difficult for Yajayu to get the sealed book again unless he becomes a Hokage, hugs Tsunade's lap, or directly robs him. So while all the ninjas were fending off foreign enemies and escorting the villagers, the Umbu went to protect the Hokage. The members of the Root organization were watching the show, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was trapped in the 4 purple flame formation. Yajayu decided to let Shadow Clone give it a try. If he could steal the Book of Sealing, he wouldn't need to go to great lengths to hug Tsunade's lap and let Kosovo, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino become their disciples, and he would be able to help them improve their strength. If it fails, Yajayu has nothing to lose. As for stealing the sealed book, why didn't the main body come over in person, but only sent a Shadow Clone? It's very simple. In Yajayu's eyes, there is no difference between Shadow Clone and the main body. Just like when he was young, Yajayu's chakra was not as good as an ordinary genin, but after developing the time and space slash, he was confident of killing the 5 shadows even if they were slashed by him. In addition to being unable to open the data panel, the system prompts will not sound in the mind after killing the enemy, and there is no space backpack in the body. Shadow clone can do everything Yajayu knows. Unlike those weak shadow clone, Yajayu's shadow clone, which can use the ability of the body of time and space, is not weaker than the main body except for chakra. If even shadow clone can't succeed, it's the same when Yajayu's body comes closer to home. After sensing that he had been discovered, shadow clone was too lazy to sneak in secretly. Instead, he took out the kunao and opened the world of domain ripple, using space perception to see through everything and find the location of the sealed book. In the next second, shadow clone appeared out of thin air in a dimly lit room with very small windows and no sunlight coming in. Tear it apart. As soon as it appeared, shadow clone used time and space to kill an Umbu member who did not know that someone had sneaked into the Hokage building, or that the superiors had not notified him. After splitting the Umbu member's body into 2, shadow clone took the Umbu short blade from him, and then appeared out of thin air in front of Umbu who was looking for him. Without saying a word, 263 made another time and space slash. The knife that appeared out of nowhere caught the Umbu member by surprise. Like the Umbu member just now, this Umbu member was split in half by shadow clone. This is not over yet. After killing the Umbu member with one blow, shadow clone turned around and swung back with the short blade in hand. Obviously, his back was about to turn his back on the companion behind this Umbu member, but in the next second, shadow clone appeared out of thin air behind the other companion. The short blade that rotated along the body was like a cold light passing through, and it split the Umbu member's companion into 2. The whole process only takes place in 2 seconds. Just now, the Sound Ninja and the Sand Ninja died in front of Shadow Clone's move. During the Third Ninja War, Namikaze Minato's famous battle was when he instantly killed 50 Jonin using the Flying Thunder God technique plus Shuriken Multi-Shadow Clone technique. This record is very exaggerated. Killing Jonin is like killing a chicken. It was also this exaggerated record that caused Iwagakure, who suffered heavy losses, and other ninja villages to issue regulations that once they encountered Namikaze Minato, they could abandon the mission without being punished. Just like Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique plus Shuriken Multi-Shadow Clone combo, Yajayu's teleport plus time and space slash is also an unsolvable combo. Chapter 68. Ripla La. Next, Yajayu's shadow clone is like Namikaze Minato in World War III, the one who chops melons and vegetables will find his Umbu members, all split into 2. Whenever someone hits the shadow clone's body and exceeds the shadow clone's tolerance limit, the actual shadow clone made by chakra will directly turn into a cloud of white mist and dissipate. However, no matter whether it is Grandmaster Elemental Ninjutsu, Yin-dun and Yang-dun Ninjutsu, or even members of Umbu who have blood succession limits and are elite at this level, they cannot touch shadow clone's body at all. The teleportation without a movement track, and just lightly brushing the body, killed the time and space that divided it into 2. Especially this enemy that can be seen but cannot be hit, in addition to the spatial movement that ignores all obstacles, it also has the spatial perception that can see through everything. How many Umbu are in the Hokage building, how many Umbu have found him, or how many Umbu are looking for him, all are seen by Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone uses space perception to search for the sealed book, while harvesting Umbu's life. At this time, the main body, which is fighting Gaara, must have been ringing the prompt sound of killing in his mind. Wood-style silent killing technique. When Shadow Clone was walking slowly in a corridor, a thick branch suddenly extended from the wall next to it, attacking Shadow Clone like a giant python. There are branches growing on the walls, which is a very magical picture. Anyone else would be surprised. But Yajayu's Shadow Clone didn't panic, because he had already seen the actions of the owner who made this branch. Swish, puff. Facing the sneak attack from the tree roots, Shadow Clone didn't use virtual reality conversion, but just waved the short blade in his hand lightly. With the flash of the cold light, the fairly tough branch was cut in half smoothly and straightly, just like a paper cut. In the next second, the shadow clone's figure disappeared out of thin air, and appeared in an underground space with even more dim light but a very wide area. This subterranean space, like the root tissue, is an underground base located under the Hokage building. And this underground base can only be commanded by Hokage. Its full name is the Assassination Tactics Special Forces, referred to as Umbu's Base Camp. It is precisely because of the existence of this base that the Hokage building is the safest place for Konoha. And the person who made the branch to attack Shadow Clone performed the spell remotely in this underground base. I saw Shadow Clone appearing behind a black figure, and the short blade in his hand swung the time-space slash again. If this black shadow is cut, it will definitely lose its life on the spot just like those Umbu. But this black shadow seems to have known about the existence of Shadow Clone, and his strength is not comparable to those of Umbu. Faced with the sneak attack of Shadow Clone, even if Umbu could perceive chakra appearing behind him out of thin air, his body couldn't react at all. But the shadowy person in front of him also disappeared out of thin air the moment Shadow Clone swung the time-space slash. Time and space ninjutsu, who are you? A black figure appeared not far in front of Shadow Clone, clasped his hands together to maintain the printed gesture, and asked in a deep voice. Through the few light sources, you can vaguely see this shadowy person, wearing Umbu costumes like Yajayu's Shadow Clone, with a white cat face mask on his face. This person is the only person in the original book who successfully transplanted Hashirama cells and thus mastered the wood-style blood succession limit, the guide jonin of the 7th class of Shippuden. Captain Yamato. But now, he is Konoha Umbu's #1 master, code-named Tianzang. Earlier, he was also known as Jia in the Root organization. Shadow Clone did not speak, but appeared behind Tianzang out of thin air holding a short blade as before, and used the time-space slash to attack him. La! This time the space-time slash hit successfully, bringing out a crisp tearing sound. But in the next second, Tianzang's divided body turned into wood at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is obviously Wood Clone. Wood-style birth of the Sea of Trees. A light drink came into Shadow Clone's ear. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of the earthquake, countless large or small tree roots broke through the ground of the entire underground base, quickly forming a small forest. Shadow Clone, who was in the small forest, was finally forced out of teleportation and time-space slash. The third time-space ability is the virtual real transformation that ignores all attacks. I saw that in the process of forming the small forest, countless python-like branches, as if they had self-awareness, entangled or submerged towards the Shadow Clone from all directions. However, these branches all passed through the body. Phantom? Illusion? Sensing this scene, Tianzang's expression changed, and he suddenly had an unbelievable guess, and said in a trembling voice, could it be that his time-space ninjutsu can also hide his body in the body space? Yes, you guessed it. Shadow Clone seemed to hear Tianzang's voice, and from a relatively long distance, he talked with Tianzang who also had special perception in the forest, confirming his guess. Immediately, Shadow Clone said in an extremely haughty tone, your strength is very good, completely different from those trash fish. You are qualified to die in the hands of my profound art. After finishing speaking, Shadow Clone held the short blade in one hand, and stretched out the other hand from the wide cuff, with the palm facing upwards without any trace. In the next second, a blue light flickered in the forest, and then it was like ink dripping from clear water, instantly dyed in a dark color, blending into the dimly lit underground base. That technique is not good. However, Tianzang, Hao, seemed to have seen something shocking. The expression under the mask suddenly changed, and he clapped his hands without saying a word, mobilized all chakra, and displayed his strongest defense wood-style tree boundary wall. 2-digit wooden shields rose from the ground, completely enveloping Tianzang. Almost at the moment when the wooden shield was formed, a gust of black evil wind just passed by quickly, reaching the end of the underground base in the blink of an eye. Boom! In an instant, the entire land of Konoha suddenly trembled violently. Whether it was the fighting ninjas or the villagers who had gone to the refuge, their bodies shook violently. Many people also lost their sense of balance and fell to the ground on the spot. In addition, in everyone's ears, there seemed to be the muffled thunder of a thunderbolt from a blue sky. But when I looked up at the sky, I saw only a few white clouds in the blue sky. Where did the thunder come from? Chapter 69. Earthquakes come and go quickly. In addition, there was no damage to the buildings on the ground, so the ninjas and civilians had no time to think about how the earthquake and thunder came, so they continued to resist foreign enemies and go to the shelter. Even ninjas with amazing perception can't find the source of earthquakes and thunder. Because just as there are barriers inside and outside the Hokage building, as the base camp of Umbu hidden in the darkness, the underground base must also be covered with barriers, isolating all perception and prying eyes. If anyone can see into the ground, they will be shocked by the sight of the Hokage building at this time. I saw a vast underground base with a small forest just now, but now it has become barren. Yes, barren, not a mess. If the sun shines through the ground, you will see what was originally a huge sewer, with standing stones everywhere, like an underground base of a huge training ground, and there is nothing at this time. Whether it's rocks, water, or the small forest that just occupied a huge space, all of them have disappeared now. Yes, it's just a series of traces that I don't know what was scraped out. These traces are all over the entire underground base, scattered like huge patterns. In these traces, there is still a breath that makes the strong feel suffocated by 297. If Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato come alive, and Uchiha Obito appears here, they will definitely find that breath, the power of time and space. So, what was it that turned the huge underground base into nothingness, without any fragments or residue left by the explosion? Travel back in time to before the earthquake, when Yajayu's shadow clone's palm glowed blue. As mentioned earlier, due to the body of time and space, Yajayu's shadow clone is not as good as the main body except chakra. Once it is attacked beyond the limit, it will turn into a cloud of white mist and dissipate. His combat power is not weaker than the main body. After all, the shadow clone knows what the body knows. Shadow clone, which can also use teleportation, time-space / and virtual real conversion, is also an existence that can leapfrog challenges. But in fact, Shadow Clone is simply impossible to compare with the main body. Because Shadow Clone's chakra is not enough to use elemental ninjutsu unscrupulously like the main body. Even if it is the profound meaning of the body of time and space, Shadow Clone cannot display it. In this way, once someone can escape the combination of Shadow Clone's teleportation plus time-space / the situation of Shadow Clone will be a bit embarrassing. Because it is difficult for him to kill each other. If you continue to fight with Tianzang, Shadow Clone will be exhausted of chakras sooner or later, and it will be automatically released. But fortunately, in addition to the mysteries of the body of time and space, which is the that move to name the weapon Gaiku, Yajayu has also developed ninjutsu-like mysteries over the years. And this trick is Rasengan's advanced ninjutsu. As the protagonist, he has been used since he was a child, and he can play genin in the lower level, and perform the magic skills of aliens in the upper level. Rasengan's potential and ease of use are far above Uchiha Sasuke's Chidoryu. Because unlike the Chidori style of lightning style, Rasen is a non-attribute ninjutsu. And this non-attribute ninjutsu is still Muji ninjutsu. In this way, the development of this ninjutsu will be great. As long as you increase the chakra control and keep adding chakra to the Rasen, the ball will become a big ball Rasen. If you continue to add chakra to it, it will become massive Rasen. If you add nature transformation, it's a spiral shuriken. If you add nature transformation and Senju chakra at the same time, it is Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. If you increase Zyonju chakra, it is Sage Art Massive Rasen again. In summary, it doesn't matter what you add to Rasen. As long as your chakra control reaches a certain level and can stabilize the energy in Rasen, Rasen will be advanced into other ninjutsu. If UGP is strong enough, you can even inject 7 kinds of nature transformation into Rasen, which is the truth-seeking ball spiral shuriken. With this fancy ball, Naruto doesn't need to learn any ninjutsu except for 9 tails and multiple shadow clone techniques, and he can fight all over the world. However, Yajayu's ninjutsu mystery is not wind-style spiral shuriken, nor sage art spiral shuriken, nor truth-seeking ball spiral shuriken, but a brand new advanced subclass that does not belong to the original book. Because the nature transformation he injected into the meatballs does not belong to the yin-yang and 5 elements of this world, but belongs to the 9th special energy besides the yin-yang 5 elements and natural energy, the power of time and space. This meatball, Yajayu did not name it Spiral Shuriken, nor did it name the Big Spiral Lunyu, but took a very simple name. Its name is, a black hole. As the name suggests, this trick of Yajayu is really rubbing black holes with hands. The blue light that Tianzang first perceived was the picture formed by Ray's non. Then the blue light turned into a gloomy light, which was infused with the power of time and space. The underground base turned into a barren land, without any debris and residue from the explosion. It was formed by the explosion of the black hole after the shadow clone consumed most of the chakra, rubbed it with hands and threw it down. When the black hole first explodes, there will be a loud noise like thunder. The terrifying demon wind raged through everything, shattering everything around it, leaving countless traces behind. Then the power of time and space distorted the space, forming a huge black hole on the spot, sucking everything that the evil wind shattered into the time and space. Those who did not die under the evil wind will also be pulled in by the terrifying gravitational force, and it is unknown which different space or somewhere in the universe they were transported to. But Tianzang obviously didn't have the luck to travel to a different space or to the universe. The evil wind can smash everything, because it is the damage of the power of time and space. As long as the person is rubbed by the power of time and space, it will be torn apart like time and space slash, and it will disappear in this world directly like being erased by an eraser. Tianzang is the latter. Compared with the secret technique of the body of time and space, Yajayu's ninjutsu secret technique is more powerful. To be precise, the secret of the body of time and space belongs to single target damage, while the secret of ninjutsu black hole is group damage. With these two profound meanings, even if the amount of chakra in Yajayu is only cage level, except for the Itsutsuki Kagaya family, there is also the Itsutsuki Ichishi who is hidden in the corner of the ninja world. Fear no one. Chapter 70. Yajayu's shadow clone didn't show mercy to Tianzang because he is an important figure in the original work and one of the few ninjas in the ninja world who can use the wood-style blood succession limit. If he sneaked in and no one found out, shadow clone would not kill them. But since they were discovered, they can only be blamed for being unlucky. Before the main body was exposed to the blood of time and space, when shadow clone did bad things, others could not discover his time and space abilities. If someone accidentally saw it, he could only blame him for being unlucky. Because shadow clone kills. Not only killing people, shadow clone will also destroy the other party's head after killing the other party. To be precise, it destroys the brain. Yajayu has not forgotten that the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan, even if the other party is dead, as long as the brain is still intact, they can still read the other party's memory. If those Umbu's brains are not destroyed, Yajayu's intelligence will also be exposed. As for Tianzang, let him not be allowed to live. Otherwise, when Yajayu is exposed, everyone will know that he is the mysterious person who sneaked into the Hokage building and stole the sealed book. Therefore, I am not confident that I can kill Tianzang's shadow clone with only teleportation and time-space slash. I will directly consume most of the chakra and use the ninjutsu black hole to destroy Tianzang and the underground cemetery together. After throwing out the black hole, the shadow clone, who teleported away from the underground base, has been monitoring Tianzang with space perception. Witnessing that Tianzang's body was distorted and torn apart by the time-space storm erupting from the black hole, the fragments were turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally sucked into the black hole, where it would be transported to the corner of the Earth, or which outer space in the universe, or which different space, shadow clone will continue to search for the sealed book. Since no one would bother him to find things anymore, the focused shadow clone quickly found the sealed book hidden in a certain secret room through the layer-by-layer perspective of space perception. A teleportation came to the secret room, and after shadow clone took out the sealed book, he immediately confirmed that the sealed book was the real sealed book. Because the seal on this huge scroll is really a sealing technique. And it's a very high-level sealing technique. If this sealing technique cannot be broken, then the sealed book cannot be opened. But this sealing technique is not difficult for Shadow Clone. I saw Shadow Clone holding the short blade, pointing the tip of the blade at the big seal, and then gently stroked from top to bottom. In an instant, the seal containing chakra was cut in half, and the seal was physically destroyed. As long as there are tangible things, unless the level is still above the time and space. Otherwise, whether it is the hardest object in the world or the weirdest thing in the world, as long as it can be touched, Yajayu's time-space chop can cut it off. The same is true for the sealing technique. In addition to 100% armor piercing, Yajayu's time-space slash is also the nemesis of the seal. After breaking the seal, Shadow Clone immediately opened the sealed book. As the scrolls opened, forbidden techniques filled with notes one after another came into Shadow Clone's King of Ice. In an instant, the system's prompt sounded continuously in the mind of the main body. Ding! You have comprehended Illusion Darkness Technique. Ding! You have comprehended Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Ding! You have realized Reanimation Jutsu. Ding! You have comprehended Spiritualization Technique. Ding! You have comprehended Flying Thunder God Technique. OJ. Yajayu, who was fighting Gaara, knew that Shadow Clone had succeeded when he heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. From now on, he is a real all-around ninja. As a result, Yajayu, who was in a very happy mood, stopped playing with Gaara. Sensing that Ino, Shika, Cho has caught up with Temari and Kankuro, and the battle is coming to an end, Yajayu no longer only uses lightning style to fight Gaara, but a teleport appears behind Gaara. SHHHHHHHHH. With the ghost cry in his hand covered with dazzling blue and white lightning, Yajayu pierced Gaara's right chest with a thunderbolt. Gaara, who faced time-space teleportation for the first time, was just like those Umbu who died at the hands of Shadow Clone, unable to react at all. If you look carefully, you will find that Gaara has already entered the state of the possession body at this time. It is only one step away from becoming a tailed beast. Now he was on the verge of losing his mind, and it was even more impossible for him to avoid Yajayu's attack. If it weren't for Yajayu's mercy, he would definitely be able to kill Gaara if he cut down the timekeeping space now. 0, asking for flowers, 0. Ah! Gaara, whose right chest was pierced, let out a scream. But that half of the face turned into a monster's face, but it was even more ferocious. The pierced right chest only bleeds out a little, and it stops automatically. If it weren't for the lightning gun formed by lightning-style nature transformation and shape changes that penetrated the body, Yajayu would definitely feel strong resistance when retracting the blade. However, Yajayu's spatial perception also sensed that Gaara's body was rapidly becoming deserted. Obviously, Gaara is about to enter the full body. It's a pity that Yajayu didn't give him this chance. I saw Yajayu holding the ghost crying in one hand, and spreading 5 fingers in the other hand, and then a ball of flames ignited at the fingertips of each finger. 0. Inside the flames, the fonts formed by chakra emerged, which are wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. Another teleport appeared in front of Gaara, and Yajayu's flaming palm pressed against Gaara's stomach like a dragon's claw. In an instant, Gaara's one-tail chakra, which quickly broke through the seal and was about to condense to form a complete body, was immediately scattered by the 5-element seal. Not only did Gaara fail to become a perfect body, even the possession of the half-tailed beast state was automatically released. Sealing technique. Reseal the limbs. After sealing one-tail chakra, Yajayu performed a limb reseal, taking control of Gaara's body. If you don't expose the body of time and space, Raise Non, and Chidori, as well as various forbidden techniques that have just been stored in the skill bar, this is the means by which Yajayu can quickly defeat Gaara at present. Of course, the 5-element seal is actually a sealing technique that Yajayu just learned, and it is also a sealing technique that Yajayu chose to expose after thinking about it. Although the 5 elements seal is an A-level sealing technique, it is also a type of forbidden technique. But this forbidden technique, in fact, many people will. Sunin such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya will not be mentioned, even the Guardian 12 ninjas will have this kind of forbidden technique. Based on the background of the Hyuga clan, there might be this sealing technique in their family's ninjutsu arsenal. Even if there is no, it can be said that there is. As long as the Hyuga clan endorsed him, Yajayu, the five-element seal, would only be considered a genius, and would not be suspected of stealing the book coins of the seal. Chapter 71. Aren't you finished yet? After sealing Gaara, Yajayu carried him to Inoshikacho's battlefield and joked with a smile. Gaara. It's a lie, Gaara actually lost. Narushikamaru and the others haven't spoken yet. They were suppressed by Narushikamaru, Akimichi Koji and Abarame Shino. However, because Akimichi Koji was relatively weak, they could still beat Temari and Kankuro. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that their younger brother, who was as strong as a monster, had never been injured since childhood, and could go on B-level missions just after graduation, actually lost. And Gaara actually has bloodline on her body, which is something even that thick eyebrow can't do. More importantly, Gaara did not go berserk despite being in 837? What exactly is going on? Have you solved it over there? It seems that our worries are in vain. Seeing Yajayu return unscathed and capturing the monster-like panda eyes, Narushikamaru breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time gained a new understanding of Yajayu's strength. Immediately, Narushikamaru said, "Now that you're done, let's work together to subdue these two guys, and then go back to find Ino and Hinata. After all, they don't know if they are in danger. We surrender." Before Yajayu could nod, Temari and Kankuro simply surrendered. I saw Temari pleading to Yajayu with a straight face, "Please let me treat Gaara's injury, and we promise not to resist." At this moment, Temari is like the original story, where family love overwhelms the fear of her brother. "I don't think you have that ability either, let's go on." Yajayu tossed Gaara to Temari nonchalantly. Temari and Kankuro teamed up to catch the flying Gaara, only to find that their brother did not fall asleep or pass out, but still had his panda eyes open. Meeting Gaara's eyes, Temari and Kankuro were slightly startled, and then quickly bandaged his wounds. Looking at Temari and Kankuro, who were not as afraid of him as usual, nor asking why he lost, and Gaara, who was unable to move or even speak, he couldn't help but feel a little calm in his rare calmness because of the defeat. Ripple. Looking at their sister and brother who were in a hurry and Shasha didn't stop them automatically, their eyes became complicated. "It turns out it's a seal. You actually master the sealing technique." At this time, Narushikamaru also came over, and soon discovered that Gaara had been affected by the sealing technique. Then he looked at Yajayu and sighed slightly, first the teleportation and lightning style, and now the sealing technique. "How much strength did you hide when you were in the ninja school? Anyway, it's not a problem to hit all of you with one hand," Yajayu said with a playful smile. "You guy." Narushikamaru thought Yajayu was joking. But Temari and Kankuro, who were bandaging Gaara's wounds, nodded with deep understanding. The pineapple head and dead fish eyes don't know Gaara's true strength, but they know how terrifying Gaara's strength is. Gaara can perform B-level missions right after graduation and complete them without any injuries. Even an ordinary Jonin is no match for him. Even their mentor, Jonin Baki, was not confident that he could defeat Gaara. But Yajayu not only defeated Gaara, but also remained unscathed, which shows how powerful he is. Especially this sealing technique, even Gaara couldn't resist it. This guy, who is younger than them, may be even better at sealing skills than Shunshen and lightning style. So after bandaging Gaara's wounds, Temari and Kankuro didn't even have the slightest idea to escape. If the war is lost, the village and the daimyo can still redeem them. But if you die here, you really die. So, Kankuro carried Gaara on his back, and followed Yajayu and others back to the city with Temari. At this time, the battle in the village was coming to an end. Although most of Konoha's combat forces are outside, either performing tasks outside or guarding the borders and important towns, there are only a few combat forces in the village. Even so, this kind of Konoha is not comparable to Sand Shinobi village, which only has a small number of combat power, and the Sound Ninja, which is all weak. When the ninjas escorted all the villagers to the shelter, Konoha sounded the clarion call for a full-scale counterattack. The major ninja clans also took action, almost defeating the Sand Ninja and the First Ninja. Even the huge three-headed snake was sat under the giant toad summoned by Jiraiya. This is the foundation of the strongest ninja village ever. However, Konoha won the victory on the ninja side, but the situation on the shadow side was not good. Without Yajayu's intervention, Sarutobi Hiruzen was trapped in the four purple flame formation just like in the original work, and had a long-lost master-disciple duel with Orochimaru. It was he, the shinobi hero who didn't know when he became weak, who sacrificed himself to fight again. The battle that shook the windmill of Konoha. Just like the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen faced Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu and used Namikaze Minato to seal Nine Tails Ghoul sealing, and cooperated with Shadow Clone to seal the severely weakened first Hokage and second Hokage. Finally, due to lack of physical strength, it can only seal Orochimaru's hands and take away the talent of this rare genius in Konoha in 10 years. Orochimaru, who lost his hands, also lost most of his strength. As a rare ninja with a full attribute constitution of 5.0, the ninjutsu mastered by Orochimaru is second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is a Hokage and can read and practice all forbidden technique at will, and the second Hokage, who invented various ninjutsu. He has mastered all the forbidden techniques that one must be talented enough to learn, and is still perfecting the flaws that even the ancients could not do. Once such a bloodless genius loses his hands, it means losing everything. It was also from this moment that Orochimaru, the biggest boss in the early stage, began to slowly withdraw from the stage. It wasn't until he regained his hands that he proved himself again with cloning technology and incredible technology. But these are all things in the future of the original work. Whether Orochimaru, who lost his hands in this life, can survive depends on Yajayu's mood.